The Prophet Armed 1879–1921. Preface. When I first contemplated the writing of a biographical trilogy on the leaders of the Russian Revolution, I intended to include a study of Trotsky in exile, not a full-scale biography of Trotsky. Trotsky's later years and the tragic close of his life stirred my imagination more deeply than did the earlier and more worldly part of his story. On second thoughts, however, I began to doubt whether Trotsky in exile could be made at all comprehensible if the earlier part of the story was not told. Then, pondering historical materials and biographical sources, some of them new to me, I came to realize more clearly than before how deeply the drama of Trotsky's last years was rooted in the earlier and even the earliest stages of his career. I therefore decided to devote to Trotsky two separate yet interconnected volumes. The Prophet Armed and The Prophet Unarmed. The first giving what might be described as Trotsky's rise, the second his fall. I have refrained from using these conventional terms because I do not think that a man's rise to power is necessarily the climax of his life or that his loss of office should be equated with his fall. The titles to these volumes have been suggested to me by the passage from Machiavelli printed on page 12. The present study illustrates the truth of what is there said, but it also offers a somewhat ironical commentary on it. Machiavelli's observation that all armed prophets have conquered and the unarmed ones have been destroyed is certainly realistic. What may be doubted is whether the distinction between the armed prophet and the unarmed one and the difference between conquest and destruction is always as clear as it seemed to the author of The Prince. In the following pages we first watch Trotsky conquering without arms in the greatest revolution of our age. We then see him armed, victorious, and bent under the weight of his armor. The chapter portraying him at the very pinnacle of power bears the title Defeat in Victory. And when next the prophet unarmed is contemplated, the question will arise whether a strong element of victory was not concealed in his very defeat. My account of Trotsky's role in the Russian Revolution will come as a surprise to some. For nearly 30 years the powerful propaganda machines of Stalinism worked furiously to expunge Trotsky's name from the annals of the revolution, or to leave it there only as the synonym for arch-traitor. To the present Soviet generation, and not only to it, Trotsky's life story is already like an ancient Egyptian sepulchre which is known to have contained the body of a great man and the record, engraved in gold, of his deeds, but tomb robbers and ghouls have plundered and left it so empty and desolate that no trace is found of the record it once contained. The work of the tomb robbers has, in this present instance, been so persistent that it has strongly affected the views even of independent Western historians and scholars. Despite all this, the record of Trotsky's life is still intact, preserved in his own voluminous but now mostly forgotten writings and in his archives, in numerous memoirs of friendly and of hostile contemporaries, in files of Russian periodicals published before, during, and after the revolution, in minutes of the Central Committee, and in verbatim reports of the Congresses of the Party and of the Soviets. Nearly all these documentary sources are available in public libraries in the West, although a few of them can be found only in private libraries. I have drawn on all these sources. Together with my wife, who shared equally with me in research and has in many other respects contributed greatly to this work, I made a special study of the rich collection of Russian pre-revolutionary periodicals in the Hoover Library at Stanford, California, where I found sources scarcely used before by historians of Russian revolutionary movements. Together with my wife I also studied the Trotsky archives at the Houghton Library, Harvard University, by far the most important collection of original documents on Soviet history existing outside the USSR. I have therefore no ground for complaining here, as I complained in the preface to my Stalin about paucity of biographical material. This is due largely to the contrast between my chief characters. Trotsky was as communicative about his life and activities as Stalin was secretive. He allowed complete strangers to delve freely into almost every aspect of his life. He himself wrote an autobiography, and, what is more important, a strong, unconscious autobiographical streak runs through his scores of published volumes, through his innumerable articles and essays not reprinted in book form, and through some of his unpublished writings. Wherever he went he left footprints so firm that nobody could later efface or blur them, not even he himself, when on rare occasions he was tempted to do so. A biographer is not usually expected to apologize for narrating the life of a political leader who has himself written an autobiography. I feel that this case may be an exception to the rule, for after a close and critical examination I still find Trotsky's My Life as scrupulously truthful as any work of this kind can be. Nevertheless, it remains an apologia produced in the middle of the losing battle its author fought against Stalin. In its pages the living Trotsky wrestled with his tomb robbers. To wholesale Stalinist denigration he responded with a peculiar act of self-defense which savored of self-glorification. He did not and could not satisfactorily explain the change in the climate of the revolution which made his defeat both possible and inevitable, and his account of the intrigues by which a narrow-minded, usurpatory, and malignant bureaucracy ousted him from power is obviously inadequate. The question which is of absorbing interest to the biographer is, to what extent did Trotsky himself contribute to his own defeat? To what extent was he himself compelled by critical circumstances and by his own character to pave the way for Stalin? The answer to these questions reveals the truly classical tragedy of Trotsky's life, or rather a reproduction of classical tragedy in secular terms of modern politics, and Trotsky would have been more than human if he had been able to reveal it. The biographer, on the other hand, sees Trotsky at the climax of his achievement as being as guilty and as innocent and as ripe for expiation as a protagonist in Greek drama. This approach, presupposing sympathy and understanding, is, I trust, as free from denunciation as from apologetics. In My Life, Trotsky sought to vindicate himself in terms imposed upon him by Stalin and by the whole ideological situation of Bolshevism in the 1920s, that is, in terms of the Lenin cult. Stalin had denounced him as Lenin's inveterate enemy, and Trotsky was consequently anxious to prove his complete devotion to, and his agreement with, Lenin. His devotion to Lenin after 1917 was undoubtedly genuine, and the points of agreement between them were numerous and important. Nevertheless, Trotsky blurred the sharp outlines and the importance of his controversies with Lenin between 1903 and 1917, and also of later differences. But another and much stranger consequence of the fact that Trotsky made his apologia in terms of the Lenin cult was that in some crucial points he belittled his own role in comparison with Lenin's, a feat extremely rare in autobiographical literature. This applies especially to the account of the part he played in the October uprising and in the creation of the Red Army, where he detracted from his own merits in order not to appear as Lenin's detractor. Free from loyalties to any cult, I have attempted to restore the historical balance. Finally, I have paid special attention to Trotsky, the man of letters, the pamphleteer, the military writer, and the journalist. Most of Trotsky's literary work is now wrapped in oblivion and inaccessible to a wider public. Yet this is the writer of whom Bernard Shaw, who could judge Trotsky's literary qualities only from poor translations, said that he surpassed Junius and Burke. Like Lessing, Shaw wrote of Trotsky, when he cuts off his opponent's head, he holds it up to show that there are no brains in it, but he spares his victim's private character. He leaves without a rag of political credit, but he leaves him with his honor intact. I can only regret that considerations of space and composition have not allowed me to show this side of Trotsky's personality in greater detail, but I hope to return to it in The Prophet Unarmed. ID. October 1952. Acknowledgements. I am greatly indebted for criticism and friendly encouragement to Professor E. H. Carr and Mrs. Barbara Ward Jackson, who read parts of my manuscript, and to Mr. Donald Tyerman, who read the whole. Mr. Bernard Singer helped me with his intimate knowledge of Russian life. To Mr. D. M. Davin and members of the editorial staff of the Oxford University Press, I am grateful for many suggestions for improvements in style. Mr. Hugo Dewar and Mr. John Kimchi kindly assisted me with materials and books, some of which are now bibliographical rarities. My thanks are given to Professor W. M. A. Jackson and his assistants at the Houghton Library, Harvard University, who helped my wife and me to find our way through the dossiers of the Trotsky archives. I am similarly obliged to the staffs of the Hoover Library, the London Library, the British Museum, and the National Central Library. The generosity of the Oxford University Press and the Humanities Department of the Rockefeller Foundation enabled my wife and me to spend many months in the United States and to carry out that part of our research program which depended entirely on our access to the above-mentioned American libraries. My debt to other authors is acknowledged in footnotes. The quotation from Machiavelli's The Prince on page 12 is taken by permission of J. M. Dent and Sons Limited, from the translation by W. K. Marriott in the Everyman's Library. ID. There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success, than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Because the innovator has for enemies all those who have done well under the old conditions, and lukewarm defenders in those who may do well under the new. It is necessary, therefore, if we desire to discuss this matter thoroughly, to inquire whether these innovators can rely on themselves or have to depend on others, that is to say, whether, to consummate their enterprise, have they to use prayers or can they use force. In the first instance they always succeed badly, and never compass anything, but when they can rely on themselves and use force, then they are rarely endangered. Hence it is that all armed prophets have conquered, and the unarmed ones have been destroyed. Besides the reasons mentioned, the nature of the people is variable, and whilst it is easy to persuade them, it is difficult to fix them in that persuasion. And thus it is necessary to take such measures that, when they believe no longer, it may be possible to make them believe by force. If Moses, Cyrus, Theseus, and Romulus had been unarmed they could not have enforced their constitutions for long as happened in our time to Fra Girolamo Savonarola, who was ruined with his new order of things immediately the multitude believed in him no longer, and he had no means of keeping steadfast those who believed or of making the unbelievers to believe. Machiavelli. The Prince. Chapter 6. Chapter I. Home and School. T. He. Reign of Tsar Alexander II was drawing to its gloomy end. The ruler whose accession and early reforms had stirred the most sanguine hopes in Russian society, and even among émigré revolutionaries, the ruler who had, in fact, freed the Russian peasant from serfdom and had earned the title of the emancipator was spending his last years in a cave of despair hunted like an animal by the revolutionaries, and hiding in his imperial palaces from their bombs and pistols. The Tsar was paying the penalty for the frustration of the hopes he had stirred. He had deceived the expectations of almost every class in society. In the eyes of many landlords he was still subversion itself, crowned and dressed in imperial robes. They had never forgiven him the reform of 1861, which had deprived them of their feudal mastery over the peasants. From the peasants he had lifted the burden of serfdom only to let them be crushed by poverty and debts. The ex-serfs had, on their emancipation, to yield to the gentry much of the land they had tilled, and for the land they retained they had over the years to pay a heavy ransom. They still looked up to the Tsar as to their well-wisher and friend and believed that it was against his intentions that the gentry cheated them of the benefits of the emancipation. But already there had been aroused in the peasantry the hunger for land, that great hunger which for more than half a century was to shake Russia and to throw her into a fever, body and mind. The gentry and the peasantry were still the main classes of Russian society. Only very slowly was the urban middle class growing. Unlike the European bourgeoisie, it had no social ancestry, no tradition, no mind of its own, no self-confidence, and no influence. A tiny portion of the peasantry was detaching itself from the countryside and beginning to form an industrial working class. But, although the last decade in the reign of Alexander brought the first significant industrial strikes, the urban working class was still looked upon as a mere displaced branch of the peasantry. From none of these classes could there come an immediate threat to the throne. Each class hoped that its claims would be met and its wrongs redressed by the monarch himself. In any case, no class was in a position to air its grievances and make its demands widely known. None could rally its members and muster its strength in any representative institution or political party. These did not exist. State and church were the only bodies that possessed a national organization, but the function of both, a function which had determined their shape and constitution, had been to suppress not to express social discontent. Only one group, the intelligentsia, rose to challenge the dynasty. Educated people in all walks of life, especially those who had not been absorbed in officialdom, had no less reason than had the peasantry to be disappointed with the Tsar the Emancipator. He had first aroused and then frustrated their craving for freedom as he had aroused and deceived the mujik's hunger for land. Alexander had not, like his predecessor Nicholas I, chastised the intelligentsia with scorpions, But he was still punishing them with whips. His reforms in education and in the press had been half-hearted and mean. The spiritual life of the nation remained under the tutelage of the police, the censorship, and the Holy Synod. By offering the educated a semblance of freedom, he made the denial of real freedom even more painful and humiliating. The intelligentsia sought to avenge their betrayed hopes. The Tsar strove to tame their restive spirit, and, so, semi-liberal reforms gave way to repression, and repression bred rebellion. Numerically, the intelligentsia were very weak. The active revolutionaries among them were a mere handful. If their fight against the ruler of 90 million subjects were to be described as a duel between David and Goliath, that would still exaggerate their strength. Throughout the 1870s, this classical decade of the intelligentsia's rebellion, a few thousand people at the most were involved in the peaceful, educational, and propagandist phase of the Narodnik movement, and in its final, terroristic phase less than 20 men and women were directly engaged. These 20 made the Tsar a fugitive in his own realm, and kept the whole might of his empire in check. Only against the background of a discontented but mute nation could so tiny a group grow to so gigantic a stature. Unlike the basic classes of society, the intelligentsia were articulate. They had the training indispensable for an analysis of the evils that plagued the nation, and they formulated the programs that were supposed to remedy those evils. They would hardly have set out to challenge the ruling power if they had thought that they were speaking for themselves alone. They were at first inspired by the great illusion that they were the mouthpiece of the nation, especially of the peasantry. In their thoughts their own craving for freedom merged with the peasants' hunger for land, and they called their revolutionary organization Zemlya I Volya, land and freedom. They eagerly absorbed the ideas of European socialism and strove to adjust them to the Russian situation. Not the industrial worker but the peasant was to be the pillar of the new society of their dreams. Not the publicly owned industrial factory but the collectively owned rural commune, the age-old mir, which had survived in Russia, was to be the basic cell of that society. The men of the 1870s were foredoomed as precursors of a revolution. No social class was in fact prepared to support them. In the course of the decade they gradually discovered their own isolation, shed one set of illusions only to adopt another, and tried to solve dilemmas, some peculiar to their country and generation and some inherent in every revolutionary movement. At first they attempted to move the peasantry to action, either by enlightening the mujiks about the evils of autocracy, as did the followers of Lavrov, or by inciting them against the Tsar, as Bakunin had urged them to do. Twice in this decade men and women of the intelligentsia abandoned homes and professions and tried to settle as peasants among the peasants in order to gain access to their mind. A whole legion of socialists, wrote a general of the gendarmerie, whose job it was to watch this exodus, has taken to this with an energy and a spirit of self-sacrifice, the like of which cannot be found in the history of any secret society in Europe. The self-sacrifice was fruitless, for the peasantry and the intelligentsia were at cross purposes. The mujiks still believed in the Tsar, the emancipator, and received with suspicious indifference or outright hostility the words of Narodnik, enlightenment or incitement. Gendarmerie and police rounded up the idealists who had gone to the people. The courts sentenced them to long terms of imprisonment, hard labor, or deportation. The idea of a revolution through the people was gradually replaced by that of a conspiracy to be planned and carried out by a small and determined minority from the intelligentsia. The forms of the movement changed accordingly. The exodus of the intelligentsia to the countryside had been spontaneous, it had not been guided from any center. The new conspiracy required a strictly clandestine, closely knit, strongly led, and rigidly disciplined organization. Its leaders Glebov, Kybelkich, Sofia Perevskaya, Vera Figner, and others were not at first inclined to terroristic action, but the logic of their position and the events drove them that way. In January 1878 a young woman, Vera Zasulich, one day she was to influence the chief character of this book, shot General Trepov, head of the gendarmerie in Petersburg, in protest against his maltreatment and humiliation of a political prisoner. At her trial horrible abuses of which the police had been guilty were revealed. The jury were so shocked by the revelations and so moved by the sincere idealism of the defendant that they acquitted her. When the police attempted to seize her outside the court, a sympathetic crowd rescued her and enabled her to escape. The Tsar ordered that henceforth military tribunals, not juries, should try political offenders. Zasulich's unpremeditated deed and the response it evoked pointed the way for the conspirators. In 1879, the year in which this narrative begins, the Party of Land and Freedom split. One group of members, bent on pursuing terroristic attempts until the overthrow of autocracy, formed themselves into a new body, the Narodnaya Volya, the Freedom of the People. Point 1. Their new program placed far greater emphasis on civil liberties than on land reform. Another and less influential group, setting no store by the terroristic conspiracy, broke away to advocate black partition, an egalitarian distribution of the land. The year 1879 brought a rapid succession of spectacular terroristic attempts. In February, Prince Kropotkin, the governor of Kharkov, was shot. In March, an attempt was made on the life of General Drenteln, head of the political police. In the course of the year, the Tsar himself narrowly escaped 2 attempts. In March, a revolutionary fired 5 shots at him, and in the summer, while the Tsar was returning from his Crimean residence, several mines exploded under his train. Mass arrests, hangings, and deportations followed. But on March 1, 1881, the conspirators succeeded in assassinating the Tsar. To the world, Tsardom presented a glittering facade of grandeur and power. Yet in April 1879, Karl Marx, in a letter written from London to a Russian friend, pointed to the disintegration of Russian society concealed behind that facade, and he compared the condition of Russia at the close of Alexander's reign with that of France under Louis XV. 2. And, indeed, it was in the last decade of Alexander's reign that most of the men were born who were to lead the Russian Revolution. Far away from the scenes of this grim struggle, in the peaceful and sunlit steppe of the southern Ukraine, in the province of Kherson, near the little town of Bobrinets, David Leontievich Bronstein was in the year 1879 settling down on a farm which he had just bought from a Colonel Yanovsky, after whom the farm was called Yanovka. The colonel had received the land, about 1,000 acres, from the Tsar as a reward for services. He had not been successful as a farmer and was glad to sell 250 acres and to lease another 400 to Bronstein. The deal was completed early in the year. In the summer, the new owner and his family moved from a nearby village to the thatched cottage which they had acquired together with the farm. The Bronsteins were Jews. It was rare for a Jew to take up farming. Yet about 20 of Jewish farming colonies and overspill from the crowded ghettos of the Pale were scattered over the Kherson steppe. Jews were not allowed to live in Russia outside the Pale, outside, that is, the towns that lay mostly in the western provinces annexed from Poland. But they were allowed to settle freely in the southern steppe near the Black Sea. Russia had come into possession of that sparsely populated but fertile land towards the end of the 18th century, and the Tsars were anxious to promote colonization. Here, as so often in the history of colonization, the foreign immigrant and the outcast were the pioneers. Serbs, Bulgarians, Greeks, Jews were encouraged to conquer the wilderness. Up to a point, the Jewish settlers improved their lot. They struck roots in the country, they enjoyed certain privileges, and they were relieved of the menace of expulsion and violence which always hung over the Jewish Pale. It had never been quite clear just how far that Pale extended. Alexander I had allowed it to spread a little. Nicholas I had no sooner ascended the throne than he ordered the Jews to be driven back. Towards the middle of the century he expelled them again from Nikolaev, Sebastopol, Poltava, and the towns around Kiev. Most of those expelled resettled within the shrunken and congested Pale, but a few went out to the steppe. 3. It was probably during one of these expulsions, in the early 1850s, that Leon Bronstein, the father of the new owner of Yanovka, had left with his family a small Jewish town near Poltava, on the east side of the Dnieper, and settled in the Kherson province. His sons and daughters when they grew up stayed on the land, but only one, David, became prosperous enough to detach himself from the Jewish colony and set up as an independent farmer at Yanovka. As a rule, the colonists came from the lowest orders of the Jewish population. Jews had been town dwellers for centuries, and farming was so foreign to their way of life that very few of those able to eke out a living in town would take to it. The merchant, the craftsman, the moneylender, the middleman, the pious student of the Talmud, all preferred living within the Pale, in an established if miserable Jewish community. They despised rural life so much that in their idiom, rats, the man of the land, also meant the boor and the vulgar who did not even have a smattering of the scriptures. Those who went out into the steppe had had nothing to lose, they were not afraid of hard and unfamiliar work, and they had few or no ties with a synagogue. The new owner of Yanovka would certainly have been described by his co-religionists as an rats. He was illiterate, indifferent to religion, and even a little contemptuous of the synagogue. Although a ploughman in the second generation only, he had in himself so much of the peasant and of the child of nature as to appear almost completely un-Jewish. At his home not Yiddish, that amalgam of Old German, Hebrew, and Slavonic, was spoken but a mixture of Russian and Ukrainian. Unlike most mujiks, however, the Bronsteins had no memories of serfdom. Here in the open steppe serfdom had never been firmly established. David Bronstein was a free and ambitious, tough, and hard-working farmer, of the frontiersman type. He was determined to develop his farm into a flourishing estate, and he drove himself and his laborers hard. His opportunities still lay ahead. When he moved to Yanovka he was only about 30. His wife Anna came from different stock. She had been brought up either in Odessa or in some other southern town, not in the country. She was educated enough to subscribe to a lending library and occasionally to read a Russian novel. Few Russian Jewish women of the time could do that. In her parental home she had imbibed something of the Orthodox Jewish tradition. She was more careful than her husband to observe the rites, and she would not travel or sew on the Sabbath. Her middle-class origin showed itself in an instinctive conventionality, tinged with a little religious hypocrisy. In case of need, she would sew on the Sabbath, but take good care that no stranger should see her doing so. How she had come to marry the farmer Bronstein is not clear. Her son says that she fell in love with him when he was young and handsome. Her family was distressed and looked down upon the bumpkin. This was, nevertheless, not an unhappy marriage. At first the young Mrs. Bronstein fretted at rustic life, but then she did her best to shed her urban habits and to become a peasant woman. Before they came to Yanovka, she had borne 4 children. A few months after the family had settled at Yanovka, on October 26, 1879, a 5th was born, a boy. The child was named after his grandfather, Lev, or Leon, the man who had left the Jewish town near Poltava to settle in the steppe. 4. By a freak of fate, the day on which the boy was born, October 26, was the precise date on which 38 years later, as Leon Trotsky, he was to lead the Bolshevik insurrection in Petrograd. 5. The boy spent his first 9 years at Yanovka. His childhood, as he himself put it, was neither like a sunny meadow nor like a dark pit of hunger, violence, and misery. The Bronsteins led the stern life of industrious and thrifty upstarts. Every muscle was strained, every thought set on work and savings. Life at Yanovka was entirely governed by the rhythm of the toil on the farm. Nothing else mattered, nothing except the price of grain in the world market, and this was just then falling rapidly. However, the Bronsteins' preoccupation with money was no heavier than that of most farmers. They were not stingy where their children were concerned, and were doing their best to give them a good start in life. When Lyova7 was born, the elder children were at school in town. The baby had a nursemaid, a luxury very few peasants could afford. Later there would be a teacher of music at Yanovka, and the boys would be sent to the universities. Both the parents were too absorbed in their work to give their youngest child much tenderness, but for this he had instead the affectionate care of his 2 sisters and of his nanny. Lyova grew into a healthy and lively boy, delighting his parents and sisters and the servants and laborers on the farm with his brightness and good temper. By the standards of his environment, he had a comfortable childhood. The Bronsteins' cottage was built of clay and had 5 rooms. Some of these were small and dim, with uncovered clay floors and ceilings which leaked in heavy rain, but peasant families usually lived in mud huts and hovels of 1 or 2 rooms. During Lyova's childhood the family grew in wealth and importance. The crops and the herds of cattle were on the increase. New farm buildings sprang up around the cottage. Next to the cottage stood a big shed containing a workshop, the farm kitchen, and the servants' quarters. Behind it was a cluster of small and large barns, stables, cows' heads, pigsties, and other outbuildings. Farther off, on a hill beyond a pond, stood a big mill, apparently the only one in this part of the steppe. In the summer, mujiks from nearby and remote villages would come to have their corn ground. For weeks they waited in queues, slept in the fields when the weather was dry or in the mill when it rained, and paid the mill owner a tithe in kind for the grinding and threshing. David Bronstein traded with local merchants at first, but later, as his wealth grew, he sold his goods through his own wholesaler at Nikolaev, the grain harbor rapidly developing on the Black Sea. After a few years at Yanovka, he could easily have afforded much more land than he owned, were it not for the new ukase of 1881 which forbade Jews to buy land even in the steppe. He could now only rent it from neighbors, and this he did on a large scale. The neighbors belonged to the downstart Polish and Russian gentry, who lightheartedly wasted their fortunes and were deep in debt, even though they still lived in splendid country residences. Here the boy watched for the first time a social class in decay. The quintessence of aristocratic ruin was the Gertopanov family. A large village and the entire county were once called by their name. The whole district had belonged to them. Now the old Gertopanov owned only 1,000 acres, and these were mortgaged over and over again. My father leased this land, and paid the rents into the bank. Gertopanov lived by writing petitions, complaints, and letters for the peasants. When he came to see us, he usually hid tobacco and lumps of sugar up his sleeve. His wife did the same. Dribbling, she would tell us stories about her youth, and about the serfs, pianos, silks, and perfumes she had possessed. Their 2 sons grew up almost illiterate. The younger, Victor, worked as an apprentice in our workshop. It is easy to imagine the sense of their own competence and dignity that the Bronsteins felt when they compared themselves with such neighbors. Much of their own self-confidence and optimistic industriousness they passed on to their children. Parents and sisters tried to keep the little Lyova in or near the cottage, but the bustle and commotion on the farm were too much for him, except during the quiet monotonous winter months, when family life centered on the dining room. The magic of the workshop next door lured the boy. There Ivan Vasilievich Gribien, the chief mechanic, initiated him into the uses of tools and materials. Ivan Vasilievich was also the family's confidant. He lunched and supped at the cottage, at his master's table, a thing almost unimaginable in an ordinary Jewish home. The mechanic's tricks and jokes and his jovial temper captivated Lyova. In my life, he recollects the mechanic as the main influence of his early childhood. But at the workshop the boy now and then also came up against an outburst of puzzling ill temper on the part of other laborers. Time and again he would overhear harsh words about his parents, words which shocked him, set him thinking, and sank into his mind. From the workshop he would wander to the barns and cows' heads, play and hide in shady lofts, grow familiar with men and animals, and with the wide spaces of the prairie. From his sister he learned the alphabet, and got his first inkling of the importance of figures as he watched the peasants and his father wrangling in the mill over grain and money. He stared at scenes of poverty, cruelty, and helpless rebellion, and he watched the strikes of half-starved laborers in the middle of the harvest. The laborers left the fields and gathered in the courtyard. They lay in the shade of the barns with their faces turned downward, brandishing their bare, cracked, straw-prick feet in the air, and waited to see what would happen. Then my father would give them some whey, or watermelons, or half a sack of dried fish, and they would go back to work and even sing nine. Another scene he was to remember was that of a group of laborers coming from the fields, in the twilight, with uncertain steps and with their hands stretched out in front of them. They had all been struck by night blindness from undernourishment. A health inspector came down to Yanovka, but found nothing wrong there. The Bronsteins treated their laborers no worse than did the other employers. The food, soup and kasha, was not inferior to that served on any other farm. The impression all this made on the child need not be exaggerated. Many have seen such and worse scenes in their childhood without later becoming revolutionaries. Other and more complex influences were needed to kindle in Lyova indignation against social injustice and to turn his mind against the established order. But when those influences appeared, they recalled vividly the pictures and scenes stored in his memory, and played all the more strongly on his sensitivity and conscience. The child took his environment for granted. Only when he was disturbed by an extreme instance of his father's harshness would he burst into tears and hide his face in the pillows on the sofa in the dining room. He was 7 when his parents sent him to school at Gromokla, a Jewish German colony only a couple of miles away from Yanovka. There he stayed with relatives. The school he attended may be described as a Keder, a Jewish private religious school, with Yiddish as its language. Here the boy was to be taught to read the Bible and to translate it from Hebrew into Yiddish. The curriculum also included, as sidelines, reading in Russian and a little arithmetic. Knowing no Yiddish, he could neither understand his teacher nor get along with his schoolmates. The school was almost certainly a dirty and fetid hole, where the boy accustomed to roam the fields must have nearly choked. The ways of the adults also bewildered him. Once he saw the Jews of Gromokla driving a woman of loose morals through the main street of the village, pitilessly humiliating her and shouting vehement abuse. Another time the colonists meted out stern punishment to a horse thief. He also noticed a strange contrast. On one side of the village stood the wretched hovels of Jewish colonists, on the other shone the neat and tidy cottages of German settlers. He was naturally attracted to the Gentile quarters. His stay at Gromokla was brief, for after a few months the Bronsteins, seeing the boy was unhappy, decided to take him back home. And so he said goodbye to the scriptures and to the boys who would go on translating, in a strange sing-song, verse sets from the incomprehensible Hebrew into the incomprehensible Yiddish. 10 But, during his few months at Gromokla, he had learned to read and write Russian, and on his return to Yanovka he indefatigably copied passages from the few books at hand and later wrote compositions, recited verses, and made rhymes of his own. He began to help his father with accounts and bookkeeping. Often he would be shown off to visiting neighbors and asked to recite his verses and produce his drawings. At first he ran away in embarrassment, but soon he grew accustomed to receiving admiration and looked for it. A year or so after he had left the Jewish school there came to Yanovka a visitor who was to have a decisive influence on him as boy and as adolescent. The visitor was Moisei Filipovich Spenzutter, Mrs. Bronstein's nephew, one of the remote, town-dwelling, middle-class branch of the family. A bit of a journalist and a bit of a statistician, he lived in Odessa, had been touched by the liberal ferment of ideas, and had been debarred from the university for a minor political offense. During his stay at Yanovka, which lasted a whole summer, he had come there for his health. He gave much of his time to the bright but untutored darling of the family. Then he volunteered to take him to Odessa and to look after his education. The Bronsteins agreed, and so, in the autumn of 1888, equipped with a brand new school uniform, loaded with parcels containing all the delicacies that the Yanovka farm kitchen could produce, and amid tears of sadness and joy, Lyova left. The Black Sea harbor of Odessa was Russia's Marseilles, only much younger than Marseilles, sunny and gay, multinational, open to many winds and influences. Southern ebullience, love of the spectacular, and warm emotionalism predominated in the temperament of the people of Odessa. During the 7 or so years of his stay there it was not so much the city and its temper, however, as the home of the Spenzutters that was to mold Lyova's mind and character. He could hardly have come into a family which contrasted more with his own. At first the Spenzutters were not too well off. Spenzutter himself was handicapped by his expulsion from the university, and, for the time being, his wife, headmistress of a secular school for Jewish girls, was the family's mainstay. Later Spenzutter rose to be an eminent liberal publisher. Max Eastman, the American writer who knew the couple about 40 years later, described them as kindly, quiet, poised, intelligent. 11 They began by teaching the boy to speak proper Russian instead of his homely mixture of Ukrainian and Russian, and they polished his manners as well as his accent. He was impressionable and eager to transform himself from a rustic urchin into a presentable pupil. New interests and pleasures were opening before him. In the evenings the Spenzutters would read aloud the classical Russian poets Pushkin and Lermontov and their favorite Nekrasov, the citizen poet, whose verses were a protest against the miseries of Tsardom. Lyova would listen entranced and would demur at being compelled to descend from the golden clouds of poetry to his bed. From Spenzutter he first heard the story of Faust and Gretchen. He was moved to tears by Oliver Twist. And stealthily he read Tolstoy's drastic and somber play, The Power of Darkness, which the censorship had just banned and which was the topic of much hushed conversation among the grown ups. The Spenzutters had chosen a school for him, but he was too young. This difficulty was overcome, however, when the registrar at home made out a birth certificate declaring him to be a year older than he was. A greater obstacle was that the year before, in 1887, the government had issued the ill-famed ukase on numerous clauses, under which admittance of Jews to secondary schools was so restricted that they might not exceed 10 and in some places 5 or 3% of all pupils. Jewish entrants had to sit for competitive examinations. At the examination Lyova, who had not attended any primary school, failed. For a year he was sent to the preparatory class at the same school, whence Jewish pupils were admitted to the first form with priority over outside Jewish applicants. At St. Paul's Realschule. This was the name of the school. No Greek or Latin was taught, but pupils got a better grounding than in the ordinary gymnasium. In science, mathematics, and modern languages, German and French. To the progressive intelligentsia this curriculum seemed best calculated to give their children a rationalistic and practical education. St. Paul's had been founded by the German Lutheran parish of Odessa, but it had not escaped Russification. When Lyova joined it, the teaching was in Russian, but pupils and teachers were of German, Russian, Polish, and Swiss origin, Greek Orthodox, Lutheran, Roman Catholic, and Jewish. This variety of nationalities and denominations resulted in a degree of liberalism uncommon in Russian schools. No single nationality predominated, and no denomination, not even the Greek Orthodox, was favored. At the worst, a Russian teacher would surreptitiously pester a Polish pupil, or a Roman Catholic priest would annoy with subdued malice a Jewish boy. But there was no open discrimination or persecution to give a sense of inferiority to non-Russian pupils. To be sure, the discrimination was inherent in the fact that Russian had been made the official language, but only German parents and children would have been likely to resent this. And, in spite of the numerous clauses, the Jewish pupil, once he had been admitted, was treated with fairness. In a sense, St. Paul's gave Lyova his first taste of cosmopolitanism. He at once became the top pupil in his class. No one had to take charge of his training, no one had to worry about his lessons. He always did more than was expected of him. 12 His teachers were quick to acknowledge his gifts and diligence, and soon he also became popular with the boys of the higher forms. Yet he shunned sports and physical exercise, and during his 7 years on the Black Sea he never went fishing, rowing, or swimming. His aloofness from the school playground was perhaps due to an accident during an early escapade, when he fell from a ladder, hurt himself badly, and wriggled on the ground like a worm, and perhaps also to his feeling that the proper place for outdoor exercise was Yanovka, the city was for studying and working. His excellence in the classroom was enough to establish his self-confidence. In the course of the 7 years of the Realschule, he was involved in a few school rows, none of which ended too badly. Once he produced a school magazine, nearly all written by himself, but, as such magazines had been forbidden by the Ministry of Education, the teacher to whom he presented a copy warned him to desist. Lyova paid heed to the warning. In the second form, a group of boys, including Lyova, booed and hissed at the slight teacher. The headmaster detained some of the offenders, but he let off the first pupil as being quite above suspicion. Some of the detained boys then betrayed Lyova. The best pupil is a moral outcast, said the insulted teacher, pointing at the boy of whom he had been proud, and the outcast was expelled. The shock was softened by the understanding and sympathy which the Spensers showed their ward and by the indulgence of his own father, who was more amused than indignant. Next year Lyova was readmitted. After examination, he became again the favorite and the pride of the school and took care to avoid further trouble, though in one of the upper forms, together with other pupils, he refused to write compositions for a sluggish teacher who never read or returned the exercise books, but this time he suffered no punishment. In the autobiography, he himself describes, in a somewhat self-indulgent tone, the sequel to his expulsion. Such was my first political test, as it were. The class was henceforth divided into distinct groups, the talebearers and the envious on one side, the frank and courageous boys on the other, and the neutral and vacillating mass in the middle. These 3 groups never quite disappeared even in later years. I was to meet them again and again in my life. 13 In this reminiscence, the second form at the Odessa school is indeed made to look like the prototype of the Communist Party in the 1920s with its divisions for and against Trotsky. The boy's appearance and character were now becoming formed. He was handsome, with a swarthy complexion and sharp but well-proportioned features, short-sighted eyes lively behind their spectacles, and an abundant crop of jet black, well-brushed hair. He took unusual care with his appearance, neat and tidy, well and even stylishly dressed. He looked highly bourgeois. 14 He was buoyant, sprightly, but also dutiful and well-mannered. Like many a gifted youth, he was also strongly self-centered and eager to excel. To quote his own words, he felt that he could achieve more than the others. The boys who became his friends acknowledged his superiority. This could not fail to have some effect on his character. 15 Max Eastman, his not uncritical admirer, speaks about his strong and early developed instinct of rivalry, and compares it to a well-known instinct in race horses. It makes them, even when they are ambling along at a resting pace, keep at least one white eye backwards along the track to see if there is anything in the field that considers itself an equal. It involves an alert awareness of self, and is upon the whole a very disagreeable trait, especially as it appears to those horses who were not bred for speed. 16 Although Lyova had many followers among his schoolmates, none became his intimate friend. At school he came under no significant influence. His teachers, whose personalities he sketches so vividly in the autobiography, were a mixed lot, some reasonably good, others cranky, or notorious for taking bribes. Even the best were too mediocre to stimulate him. His character and imagination were formed at the Spencers' home. There he was loved as well as admired, and he responded with warmth and gratitude. From his first weeks there, when he watched rapturously the Spencers' baby and observed its first smiles, until the last days of his stay, nothing clouded the affectionate relationship. The only discordant story his mentors would tell after many years was how once, at the beginning of his stay, Lyova sold a few of their most precious books to buy himself sweets. As he grew, he appreciated more and more his good fortune in having found such excellent guides, and he shared increasingly in their intellectual interests. Editors of local liberal newspapers and men of letters were frequent visitors. He was mesmerized by their talk and by their mere presence. To him authors, journalists, and artists always stood for a world more attractive than any other, open only to the elect. 17 And this world he beheld with a thrill known only to the born man of letters when he first comes into contact with the men and the affairs of his predestined profession. Odessa was not one of the leading or most lively literary centers. The giants of Russian literature were not among the friends of the Spenzers. All the same, the boy of 15 or 16 stood reverently at the threshold of the temple, even if he saw none of the high priests at the altar. The local liberal press, much molested by the censorship, had its courageous and skillful writers such as V.M. Droshevik, the master of that semi-literary and semi-journalistic essay at which Bronstein himself was one day to excel. Droshevik's feuilletons were Lyova's and his elders' favorite reading. After Spencer had started his publishing business, the house was always full of books, manuscripts, and printers' proofs which Lyova scrutinized with devouring curiosity. It excited him to see books in the making, and he inhaled with delight the fresh smell of the printed word, for which he was to retain a fond weakness even in the years when he was conducting vast revolutionary and military operations. Here he fell ardently in love with words, and here he first heard an authentic author, a local authority on Shakespeare who had read one of his compositions, express rapturous admiration for the way the boy handled and marshaled words. He was spellbound by the theater as well. I developed a fondness for Italian opera which was the pride of Odessa. I even did some tutoring to earn money for theater tickets. For several months I was mutely in love with a coloratura soprano, bearing the mysterious name of Giuseppina Huguet, who seemed to me to have descended straight from heaven to the stage boards of Odessa. 18 The intoxication with the theater, with its limelight, costumes, and masks, and with its passions and conflicts, accords well with the adolescence of a man who was to act his role with an intense sense of the dramatic, and of whose life it might indeed be said that its very shape had the power and pattern of classical tragedy. From Odessa, Lyova returned to Yanovka for summer holidays and for Christmas, or sometimes to repair his health. At every return he saw visible signs of growing prosperity. The home he had left was that of an ordinary well-to-do farmer. The one he came back to looked more and more like a landlord's estate. The Bronsteins were building a large country house for themselves and their children, yet they still lived and worked as of old. The father still spent his days bargaining with mujiks over sacks of flour in the mill, inspecting his cows' heads, watching his laborers at the harvest, and occasionally himself grasping the scythe. The nearest post office and railway station were still 20 or so miles away. Nobody read a newspaper here. At the most his mother would slowly and laboriously read an old novel, moving her toil-worn finger across the pages. These homecomings filled Lyova with mixed feelings. He had remained enough of a villager to feel constricted in a city and to enjoy the wide and open steppe. Here he uncoiled himself, played, walked, and rode. But at each return he also felt more and more a stranger at Yanovka. His parents' pursuits seemed unbearably narrow, their manners coarse, and their way of life purposeless. He began to perceive how much ruthlessness towards laborers and mujiks went into the making of a farmer's prosperity, even if that ruthlessness was, as it seems to have been at Yanovka, softened by patriarchal benevolence. While on holidays, Lyova helped with bookkeeping and calculating wages, and sometimes father and son quarreled, especially when the calculations seemed to the old Bronstein unduly favorable to the wage earners. The quarrels did not escape the attention of the laborers, and this incensed the farmer. The boy was not inclined to behave with discretion, and his spirit of contradiction was enhanced by a feeling of superiority, not unusual in the educated son of an illiterate peasant. Rural life in general struck him now as repulsively brutal. Once he tried, unavailingly, to protest against the rudeness of a policeman who came to deport two laborers because their passports had not been quite in order. He had a glimpse of the savage cruelty with which the poor themselves treated one another. He felt a vague sympathy for the underdog and an even vaguer remorse for his own privileged position. Equally strong, or perhaps even more so, was his offended self-esteem. It hurt him to see himself as the son of a rustic money grubber and illiterate upstart, the son, one might say now, of a kulak. His stay in Odessa ended in 1896. A real shul normally had 7 forms, but St. Paul's only 6, so he had to attend a similar school at Nikolaev to matriculate. He was now nearly 17, but no political idea had so far appealed to him. The year before, Friedrich Engels had died. The event did not register in the mind of the future revolutionary. Even the name of Karl Marx had not yet come to his ears. He was, in his own words, poorly equipped politically for a boy of 17 of that time. He was attracted by literature, and he was preparing for a university course in pure mathematics. These two approaches to life, the imaginative and the abstract, lured him. Later he would strive to unite them in his writings. But for the time being politics exercised no pull. He pondered the prospects of an academic career, to the disappointment of his father, who would have preferred a more practical occupation for him. Least of all did he imagine himself as a revolutionary. In this the spirit of the time undoubtedly showed itself. At other times young people often plunged into clandestine revolutionary groups straight from school. This happened when such groups were astir with new ideas, animated by great hopes, and naturally expansive. During the 1880s and the early 1890s the revolutionary movement was at its nadir. In assassinating Alexander II, the freedom of the people had itself committed suicide. Its leaders had expected that their deed would become the signal for a nationwide upheaval, but they failed to evoke any response and the nation maintained silence. Those directly and indirectly connected with the conspiracy died on the gallows, and no immediate successors came forward to continue it. It was revealed once again that, despite its discontent, the peasantry was in no revolutionary mood. To the peasants the assassination of Alexander II was the gentry's revenge on the peasants' benefactor. The new Tsar, Alexander III, abolished most of his predecessors' semi-liberal reforms. His chief inspirer was Pope Anastasius, his tutor and the procurator of the Holy Synod, in whose somber and shrewd mind were focused all the dread and fear of revolution felt by the ruling class. Pope Anastasius egged on the Tsar to restore the unimpaired domination of the father over his family, of the landlord over his countryside and of the monarch over all the Russias. It became an offense to praise the previous Tsar for the abolition of serfdom. The gentry's jurisdiction over the peasantry was restored. The universities were closed to the children of the lower classes, the radical literary periodicals were banned, the nation, including the intelligentsia, was to be forced back into mute submission. Revolutionary terrorism proved itself impotent, and thus another Narodnik illusion was dispelled. An attempt to assassinate Alexander III Alexander Ulyanov, Lenin's elder brother, participated in it failed. The survivors of the freedom of the people languished in prisons and in places of exile, cherished their memories and were lost in confusion. Characteristic of the time was the repentance of one of the Narodnik leaders, Tikhomarov, who came out, in Western Europe, with a confession under the title "Why Have I Ceased to Be a Revolutionary?" Some former rebels found an outlet for their energies and talents in industry and commerce, which were now expanding at a quicker tempo than before. Many found their profit in Leo Tolstoy, who rejected with disgust the evils of autocracy but preached that they should not be resisted with force. Tolstoy's doctrine seemed to give a moral sanction to the intelligentsia's disillusioned quiescence. In My Life, Trotsky ascribes his political indifference to this general mood. The explanation is only in part correct. The truth is that well before 1896, the year in which he left Odessa, a revival had begun in the revolutionary underground. The Marxists expounded a new program and method of action, and groups of students and workers who considered themselves social democrats were rapidly springing up. From a contemporary Russian report to the Socialist International we know that by the middle of the decade such groups had been active in Odessa. 19 The young Bronstein was not aware of their existence. Evidently no socialist circle existed among the pupils of St. Paul's, otherwise it would have tried to attract the school's most popular and gifted pupil. Nor did the stirrings of the new movement find any echo in the prosperous and well-sheltered home of the Spenzutters. The Spenzutters belonged to those on whom the Narodnik debacle had left a deep impression. They shunned the really dangerous topics or spoke about them in muffled voices. Their radicalism shaded off into a broad-minded but timid liberalism which was, no doubt, implicitly opposed to Tsardom. This was too little to impress their ward. Only clear-cut, bold, and expressly stated ideas can enthuse young minds and hearts. When in 1895 Nicholas II ascended the throne and bluntly told the very moderate liberal Zemstvos to give up nonsensical dreams, Lyov's heart was with the dreamers, but, like the Spenzutters, he took it for granted that it was quixotic to strive for any change in the established system of government. In this ill-defined, quiescently liberal mood one sentiment was felt very keenly, a wistful yearning for Europe and its civilization, for the West at large and its freedoms. That West was like a vision of the promised land. It provided compensation and comfort for the sorry and shabby reality of Russia. Especially on the Jewish intelligentsia, that part of the world which knew no pogroms, no Pale, and no numerous clauses, exercised immense fascination. To a large section of the Gentile intelligentsia, also, the West was the antithesis of all they detested at home, the Holy Synod, the censorship, the knout, and katorga. 20 Many of the educated Russians first approached the West with that exalted reverence with which the young Herzen had viewed it before bourgeois liberalism, seen at close quarters, disillusioned him. In later years Lyov, too, would, as a socialist, grow aware of the limitations of liberal Europe and turn against it, but something of his youthful enthusiasm for the West was to survive and color his thoughts to the end. This, then, was the frame of mind in which he left Odessa, the most police-ridden city in police-ridden Russia. His only vivid political memory of the city was that of a street scene dominated by Odessa's governor, Admiral Zelenoy, a man who exercised absolute power with an uncurbed temper. I saw him but once and then only his back. But that was enough for me. The governor was standing in his carriage, fully erect, and was cursing in his hoarse voice across the street, shaking his fist. Policemen, with their hands at attention, and janitors, caps in hand, marched past him in review, and behind curtained windows frightened faces peeped out. I adjusted my school bag and hurried home. 21. The spark of rebellion had not yet been kindled in the young man who watched the satrap. He merely shrank in horror from the ruling power and went his way, as if in a mood of Tolstoyan non-resistance. Chapter 2. In Search of an Ideal. I.T. was a casual influence that first set the young Bronstein on his revolutionary road. In the summer of 1896 he arrived at Nikolaev to complete his secondary education. He was lodging with a family whose sons had already been touched by socialist ideas. They drew him into argument and tried to impress their views on him. For several months they seemed to make no headway. He superciliously dismissed their socialist utopia. Assailed with arguments, he would adopt the posture of a somewhat conservative young man, not devoid of sympathy with the people but distrusting mob ideology and mob rule. His passion was for pure mathematics and he had no time or taste for politics. His hostess, apprehensive because of her son's dangerous views, was delighted by this good sense and tried to induce them to imitate him. All this did not last long. The talks about prevailing social injustice and about the need to change the country's whole way of life had already started a ferment in his thoughts. The socialists' arguments brought out and focused the scenes of poverty and exploitation that had since childhood been stored in his mind. They made him feel how stifling was the air he had breathed, and they captivated him by their novelty and bold high-mindedness. Yet he continued to resist. The stronger the pull of the new ideas, the more desperately he clung to his assumed conservatism and indifference to politics. His spirit of contradiction and his eagerness to excel in argument did not easily allow him to yield. But his defenses and vanity had to give way. In the middle of the school year he suddenly acknowledged his defeat, and at once began to argue for socialism with an ardor and acuteness which took aback those who had converted him. 1. Again and again we shall see this psychological mechanism at work in him. He is confronted with a new idea to which up to a point he is conditioned to respond, yet he resists at first with stubborn haughtiness. His resistance grows with the attraction, and he subdues incipient doubt and hesitation. Then his inner defenses crumble, his self-confidence begins to vanish, but he is still too proud or not convinced enough to give any sign of yielding. There is no outward indication yet of the struggle that goes on in his mind. Then, suddenly, the new conviction hardens in him, and, as if in a single moment, overcomes his spirit of contradiction and his vanity. He startles his erstwhile opponents not merely by his complete and disinterested surrender, but by the enthusiasm with which he embraces their cause, and sometimes by the unexpected and far-reaching conclusions which he draws from their arguments. The cause to which he had just adhered was dim in his mind. He had embraced a mood rather than an idea. He would side with the underdog. But who was the underdog? How did he become one? And what was to be done? Nobody could offer him guidance. No significant socialist group or organization existed in Nikolaev. Immediately, his socialism showed itself in a freshly awakened interest in social and political matters and in a corresponding weakening of his passion for mathematics. He began to seek those with similar views and interests, but in doing so he at once stepped out of the sheltered environment in which he had spent his childhood and adolescence. Through his co-lodgers he met a certain Franz Shvigovsky, a poor gardener renting an orchard on the outskirts of the town, who, in his hut in the orchard, held a small discussion club for radically minded students and working men. Shvigovsky, a Czech by origin, was a curious character. He read in many languages, was well versed in the classics of Russian and German literature, subscribed to foreign newspapers and periodicals, and was always ready to oblige his friends with a banned political book or pamphlet. Old Narodniks, living in the town under police surveillance, would sometimes join the group at the orchard. There were no prominent men among these Narodniks, and they formed no organization, but they imparted something of their own romantic revolutionary outlook to Shvigovsky's circle. Nearly all its members considered themselves to be Narodniks. The meetings, as one of the participants says, had a harmless character. People came to the orchard because they felt at ease there and could speak freely. In the town Shvigovsky's garden soon had a most odious reputation, as a center of all sorts of the most terrible conspiracies. The police sent in spies, disguised as laborers working in the garden, but these could only report that Shvigovsky kept serving his visitors apples and endless cups of tea and having harmless and cranky discussions with them. 2. These, we know, were years of revolutionary revival. In March 1895 the Minister of the Interior, de Novo, wrote to Pope Innocent that he was alarmed by the new trends, especially among students who had zealously and with no expectation of reward taken to lecturing on all sorts of social themes. In the minister's eyes this idealistic disinterestedness augured nothing good. All the repressive legislation of previous years had failed to make the schools and universities immune from subversive influences. For years now the ministry had been appointing professors over the heads of the faculties, dismissing suspects, and promoting obedient non-entities. Scholars of world fame such as D. Mendeleev, the chemist, I. Mechnikov, the biologist, and M. Kovalevsky, the sociologist, had been found disloyal and dismissed or forced to resign their chairs. The eminent historian Klyuchevsky had had to recant his liberal opinions. The works of John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, and Karl Marx had been forbidden. Students' libraries and clubs had been closed, and informers had been planted in the lecture halls. Entry fees had been raised fivefold to bar academic education to children of poor parents. Yet in spite of everything resurgent rebellion stalked the universities. At the end of 1895 and at the beginning of 1896 students were asked to take an oath of loyalty to the new Tsar, Nicholas II. In Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev most students refused. The Tsar's coronation was followed, in May 1896, by a strike of 30,000 Petersburg workers, the first strike on this scale. Point 3. In these events the influence was already felt of the Union of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class recently founded by Lenin, Martov, and Patrusov. The revived movement was wholly influenced by the Marxists. The Narodniks scarcely took part in it. The new socialism relied primarily on the industrial worker. It repudiated terrorism. It recognized the need for further capitalist industrialization in Russia, through which the working class would grow in numbers and strength. Its immediate purpose, however, was to fight for civil liberties and to move the workers to economic and political action and organization. These developments had so far made only a ripple on the Nikolaev backwater. At the time when Bronstein joined Shvigovsky's circle its members must still have been agitated by the events that had taken place earlier in the year. They collected information and discussed it. But they did not go beyond that. They were not in a position to gauge the import of the new movement, and they had only a hazy notion of the Marxist critique of the Narodnik doctrines. They went on calling themselves Narodniks. Only one member of the circle, a young woman, Alexandra Sokolovskaya, herself the daughter of a Narodnik, claimed to be a Marxist and tried to persuade the circle that proletarian socialism offered them the real philosophy and science of revolution. She made little impression at first. But soon the hut and the orchard resounded with heated arguments. When Bronstein entered he found himself at once in the middle of a fierce controversy. At once he was pressed to make a choice. At once he labeled himself a Narodnik. And almost at once he assailed the solitary Marxist. G. Ziv tells us that when he, Ziv, first came to the orchard in the winter of 1896 Bronstein, not yet 18, was, because of his eminent gifts and talents, already attracting the attention of all Franz's visitors. He was already the most audacious and determined controversialist of the group and spoke with pitiless sarcasm about the theories of Karl Marx, as expounded by the young woman. He had only very little knowledge of either of the two contending doctrines. He had just borrowed from Shvigovsky a few outdated clandestine pamphlets, the first he ever read, and some files of radical periodicals, and he had scanned these nervously, impatient to grasp at a glance the substance of the arguments they contained. The authors who excited his enthusiasm were John Stuart Mill, Bentham, and Chernyshevsky, though their books had no direct bearing on the new controversy. For a time Bronstein proudly described himself as a Benthamist and had no inkling how ill his infatuation fitted any revolutionary, whether Narodnik or Marxist. Of Marx himself and of the lesser lights of the Marxist school he had not even a smattering of knowledge. A more cautious or reflective young man would have sat back, listened to the arguments, perhaps gone to the sources and weighed the pros and cons before he committed himself. But Bronstein was precocious and had a volatile and absorptive mind. He had, like richly intellectual people who can think rapidly, a wonderful gift of bluff. He could catch so quickly the drift of an opponent's thought, with all its implications, that it was very difficult to overwhelm him with mere knowledge, for from school he had brought the self-confidence of the brilliant pupil and the habit of outshining his fellows. The last thing he would do when buttonholed by his new associates and urged to take sides was to plead ignorance. He did take sides, and, incapable of lukewarm reserve, he dashed headlong into the fray. He made his choice instinctively. The Narodnik outlook appealed to him precisely through that which distinguished it from the Marxist. The Marxists insisted that all social phenomena are directly or indirectly determined by society's economic condition. The Narodniks did not altogether reject this view. They had 20 years earlier been the pioneers of historical materialism in Russia. But they did not dwell on it with the same implacable emphasis, and many of them accepted the so-called subjectivist philosophy, which stressed the supremacy of the critical mind and of the will of the individual. This philosophy accorded well with the traditions and the legends of a party which had refused to defer its assault on Tsardom until the economic conditions had ripened or until the mass of the people had been aroused, and which had sent out its lonely fighters and martyrs, its strong-minded and strong-willed conspirators, to hunt down, bomb in hand, the Tsar, his ministers, and his governors. To the young Bronstein, Marxism seemed narrow and dry as dust, an offense to the dignity of man, whom it portrayed as the prisoner of economic and social circumstances, the plaything of anonymous productive forces. This, he himself was to say later, was a simplification and a parody of Marxism, and, at any rate, no other modern political creed was to inspire as many people as Marxism would with the will and determination to fight, to suffer, and to die for their cause. 5. But the parody was not altogether unreal. Many of those who professed Marxism were indeed adopting the dry and quietist parody as their creed. The first version of Marxism which the young Bronstein encountered was probably of that sort. Against this the attraction of the romantic Narodnik tradition was overwhelming. It held up inspiring examples to imitate, the memory of heroes and martyrs to cherish, and a plain, unsophisticated promise for the future. It offered glories in the past and it seemed to offer glories in the future. It only seemed so. In its decay, the Narodnik movement was incapable of repeating its past exploits, incapable, at any rate, of repeating them with the old, pure, and heroic illusions. But even while the sun of that great romantic movement was setting, it cast a purple afterglow onto the Russian skies. The eyes of the young Bronstein were filled with that glow. Having thrown himself into the controversy, he was Sokolovsky's most bitter antagonist. Into their relationship there crept an ambivalent emotion almost inevitable between two young and close political opponents of different sex, meeting regularly in a tiny group, attracted and repelled by each other and incapable of escaping from each other. Sokolovskaya, several years older than Bronstein, 6 according to some, 10 according to others, had, of course, a wider and more serious political experience than had the pupil of the top form of the real Schule. Modest, firm in her convictions, and altogether free from vanity, she would stubbornly explain her views and keep her temper even when her adolescent opponent was making her the butt of his jibes. The situation took on a farcical twist. Everybody in the orchard was a little infatuated with the girl, and some of the boys wrote love poems. The great isms and problems, the budding love and the rhymes all became mixed up, and the more perverse grew the discussions. "You still think you are a Marxist?" Bronstein teased her. "How on earth can a young girl so full of life stand that dry, narrow, impractical stuff?" "How on earth," Sokolovskaya would answer, "can a person who thinks he is logical be contented with a headful of vague idealistic emotions?" Or Bronstein would mock at her girlish sentimentality, which scarcely harmonized with her adherence to Marxism, the doctrine for shopkeepers and traders. 6. Yet her arguments were beginning to find their way to his mind. His inner confidence was shrinking. All the more relentless was he in debate, and all the more boorish were his jibes. On the last day of December 1896 the group met for a discussion and celebration of the new year. Bronstein came and, to the surprise of his friends, declared that he had been won over to Marxism. Sokolovskaya was elated. Toasts were drunk to the rapid emancipation of the working classes, to the downfall of Tsarist tyranny, and so on. When Bronstein's turn came, He stood up, lifted his glass, and turning towards Sokolovskaya, without apparent reason or provocation, burst out, "A curse upon all Marxists, and upon those who want to bring dryness and hardness into all the relations of life." The young woman left the orchard swearing that she would never shake hands with a brute. Soon afterwards she left the town. 7. The new year had come, and the group had not yet gone beyond talk. Bronstein wrote a polemical article against Marxism, more epigrams, quotations, and venom than content, and sent it off to a periodical with Narodnik leanings. The article never appeared. Jointly with Sokolovsky's brother, he was writing a drama on the Marxist Narodnik controversy, but got stuck after the first or second act. The play was intended to show the Narodnik in a favorable light and to contrast him with the Marxist. As the plot was unfolding, the authors noticed with astonishment that it was the Marxist who was shaping into the attractive character. He was almost certainly endowed with some of Sokolovsky's features. The group also staged a revolt in the local public library, the board of which had intended to raise readers' fees. The orchard rallied the public, brought in new subscribers, and overthrew the board at an annual meeting, no small event in a dormant town. 8. Bronstein now neglected his school work, but he had learned enough to graduate in the summer of 1897 with first-class honors. However, his father sensed that something had gone wrong. On a vacation at Yanovka, Lyova had talked about freedom and the overthrow of the Tsar. "Listen, boy. That will never happen, not even in 300 years, the farmer replied, wondering where his son had picked up such ideas. Soon he was on the track of Lyova's new associates and briskly ordered him to keep away from Shvigovsky's orchard. Lyova now asserted his critical mind and free will. He was free, he said, to choose his own friends, but as he would not submit to paternal authority, he would not go on living on his father's money. He gave up his allowance, took up private tutoring, and moved from his comfortable lodgings to Shvigovsky's hut, where 6 students, some tubercular, had already been living. The change was exhilarating, freedom at last. Gone was the neat and dutiful bourgeois son, the object of admiration and envy to other boys' parents. His place was taken by a real Narodnik, who, like the pioneers of old, went to the people to become one of them, lived in a little commune where everybody dressed like a farm laborer, put his few kopeiks into the pool, drank the same thin soup, and ate the same kasha from a common tin bowl. Old Bronstein sometimes came from Yanovka to see whether Lyova, weary of privation and discomfort, might not mend his ways. There was no sign of this. One of Shvigovsky's lodgers, later a well-known communist editor, was to remember the big, whiskered farmer, coming into the hut at dawn and standing over him aggressive and implacable. "Hello," he shouts with a loud voice like a bugle, "you, too, ran away from your father?" 9 angry scenes alternated with half-hearted reconciliation. The father, seeing the ruin of his fond hopes for Lyova, was inconsiderate and impatient. The son, humiliated in front of his comrades, among whom he aspired to be the leading light, reacted with vehemence and disrespect. On both sides came into play the same temperaments, the same sense of righteousness, the same stubbornness, the same pride, and the same bugle-like voices. When Lyova entered the University of Odessa to study mathematics, it seemed that things might yet be patched up. Even pure mathematics was in his father's eyes preferable to playing in obscure company at the overthrow of the Tsar. At the university, Lyova began to show an exceptional gift for his subject. 10 But the university could not compete in attraction with Shvigovsky's orchard, nor could calculus get the better of revolution. His stay in Odessa was brief, but long enough for him to make contact with revolutionaries there and to get from them clandestine papers and pamphlets, with which he returned in triumph to Nikolaev. Then came the turbulent spring of 1897. In March, a student girl imprisoned for her political convictions in the Peter, Paul fortress in St. Petersburg committed suicide by burning herself in her cell. The event provoked a storm of protests and demonstrations in the universities. In reprisal, the authorities deported large numbers of undergraduates. New protests and demonstrations followed. Even police-ridden Odessa was astir. Students coming from Kiev brought fresh excitement and indignation to Shvigovsky's orchard. This, Bronstein and his friends felt, was the time to pass from words to deeds. Bronstein suddenly called me aside and proposed in great secrecy that I join a working men's association, organized by himself, writes Ziv, then a student of medicine just arrived from Kiev. The Narodnik idea, Bronstein said, had been discarded. The organization was planned to be social democratic, although Bronstein avoided using this term, and proposed to call it the Southern Russian Workers' Union. When I joined the organization, Ziv goes on, everything had already been arranged. Bronstein had already established his contacts with the workers and also with revolutionary circles in Odessa, Ekaterinoslav, and other towns. 11. About 10,000 workers were employed in the docks and factories of Nikolaev, mostly skilled and well-paid craftsmen with enough leisure to read books and newspapers. So far, however, they had had no organization, not even a trade union. The working-class quarters were teeming with religious sects opposed to the Orthodox Church. These sectarians Bronstein approached. He quickly saw which of them were concerned with religious dogma mainly and which were more preoccupied with the political implications of their opposition to Greek Orthodoxy. Among the latter he recruited the first members of the South Russian Workers' Union. He grouped them in small circles which met regularly to discuss current events and read clandestine papers. Before the year was out the union counted about 200 members. From a contemporary Russian report, published after their arrest, we have a detailed view of the organization. Its members were locksmiths, joiners, electricians, seamstresses, and students, most of them in their early or middle 20s but some well over 40.12 among the founding members was also Sokolovskaya. Unmindful of the New Year's Eve scene, she returned to the orchard as soon as she had learned about the new beginning. The name of the organization was evidently borrowed from another which had existed a quarter of a century before and had had its center in Odessa. The old South Russian Workers' Union, founded by a student, E.O. Zaslavsky, had been Narodnik in character and followed Lavrov's educational propagandist line. It had been, as far as can be ascertained, roughly of the same size as its successor. In 1875 it was rooted out by the police. Its leaders were tried by the Senate and most of them were convicted to forced labor. Zaslavsky and some of his associates died in prison. One of the founders, N.P. Shchedrin, was twice condemned to death and twice had his sentence commuted to lifelong forced labor. For many years the prisoner was chained to his wheelbarrow, until his mind became deranged. Then he was transferred to the Schlusselburg fortress, where for another 15 years he was subjected to the sort of torture of which Dostoevsky's Notes from the House of the Dead perhaps gives an idea. The legend of this martyrdom lived on in southern Russia, and it was probably as a tribute to it that Bronstein called his organization the South Russian Workers' Union. He himself assumed his first pseudonym Lvov. This transformation of the boy, who only the year before seemed a rich man's worldly son, into the founder of a clandestine organization, volunteering to take the revolutionary's thorny path, was startlingly rapid. He had evidently been overflowing with an inborn exuberant energy and with an ardor and imagination for which conventional pursuits provided little or no outlet. He needed a cause to serve, a cause exacting sacrifice, and when he found it, his youthful and passionate temperament came into the open. Both his friends and his enemies agree that he was the moving spirit, the mouthpiece, the organizer, and also the most energetic and devoted worker of the Union. Our group was the first social democratic organization at Nikolaev, says Ziv in reminiscences colored by retrospective hostility. We were so excited by our success that we were in a state of chronic enthusiasm. For the major part of these successes we were undoubtedly indebted to Bronstein, whose energy was inexhaustible and whose many-sided inventiveness and untiring drive knew no bounds. The organization, Ziv goes on, many years afterwards looked back with pride to its heyday when it was led by the 18-year-old boy, who by his faith, eloquence, and personal example cast a spell upon its members and induced them to forget all their private attachments and preoccupations and wholly devote to the cause themselves, their thoughts, energies, and time. After Bronstein's departure the nerve of the organization snapped. The Union could not recapture the ardor of its beginnings. 13. The Union was, of course, a tiny group compared with any normal party or organization. In relation to the power against which it set itself, it was like a microbe assailing a huge and decaying body. It was in fact one of a score or so of the microbes of revolution that were just going into action. The groups set up in the docks and factories circulated leaflets and a sheet called Nash Dello. The leaflets commented on matters of local interest, conditions in factories and shipyards, and abuses by employers and officials. The exposures made an impression, those exposed were compelled to reply, and the Union fought back with new leaflets. What satisfaction I had when I received the information from factories and workshops that the workers avidly read the mysterious leaflets printed in purple ink. They imagined the author as a strange and powerful person who had penetrated into all the factories, knew what was happening in the workshops, and within 24 hours reacted to events with fresh leaflets. 14. Nash Dello. The organ of the Union also met with encouraging response. The group was too poor to print the clandestine sheet. Bronstein is said to have proposed to produce it secretly in Spencer's printing shop in Odessa. In his fervor hour he was unmindful of the harm he might have done to his relative, but his own comrades persuaded him not to. Then a somewhat cranky well-wisher came along with a scheme for revolution. What was needed to overthrow the Tsar, he said, was 100,000 rubles, for which 1,000 little clandestine printing shops could be set up all over Russia to flood the working-class quarters with anti-Tsarist proclamations. As a beginning, the well-wisher presented the group with a mimeograph, and Bronstein set to work. He himself wrote the sheet and the leaflets, he himself calligraphed them in purple ink, he himself illustrated the text with cartoons, he himself produced, in the wretched dwelling of a blind comrade, the stencils and the several hundred copies of each issue, and he himself looked after the distribution. 15. It used to take him about 2 hours to print a page. Sometimes I did not even unbend my back for a week, interrupting my work only for meetings and group discussions. Politically, the Union was a parochial fraternity of rebels, innocent of any sophistication. Some members still described themselves as Narodniks. Others called themselves Marxists, but this division did not interfere with their work. They could act together because they acted on a narrow basis. They called the workers to fight for higher wages and for shorter hours, and in this no difference showed itself between the Narodnik and the Marxist. They avoided addressing the workers on the political issues over which they were arguing at the orchard. This sort of activity, at this time characteristic of most of the clandestine groups, was later labeled economist, because of its one-sided concentration on matters of bread and butter. But it was its one-sidedness that secured its rapid success. If two groups, each advocating anotherism, had come out and tried in competition with each other to win the workers, the result would have been confusion and failure. Only within a broader and more firmly established movement could the differences be seriously fought out. All the same, the Union of Nikolaev became known to the leaders of more advanced groups in other centers, who were preparing to call a congress and to found the Social Democratic Workers' Party. They wondered whether to invite the Nikolaev group to send its delegate. Would his age not detract from the solemnity of the occasion? Before the doubt was resolved, the Nikolaev group was in prison. 16. The success of this first venture demonstrated to the young revolutionary the power of the written word. The town was astir with rumor. The Union, admired or feared, was a factor to be reckoned with, and friend and foe imagined it to be much stronger than it was. All this was the effect of his, Bronstein's, written word. The belief in the power of the word was to remain with him to the end. In every situation he would turn to it as to his first and his last resort, and throughout his life he would wield that power sometimes with world-shaking effect, and sometimes with lamentable failure. In this small fraternity of rebels he also first tried out his oratory, but the first attempt ended in humiliation and tears. It was one thing to speak sharply and bitingly in argument and quite another to make a set speech. He quoted Gumplowitz and John Stuart Mill, and he got himself so terribly wound up in a sliding network of unintelligible big words and receding hopes of ideas that his audience sat bathed in sympathetic perspiration, wondering if there was any way under the sun they could help him to stop. When he finally did stop and the subject was open for general debate, nobody said a word. Nobody knew what the subject was. The speaker walked across the room and threw himself face down in the pillow on the divan. He was soaking with sweat, and his shoulders heaved with shame, and everybody loved him. 17. In this small group none of Bronstein's qualities, good or bad, escaped his comrades. Their recorded observations agree with one another in almost everything except the emphasis. Sokolovskaya, who was to become his wife and whom he was to abandon, recollected after nearly 30 years that he could be very tender and sympathetic but also very assertive and arrogant. In one thing only he never changed, in his devotion to the revolution. In all my experience I have never met any person so completely consecrated, she said. His detractor speaks with more emphasis about his self-centeredness and domineering temper. Bronstein's ego, writes Ziv, dominated his whole behavior, but, he adds, the revolution dominated his ego. He loved the workers and loved his comrades, because in them he loved his own self. Having cheerfully given up the comforts of a settled life and the prospects of a good career, he could not see how others could behave differently. When Ziv, anxious to finish his university course, began to neglect the group, Bronstein gave him a telling though tactful admonition. He presented Ziv with a picture on which he wrote a dedication, "Faith without deeds is dead." 18. The hero who inspired him more than anybody else was Ferdinand Lassalle, the founder of the first mass movement of German socialism. In those days Lassalle's influence on European socialism was very strong. Later the disclosure of his ambiguous political dealings with Bismarck dimmed the luster. That the young Bronstein should have been so strongly impressed by Lassalle was due to an indubitable affinity. Lassalle, too, had been the son of a wealthy Jewish family and had abandoned his class to strive for the emancipation of the workers. He had been one of the greatest orators and one of the most colorful and romantic characters of his age. His meteoric career had come to a tragic end. He found his death in a romantic duel. As the founder of the first modern Labor Party, the first not only in Germany, he had made history. The greatness, the brilliance, and the drama of such a life could not but stir the young Bronstein's imagination. He spoke about his hero with rapturous admiration. He swore to follow in his footsteps, and, if we are to believe Ziv, he boasted that he would become the Russian Lassalle. The young man was not addicted to modesty, false or real. He hid neither his faults nor his pretensions. He used to think and dream and indulge his ambition aloud. The first spell of his clandestine activity lasted from the spring of 1897 till the end of the year. The police at first refused to believe that all the agitation in the factories and docks emanated from the few adolescents and cranks in Shvigovsky's garden, and they searched for a more impressive source. This gave the Union time to spread its influence, until the police recovered from incredulity and began to watch the comings and goings of Bronstein and his friends. Towards the end of the year the leaders of the Union, expecting repression, agreed to disperse and to resume work after an interval. They decided, however, to reappear in town if in their absence the police arrested workers belonging to the Union. The police must not be in a position to tell the rank and file that the leaders had deserted them. In the first weeks of 1898 Bronstein left Nikolaev to seek refuge on an estate in the country, where Shvigovsky had just taken a new job. No sooner had he arrived there than both he and Shvigovsky were seized by the police. Most members of the Union were arrested in Nikolaev and in the neighborhood. From the country Bronstein was transferred to the prison at Nikolaev and then to a prison at Kherson, where he was kept for several months. The police had no doubt that he was the animator of the group. Through a bitterly cold winter they kept him in strict isolation in a tiny, unheated, unaired, and vermin-ridden cell. A straw mattress was brought for the night and removed at dawn so that in daytime he had neither couch nor seat. He was not allowed to walk and take exercise in the prison yard, nor to receive a newspaper, a book, soap, or a change of linen. Starved, dirty, covered with lice, he paced his cell, knocked at the walls to see whether there was a living soul in the neighboring cells. There was none. He resumed his walk, counted his steps and tried to shake off the vermin. The monotony of these months was not even interrupted by an official interrogation. The prisoner was not even told what were the charges brought against him. This treatment, intended to break his spirit, was still milder than that meted out to a few other members of the Union, who under torture were committing suicide, becoming insane, or breaking down and agreeing to serve as informers. There were times, when I was sick with loneliness, he confessed. But he found moral satisfaction in his sacrifice, and he composed revolutionary limericks which later were sung as folk songs. Towards the end of his stay in this prison the police relented, and his mother succeeded in bribing his guards and sending in food parcels and such luxuries as soap, linen, and fruit. For depositions and examination he was at last transferred to a prison in Odessa, in which he was to remain a year and a half, until the end of 1899. There, too, he was kept in solitary confinement, but he could secretly communicate with his friends. 19 The prison was overcrowded and alive with constant movement, plotting, and practical jokes. He was in high spirits and poked fun at the colonel of the gendarmerie who conducted the investigation. To prepare himself for his interrogator he had to ascertain how much the gendarmes had discovered about the Union, and he communicated about this with his associates in other cells. His task was not easy. He had to tell me the whole story of his arrest and the circumstances attending it, and to summarize his own deposition. All this had to be expressed so that I should get the fullest possible idea of what had happened, and so that the communication should contain no clue against himself in case of interception. He performed this in a masterly fashion. He wrote an essay full of scintillating wit and satirical irony, a brilliant pamphlet. 20 He began to transform his own experience into a literature. The interrogation dragged on without producing incriminating evidence. In the meantime Bronstein avidly read whatever he could lay hands on, at first only books and periodicals available in the prison library, but, later, books sent from outside as well. The prison library contained only religious literature and church periodicals. For linguistic exercise he read the Bible simultaneously in German, French, English, and Italian. Then he got hold of files of Greek Orthodox periodicals, which were full of polemics against agnostics, atheists, and especially Freemasons. The polemics of the learned Orthodox writers, he wrote later, against Voltaire, Kant, and Darwin, led me into a world of theological thoughts which I had never touched before, and I had never even distantly imagined in what fantastic, pedantic, droll forms these thoughts poured out. The research on the devils, demons, their princes, Satan himself and the kingdom of darkness constantly amazed me. The copious descriptions of paradise with details about its internal layout ended on a melancholy note. Exact directions about the location of paradise are not available, and at dinner and tea and during my walks I kept repeating this sentence: as to the geographical location of paradise precise directions are lacking. 21 Theological bickering with a bigoted jailer was his favorite diversion. Rationalistic rejection of religion was, generally speaking, characteristic of the educated Russian of this time, whether he was radical or socialist or only moderately liberal, whether he came from a Greek Orthodox or a Jewish family. In Bronstein's upbringing the Jewish creed had played no part at all, and only in the prison did he acquaint himself with Greek Orthodoxy. Both the Jewish and the Greek Orthodoxies were so obscurantist and stubborn in their refusal to take notice of any new idea they were in this respect far behind the Protestant and even the Catholic churches that they violently repelled the educated or even half-educated man. He could not compromise with a religion which itself refused to compromise with any modern trend in the human mind. As he delved with amusement into this theological literature he also tried to extract from its polemical summaries and distortions the main lines of the unfamiliar philosophies and sociological systems which the Church condemned. He searched for clues which would enable him to reconstruct his own versions of these evil theories and then to evaluate them, according to his lights, in a Marxist manner. From outside he received a few books which helped him more directly. He read Darwin's works, and these confirmed him in his instinctive atheism. 25 years later he recalled how Darwin's description of the way in which the pattern on the peacock's feathers formed itself naturally, banished forever the idea of the Supreme Being from his mind, and how shocked he was to learn that Darwin himself had not been an atheist. 22 Then the philosophical essays of Arturo Labriola, the Italian Marxist, brought him a little nearer to his goal. Labriola's thought and style, undogmatic, lucid, and graceful, left a lasting impression. He now only half understood the subject matter of Labriola's book, but he obtained more solid clues to Marxist theory. From such precarious points of view, and using a loose tissue of fact drawn from Greek Orthodox sources, he then attempted to write a materialist history of Freemasonry and in this concrete historical analysis to put to a test his homespun version of Marxism. This was his first copious literary work and one for which he preserved a lifelong attachment. He remained unconsoled after its loss in one of his early wanderings. We need not share the author's tenderness for his first fruits, but we may assume that in these writings he first tried his hand at Marxist history writing. Among his many essays, which he used to put into a hiding place in the prison latrine for his friends to read, was one on the role of the individual in history, the subject of ever-absorbing debate for the Marxist and the Narodnik. I made no new discoveries, all the conclusions, at which I arrived had been made long ago by others. But I reached them gropingly and, up to a point, independently. This influenced the whole course of my development. In the writings of Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, and Mering, I later found confirmation for what in prison seemed to me only a guess. I had not at the outset accepted historical materialism in a dogmatic form. 23. These efforts occupied his mind and kept his spirit buoyant as his second year in prison was drawing to a close. Mentally, the adolescent was passing into manhood, and the transition was hastened by the fact that nothing was left to the captive in his cell but thought and reflection. Towards the end of 1899 the prisoners received their administrative verdict, that is, a verdict without trial. Bronstein and 3 of his associates were to be deported to Siberia for 4 years, others were exiled for shorter terms, some were released. Soon the trek of the deportees began. They were first taken to Moscow, and there they waited 6 months in a transfer prison. Not only had they been given no fair hearing or trial, the 2.5 years of their detention were not to be deducted from their terms. In the prison in Moscow Bronstein met older and more experienced revolutionaries from all parts of Russia who were also awaiting final deportation. New faces, new impulses, new ideas. Here he first heard about Lenin and read his solid book, just published, The Development of Capitalism in Russia. Here he first became aware of the more advanced stages the clandestine movement had reached in the north of the country. Even battles of ideas fought in Western Europe found an immediate echo within the walls of this prison. Among the many books passed on from cell to cell was Edward Bernstein's famous work, The Premises of Socialism. The first explicit attempt made by an eminent German social democrat to dissociate the labor movement from the revolutionary conceptions of Marxism and to impart to it an evolutionary, reformist character. Bernstein's work provoked what seemed at the time a Homeric struggle between two wings in European socialism, the orthodox Marxist and the revisionist. It caused no flurry among the inmates of the transfer prison. Not one of them was in a mood to abandon the road of revolution for a peaceful pedestrian march towards socialism. In these new surroundings Bronstein lost none of his self-confidence. He went on reading and arguing, and produced a continuous stream of essays and pamphlets. He planned to set up a printing shop inside the prison under the very noses of the police. This seemed too risky to his comrades and he had to content himself with circulating his output in manuscript. Already to his fellows his imagination at times seemed too bold and his willingness to challenge authority too rash. At Kherson he had, in the teeth of opposition, persuaded his comrades to start a hunger strike in protest against a proposal from the police that juvenile prisoners be released on condition that their parents would give them a good thrashing and keep them from meddling in politics. This was an insult to the honor of the juvenile revolutionary. Here again, in Moscow, he defended with bravura the prisoner's dignity. A prisoner had failed to take off his cap to the governor of the prison and had been punished with solitary confinement. Bronstein at once staged a demonstration of solidarity. At a brief meeting it was decided that we should all come out with our hats on and ask the guard to give the alarm signal for the governor. When the governor comes we shall, of course, not take off our hats. Circumstances will dictate what to do next. The guard refused to give the alarm signal. We crowded around him, and Bronstein, standing in front of us, took out his watch and said with supreme confidence, "I give you 2 minutes to make up your mind." Then, pushing aside the disconcerted jailer, he pressed a button with a magnificent flourish. We put on our hats and went out to the yard. The governor, surrounded by a huge band of armed guards, came running into the yard. "Why don't you take your hat off?" he burst out, jumping at Bronstein, who stood in front of us with a most defiant mien. "And you, why don't you take off yours?" Bronstein replied proudly. 24. A few giant guards carried away the struggling rebel to solitary confinement. Harsh and defiant towards authority, or, as he himself would have said, towards the class enemy, he was warm-hearted and even sentimental with his comrades and their relatives. The convicts were allowed to receive their relatives twice a week. At these visits Bronstein showed a moving tenderness not only to his own girl and future wife, but to all the other women who came to see their husbands or brothers. He charmed them all with his chivalry. 25 The women usually took home the men's linen, but Bronstein refused to benefit from such comforts, washed and repaired his own linen, and mocked at revolutionaries so ensnared in bourgeois habits and prejudices as to burden their womenfolk with such work. Returning from the visitor's room to the cell, he used to spend all the excess of his tenderness on us, caressing and kissing and embracing us. So much was he remembered for the warmth of his friendship that years later his friends, who had in the meantime become his opponents, were puzzled by his ruthlessness in the revolution and in the Civil War. During this spell in the Moscow prison, in the spring or summer of 1900, he married Alexandra Sokolovskaya. A Jewish chaplain conducted the wedding in the cell, and the bridegroom borrowed a wedding ring from one of his jailers. The story of this marriage is a little obscure. Quite often political deportees arranged fictitious marriages, because a married couple were entitled to be deported to the same place and could thus escape complete isolation. The fictitious connections often developed into real ones. It is not clear how Bronstein and Sokolovskaya at first viewed their marriage. In My Life, he devoted to this only one curiously detached and cool phrase, suggesting that it was meant to be a sham. Common work, he says, had bound us closely together, and so, to avoid separation, we married. 26 The eyewitness account denies the prosaic character of the connection. It describes how the ambivalent feeling between the former antagonists had given place to love, how in the prison en route from Moscow to Siberia Bronstein was full of affection, and how, during the journey under military escort which lasted nearly a fortnight, he was so absorbed in that affection that he completely neglected his friends and discussions. This eyewitness account seems, on internal evidence, truthful. The marriage, incidentally, was not easily concluded. Bronstein first thought of it in the Kherson prison, but not having yet come of age he had to get parental permission. His father objected. He would not allow his son to marry a girl so much older, a girl who the old Bronstein had no doubt about this had led his son onto the evil path. Lyova raged and thundered, writes Ziv, and fought with all the energy and stubbornness of which he was capable. But the old man was no less stubborn, and having the advantage of being on the other side of the prison bar, he won. In Moscow Lyova renewed his efforts and this time he succeeded. He would perhaps not have raged and thundered so much for the sake of a fictitious wedding. The journey from Moscow to the place of exile, interrupted by short stops in various transfer prisons, lasted from the summer till the late autumn. The whole party of deportees traveled by rail to Irkutsk, where they were separated and dispatched in different directions. The Bronsteins were sent down the Lena River on a large barge, which was crowded with Skop C-27 dressed in white clothes, chanting prayers, and dancing wildly. The Bronsteins were ordered to disembark in the village of Ust-Kut, which during the gold rush on the Lena had served as a base for East Siberian settlers. The gold diggers had by now moved farther east and north, and Ust-Kut was a god-forsaken place with about 100 peasant huts, dirty and plagued by vermin and mosquitoes. The inhabitants, sick with unfulfilled dreams of wealth, were madly addicted to vodka. Here the Bronsteins stayed for a time, during which he studied Das Kapital, brushing the cockroaches off the pages of Karl Marx. Later they obtained permission to move to another place, 150 miles farther east, where he worked as bookkeeper for an illiterate millionaire peasant merchant. His employer conducted business over a vast area and was the uncrowned ruler of its Tunguz inhabitants. Bronstein watched this huge capitalist enterprise growing on virgin Siberian soil. He would cite it in the future as an illustration of that combination of backwardness and capitalist development which was characteristic of Russia. Sociological observation and attentive bookkeeping did not go well together, and an error in the accounts cost Bronstein his job. In the middle of a severe winter, with temperatures about 90 degrees below freezing point, the Bronsteins went on sledges back to Ust-Kut. With them was their baby daughter, 10 months old, wrapped in thick furs. At the stops the parents had to unwrap the baby to make sure that in protecting her from freezing to death they had not suffocated her. From Ust-Kut they moved to Verkhoyansk, halfway on the road to Irkutsk, in the mountains towering over the Baikal Lake. There they occupied a little house and settled down in relative comfort. Verkhoyansk was one of the oldest eastern Siberian settlements. 35 years earlier Polish insurgents had been deported there to build roads, and it now had a large colony of deportees and good postal connections with Irkutsk, the most important town in this part of Siberia. Here Bronstein had a fair opportunity to continue his studies and develop his ideas, to establish useful contacts and to make himself known in more ways than one. Soon he was up to his ears in the disputes which were going on in the exiles' colonies, and he wielded a growing influence. He lectured, argued, and wrote, pleading for socialism against anarchism, for mass struggle against terrorism, and for Marxism against the subjectivist philosophy. In the preceding years he had accepted the main lines of the Marxist philosophy. Now, in Siberia, he finally and firmly identified himself with the social democratic trend. A social democratic Siberian Union was just then growing up, recruiting members among deportees and among workers employed in the building of the Trans-Siberian Railway. The union approached Bronstein and asked him to write leaflets. He readily agreed, and soon the organization came to regard him as their leader and mouthpiece. 2 years later he was to represent this Siberian Union in Brussels and London at the momentous Congress during which the party split into Mensheviks and Bolsheviks. The spring of 1901 brought one of those sudden commotions which marked the flux and reflux of public opinion in the Tsarist Empire. There were again stormy demonstrations in the universities and strikes in the factories. Thousands of students were arrested, many were conscripted into the army. This was a new punishment decreed in 1899, and many were deported. The Holy Synod excommunicated Leo Tolstoy. In February 1901 an undergraduate named Karpovich shot the Minister of Education, Bogolpov. The Writers' Association protested against brutal police control over academic life. The Socialist International denounced the Tsar in a solemn manifesto. The clandestine groups got fresh blood, and new deportees brought a fresh breeze into the Siberian colonies. From the newcomers' tales Bronstein tried to gauge the strength of the anti-Tsarist opposition. He reached the conclusion that the political ferment, intense though it was about to fizzle out, largely because the clandestine groups did not know what use to make of it or how to direct it against autocracy. The mushrooming underground organizations led a disjointed existence, each being engrossed in local affairs and ambitions. National coordination and leadership were needed. Bronstein was not the first to advance this idea. Abroad older Marxists, Plekhanov, Lenin, Martov, and others were expounding it in the newly founded ISSAC. But ISSAC, the first issue of which had appeared in Germany a few months before, had not yet reached the exiles at Verkhoyansk. Bronstein set down his views in an essay which was widely circulated and hotly debated in the Siberian colonies. The biographical interest of this now little-known essay lies in the fact that in it he expounded broadly a view of the organization and the discipline of the party identical with that which was later to become the hallmark of Bolshevism, and which he himself then met with acute and venomous criticism. Point 28. The revolutionary movement, so he argued in 1901, would be a Frankenstein monster, unless it came under the rule of a strong central committee which would have the power to disband and expel any undisciplined organization or individual. The central committee will cut off its relations with, and it will thereby cut off that organization from the entire world of revolution. The Central Committee will stop the flow of literature and of wherewithal to that organization. It will send into the field its own detachment, and, having endowed it with the necessary resources, the Central Committee will proclaim that this detachment is the local committee. Here, one might say, was in a nutshell the whole procedure of purge, expulsion, and excommunication, by which he himself was eventually to be cut off from the entire world of revolution. Yet, it was true that at this time the revolutionary movement in Russia could not advance a single step without national integration and discipline, and that a national leadership was sometimes bound to impose this discipline sternly on reluctant groups. Point 29. When Bronstein first formulated this view, he brought down upon himself the very charges with which he would one day confront Lenin. Some of the deportees argued that Bronstein's view was a relapse from the Marxist into the Narodnik, attitude, that Social Democrats set their hopes on the mass of the workers and not on a handful of leaders, and that they had, consequently, no need to invest a central committee with those dictatorial powers which had been indispensable in a narrow conspiracy. We shall not now go farther into the controversy which at its more advanced stage will become one of the major motifs of this narrative. But it is important to notice that its first appearance goes back as far as 1901. These activities are, however, less well known to us than Bronstein's literary achievements of the Siberian years. Very soon after his arrival he began to write for the Eastern Review, a progressive newspaper appearing at Irkutsk. He signed his contributions Antidoto. The pen name well suited the spirit of opposition which permeated his writings. As Antidoto he became very popular in the Siberian colonies, and through exiles returning to Russia his fame presently reached revolutionary circles in Petersburg, Kiev, and even the émigrés in Western Europe. 30 His contributions, which are reprinted in volumes 4 and XX of his works, were on the borderline of literature and journalism by the standards of the short-winded, asthmatic journalism of the mid-20th century. They would certainly be classed as literature. He wrote social reportage and literary criticism. The former consisted of essays mainly on the life of the Siberian peasantry, composed in a mixed style at once leisurely and descriptive and sharply satirical. In these writings he was strongly influenced by Gleb Uspensky, the talented and tragic Narodnik, whose realistic yet profoundly melancholy descriptions of the life of peasants, artisans, and petty officials tore open the wounds and revealed the miseries of the Tsarist Empire, and set a very high standard for the literature of exposure. Nearly a quarter of a century has passed since the old writer surveyed the scene, and it is time to see how much has changed in the Russian countryside and small towns since his days. With this direct invocation Antidoto stepped into Uspensky's shoes. He dealt with the same characters, the peasants, and the petty officials, the injured and the dejected, and he treated them with the same sympathy and pity, only his indignation was sharper and more bitter. As his writings had to be laid before the censor, he did not directly attack the government. But this restraint made his subdued anger and mockery even more effective. His language was easy and fluent, and despite its mannerisms it was often verbose, sometimes pompous, and over-elaborate. It was colorful and expressive, and full, penetrating observation, vivid portraiture, and unexpected contrasts and images made up for his mannerisms. Our village is economically devastated by the Kulaks, physically by syphilis and all sorts of epidemics, and spiritually it lives in a dense concentrated darkness. He wrote in an essay on the insanitary state of the Siberian countryside and on the lot of the village doctor. In thoughtful silence our village is dying from disease. The mentally ill were kept for observation in the prisons, which, because of the lack of hospitals, formed the psychiatric department of the local sanitary authority. In one case 2 homeless invalids, an old insurgent and an old gendarme, the same gendarme who had once escorted the insurgent to the place of deportation, lived in the same prison cell, for lack of any other asylum. The doctors were cut off from the world, helpless and dejected. Perhaps regional conferences of the medical personnel would shake them from their apathy. 31 Another time he demanded local government for Siberia. In European Russia, he wrote, the Zemstvos had at least some say in local matters. But east of the Urals the administration sensed rebellion in every Zemstvo. And even if a nucleus of local government existed here and there, the peasants were in it as silent symbols only. The gentry sent one representative for every 3,000 rubles of income, while the peasants sent one for every 43,000. He illustrated the anachronistic nature of the administration in a character sketch of a clerk in a Siberian Volost. The clerk was burdened with an incredible variety of jobs. He acted on the spot for the Ministry of the Interior. He was responsible to the Ministry of War for the call UPS. He collected taxes for the Ministry of Finance. He prepared statistics for the Ministry of Agriculture. He was the local agent for the Department of Justice, and for the Ministry of Education and Religious Denominations. Only the Navy and the Foreign Office left him in peace, but even this was not sure. Financial agent, statistician, agronomer, road engineer, architect, notary, legal officer, all in one person, the clerk did not even receive his salary regularly. The result? The half-fictitious statistical figures he supplies to higher authority are processed there, made the basis of many an official survey or investigation, which then becomes the object of passionate polemics for the responsible leaders of opinion. 32. A series of Bronstein's articles was devoted to the martyrdom of the womenfolk. The mujik beat his wife mercilessly, and so did the wealthy Siberian merchant. Half a century later these essays still retain their documentary value, and one can imagine the effect they produced at the time. The censor pored over them with increasing suspicion and more often cut out paragraphs or entire sections. The writer was constantly compelled to resort to new tricks of evasion and to convey his purpose by hint and allusion. When his unprotected fingers were no longer able to grasp the nettle of fact, he would, with an apology, make his style shade off into semi-fiction. Opposition writers often found in literary criticism some refuge from the assaults of censorship. This was so with Bronstein, yet to him literary criticism was much more than a convenient pretext for expounding political views. He was a literary critic as by vocation. Even his first attempts to approach literature from the Marxist angle were untainted by that narrow political utilitarianism which so-called Marxist criticism often makes its chief virtue. His approach was analytical rather than didactic, and it was enriched by a vivid appreciation and enjoyment of aesthetic values. He was a voracious reader. In the course of his 2 years in Siberia he wrote on Nietzsche, Zola, Hauptmann, Ibsen, D'Annunzio, Ruskin, Maupassant, Gogol, Herzen, Belinsky, Dobrolubov, Uspensky, Gorky and others. The range of his historical and literary reminiscence and allusion was extremely wide, even if some of it must be dismissed as a youthful showing off of erudition. His prime interest was, as with a Marxist it must be, in the social impulse behind the literary work, in the moral and political climate to which the poet or the novelist gives his individual expression, and in the effect which the literary work, in its turn, has on that climate. But there was nothing in this of the vulgar Marxism which pretends to discover an economic or political class interest hidden in every poem or play or novel. He was also exceptionally free from the sectarian attitude which may induce a revolutionary to denounce any spiritual value which he cannot fit to his own conception and for which he has therefore no use. In the young Marxist this attitude is usually a symptom of inner uncertainty. He has not genuinely assimilated his newfound philosophy, the principles he professes are up to a point external to his thinking, and he is an historical materialist from duty rather than from natural conviction. The more fiercely he denounces anything that seems to contradict his ill-digested philosophy, the easier is his conscience, the more gratified is his sense of duty. In the young Bronstein it was therefore a sign of how intimately he had made the Marxist way of thinking his own, and a measure of his confidence in it, that he was singularly free from that dutiful sectarianism. He usually paid generous tribute to the talent or genius of a writer whose ideas were remote from or directly opposed to the doctrines of socialism. He did so not merely from fairness but from the conviction that the spiritual estate of man is so enormous and so inexhaustible in its diversity that only he who stands on the shoulders of great predecessors can utter a truly new and weighty word. The 21-year-old writer insisted that revolutionary socialism was the consummation, not the repudiation, of great cultural traditions that repudiated merely the conservative and conventional conception of tradition. He was not afraid of finding that socialist and non-socialist views might overlap or coincide and of admitting that there was a hard core, or a grain, of truth in any conception which as a whole he rejected. 33. His first literary essay, a critical obituary on Nietzsche, appeared in the Eastern Review. In several installments, in December 1900, a month or two after his arrival in Siberia. He could have chosen no subject more embarrassing than the work of Nietzsche, whose hatred of socialism was notorious and whose cult of the Superman was repugnant to the socialist. Bronstein began his obituary with an apology for its critical tenor. We ought to behave dispassionately towards the personalities of our adversaries, and we ought to pay due tribute to their sincerity and other individual merits. But an adversary, sincere or not, alive or dead, remains an adversary, especially if he is a writer who survives in his works. He showed how the idea of the Superman grew out of normal bourgeois morality and in what way it was opposed to that morality. Nietzsche, he held, generalized and drew to its last logical, or rather illogical, conclusion the contempt of the masses which was deeply rooted in normal bourgeois thinking. To prove this point, The critic showed how many of Nietzsche's views were either implied or expressly stated in the writings of Herbert Spencer, that representative philosopher and sociologist of the Victorian middle class. The idea of the Superman was opposed to bourgeois morality only as the excess is opposed to the norm. The immoral Superman stood in the same relation to the virtuous middle class in which the medieval Rob Ritter had stood to the feudal lord. Nietzsche's ideal was the rapacious bourgeois freed from inhibition and stripped of pretenses. Despite this, the socialist could not but admire the brilliant originality with which Nietzsche had shown how brittle were the normal workaday ethics of the middle class. 34. To this issue Bronstein returned in an essay on Ibsen, in whom he saw the immortal artist at loggerheads with a false moralist. 35 The historian of European social thought will never forget the slaps, those truly glorious slaps, which Ibsen has inflicted on the well-washed, neatly brushed, and shiningly complacent physiognomy of the bourgeois Philistin in An Enemy of the People. For instance, Ibsen had shown how subtly, without committing a single act of violence, a bourgeois democracy could isolate and destroy a heretic. But the socialist cannot approve the Superman-like attitude of Ibsen's hero, his distrust of the people, and his contempt of government by majority. The people, the majority, the socialist agrees, is not the fount of all-embracing wisdom. If the crowd were called upon to pronounce on the merits of a scientific theory or of a philosophical system, Ibsen would have been 1,000 times right. The view of a Darwin on problems of biology is 100 times more important than the collective opinion expressed at a meeting by 100,000 people. But when we go out into the field of practical social policy, where so many deeply antagonistic interests are at play, the problem is quite different. There the subordination of the minority to the majority, if it corresponds to the genuine balance of social forces and is not temporarily brought about by artificial means, is of infinitely superior merit. Nevertheless, Ibsen's distrust of the people expressed an artistic opposition to bourgeois society, an opposition towards which Marxists ought to behave with understanding and sympathy, although they themselves revolted against that society from different premises and in a different way. As a Marxist, Bronstein was not impressed by the pretensions of art for art's sake. Like a paper kite can soar to heights from which all earthly matters are drowned in grey indifference. But even after it has reached the clouds, this poor free art still remains tied to a strong rope, the earthly end of which is tightly gripped by the Philistin. 36 Literature without the power of great synthesis, he wrote on another occasion, is the symptom of social weariness and is characteristic of sharply transitional epochs. 37 He therefore viewed critically the then fashionable symbolist trend, but he did so not because he favored narrow realism. On the contrary, artistic creation, no matter how realistic, has always been and remains symbolist. The purpose of art is not to copy reality in empirical detail but to throw light on the complex content of life by singling out its general typical features. Every artistic type is broadly a symbol, not to speak of such highly symbolical images as Mephisto, Faust, Hamlet, Othello, artistically embodying definite moments of the human soul. The symbolist school, however, he held, was trying to elevate the means into an end in itself and, so, was degrading the symbol from an intensified expression of human experience into a means of escaping from that experience. His interest in European letters was as intense as was his reaction against the national self-centeredness of official, and in part also of Narodnik Russia. He ridiculed the boast of the Slavophiles that they had no need to learn from the West and that the Russians themselves made all the great discoveries and inventions. The Russian land can rear its own Platos and quick-wit Newtons. 38 This westernizing, then common to all Marxists and liberals, did not imply any repudiation of the Russian spiritual heritage of the 19th century. Russia's great literary tradition did not go back any farther. Most of Russia's thinkers and writers had been rebels, and the revolutionary intellectual was steeped in their works. It was the influence of the literature of rebellion that helped Bronstein to cut himself adrift from his own childhood and adolescence in which there had been so little experience likely to make of him a revolutionary. He had been, we know, profoundly impressed by Gleb Uspensky. In 1902, when Uspensky died insane, Bronstein quoted with self-revealing approval Uspensky's remark that there had been almost no link between his adult life as a rebel and his childhood and adolescence, and that he had had to forget his own past before he could form his new identity. This was, of course, even truer of the writer of the obituary. With terrible suicidal perspicacity, he wrote, Ouspensky grasped life such as it was, and he burned himself out in a craving for life such as it should be. He searched for truth and found the lie, he searched for beauty and found ugliness, he searched for reason and found unreason. 39. In the other leaders of the literary revolt, Belinsky, Dobrolyubov, and to a lesser extent in Herzen, Bronstein admired their identification with the oppressed, their indifference to worldly success, their imperviousness to banality, and the self-immolating integrity with which they searched for truth. Ouspensky, the Narodnik, had risen above Narodnik prejudices and illusions, a lonely figure, the martyr of his own fearless thought. He looks with painfully penetrating eyes above the heads of his contemporaries and comrades, into the face of the future. Belinsky, the godfather of modern Russian literature, held that nothing that appears and succeeds at once and is met with unconditional praise can be important or great. Significant and great is only that which divides opinion, which matures and grows through genuine struggle, which asserts itself against living resistance. In Dobrolyubov the critic valued the extreme sensitivity to any false note and the impatience with platitudes, even when they were innocuous. Nothing was more embarrassing to Dobrolyubov than to have to listen to a man who argued heatedly about the inhumanity of cannibalism or the usefulness of education. Dobrolyubov's satire, Bronstein concluded, would remain acutely topical as long as the great heroism for petty affairs raised its head so high, and as long as it was considered as social merit to preach the rudiments of a cheap liberalism. 40. This summary of Bronstein's literary criticism may, through inevitable compression, give us somewhat exaggerated idea of the maturity of his writings. His style, over-elaborate, over-rhetorical, and over-witty, was still adolescent, but his judgment was, on the whole, mature. To the biographer the value of these essays is enhanced by the many flashes of the author's implied self-analysis and self-portrayal. However, the young Bronstein epitomized more directly his own outlook in an invocation to the 20th century. 41. There he analyzed various types of optimism and pessimism and stated his preference for the view which was pessimistic about the present but optimistic about the future. It is, Bronstein argues, the man who holds this view who opens new vistas to the human mind and makes history. More than once this peculiar optimist has had to brave a holy inquisition. More than once has the collective Torquemada devoted exclusive attention to him. Yet he, the optimist, rises from the ashes and as passionate, as full of faith and as militant as ever, confidently knocks at the gate of history. On his way he meets the Philistine, whose strength lies in numbers and undiluted vulgarity and who is armed to the teeth by an experience which does not range beyond the counter, the office desk, and the double bedroom. To the mockery of the Philistine and to his pseudo-realistic conservatism, the optimist who looks to the future replies, Dum spiro spero. If I were one of the celestial bodies, I would look with complete detachment upon this miserable ball of dust and dirt. I would shine upon the good and the evil alike. But I am a man. World history which to you, dispassionate gobbler of science, to you, bookkeeper of eternity, seems only a negligible moment in the balance of time, is to me everything. As long as I breathe, I shall fight for the future, that radiant future in which man, strong and beautiful, will become master of the drifting stream of his history and will direct it towards the boundless horizon of beauty, joy, and happiness. The 19th century has in many ways satisfied and has in even more ways deceived the hopes of the optimist. It has compelled him to transfer most of his hopes to the 20th century. Whenever the optimist was confronted by an atrocious fact, he exclaimed, "What? And this can happen on the threshold of the 20th century." When he drew wonderful pictures of the harmonious future, he placed them in the 20th century. And now that century has come. What has it brought with it at the outset? In France the poisonous foam of racial hatred, in Austria nationalist strife, in South Africa the agony of a tiny people, which is being murdered by a colossus, on the free island itself triumphant hymns to the victorious greed of jingoist jobbers, dramatic complications in the East, rebellions of starving popular masses in Italy, Bulgaria, Romania. Hatred and murder, famine, and blood. It seems as if the new century, this gigantic newcomer, were bent at the very moment of its appearance to drive the optimist into absolute pessimism and civic nirvana. Death to utopia. Death to faith. Death to love. Death to hope. Thunders the 20th century in salvos of fire and in the rumbling of guns. Surrender, you pathetic dreamer. Here I am, your long-awaited 20th century, your future. No, replies the unhumbled optimist, you are only the present. After 4.5 years of prison and exile, Bronstein longed for a scene of action broader than the Siberian colonies. In the summer of 1902, the underground mail brought him a copy of Lenin's What is to be Done? And a file of ISSAC. He read these with mixed feelings. Here he found ideas on the shape and character of the party, ideas which had been maturing in him, set out with supreme confidence by the brilliant émigré writers. The fact that he had in his backwater reached the same conclusions independently could not but give him a thrill and confirm him in his self-reliance. But he was intensely restless. He could no longer bear the sight of the muddy, cobblestoned, narrow streets of Verkhoyansk. Even the arguments within the colonies of deportees and his literary successes with the Eastern Review filled him with boredom. If only he could get away to Moscow or Petersburg, and then perhaps to Geneva, Munich, or London, the centers where the intellectual weapons of the revolution were being forged. He shared his impatience and his secret ambition with his wife. Alexandra had no doubt that her husband was destined to greatness, and that at 23 it was time for him to do something for immortality. She urged him to try to escape from Siberia, and in doing so she shouldered the burden of a heavy sacrifice. She had just given birth to their second daughter and was now undertaking to struggle for her own and her children's lives, unaided, with no certainty of a reunion. In her own conviction she was, as his wife and as a revolutionary, merely doing her duty, and she took her duty for granted without the slightest suggestion of melodrama. 42. On a summer night in 1902, Bronstein, hidden under loads of hay in a peasant cart rumbling along bumpy Siberian fields, was on his way to Irkutsk. In his bed, in the loft of his house at Verkhoyansk, there lay the dummy of a man. Next evening the police inspector, who came, as usual, to check whether the Bronsteins were in, climbed a ladder to the loft, glanced at the bed and, satisfied that everything was in order, went away. In the meantime the fugitive, supplied by his friends at Irkutsk with new, respectable-looking clothes, boarded the Trans-Siberian Railway. Before he left Irkutsk his comrades provided him with a false passport. He had to inscribe hastily the name he was to assume, and he scribbled that of one of his former jailers in the Odessa prison. In this hazardous escape did the identification with his jailer perhaps gratify in the fugitive a subconscious craving for safety? It may be so. Certainly the name of the obscure jailer was to loom large in the annals of revolution. It was Trotsky. 43. The journey west was unexpectedly quiet. The passenger killed time reading Homer's hexameters in a Russian translation. He alighted at Samara on the Volga, where ISSAC's organization had its Russian headquarters. He was heartily welcomed by Case Hazanovsky Clare, the prominent technician, Lenin's friend, and future chief of the Soviet Gosplan. Bronstein's literary reputation had preceded him, and Case Hazanovsky Clare nicknamed him the Pen, and sent a glowing report on his talents and activities to ISSAC's headquarters in London. Straightway Bronstein was sent to Kharkov, Poltava, and Kiev to inspect groups of socialists. He found that most of the groups persisted in their local patriotisms and refused to cooperate with one another or to submit to any central authority. With a report to this effect he returned to Samara. There an urgent message from Lenin was awaiting him. The Pen was to report as soon as possible at ISSAC's foreign headquarters. Chapter 3. At the Door of History. E.A.R.L.Y. One morning, almost at dawn, in October 1902, the fugitive from Siberia knocked violently at a door in London, at 10 Halford Square near King's Cross. There, in one room and a kitchen, lived Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and his wife, Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya, Mr. and Mrs. Richter, to their lower middle-class neighbors. The early hour was hardly suitable for a visit, but the caller was too full of the importance of his mission and too impatient and self-confident to think of the minor courtesies. He had traveled in feverish excitement from Irkutsk to London, stealing across frontiers and surmounting all obstacles on the way. In Vienna he had roused the famous Victor Adler, the founder of the Austrian Socialist Party, from his Sunday rest and got from him the help and the money he needed for the rest of his journey. In Zurich he had knocked, in the middle of the night, at the door of Paul Axelrod, the veteran of Russian Marxism, in order to introduce himself and make arrangements for the last lap. Now, at his final destination, alone in the grey mist of an early London morning, with only a cabman waiting behind him for the fare, the passenger had no money. He expressed his inner agitation by his loud knocking. He was indeed knocking at the door of history. Krupskaya, guessing a countryman in the early and noisy visitor, and a little worried lest her English neighbors might be annoyed by this instance, not the only one of the extravagant behavior of the foreigners in the house, hurried out to meet the newcomer. From the door she exclaimed, "The pen has arrived." Lenin, she later recollected, had only just awakened and was still in bed. Leaving them together, I went to see to the cabman and prepare coffee. When I returned I found Vladimir Ilyich still seated on the bed in animated conversation with Trotsky on some rather abstract theme. But the cordial recommendations of the young eagle and this first conversation made Vladimir Ilyich pay particular attention to the newcomer. One, the visitor was to remember the kindly expression on Lenin's face, tinged with a justifiable amazement. Breathlessly the visitor made his report on the political trends and moods among the Siberian exiles, on the impressions he had formed from his recent trip to Kiev, Kharkov, and Poltava, on the reluctance of local groups there to consider themselves as parts of an integrated national movement, on the work at Samara headquarters, on the degree of reliability of the clandestine channels of communication, on defects in the arrangements for illegal frontier crossings, and on much more. Lenin, who had recently been exasperated by the unbusinesslike and muddled communications that had been reaching him from the underground in Russia, was delighted to obtain from the young man an unusual amount of precise and definite information, to listen to his lucid and incisive remarks and to find in him a convinced adherent of the idea of a centralized party. Point 2. Anxious to examine him more closely, Lenin took him for long walks and talks, in the course of which he showed him London's historical and architectural landmarks. But Trotsky, so he began to be called, was so full of the clandestine struggle in Russia that his mind was closed to anything that had no direct bearing on it. He noticed the peculiar mannerism Lenin used in trying to acquaint him with some of the landmarks. "This is there Westminster," or "This is there British Museum," he would say, conveying by the inflection of his voice and by implication both his admiration for the genius embodied in the grand buildings and his antagonism to the ruling classes, to whose spirit and power those buildings were a monument. Trotsky was eager to return from these digressions to topics nearer to his heart. In what way did the ISSAC men propose to weld the disconnected groups into a centralized party? How were they faring in the campaign against the economists, who were trying to keep the movement within the bounds of non-political trade unionism? How would they counter the attempts just begun by others to revive a Narodnik-like terrorist party? What were they going to do to combat Peter Struve's legal Marxists, who were drifting away from revolutionary Marxism? Lenin listened with discreet satisfaction to the story of how in jail Trotsky and others had studied his development of capitalism in Russia. How impressed they had been by the enormous mass of statistical material he had marshaled to show that capitalist industry had been transforming Russian society so radically that it had killed all hope of agrarian socialism and set the scene for the proletarian movement. And above all there was the question, why was Trotsky so urgently asked to report to London, and what was he to do here? In truth, no special assignment had been awaiting him. Lenin was usually anxious to meet everyone who had gained distinction in underground work. Only a few weeks before he had written, in order that the center should always be able not only to advise, persuade, and argue, but actually to conduct the orchestra, it is necessary that it should be known precisely who is playing which fiddle, and where, and how he does it, where any person has been trained to wield an instrument and which instrument, who strikes a false note, and where and why, who ought to be shifted, and how and whither, in order to eliminate the discordant tone. 3. His idea of the centralized party included a close interest in the living people who were fighting the party's battles on the spot, an interest characteristic of the true leader of men. Trotsky, he knew, had played first fiddle in Siberia, and so he wished to meet him, to find out where and how he had learned to wield his instrument. At this time Lenin was complaining, in letters to friends, about the inadequacies of ISSAC's editorial staff, and he must have pondered whether the pen would not be best employed on ISSAC. On the day of Trotsky's arrival, Lenin found him accommodation in a neighboring house, where the other editors of ISSAC, Martov and Zasulich, were living. No sooner had the newcomer moved in than he wrote his first contribution to the paper. It appeared in the issue published immediately after his arrival and dated November 1, 1902.4. The editorial board of ISSAC consisted of 6, Plekhanov, Vera Zasulich, and Axelrod, the 3 émigré pioneers of social democracy, and the much younger Lenin, Martov, and Patrusov, who had only recently left Russia. Most of the editors were living in London, in the borough of St. Pancras. Plekhanov and Axelrod lived in Switzerland, but Plekhanov made frequent trips to London. From this group, especially from Lenin's home, ran all the threads to the underground movement in Russia, whose agents appeared at Halford Square with messages and went back with instructions. Thus, the young Trotsky found himself transferred from Verkholensk straight into the directing center of Russian socialism and placed under the constant influence of outstanding and contrasting personalities. Zasulich and Martov shared with him their home, their meals, and their thoughts. It was Vera Zasulich who had, the year before Trotsky's birth, fired at General Trepov, and had unwittingly inspired the freedom of the people to follow her example. After the jury acquitted her, she escaped abroad, kept in touch with Karl Marx, and, although she did not accept his teaching without mental reservations, became one of the founders of the Russian Marxist school. Disregarding Marx's doubts, she was among the first to proclaim that the proletarian socialism he had advocated for Western Europe would suit Russia as well. 5. She was not only a heroic character, well read in history and philosophy, she was essentially a heretic, with a shrewdly feminine mind working by intuitive impulses and flashes rather than by reasoning. In all the portraits of her drawn by contemporaries, we also find the comic touches of the old-style Russian bohemian. She wrote very slowly, suffering truly all the torments of literary creation, and as she wrote or argued she paced thoughtfully up and down her room, with her slippers flapping, rolling cigarettes, chain-smoking, throwing butts on the window-sills and tables, scattering ash over her blouse, arms, and manuscripts or into her cup of tea, and sometimes over her interlocutor. To the young Trotsky she was the heroine of a glorious epic. He had come to stay under one roof with a living legend of revolution. Martov was only a few years older than Trotsky. He, too, was a Jew. The descendant of an old family of great Hebrew scholars. His real name was Zederbach. He had been one of the initiators of the Bund, the Jewish Socialist Party. But then he abandoned the idea of a separate Jewish Labor Party, and, together with Lenin, founded the Association for the Struggle for the Emancipation of Workers in Petersburg. He followed Lenin into exile, where they joined hands with the veteran émigrés to found ISSAC. A subanalyst, a writer with a satirical bent, a fluent and prolific commentator on the topics of the day, he was ISSAC's journalistic mainstay, while Lenin was its political inspirer and organizer. Both Martov and Zasulich belonged to the romantic breed of rebels, guided less by theoretical principle than by moral indignation at social injustice. Full of charm, generosity, and modesty, both were by temperament artists rather than politicians. Lenin was made of different stuff. Not that he was entirely free from romanticism. No one who was so could be a revolutionary while the revolution was still nothing but idea and dream. But Lenin had suppressed the romantic streak in himself and was contemptuous of the usual unworldliness of the Russian rebel. The brother of the Narodnik martyr, he knew the price in blood and frustration which revolutionaries had paid for that unworldliness. His task, as he saw it, was to infuse in them a spirit of realism, to blend their fervor with sobriety, and to train them in precise, efficient methods of work. For this he reserved his own energy and time. Self-disciplined, absorbed in study and work, he was rarely seen at the gatherings of the exiles and rarely took part in their interminable, often fruitless arguments. He appreciated and enjoyed discussion as preparation for action, not for its own sake. In a sense, his mind moved along a single track, But that track was as broad as society itself, and it led to the transformation of society. It was almost inevitable that Trotsky should be drawn closer to Zasulich and Martov, whose roof he shared and who exercised their influence on him constantly, than to Lenin, whose influence was intermittent only. Still, in his formative years, he needed close social intercourse and argument on which he could whet his mind. This need Zasulich and Martov, but not Lenin, generously satisfied. They also struck a deeper chord in him, the chord which the Narodniks had struck when he had first joined Shvigovsky's circle. Lenin's conduct, for all the curiosity and respect it aroused, could not but seem to him dry and prosaic. Years were to pass before he discovered greatness in that prosaic character. Soon after he had arrived in London, he also met Plekhanov, who, like Zasulich, had been an almost legendary figure to him. Plekhanov, too, had been one of the founding fathers of Russian Marxism and had stood close to Engels. He was the philosopher and ideologue of the new school, its great, erudite stylist and orator, enjoying European fame. But Plekhanov was also full of his own fame and brilliance, remote and haughty. At their first meeting he showed an instinctive dislike of the new contributor to ISSAC, and the dislike grew into intense antipathy. The two men possessed many similar gifts and characteristics. Both were imaginative writers and sharp-witted controversialists, both had a theatrical manner of speaking and behaving, both were full of themselves, their ideas, and their doings. But while the juniors' star was only beginning to rise, the seniors had just begun to decline. Trotsky was overflowing with immature yet captivating enthusiasm. Plekhanov was becoming sceptical and overripe. Lunacharsky relates an anecdote, current among the émigrés, which, though obviously untrue, does in part indicate Plekhanov's attitude. When he arrived in London, Zasulich expansively praised in his presence Trotsky's talents. "The lad," she exclaimed, "is undoubtedly a genius." Plekhanov sulked, turned aside and said, "I shall never forgive him this." 6. The ISSAC team still spoke with one voice. But it had its dissensions, of which Trotsky presently became aware, and in which he was unwittingly becoming involved. The editorial board was equally divided between the three veterans and the three younger editors. Controversial matters were decided by vote and, as each group voted solidly against the other, a deadlock arose. Issues of editorial policy had often to be left in abeyance. Lenin, anxious to break the deadlock, thought of adding a new, a seventh, member to the board. As early as March 1903, 4 months after Trotsky's arrival, Lenin, in a memorandum sent to all editors, emphatically recommended his appointment. Beforehand he disposed of objections concerning Trotsky's age and qualifications. He underlined Trotsky's rare abilities, conviction, and energy, and added that his contributions were not only very useful but absolutely necessary. 7 Zasulich and Martov agreed. His literary works, Martov wrote to Axelrod, reveal indubitable talent, and already he wields great influence here thanks to his uncommon oratorical gifts. He speaks magnificently. Of this both I and Vladimir Ilyich have had sufficient proof. He possesses knowledge and works hard to increase it. I endorsed Lenin's proposal without reservation. 8 Axelrod, too, accepted the candidature. On this at least there was no division between the veterans and the others. The whole team, with one exception, eagerly welcomed Trotsky. The exception was Plekhanov. He objected vehemently on the ground that Trotsky's contributions, with their florid rhetoric, lowered the standard of the paper. That Trotsky's style was flowery and full of flourishes was true. Lenin had gently tried to prune it, and, in recommending Trotsky's appointment, he wrote that if the latter became a regular member of the editorial team it would be easier to impress on him the need for stylistic simplicity. He would then see that this was the view of the whole team, not merely Lenin's preference for austerity. But, to the indignation of all his colleagues, Plekhanov was unmoved. After much bickering, Zasulich brought the unsuspecting Trotsky to an editorial conference, hoping that Plekhanov would give in. Plekhanov snubbed the intruder and persisted in his veto. In My Life, Trotsky says that Plekhanov suspected that he, Trotsky, would join Lenin in his opposition to the veterans. This could hardly have been Plekhanov's main motive. All the other veterans treated Trotsky with almost paternal pride and tenderness, and he in his turn showed them an affectionate reverence, becoming the Benjamin of the group. Such was his attitude not only towards Zasulich but also, and especially, towards Axelrod, whose home in Zurich presently became Trotsky's favorite retreat during his trips to the continent. It is difficult to imagine characters more contrasting than those of Plekhanov and Axelrod, who had for nearly 25 years worked together in close friendship. Axelrod was a South Ukrainian Jew, like Trotsky. He had started as a Narodnik in the original South Russian Workers' Union, from which Trotsky had borrowed the name of his first organization. Then he had emigrated and pioneered for Marxism. With none of Plekhanov's gifts, poor as a writer and poorer still as a speaker, he was the inarticulate originator of many of the ideas which his friend brilliantly expounded. While Plekhanov's socialism was intellectual, Axelrod's sprang from absolute confidence in the working class. He believed fanatically that the workers would find their way to socialism and emancipation, and he instinctively distrusted the intelligentsia's aspiration to lead them. This was later the main motive of his unflagging opposition to Bolshevism. While Plekhanov, a polished European and an aristocrat in appearance, led a rather bourgeois life, Axelrod earned his living as a worker, producing in his home a special kind of buttermilk and delivering it to his customers. Over his milk cans he argued with fugitives from Russia to whom his home was a haven of rest, and whom he fed and often clad. With his broad disheveled beard, he looked more like a saintly Russian rabbi than a revolutionary politician. Yet the revolutionary leaders, including until quite recently Lenin, had all regarded him as their teacher and inspirer. To this man the young Trotsky became strongly attached, and the attachment was to have a bearing on his political fortunes. 9. Ties of mutual friendship also bound him to another pioneer, Leon Deutsch, once also a southern Russian Narodnik, who had recently, after 13 years of katorga, escaped from Siberia and made a journey around the world. Although at the height of his fame his courageous escape had earned him worldwide admiration, Deutsch was regarding the new time, its problems, and its men, with weary and somewhat uncomprehending eyes. A little uneasy about Trotsky's exuberant radicalism and optimism, he nevertheless attached himself tenderly to the brilliant Benjamin, as if to the embodiment of his own youthful hopes, watched his first steps abroad with admiration, and sought to help him and to advance him in every way. The dissension inside the ISSAC team had as yet no political significance. Only a short time before, Lenin and Martov, as we have seen, had sat at the veterans' feet with the same feelings which animated Trotsky now. But their apprenticeship had come to an end, and, as often happens, the pupils were more acutely aware of this than the masters. The whole work now centered on ISSAC, and as editors and contributors the veterans, with the exception of Plekhanov, were more or less ineffectual. They wrote rarely and not very well, and they took little or no part in organizing the clandestine movement in Russia. Lenin and Martov shared day-to-day editorial duties, and Lenin, assisted by Krupskaya, bore the brunt of the drudgery that had to be done in order to keep and develop the contacts with Russia. 10 Inevitably, the veterans felt that they were being bypassed. The jealousies were focused in the antagonism between Plekhanov and Lenin, each of the two being the most assertive man in his group. This antagonism had appeared at the moment of ISSAC's foundation, and it had grown since. Lenin was acquiring confidence in his own ideas and methods of work, and he did not conceal it. Plekhanov treated him with patronizing irony or with schoolmasterly offensiveness. Some months before Trotsky's arrival, in May 1902, Lenin had written to Plekhanov, "You have a fine idea of tact. You do not hesitate to use the most contemptuous expressions. If your purpose is to make mutual work impossible, then the way you have chosen will very rapidly help you to succeed. As for our personal relations, you have finally spoilt them, or more exactly, you have achieved their complete cessation." 11 This rift had since been patched up by Zasulich and Martov. But clashes recurred, and the latest was connected with Trotsky's work for ISSAC. Once returned from an editorial meeting, writes Krupskaya, in a terrific rage. "A damn fine state of affairs," he said. "Nobody has enough courage to reply to Plekhanov. Look at Vera Ivanovna. Plekhanov trounces Trotsky, and Vera just says just like our George. All he does is to shout. I cannot go on like this, Lenin burst out 12. Almost imperceptibly this dissension was being superseded by another arising from it. Lenin, Martov, and Patrusov still acted and voted together against the veterans. But as the rivalry developed, Lenin began to alienate his contemporaries also, especially Martov. Convinced that he was right, he would not turn back, and went on in total disregard of the veterans' susceptibilities. Martov, less definite in his views and less determined to enforce them, tried to make peace. His ideas were usually the same as Lenin's, but as soon as he tried to put them into effect and met with resistance, he began to vacillate, and, swayed by second thoughts, to retreat. This was so not only in the quarrel with the veterans. In other matters as well, he usually first agreed with Lenin to strive uncompromisingly for a certain objective. Then he would balk at Lenin's uncompromising manner, and would finally abandon the objective. He was by temperament soft and was repelled by Lenin's hardness. At meetings Lenin would glance at Martov, for whom he had a high esteem, with a critical and slightly suspicious eye, and Martov, feeling this glance, would look down and his shoulders would twitch nervously. Lenin would look beyond Martov as he talked, while Martov's eyes grew glassy behind his drooping and never quite clean pince nez 13. These, then, were the influences under which Trotsky came. The fact that Lenin defended him and tried to promote him, against Plekhanov's opposition, might have brought him close to Lenin and turned him against the veterans. But this did not happen. For one thing, the veterans, as we know, did not on this point support Plekhanov. They, too, did their best to sponsor and encourage Trotsky. For another, he was nearly 10 years younger than Lenin and 10 times as sensitive to the veterans' romantic appeal. So far he had had no time to become disillusioned with them and to notice that, for all their virtues, they were ineffectual in day-to-day work. Lenin's opposition to them seemed to him boorish, and his motives personal and mean. However, he considered the discord as the trivial side of a glorious and momentous venture. The internal squabbles did not prevent ISSAC from being the great rallying center of the nascent party. Its name alone was a stirring summons to revolutionaries. Nobody believed in ISSAC's mission more ardently than Trotsky, and his writings pulsated with this belief. The distinctive mark of his early contributions to ISSAC lies not so much in originality of ideas as in the force of the emotional current that runs through them, in the passionate character of his revolutionary invocations, and in the almost dramatic vehemence of the invective which he poured out on Russia's rulers and on socialism's enemies. He was now writing without the inhibitions of censorship, and he gave free vent to his temperament, a fact which did not necessarily improve the quality of his writing. His articles for ISSAC were often inferior to his Siberian essays. His first contribution to ISSAC was devoted to the bicentenary of the ill-famed Schlüsselburg fortress, which Peter the Great had built near his capital, his window on Europe and his most important prison. The writer evoked the shades of the martyrs who had been murdered or driven to madness within its walls, among them Alexander Ulyanov, Lenin's brother. And he ended with a ringing apostrophe to the Tsar and his servants: "You may still indulge in your patriotic bacchanals today, you are still the masters of Schlüsselburg." In the same issue he flayed the quasi-liberal gentry, who in the Zemstvos hardly dared to breathe a word against authority. What other Egyptian plagues, what other Russian scorpions are needed to straighten the meekly bent backs of the liberal Zemstvo men? 14. In connection with Slavophile demonstrations against Turkey, sponsored by the Tsar, he wrote about the sharks of Slavophilism. Again, O Russian citizen, an attempt is made to open the safety valve of official Slavophilism and to provide an outlet for the excess of your civic emotions. Again, as 25 years ago, the journalistic purveyors of patriotism drag out of their archives ideas of pan-Slav fraternity and put them into circulation with pomp and chiming of bells. Yet the Tsarist government treats its own people no better than the Sultan treats his non-Muslim subjects. Are our own prisons, the writer asked, better than the Turkish? Have the soldiers of our punitive expeditions not raped the wives and daughters of the Poltava peasants? Have they not looted their property? Why then were so-called liberals lending support to the Tsar's civilizing mission in Turkey, Why do not they call for a crusade against the barbarians of tsardom? The semi-liberal opposition, that lawful opposition to a lawless government, was already, and would remain for many years, the favorite butt of his irony. 15 In the Zemst, those whose function it should be to judge the actions of the administration, the defendant in fact assumes the role of the presiding judge and arrogates the right to adjourn the court at any moment. Tsardom was offering the Zemst those. The Nout. Wrapped in the parchment of Magna Carta, and the Zemst those were contented. What do they understand by freedom? Freedom from political freedom. One may confidently say that if Russian freedom were to be born from the Zemst those, it would never come to life. Fortunately, Russian freedom has more reliable parents, the revolutionary proletariat and the inner, self-destructive logic of Russian absolutism. Many political trends will succeed one another, many parties will emerge and fade, each pretending to improve upon the social democratic program and tactics, but the future historian will say, these trends and these parties were only insignificant, secondary incidents in the great struggle of the awakened working class, already advancing with clumsy but faithful steps on the road of political and social emancipation. 16. In a similar vein he wrote about the Tsar's attempts to force the Russian language on the Finns and to destroy their autonomy, the expulsion of Maxim Gorky from the Imperial Academy, the futility of the newly formed Social Revolutionary Party, reverting to Narodnik terrorism, or the attempt by the police to set up puppet clandestine organizations to compete with the real underground. His attacks on the terrorism of the social revolutionaries, especially one made after the execution of a young student Balmashev, who had killed Sypiagin, the Minister of the Interior, provoked indignant protests from liberals and socialists. The liberal intelligentsia had much more sympathy with the terrorists than had the Marxists. But even socialists held that Trotsky's polemics were too vehement and that he ought to have written with more respect or warmth about the executed social revolutionary. 17. Only 9 months were to elapse between his arrival in London and the opening of the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Party. In this short time his reputation was established firmly enough to allow him, at the age of 23, to play a leading role at the Congress, in the momentous split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. This was perhaps due more to his lecturing and speech-making than to his writing. No sooner had he arrived in London than Lenin and Martov pitted him in debate against venerable old Narodnik, an anarchist émigrés in Whitechapel. The novice was pleasantly surprised at the ease with which he swept the floor with his grey-bearded opponents. After that he toured the Russian colonies in Western Europe. Contemporaries have described the first sudden and irresistible impact of his oratory, the élan, the passion, the wit, and the thunderous metallic voice, with which he roused audiences and bore down upon opponents. This appears all the more remarkable as only a few years before he could only stammer in blushing perplexity before a tiny, homely audience, and as he had spent most of the time since in the solitude of prison and exile. His oratory was quite untutored, he had hardly yet heard a single speaker worthy of imitation. This is one of those instances of latent unsuspected talent, bursting forth in exuberant vitality to delight and amaze all who witness it. His speech, even more than his writing, was distinguished by a rare intensity of thought, imagination, emotion, and expression. The rhetoric which often spoiled his writing made his speaking all the more dramatic. He appeared, as it were, with a drama in himself, with a sense of entering a conflict in which the forces and actors engaged were more than life-size, the battles Homeric, and the climaxes worthy of the me-gods. 18 Elevated above the crowd and feeling a multitude of eyes centered on him, himself storming a multitude of hearts and minds below, he was in his element. A contemporary describes the lean, tallish man, with large fierce eyes and large, sensual, irregular mouth, perched on the platform like a bird of prey. 19. In the admired speaker and writer there lived on, as he himself put it, a barbarian struggling for self-preservation. Having found himself among the elite of the movement, he had to lift himself intellectually by his bootstraps. He diligently studied Marxism, which in this its golden age gave the adept a solid mental equipment. Just before he escaped from Siberia he had explored the intricacies of capitalistic circulation, with its periodic crises, as they are analyzed with seeming dryness and yet with the utmost dramatic effect in the second volume of Das Kapital. Abroad he resumed this study. But the fascination of Marxism kept his mind closed to any extraneous idea or phenomenon. On his arrival in London it had seemed to him strange that Lenin should try to interest him in English historical monuments. When he first visited Paris he similarly defended himself against the assault of novel impressions. He summed up his first view of Paris grotesquely, very much like Odessa, but Odessa is better. The art treasures of the Louvre bored him. What excited him most in France was the controversy between the orthodox Marxists, led by Jules Guesde, and the reformists who followed Jaurès. He plunged into a crowd of Parisian workers demonstrating against Millerand, the first socialist to become a minister in a bourgeois government and then engaged in suppressing strikes. Marching in the crowd he shouted all sorts of unpleasant things against Millerand. In Paris he met his second wife. She was Natalia Sadova, a girl student who had taken him to the Louvre and tried to open his eyes to paintings and sculpture. A few years younger than his first wife, she, too, was a revolutionary. She had been expelled from a boarding school for young ladies of noble birth at Kharkov, where she had persuaded her classmates not to attend prayers and to read, instead of the Bible, Russian radical literature. 20 She was at this time studying the history of art at the Sorbonne. She was to remain his companion for the rest of his life and to share with him to the full triumph and defeat. Sokolovskaya, however, remained his legal wife and bore his name. To all three the legal niceties of their connection did not matter at all. Like other revolutionaries they disregarded on principle the canons of middle-class respectability. At heart, perhaps, Trotsky never quite freed himself from a qualm over the manner of his separation from Sokolovskaya, and this, more than alleged reluctance to expatiate on his private life, may explain why in his autobiography he devoted no more than a single sentence to the whole affair. As an émigré he himself could not do much for his wife and two children. His parents, who in 1903 went to Paris for a reconciliation, took care of the children, helping to bring them up. As far as we know, the question of a reunion between Trotsky and his first wife never arose. When he and Sadova returned to Russia there was no suggestion of discord. Ties of respect and of a high-minded friendship were to bind the three of them to the end, and eventually his political fortunes affected with equal tragedy both the women and the children of both. While he was working and lecturing in France, Switzerland, and Belgium, there came from clandestine headquarters in Russia insistent demands that he should be sent back. The Russian underground and the émigré center competed intensely for personnel. Trotsky knew nothing of these demands. When old Leon Deutsch learned about them, he used all his influence to prevent Trotsky's return. With the burden of his own 13 years of hard labor in Siberia still on his mind, he pleaded with the editors of ISSAC to leave the Benjamin abroad, so that he might widen his education, see the world, and develop his talents. Deutsch found an ally in Lenin, who was reluctant to lose his contributor. Lenin wrote back to Russia that Trotsky was showing no desire to return. This was a subterfuge by which Lenin hoped to put off Russian headquarters, and Krupskaya leaves no doubt that it was Lenin who decided against sending Trotsky back. Thus, Trotsky's fate was settled for the time being. He would stay abroad for the forthcoming Congress of the party. 21. In July 1903 the Congress was at last convened in Brussels. This was actually to be the Foundation Assembly. The so-called First Congress of 1898 had been a meeting at Minsk of 8 people only, who were soon arrested, and had left nothing behind except a stirring manifesto, written by Peter Struve. Only now, in 1903, had the network of clandestine organizations become close enough, and the contacts of ISSAC with it solid enough, for everybody to feel that the time had come to form a regular party with a well-defined constitution and an elected leadership. It was taken for granted that that leadership would remain with the ISSAC team, which alone had supplied the organizations with a political idea and alone had coordinated their activities. For the whole team the Congress was a solemn occasion. To the veterans it was the materialization of a dream long cherished in prisons, and in places of deportation and exile. It was also taken for granted that the ISSAC men would appear at the Congress as a single body, bound by solidarity in ideas, in achievement, and in the aspiration to leadership. Before the Congress there was some discord over the drafting of a program, but this was easily settled. Opposition was expected from two groups, from the economists, who would fight a rearguard skirmish against the triumphant advance of revolutionary politics, and from the Jewish Bund, claiming for itself a special status within the party. These two groups were in a minority, and all ISSAC men were united against them. Just before the opening of the Congress, the editors of ISSAC began to wrangle over the manner in which the leading bodies of the party should be set up, but this seemed a minor detail of organization. At the beginning of July, 44 delegates with voting rights, and 14 with consultative voice, met at the Socialist Maison du Peuple in Brussels. Trotsky arrived from Geneva to represent, together with another delegate, the Siberian Social Democratic Workers' Union. Point 22 seated in a drab warehouse in the back of the Maison du Peuple. The delegates listened in exaltation to Plekhanov's opening speech. By their presence, they felt, they were creating a landmark in the history of that submerged Russia which had for more than 3/4 of a century struggled against the Tsars and was now heading for the final battles. Neither the humble setting of the Congress, nor its obscurity from the world, could, in the eyes of the participants, deprive the moment of its historic consequence. The first controversy on the floor concerned the Bund. The Jewish organization demanded autonomy within the party, with the right to elect its own central committee and to frame its own policy in matters affecting the Jewish population. It asked further that the party should recognize the Bund as its sole agency among the Jewish workers. It urged the party that it should advocate not merely equal rights for Jews, as it had done, but that it should acknowledge the right of the Jews to cultural autonomy, their right, that is, to manage their own cultural affairs and to maintain their own schools in the Jewish language. On behalf of the ISSAC men, Martov, who had been one of the Bund's founders, indignantly repudiated these demands. Trotsky repeated the repudiation even more vehemently. The debate was taking place only a few months after the great pogrom of the Jews at Kishinev. Jewish susceptibilities and suspicions were aroused, and they were indirectly reflected in the Bund's attitude. Point 23 The non-Jewish spokesman of ISSAC kept in the background in order to spare those susceptibilities, and so the rebuff to the Bund came from the Jews. Martov tabled the motion against the Bund, and only Jewish delegates put their signatures to it. Trotsky himself spoke on behalf of the ISSAC of Jewish origin, and, making the most of this circumstance, he lashed the delegates of the Bund into a fury. They protested vehemently against his speech, suggested that he was out to affront the Jews, and appealed to the chairman to protect them. When the chairman found Trotsky's remarks unexceptionable, the Bundists tabled a motion censuring the chairman. This was one of the stormiest scenes at the Congress, and one of the very rare occasions on which Trotsky referred to himself as a Jew and spoke on a specifically Jewish issue. That he was doing so only to refute Jewish demands must have seemed almost caddish to the highly strung delegates of the Bund. He pleaded, however, that more than a Jewish issue was at stake. Claiming for itself autonomy within the party, with the right to elect its own central committee, the Bund was, in fact, setting a precedent for others. If the party had granted such privileges to the Bund, it could not later refuse them to other groups. It would then have to abandon the idea of an integrated organization and to transform itself into a loose federation of parties and groups. In short, the Bund was trying by devious means to induce the ISSAC men to abandon their guiding principle and the practical work they had done to put it into effect. The other demand that the Bund be recognized as the party's sole agency among Jewish workers amounted to a claim that only Jews were entitled to carry the socialist message to Jewish workers and to organize them. This, Trotsky pointed out, was an expression of distrust in the non-Jewish members of the party, a challenge to their internationalist conviction and sentiment. The Bund, Trotsky exclaimed amid a storm of protests, is free not to trust the party, but it cannot expect the party to vote no confidence in its own self. 24 The party as a whole could not renounce its right to address the Jewish toiling masses without yielding to Jewish separatism. The Bund's demand for cultural autonomy sprang from the same separatism, confronting with its claims first the party and then the state and the nation. Socialism was interested in sweeping away barriers between races, religions, and nationalities. It could not turn its hand to putting up such barriers. He granted the Jews the right to have schools in their own language, if they so desired. But these, he added, should not be outside the national educational system, and Jewish cultural life at large should not be centered on and closed in itself. He tabled a motion to this effect, supplementing Martov's general resolution. Both resolutions were carried by an overwhelming majority. 25. Like Martov, Axelrod, Deutsch, and other socialists of Jewish origin, Trotsky took the so-called assimilationist view, holding that there was no future for the Jews as a separate community. The ties that had kept the Jews together were either those of religion, which, according to the prevalent socialist conviction, were bound to dissolve, or those of a semi-fictitious nationalism culminating in Zionism. The Bund was strongly opposed to Zionism, for it conceived the future of the Jews to lie in the countries of the so-called diaspora. But, Trotsky argued, in its opposition to Zionism the Bund absorbed from the latter its nationalist essence. 26 He saw the solution of the Jewish problem not in the formation of a Jewish state, still less in the formation of Jewish states within the non-Jewish ones, but in a consistently internationalist reshaping of society. The premise for this was mutual unreserved confidence between Jews and non-Jews, whether in the party or in the state. To this attitude he was to adhere till the end of his life. Only the impact of Nazism was to induce him to soften a little his hostility towards Zionism. 27 He would not grant the tragic truth contained in the Jews' distrust of their Gentile environment. Neither he nor any other socialist could imagine even in a nightmare that the working classes of Europe, having through generations listened to the preachings of international solidarity, would, 40 years later, be unable or unwilling to prevent or stop the murder of 6 million Jewish men, women, and children in Hitler's gas chambers. To this problem the formulas of the Bund could, of course, provide no answer. Trotsky came out as a Jew against Jewish separatism, because his vision of the future was as remote from mid-century European civilization as heaven from earth. The next dispute at the Congress was between the ISSAC men and the economists. The economists protested against the supremacy which revolutionary politics had gained in the mind of the party over trade unionism and the struggle for reforms. They also objected to the centralized organization in which they, the economists, were reduced to impotence. Their spokesman, Martynov, Anakomov, upbraided ISSAC for its dictatorial, Jacobin-like attitude. 28 It should be noted that this is the first time the charge appears in the records. The ISSAC men answered the critics in unison. Trotsky spoke against the economists with an aggressive zeal which earned him the epithet of Lenin's cudgel. 29 The struggle for small economic gains and reforms, he said, made sense only in so far as it helped to muster the forces of the working classes for revolution. The Social Democratic Party, as it struggles for reforms, carries out a fundamental reform of itself, a reform in the minds of the proletariat, which is being prepared for a revolutionary dictatorship. The ruling classes, in any case, agree to reforms only when they are confronted by a threat of revolution, and so the supremacy of revolutionary politics was needed even in the struggle for reforms. 30 He defended the centralistic mode of organization, saying that the party needed strict statutes, enabling the leadership to keep out non-congenial influences. Ridiculing the charges of Jacobinism, he said that the statutes should express the leadership's organized distrust of the members, a distrust manifesting itself in vigilant control from above over the party. 31. This idea was soon to become Lenin's exclusive property, the hallmark of Bolshevism. Trotsky, we remember, had advocated it as early as in 1901, and this idea was still ISSAC's common property. It summed up, to quote the most authoritative Menshevik historian, the reaction of all forward-looking socialists against the shapelessness and federative looseness of the movement. 32 But this was the last time that all ISSAC men, including the future Mensheviks, were in complete accord in defending this idea, although perhaps none of them spoke for it as vigorously as Trotsky did. None of them would have been more surprised than he if he had been told that a few sessions later he would angrily renounce his own words. It was, generally speaking, not Lenin but the future leaders of Menshevism, especially Plekhanov, who at this Congress, during the debate on the program, spoke with the greatest determination for proletarian dictatorship. Plekhanov urged the delegates to adopt formulas that left no doubt that in a revolutionary situation they would not shrink from the destruction of parliamentary institutions or from restricting civil liberties. Salus revolutionis suprema lex esto. Plekhanov used these words as his text when he argued that if, after the overthrow of Tsardom, a constituent assembly hostile to the revolutionary government were to be elected, that government should, after the manner of Cromwell, disperse the assembly. It was on this principle that Lenin and Trotsky acted in 1918, unmoved by the vituperation of an old and sick Plekhanov. The latter now also pleaded that the revolutionary government should not abolish capital punishment it might need it in order to destroy the Tsar. These views evoked one single protest from an obscure delegate and gave rise to a feeble doubt in a few others, but they were generally received with acclamation. Behind the scenes, however, the solidarity of the ISSAC men was beginning to vanish. The discord did not at first appear over any problem of policy, not even over the famous paragraph 1 of the statutes, on which they were eventually to divide, but over a matter in which no principle of policy or organization was involved. Lenin proposed to reduce the number of ISSAC's editors from 6 to 3. The 3 editors were to be Plekhanov, Martov, and himself. Axelrod, Zasulich, and Patrusov were to be left out. Historians of the opposed schools are eager retrospectively to read into this proposal profound, far-reaching intentions, baleful or benign, according to the viewpoint. In its actual setting, Lenin's intention was simple. He was seeking to make the editorial work of ISSAC more efficient than it had lately been. As the Board of 6 had tended to divide equally, he had, in order to break the deadlock, proposed Trotsky's appointment, but, since Plekhanov's objections had ruled this out, he now tried to achieve his purpose by reducing, instead of increasing, the number of editors. The 3 whom he was proposing had been ISSAC's real pillars. Zasulich, Axelrod, and Patrusov had contributed very little. None of them was a fluent writer and had done even less in the work of administration and organization. 33 On grounds of efficiency alone, Lenin's proposal was justified. But considerations of efficiency clashed, as they often do, with acquired rights and sentiment. Lenin had his qualms before he decided on this step. Plekhanov had little or no scruple. To Trotsky this attempt to eliminate from ISSAC Axelrod and Zasulich, 2 of its founders, seemed sacrilegious. He was shocked by Lenin's callousness. This narrow issue at once became entangled with other and wider questions. ISSAC's editorial board was to remain, as it had been, the party's virtual leadership. A central committee, to be elected at the Congress, was to operate in Russia. But, working underground and exposed to arrest, it could not secure continuity in leadership. Only an émigré center, such as the editorial board, could do that. Lenin further proposed the election of a council which was to act as arbiter between the central committee and the editorial board. That council was to consist of 5 members, 2 from ISSAC, 2 from the central committee, and a chairman who was to be elected by Congress. It was a foregone conclusion that Plekhanov would be the chairman, and so ISSAC's editorial board was sure to wield a decisive influence in the council. It was because of this scheme that Lenin brought upon himself the charge that he was seeking to dominate the party. Yet, as events showed, the scheme by itself could not give Lenin more influence than he had had under the old dispensation. If it tended to accord a privileged position to any single person, then that person was Plekhanov, Lenin's future enemy. All that was to be achieved was the elimination of the least effective members of the old team, in the first instance of Axelrod and Zasulich. Lenin was willing to pay these veterans the homage they had well deserved, but he was not prepared to do so in a manner that would have interfered with the effective conduct of business, the brunt of which he himself had anyhow borne. The 2 veterans, not unnaturally, were shocked. Martov was anxious to soothe them. Trotsky, not well informed about the inner workings of the team, could not understand Lenin's motives. He sensed a sinister conspiracy. While behind the scenes the initiated whispered about the family scandal, the statutes of the party came up for debate in full session. The ISSAC team had discussed them before the Congress and had noticed a difference between Lenin and Martov. Lenin's draft ran as follows: a member of the party is any person who accepts its program, supports the party with material means, and personally participates in one of its organizations. Martov's draft was identical with Lenin's, except that where Lenin demanded that a member should personally participate in one of the party's organizations, Martov required him more vaguely to cooperate personally and regularly under the guidance of one of the organizations. The difference seemed elusively subtle. Lenin's formula pointed towards a closely knit party, consisting only of the actual participants in the clandestine bodies. Martov's clause envisaged a looser association, including those who merely assisted the underground organization without belonging to it. When the two formulas were first compared, the difference did not seem important, and Martov was prepared to withdraw his draft. 34 There seemed to be no reason why the party should split over 2 words of a paragraph in its rules and regulations. In the meantime, the personal clashes connected with Lenin's editorial scheme generated behind the scenes ill feeling and bitterness which caused the protagonists to approach one another with petulance and growing suspicion. 35 Martov, Trotsky, and others angrily assailed Lenin for his rudeness and lust for power, while Lenin could not see why this abuse should be heaped on him when all he had done was to suggest a workable and self-explanatory plan for ISSAC's overhaul. Each side began to scent intrigue and machination in every move made by the other. Each side was on the lookout for the traps that the other was laying for it. Each began to rehash old and half-forgotten differences, and although these had seemed puny only yesterday, they now appeared meaningful and portentous. In this mood the antagonists faced one another when the Congress moved on to examine the statutes. There could be no question now of patching up the different formulas and submitting only one draft. On the contrary, the author of each draft was bent on bringing out the most deeply hidden implications of his clause, on making them as explicit as possible, on impressing the bewildered delegates with the gulf, the unbridgeable gulf, between the alternatives, and on emphasizing and overemphasizing the practical consequences that the adoption of the one clause or the other would entail. Martov and Lenin, the two friends and comrades, confronted each other as enemies. Each spoke as if in a trance. Each wondered at his own strange behavior, each was surprised and bewildered by it, yet neither was capable of pausing and retracing his steps. 36. The mood of the chief protagonists communicated itself to the delegates. The Congress was split. Instead of founding one party it gave birth to 2. At this moment, Plekhanov, the future irreconcilable enemy of the Bolshevik Revolution, was Lenin's closest ally, while Trotsky was one of Lenin's most vocal opponents. He charged Lenin with the attempt to build up a closed organization of conspirators, not a party of the working class. Socialism was based on confidence in the workers' class instinct and in their capacity to understand their historical mission. Why then should the party not open its gates wide to them, as Martov advised? Lenin, surprised to see his cudgel turning against him, made repeated attempts to detach Trotsky from Martov. In full session he mildly and persuasively appealed to Trotsky, saying that from lack of experience Trotsky was confusing the issues and misinterpreting the differences. In the working class, too, he went on, there was confusion, wavering, and opportunism, and if the party were to open its gates as widely as Martov urged it to do, then it would absorb into its ranks all those elements of weakness. They should organize only the vanguard of the proletariat, its most class-conscious and courageous elements. The party must lead the working class, it could not, therefore, be as broad as the class itself. This argument failed to persuade Trotsky. Lenin then met him outside the conference hall and for hours tried to answer charges and to explain his behavior. Later he sent his followers and his own brother to bring over Trotsky. 37 All was in vain. Trotsky was stiffening in hostility. The Congress adopted by a majority Martov's draft of the statutes. But this majority included the delegates of the Bund and the economists, who, having been defeated by the votes of all ISSAC men, were about to leave the Congress and secede from the party. After their secession Lenin presented his scheme for the overhaul of ISSAC's staff. Trotsky countered the scheme with a motion emphatically confirming in office the old editorial board. 38 This time Lenin won with a majority of only 2 votes. With the same majority the Congress elected Lenin's candidates to the Central Committee. The opposition abstained from voting. Thus it came about that Lenin's followers were labeled Bolsheviki, while his opponents were described as Mensheviki. The leaders of the minority, shocked and almost horror-stricken by the audacity with which Lenin had deprived Axelrod and Zasulich of their status in the party, announced that they would boycott the newly elected Central Committee and ISSAC. Martov at once resigned from the editorial board. Lenin denounced this as intolerably anarchic behavior. He was determined to enforce the authority of the newly elected bodies. He insisted that, however narrow the margin by which they had been chosen, they constituted the legitimate leadership. In any democratic body, the majority, be it ever so slight, is the repository of constitutional power. The Congress broke up in uproar and chaos. In spite of its outwardly fortuitous character, this division initiated a long and irreversible process of differentiation, in the course of which the Party of the Revolution was to become separated from the Party of the Moderates. In Western Europe, the most moderate elements in the labor movements were already frankly describing themselves as reformists, opposed to revolution. It was natural that such a division should appear in Russia as well. But under Tsarist autocracy, even the most moderate of socialists could not openly constitute themselves into a party of reform. The parliamentary democratic setting for this was lacking. They went on to profess, more or less sincerely, revolutionary socialism and Marxist orthodoxy. This, even more than the bewildering circumstances of the split, concealed its true nature. The division assumed an involved, irrational, and befogged aspect. What Trotsky saw in 1903 was two groups professing the same principles of policy and organization. He perceived nothing that would cause them to drift apart, except Lenin's ruthlessness in dealing with comrades, with such exalted comrades as Axelrod and Zasulich. This superfluous split, he reasoned, could not but become a source of weakness to the party and the working class. On the face of things this was quite true. So far the protagonists were divided only by a difference in temper, although every one of them would soon try to rationalize this difference into a deeper controversy over ideas and conceptions. But the difference in temper was not without significance. In his disrespect for the veterans, Lenin had shown that he would subordinate every sentiment, no matter how praiseworthy, and every other consideration to higher requirements of policy and organization. If the founding fathers of the party had to be sacrificed to efficiency, he would sacrifice them. An underground movement, assailing the ramparts of Tsardom and savagely persecuted, could not afford to give honorary sinecures even to those who had started the movement. This was, of course, a fanatical and in a sense an inhuman attitude. The man who so acted would not hesitate to sacrifice other persons and other considerations to what he regarded as the vital interest of the revolution. But a revolutionary party cannot do without a large dose of fanaticism of this sort. It must take seriously the maxim, proclaimed by Plekhanov, that the preservation of the revolution is its supreme law. Lenin's opponents, on the other hand, gave to their private sentiments the same weight which they had promised to attach to that law alone. They would, in the future, give the same weight to all sorts of other sentiments and considerations, clashing with their avowed revolutionary aspiration. They would prove themselves conciliators, not revolutionaries. It is no wonder, however, that the symptomatic significance of this difference, so obvious in retrospect, was hidden from many, if not from most, of the actors. Trotsky did not perceive the revolutionary frame of mind behind Lenin's personal ruthlessness. Other motives probably confirmed him in his attitude. By Lenin's side he saw the haughty, aggressive Plekhanov, who had snubbed him on every occasion for no apparent reason. On the other side were all the warm-hearted and unassuming men and women to whom he had owed so much. His choice was clear. It was a choice he would one day grievously regret. Almost immediately after the Congress, not yet cooled off from the heat of the clash, he wrote the Report of the Siberian Delegation. A human document for the future historian, as he described it. In it he expressed with much affectation his disillusionment, his new hostility towards Lenin, and the contradictions in his own attitude. The Congress thought that it was doing constructive work, it was only destructive. Who could suppose that this assembly, convened by ISSAC, would mercilessly trample over ISSAC's editorial board? Which political crystal gazer could forecast that Markov and Lenin would step forth as the hostile leaders of hostile factions? All this has come like thunder from the BLUE 39. This man, with the energy and talent peculiar to him, assumed the role of the party's Disorganizer. Behind Lenin stood the new compact majority of the hard ISSAC men, opposed to the soft ISSAC men. We, the delegates of the Siberian Union, joined the soft ones, and we do not think that we have thereby blotted our revolutionary record. The confirmation of the old editorial board of ISSAC had been taken for granted. The next day, comrades, we were burying ISSAC. ISSAC is no longer, comrades. About ISSAC we can speak only in the past tense, comrades. Echoing Markov, he wrote that Lenin, impelled by a yearning for power, was imposing upon the party a state of siege, and his iron fist. 40 We suffer defeat because fate has decreed victory not for centralism but for self-centeredness. Like a new Robespierre, Lenin was trying to transform the modest council of the party into an omnipotent committee of public safety, and, like Robespierre, he was preparing the ground for the Thermidorians of socialist opportunism. 41 For the first time, Trotsky now made this significant analogy, to which, throughout his life, in different contexts and changed circumstances, he would come back over and over again. What he now intended to convey was this: Robespierre's terror brought about the Thermidorian reaction, which was a setback not merely to the Jacobins but to the French Revolution at large. Similarly, Lenin was carrying the principle of centralism to excess, and in doing so he would not only bring discredit upon himself, but provoke a reaction against the principle of centralism, a reaction which would favor the opportunists and the federalists in the movement. In a postscript, Trotsky added mockingly that he had not intended to compare Lenin with Robespierre. The Bolshevik leader was a mere parody of Robespierre, whom he resembled as a vulgar farce resembles historic tragedy. 42 Once he had made up his mind against Lenin, he did not mince his words. He attacked with all his intensity of feeling and with all the sweep of his invective. The leaders of the minority, the Mensheviks, carried out their threat to boycott the Central Committee and ISSAC. Trotsky, among others, ceased to contribute. In September 1903 the Mensheviks assembled in Geneva to decide on the forms of further action. How far should they carry the boycott? Should they incur the risk of expulsion, and, if expelled, form a rival party? Or should they conduct themselves so as to remain within the party and try to unseat Lenin at the next Congress? Views were divided. For all the violence of his public attacks on Lenin, Trotsky advocated moderation. The purpose of the boycott, in his view, was to exert pressure on Lenin and Plekhanov, to bring back the veterans to their positions of influence and to re-establish unity. The conference adopted a resolution written jointly by Markov and Trotsky. That part of the declaration of which Trotsky was the author stated, "We consider it our moral and political duty to conduct the struggle by all means, without placing ourselves outside the party and without bringing discredit upon the party and the idea of its central institutions. To bring about a change in the composition of the leading bodies, which will secure to the party the possibility of working freely towards its own enlightenment." 43 But, although the Mensheviks stopped short of final schism, they formed a shadow Central Committee which was to conduct the campaign against the Leninist Committee and against ISSAC, and which, in case of a final break, would undoubtedly have emerged as the leadership of the new party. That committee, or bureau, consisted of Axelrod, Markov, Trotsky, Dan, and Patrusov. Except for Trotsky, these men were to lead Menshevism to the end. The Mensheviks had, in fact, no need to take upon themselves the odium of breaking up the party. The boycott which they waged with a loud hue and cry quickly yielded results. Plekhanov, who had at first so firmly sided with Lenin, became anxious to appease the opposition and to remove its grievance. He tried to persuade Lenin that they should restore the old editorial board. Lenin would not budge. He could not, he said, under the pressure of informal émigré groups, reverse a formal decision taken by a national congress. 44 From the point of view of the procedure by which any party is normally guided, Lenin's argument was irrefutable. But Plekhanov was in a position to disregard it. He was the chairman of the party's council, and he was still the more authoritative man on ISSAC's editorial board, which, after Martov's resignation, consisted of himself and Lenin only. Plekhanov decided to invite Axelrod, Zasulich, Martov, and Patrusov to rejoin the editorial staff. Lenin resigned. The Mensheviks thus took over ISSAC, still in a position of the greatest influence. Soon Lenin's own followers wondered whether Lenin had not gone too far and whether it was not wiser to seek peace with their adversaries. Lenin was defeated and isolated, yet even more than before convinced of the rightness of his attitude and determined to defend it. With the Mensheviks, Trotsky returned to ISSAC, much to Plekhanov's annoyance. But having made it possible for the veterans to return in triumph, Plekhanov could not straightway slam the door on their most devoted defender and protégé. At first he merely urged Martov, now the actual editor, to keep Trotsky in a more subordinate place than he had held in the old ISSAC, or the one which Martov would have liked to assign to him. Trotsky was apparently confined to commenting on more or less indifferent topics, especially after readers in Russia had objected to the offensive tone of his polemics against Lenin. 45 Plekhanov, although he himself was now severely attacking Lenin, would not countenance this tone in Trotsky. At length, he demanded that ISSAC should cease to publish Trotsky's contributions, and he threatened to resign from the paper if his demand was rejected. It was morally repugnant to him, he stated, to be editor of a paper for which Trotsky was writing. The occasion of this ultimatum was an article by Trotsky on the war between Russia and Japan, which had just broken out. The article, published in ISSAC in the middle of March 1904, was confused in content and style. Plekhanov's objections to it were not quite groundless, but it also contained a few significant ideas. Much of it was devoted to an exposure of Russian liberalism, half-hearted, vague, lacking in decision and inclined to treachery. This attitude of the middle classes was bound to harm the cause of democracy, but it would have one redeeming consequence: liberalism would not be able to place itself at the head of the revolution, and it would by its behavior speed up the self-determination of the proletariat. In the main, however, the argument was a criticism of the party's attitude, a criticism which did not quite tally with Trotsky's anti-liberal invective. He attacked the majority of the party committees for the crudities of their propaganda, which claimed that the war against Japan was being waged in the interest, and with the support, of the Russian bourgeoisie. This, Trotsky argued, was not true. The Tsar conducted the war in the exclusive interest of autocracy. The bourgeois liberals were in an anti-patriotic mood. He protested against the pseudo-Marxist cliché rampant in the party: the vital criterion of class interest is being transformed into a dead and deadening cliché, into a Procrustean bed for problems which are no longer analyzed but chopped around, for the proletariat's consumption. The criticism was directed mainly, though not exclusively, against the Bolsheviks. 46. Plekhanov's ultimatum placed the Menshevik ISSAC team in a quandary. They had all approved the incriminated article. They were reluctant to dispense with Trotsky's services. He was one of their chief spokesmen and a member of their shadow Central Committee. They had, on the other hand, recaptured ISSAC. Thanks to Plekhanov, and to him, as to the chairman of the council, they owed their newly won predominance, as Plekhanov was constantly reminding them. At first they rejected his pretensions and chafed at his undignified behavior, blackmail, and personal spite. Trotsky, nevertheless, offered to resign and expressed a desire to return to clandestine work in Russia. Martov and the other Mensheviks prevailed upon him to ignore the insult and to go on working for ISSAC. But Plekhanov, having staked his prestige in this vendetta, could not put up with this. He carried out his threat of resignation. At length, the Mensheviks, afraid of losing their most important ally, who had just enabled them to defeat and humiliate Lenin, came to terms with Plekhanov. Trotsky's name disappeared from ISSAC. 47. Thus began Trotsky's estrangement from the Mensheviks. Although he himself, to spare his friends an embarrassment, had offered to resign, their bargain with Plekhanov could not but hurt him. Sulkily he left Geneva and for a few months disappeared from Menshevik circles. The personal resentment was mixed up with incipient political differences. The Mensheviks, as they tried to rationalize their motives in the feud with the Bolsheviks, began to react away from the views to which they had been committed before the split. The reaction spread from matters of organization to issues of policy. Zasulich was dreaming aloud about an alliance between socialism and middle-class liberalism. Theodor Dan, now gaining eminence, bluntly advocated that alliance. Even now, when Dan and Trotsky were the leaders of the same faction, they instinctively repelled each other. Dan was by temperament as solid and pedestrian as Trotsky was flamboyant and impetuous. The one could thrive best in a climate of political compromise, as his role under Kerensky's regime in 1917 would show. The other was made for revolution. While the Mensheviks were beginning to grope for more moderate formulas, Dan's influence among them was naturally rising and Trotsky's declining. Martov himself forebodingly watched his followers in their quest for moderation, but he was overpowered by the process he had initiated. The reaction against the spirit of the old ISSAC did not leave Trotsky unaffected. It could not be otherwise, for Lenin, whom he was opposing, embodied that spirit. Trotsky now found that the old ISSAC had not been free from the Narodnik-like conspiratorial attitude, that it had been unjust towards the economists, and that it had falsely preached the supremacy of organization over the spontaneous labor movement. These were the stock conclusions which most Mensheviks reached as they reviewed their own recent past, and thus far Trotsky went along with them. 48 But at one point he balked and balked for good, the point at which they made the first attempt to bridge the gulf between socialism and liberalism. He stuck to the anti-liberal attitude which had, on the whole, prevailed in the old ISSAC. In long arguments with the Mensheviks he began to realize how much, in this crucial issue, divided him from them, and how little from Lenin. Yet, before parting with the Mensheviks he once again assailed Lenin with a hailstorm of his most hurtful invective, which made any reconciliation with him well nigh impossible. In April 1904 Trotsky left ISSAC. In August there appeared in Geneva his pamphlet, Our Political Tasks, which he dedicated to my dear teacher Paul B. Axelrod. The historical and biographical interest of the pamphlet lies in the fact that this was the most strident bill of impeachment that any socialist had ever drawn up against Lenin. Its interest also lies in the train of thought which it initiated and in the amazing flashes of historical intuition scattered over more than 100 closely printed pages of vituperation. Just at a time, so Trotsky began, referring to the Russo-Japanese War, when history has placed before us the enormous task of cutting the knot of world reaction, Russian Social Democrats do not seem to care for anything except a petty internal struggle. What a here-trending tragedy this was, and what a nightmarish atmosphere it created. Almost everybody was aware of the criminal character of the split, but nobody could free himself from the iron grip of history. The deep cause of the division lay in the difficulty the party had had in reconciling its democratic and its socialist tasks. Russia had not yet gone through a bourgeois democratic revolution, and the party's immediate interest was to overthrow Tsarist absolutism. Yet its real but more remote objective was socialism. The party was constantly torn between the two pursuits. Whenever a controversy arose in its ranks, each side charged the other with abandoning the class interest of the proletariat in favor of bourgeois democracy. Every group representing a new trend excommunicates its predecessors. To those who come with new ideas the previous period seems to have been but a crude deviation from the correct road, an historical misunderstanding. 49. Thus, he went on, had Lenin and the old ISSAC as a whole treated the economists, who, for all their limitations, had awakened the Russian working class. The Mensheviks were the first group trying to establish itself on the shoulders, not on the broken bones, of its predecessors, and this alone was a sign of maturity. The economists had appealed to the proletariat, but they did so not in the spirit of social democracy but in that of non-political trade unionism. ISSAC, on the other hand, had addressed its social democratic message to the intelligentsia, not to the workers. Lenin had bullied the revolutionary intelligentsia into a Marxist orthodoxy, into an unconditional surrender to Marx's authority, hoping that in this way he would train the men of the intelligentsia into reliable leaders of an immature and timid labor movement. But Lenin was merely trying to force the pace of history, for to be in possession of a proletarian doctrine, such as Marxism, was no substitute for a politically developed proletariat. 50 Lenin distrusted the masses and adopted a haughty attitude towards their untutored activities, arguing that the workers by themselves could not rise from trade unionism to revolutionary socialism, and that socialist ideology was brought into the labor movement from outside, by the revolutionary intelligentsia. This, Trotsky wrote, was the theory of an orthodox theocracy, and Lenin's scheme of organization was fit for a party which would substitute itself for the working classes, act as proxy in their name and on their behalf, regardless of what the workers felt and thought. To this substitutism, as Trotsky called it, to this conception of a party acting as a locum tenens for the proletariat, he opposed Axelrod's plan for a broadly based party, modeled on European social democratic parties. 51 Lenin's methods lead to this. The party organization at first substitutes itself for the party as a whole, then the Central Committee substitutes itself for the organization, and finally a single dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. 52 The party must seek the guarantee of its stability in its own base, in an active and self-reliant proletariat, and not in its top caucus, which the revolution may suddenly sweep away with its wing. After an ironical travesty of Lenin's hideous, dissolute, and demagogical style. 53 And after some ridicule directed at Lenin's attempt to impose discipline on the party, Trotsky asked, "Is it so difficult to see that any serious group, when it is confronted by the dilemma whether it should, from a sense of discipline, silently efface itself, or, regardless of discipline, struggle for survival, will undoubtedly choose the latter course, and say, perish that discipline, which suppresses the vital interests of the movement. History will not say that discipline should have prevailed even if the world had to perish, it will eventually vindicate those who had the fuller and the deeper understanding of the tasks of revolution." 54. The most curious part of the pamphlet is its last chapter on Jacobinism and social democracy. 55 At the Congress, Trotsky refuted the charge of Jacobinism when the economists leveled it against ISSAC as a whole. Now he turned the charge against Lenin. Lenin faced it almost with pride. A revolutionary social democrat, he rejoined, is precisely a Jacobin, but one who is inseparably connected with the organization of the proletariat and aware of its class interests. Trotsky elaborated the charge in the light, as the pamphlet shows, of his recent detailed study of the French Revolution, and he pointed towards the future drama of the Russian Revolution. The characters of the Jacobin and of the Social Democrat, he stated, are mutually exclusive. The French Revolution, because of the limitations of its epoch, could establish only a bourgeois society with bourgeois property as its basis. Jacobinism strove to perpetuate a fleeting, quasi-egalitarian climax of the revolution, which was incompatible with the fundamental trend of the time. This was a foredoomed utopia. History would have had to stop in its course in order to save Jacobinism. The conflict between Jacobinism and its age explains the Jacobin mentality and method of action. Robespierre and his friends had their metaphysical idea of truth, their vérité. But they could not trust that their vérité would win the hearts and the minds of the people. With morbid suspicion they looked round and saw enemies creeping from every crevice. They had to draw a sharp dividing line between themselves and the rest of the world, and they drew it with the edge of the guillotine. Every attempt to blur between Jacobinism and the rest of the world threatened to release inner centrifugal forces. His political instinct suggested to Robespierre that only through a permanent state of siege could he prolong the ephemeral climax of the revolution. They spared no human hecatomb to build the pedestal for their truth. The counterpart to their absolute faith in a metaphysical idea was their absolute distrust of living people. From the Jacobin, Trotsky went on, the Social Democrat differed in his optimism, for he was in harmony with the trend of his age. At the threshold of the 20th century, with the growth of modern industry and of the working classes, socialism was no longer utopia. The Social Democrat and the Jacobin stand for two opposed worlds, doctrines, tactics, mentalities. They were utopians, we aspire to express the objective trend. They were idealists, we are materialists, they were rationalists, we are dialecticians. They chopped off heads, we enlightened them with class consciousness. Trotsky did not deny that there were similarities between the Jacobin and the Social Democrat. Both were irreconcilable. The Jacobin fought against moderantism. The socialist is opposed to reformist opportunism. But the Social Democrat had no use for the guillotine. A Jacobin tribunal would have tried under the charge of moderation the whole international labor movement, and Marx's lion head would have been the first to roll under the guillotine. 56 Robespierre used to say, "I know only two parties, the good and the evil citizens," and this aphorism is engraved on the heart of Maximilian Lenin, whose malicious and morally repulsive suspiciousness is a flat caricature of the tragic Jacobin intolerance. A clear-cut choice this was. Trotsky's conclusion must be made between Jacobinism and Marxism. In trying to combine them, Lenin was virtually abandoning socialism and setting himself up as the leader of a revolutionary wing of bourgeois democracy. This was the gravamen of Trotsky's accusation that Lenin was changing from a socialist into a radical bourgeois politician, because only a bourgeois politician could distrust the working classes as intensely as Lenin did. 57 Lenin's followers went even farther and frankly envisaged their dictatorship over the proletariat, and when one read how some Bolsheviks were advocating the need for an absolutely uniform party, one felt a shiver running down one's spine. He wound up his argument with the following plea against uniformity. The tasks of the new regime will be so complex that they cannot be solved otherwise than by way of a competition between various methods of economic and political construction, by way of long disputes, by way of a systematic struggle not only between the socialist and the capitalist worlds, but also between many trends inside socialism, trends which will inevitably emerge as soon as the proletarian dictatorship poses tens and hundreds of new problems. No strong, domineering organization will be able to suppress these trends and controversies. A proletariat capable of exercising its dictatorship over society will not tolerate any dictatorship over itself. The working class will undoubtedly have in its ranks quite a few political invalids, and much ballast of obsolescent ideas, which it will have to jettison. In the epoch of its dictatorship, as now, it will have to cleanse its mind of false theories and bourgeois experience and to purge its ranks from political phrasemongers and backward-looking revolutionaries. But this intricate task cannot be solved by placing above the proletariat a few well-picked people, or one person invested with the power to liquidate and degrade. 58. Among the writings that came from Trotsky's prolific pen in the course of 4 decades, this is perhaps the most amazing document, not least because it contains so odd an assortment of great ideas and petty polemical tricks, of subtle historical insights and fustian flourishes. Hardly any Menshevik writer attacked Lenin with so much personal venom. Hideous, dissolute, demagogical, slovenly attorney, malicious and morally repulsive, these were the epithets which Trotsky threw at the man who had so recently held out to him the hand of fellowship, who had brought him to Western Europe, who had promoted him and defended him from Plekhanov's aspersions. Marxists, to be sure, especially the Russian ones, were wont to state their views with ruthless frankness. But, as a rule, they refrained from personal mudslinging. Trotsky's offense against this rule cannot be explained merely by youthful ebullience. He now exhibited a characteristic of which he would never quite free himself. He could not separate ideas from men. Nor did he support his accusations by any fact that would give them weight in a historian's eye. Lenin had so far not expelled a single member from the party. All he had done was to insist on the validity of the mandate which the Congress had given him, and to warn the opposition that, if they persisted in obstructing the formal decisions of the Congress and boycotting the elected leadership, he would have to take action against them. In so doing, he behaved as any leader of any party would have behaved in the circumstances. 59 Since, through a series of accidents and personal shifts, the Mensheviks had first recaptured ISSAC, and then virtually ousted Lenin from leadership, his formal predominance lasted a very short time, in the course of which he did nothing to implement his warnings to the opposition. Once the opposition was on top, its leaders confronted Lenin with exactly the same warning, although, as they had not been elected at a Congress, they had less right to do so. 60. Trotsky knew all this and he said as much in his pamphlet. His accusations were therefore based merely on inferences and on one point of theory. Lenin had argued that, historically, the revolutionary intelligentsia played a special role in the labor movement, infusing it with a Marxist outlook, which the workers would not have attained by themselves. Trotsky saw in this view a denial of the revolutionary capacities of the working class and an aspiration of the intelligentsia, whose mouthpiece Lenin was, to keep the labor movement under their tutelage. Implied in this he saw a design for a Jacobin-like, or, as we would now say, a totalitarian dictatorship. Yet many socialist writers had stressed the special role of the intelligentsia in the labor movement, and Lenin had in fact drawn his view from Trotsky, the recognized authority on Marxist theory. 61 Both factions, Mensheviks as well as Bolsheviks, were led by intellectuals. At the recent Congress only 3 workers had appeared among the several scores of delegates. There was no reason therefore why the odium of voicing the aspirations of the intellectuals should fall only on Lenin. In Lenin's conception of the revolutionary regime, as he had developed it so far, there was not a single point on which Trotsky could base his indictment. Now and for many years to come Lenin held that a revolutionary government in Russia would be formed by a coalition of parties, and that the socialists could not even aspire to hold a majority of seats in it. 62 The idea of a monolithic state had not even occurred to him. Trotsky himself would presently come much nearer to this idea than Lenin. Against Lenin he would soon begin to advocate the proletarian dictatorship as the direct objective of revolution in Russia, which need not necessarily have meant a monolithic state, but which inevitably implied an approximation to it. Briefly, neither in fact nor in theory could Trotsky find any important premise for his anticipatory portrait of Lenin as the Russian Robespierre, drawing by the guillotine a line of division between his party and the world. It required a volatile and irresponsible imagination in a pamphleteer to show his adversary in so distorting a mirror. And yet this was the faithful mirror of the future, although the Russian Robespierre shown in it was to be not so much Lenin as his successor, at this time still an unknown Caucasian social democrat. So faithful indeed was this mirror of the future that in it one finds, in confused assortment, all the elements of the drama of the Russian Revolution. There is, first of all, the dilemma between the bourgeois democratic and the socialist objectives of the revolution, a dilemma which was often to recur. There is further the conflict of the two souls, the Marxist and the Jacobin, in Bolshevism, a conflict never to be resolved either in Lenin, or in Bolshevism at large, or even in Trotsky himself. Much as Trotsky now pressed for a clear-cut choice between Marxism and Jacobinism, circumstances would not permit Lenin or Trotsky to make that choice. Moreover, the mirror showed in advance the stages through which, in its substitutism, the party of the revolution would move. The caucus substitutes itself for the party, then the Central Committee for the caucus, and finally a dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. These are in fact headings for several yet remote chapters in the annals of the revolution. Here again, Trotsky could have no inkling that one day he himself would go much farther than Lenin in preaching and glorifying that substitutism, before he would shrink in horror from its consummation. And then there is the grim picture of that consummation, the image of the morbidly suspicious dictator, invested with the power to degrade and liquidate, who sees enemies creeping from every crevice around him, and who, sparing no human hecatomb, struggles to perpetuate a climax of the revolution and hermetically separates the revolution from the rest of the world. And, as in the prelude to classical tragedy, the omens appear which seem to point to Trotsky's own fate. He makes the plea for the free competition of ideas and trends, a plea he will repeat, almost in the same words, before the tribunals of Bolshevism 20 years later. He now confidently believes that a working class capable of exercising its dictatorship over society will tolerate no dictator over itself, and he is unaware that he begs the gravest question of all: what will happen if, after the revolution, the working class is not capable of exercising its dictatorship over society? He trusts that history will eventually vindicate those who have the fuller and the deeper understanding of the needs of their epoch, an assurance which he will go on expressing all his life, up to the moment when the rusty axe of an assassin cleaves his brain. And, finally, as if in premonition of that moment, he feels a cold shiver running down his spine at the mere thought of what might become of Lenin's party. We cannot reconstruct in any detail the mental process by which he arrived at this view of the future. The circumstance that he had lacked any solid factual premise for his conclusions indicates that the process was one of imaginative perception, not of reasoning. We can only trace some of the external stimuli to which his imagination responded. In a general manner, the comparison between Bolsheviks and Jacobins had already been made by some of the Mensheviks. Plekhanov, even while he was Lenin's ally, had said about the latter, "Of such stuff the Robespierres are made." The obiter dictum was repeated by others, first in whispers and then publicly. But hardly anybody, not even its author, meant it literally. It was received as one of Plekhanov's polemical bon mots. Trotsky took the saying literally, or at any rate seriously enough to plunge into the history of Jacobinism and to explore it avidly with an eye to the parallel. His imagination, inflamed by the Jacobin tragedy and overflowing with the freshly absorbed images, projected these upon the groups and individuals with whom he was in daily contact and upon Russia's indefinite future. In the light of a strictly rational analysis, this projection may have been gratuitous and erratic. A cooler and better disciplined mind would not have lent itself to such visionary anticipations. But Trotsky was possessed of a sixth sense, as it were, an intuitive sense of history, which singled him out among the political thinkers of his generation, sometimes exposed him almost to derision, but more often found triumphant, if much delayed, vindication. Behind his polemical pursuits and imaginative projections there was the pent-up emotion of the romantic revolutionary, who, much as he himself may have argued about the need for a closely knit and disciplined party, broke into individualistic protest against the reality of that party as soon as he was confronted by it. His inclinations, his tastes, his temperament revolted against the prosaic and businesslike determination with which Lenin was setting out to bring the party down from the clouds of abstraction to the firm ground of organization. Trotsky's present protest was little different from that which, as a boy of 17, he had, with so much ill temper, thrown at Sokolovskaya, the first Marxist he had met, a curse upon all of you who want to bring dryness and hardness into all the relations of life. The cry into which he had burst at Shvigovsky's orchard on the last night of 1896, reverberated in his anti-Leninist Philippic of 1904. Chapter 4. An Intellectual Partnership. W. Hen. Our Political Tasks. Appeared in Geneva, in August 1904, the situation in the party was very different from what it had been the year before, immediately after the split. The Menshevik ISSAC ceaselessly harassed Lenin, who for a time was not even in a position to counter the attacks. It was almost 6 months before he could publish his own paper, the V. Plekhanov was pouring ridicule upon his erstwhile ally and was confident that he was destroying Lenin's reputation for good and all. The authorities of European, especially of German, socialism, who had long known and respected Plekhanov and the other veterans, joined in condemnation of Lenin, who in their eyes was an obscure young intruder. Even the Bolshevik Central Committee disregarded Lenin's attitude and came to terms with the Mensheviks. However, on the day when Trotsky's pamphlet appeared, Lenin gathered in Switzerland those Bolsheviks who were prepared to follow him and laid before them a plan for the convocation of a new Congress, with or without Menshevik participation. Trotsky's broadside seemed surpassed by events the enemy appeared to have scattered before he had pressed home the attack. By way of afterthought he therefore wrote in the preface to Our Political Tasks that the crisis in the party was over, and that those who stood for unity could look to the future with confidence, because the extremists among both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had been discredited and isolated. A more experienced politician, or one inclined to give more thought to the wounding effect of his words, might in the circumstances have either refrained from publishing the pamphlet or at least pruned its polemical extravagances. Trotsky was too much enamored of his own words to do that. However, he tried in the preface to make allowance for the new situation. He called upon the Mensheviks to wind up their own separate organization, that party within the party, of which he himself had been one of the secret leaders. The Mensheviks, he wrote emphatically, should accept organizational death, that is, a merger of the hitherto opposed groups. 1 His call fell on deaf ears. The schism was beginning to acquire its own momentum. Its fanatics were active in both groups. Among the Bolsheviks, Lenin's group considered the changes that had taken place since the Congress as Menshevik usurpations, to which a new Congress would put an end. The Mensheviks, having recaptured positions of influence, would not risk losing them at a new Congress, let alone sharing them, through a merger, with their adversaries. Having with so much thunder pilloried Lenin as the Disorganizer, Trotsky was shocked to find Disorganizers among his Menshevik friends. He began, mildly enough, to plead with them the need of reconciliation. He had joined the Mensheviks in order to make good the injury Lenin had inflicted on the founding fathers of the movement and through them on the movement itself. The injury had been made good with a vengeance. The Bolshevik Central Committee itself was anxious to make it good. All that was now needed to close the painful chapter was that the ad hoc arrangements which had been necessary in order to defeat Lenin be scrapped and that the men of goodwill in both sections of the party join hands. He did not realize that the ad hoc arrangements had come to stay. In controversies like this the conciliator is unwelcome. He threatens to upset well-laid plans and to mix all the cards. His own friends look askance at him, considering him little better than a traitor. Thus did some Mensheviks now look upon Trotsky. His attitude was not stable, it was indistinguishable from that of the moderate Bolsheviks, and nobody could say where he would stand tomorrow. Indeed, Trotsky might easily have become one of the Bolshevik conciliators had not his hurtful attacks on Lenin and Lenin's followers estranged him from all Bolsheviks. In their eyes he was one of the most vicious Mensheviks. And so he was breaking with his political friends without much chance of agreement with his adversaries. In this situation he came under the influence of a man who was in a sense an outsider to the party and whose role in its affairs was that of a brilliant interloper. He was A.L. Helfand, a Russian Jew who had made his home in Germany and had won distinction as an economist, publicist, and author of scholarly Marxist books. Point 2 Under the pen name Parvis he contributed to Trotsky's Neue Zeit, the most important and sophisticated socialist periodical in Europe, and to many other socialist newspapers. He also published his own review, Aus der Weltpolitik, in which, as early as 1895, he forecast war between Russia and Japan and foresaw that out of that war would develop the Russian Revolution. The prophecy was much quoted in 1904-5, when it came true. In the German party Parvis stood on the extreme left, sharply opposed to the reformist trend and disdainful of the pretenses of Marxist orthodoxy with which some of the leaders still covered their reconciliation with the established order. Shrewd and militant, he searched for ways and means to bring about the regeneration of the revolutionary spirit in German socialism. The reformist leaders viewed him with fear and that special irony which is reserved for immigrants seeking to mend the ways of their adopted country. Point 3 Parvis compensated himself with more biting criticism and adopted, in his turn, a patronizing attitude towards his original countrymen. To the Russians in exile he eagerly pointed out their Eastern backwardness and parochialism and he tried to teach them Western political manners. Despite these droll postures, the Russians regarded him as a sort of guide to world politics and economics. He contributed to ISSAC, first under the pen name Molotov and then as Parvis. His essays usually appeared on ISSAC's front page. The editors gladly relegated their own writings to make room for him. They respected his massive knowledge, gifts, and judgment. But they were also apprehensive of a streak of unreliability in him. There was something gargantuan or Falstaffian about him and his fat, fleshy, bulldog-like head. For many years, however, nothing seemed to justify the apprehension. There was no distinct instance of misdemeanor on Parvis's part, nothing, at any rate, that would allow anybody to impugn his socialist integrity and conviction. He was a somewhat erratic contributor, writing his essays in long serials and rarely delivering them on time. All the same his contributions were most welcome. He had somewhat brittle financial schemes. He had tried to set up a socialist publishing house and had failed, and he laid plans for a great socialist daily, to be issued simultaneously in several European languages, which was to shake European socialism from its reformist coma. But to found such a paper he needed enormous funds, and these he could not obtain, probably because he was not yet prepared to plunge into dubious financial ventures. Enough that, for one reason or another, the respect in which he was held was mingled with a little irony and distrust. His later fortunes were to show that hidden in him was a snob and a political impostor. Nevertheless, his was one of the boldest and most penetrating political minds of his generation, and the political thinker still overshadowed the impostor. In the controversy among the Russians, Parvis at first showed sympathy for the Mensheviks but later kept himself decently aloof from both groups, as befitted a man who cast himself for the role of peacemaker. He had once tried to reconcile the ISSAC men with the economists. Now he attempted to bring about a truce between the former ISSAC men. His relations with both groups were, at any rate, unspoiled. When somewhat later he launched into criticism of both, the antagonists, though unpersuaded, took his intervention with grace and accorded him the treatment due to a well-wishing and reputable outsider. Point 4. When Trotsky, barred from ISSAC, and at loggerheads with everybody, left Geneva, he went to Munich, where Parvis was living. He stayed in Parvis's home, and there Sidovia, his second wife, later joined him. In Parvis he found a man viewing with detachment internal Russian alignments, capable of taking in the whole international scene of socialism, a master at Marxist analysis, unsurpassed at visualizing for himself and others the broad vistas of class struggle. Last but not least, Trotsky admired in Parvis his virile, muscular style, which he was to remember hankeringly long after their break. In brief, Parvis still towered above Trotsky in erudition, experience, and literary taste. It is not easy, however, to define the extent of his influence on Trotsky. To this day Trotsky's detractors attribute the exclusive authorship of the theory of permanent revolution, the hallmark of Trotskyism, to Parvis, and suggest either that Trotsky copied or plagiarized it or that a theory coming from so contaminated a source must be worthless. Trotsky himself never denied his debt to Parvis, although the warmth with which he acknowledged it varied with times and circumstances. What they both wrote in the heyday of their association reveals how many of the ideas and views first formulated by Parvis left a deep mark on Trotsky, and how many of them he was to repeat through his life in a form not very different from that in which his older friend had first put them. But Trotsky was possessed of certain qualities which enabled him to be from the outset more than Parvis's mere disciple. He had the fresh experience of Russia and of the underground struggle, which Parvis had not. He had an incandescent political imagination, while Parvis's analyses and prognostications sprang from a bold but cold mind. He had the revolutionary fervor which gave wings to his ideas, while Parvis was the cynical type of revolutionary. Trotsky, then, had his own individual contribution to make to their common fund of ideas. As in most associations of this sort, the respective shares of the partners cannot be unscrambled, not even by the partners themselves. The thinking is done in common, and even if sometimes it is possible to say who has first formulated in print this or that part of a theory, the invisible, two-way traffic of suggestions and stimuli that has passed between the partners can never be traced. All that can be said of Parvis and Trotsky is that at first the older of the two was well ahead, leading with ideas and formulas. At the next stage both seemed to advance pari passu. In the end the junior leapt forward with a contribution which was distinctly his own, and which made and rounded off a new political doctrine, and with this doctrine he came to the fore on the vast and confused stage of the revolution. It should be added that the whole process developed and was concluded rapidly. It began in the summer of 1904. It was consummated in 1906, when, awaiting trial in a Petersburg prison, Trotsky expounded in writing the theory of the permanent revolution in its finished form. The time of his apprenticeship with Parvis was briefer still. It hardly lasted longer than till the beginning of 1905, the opening of the first revolution. This was a time of condensed and rapid thinking, and the young Trotsky, who had already projected the image of Jacobinism onto the Russian Revolution, was a quick learner. After the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, Parvis published a series of essays in ISSAC on war and revolution. 5 Even before that his contributions, which he used to sign as Molotov, had strongly impressed Trotsky. But it was mainly the views which he put forward in War and Revolution that made the lasting impression. Parvis's central idea was that the nation-state, as it had developed with capitalism, had outlived its day. This view had belonged to the common stock of Marx's theory. It had been stated by Marx in the Communist Manifesto. But to most socialist writers at the turn of the century this was one of the master's sayings, fit to be repeated on festive occasions, but bearing little relation to the realities of a late Victorian, nation-conscious, and empire-proud Europe. Only a very remote future, it was thought, might bring the eclipse of the nation-state. Parvis, on the contrary, saw the eclipse coming, pointed to its symptoms, forecast its cataclysmic intensification, and urged the socialists to adjust their attitudes and policies accordingly. He placed an unusual emphasis on the interdependence of nations and states, and this emphasis gave to his reasonings a broad, worldwide sweep, rare in other socialists. He saw the Russo-Japanese conflict of 1904 as the start of a long sequence of wars, in which the nation-states, impelled by capitalist competition, would fight for their survival. The fate of continents had become intertwined. The opening up of the American West had sharpened the competition for world markets between the agricultural producers. European, especially German, farming and industrial interests joined hands in order to do away with free trade and to impose a protectionist system on Western Europe. The customs walls have become an economic barrier to the historical process of the cultural unification of nations. They have increased the political conflicts between states, and enhanced the power of states and governments. The stronger the power of governments, the easier do the states clash in arms. These ideas were to become for Trotsky axioms from which he would argue all his life. Russia's expansion in Asia and conflict with Japan, Parvis held, were partly brought about by domestic pressures. Tsardom was seeking an external conquest and escape from internal weakness. But more important were the external pressures to which Russia was subjected. In the worldwide struggle between capitalist nation-states, only the great modern powers acted with independence, and even an empire as vast as the Tsars was, because of its industrial backwardness, merely a pensioner of the French bourse. The war has started over Manchuria and Korea, but it has already grown into a conflict over leadership in East Asia. At the next stage, Russia's entire position in the world will be at stake, and the war will end in a shift in the political balance of the world. Parvis concluded his analysis as follows: the worldwide process of capitalist development leads to a political upheaval in Russia. This in its turn must have its impact on the political development of all capitalist countries. The Russian Revolution will shake the bourgeois world, and the Russian proletariat may well play the role of the vanguard of social revolution. 6. Thus already in 1904 Parvis viewed the approaching revolution not as a purely Russian affair but as a reflection in Russia of worldwide social tensions, and he saw in the coming Russian upheaval a prelude to world revolution. Here were the main elements for the theory of permanent revolution. Yet, Parvis had so far spoken only about a political upheaval in Russia, not about a social or socialist revolution. He apparently still shared the view, then accepted by all Marxists, that the Russian Revolution by itself would, because of the country's semi-feudal and backward outlook, be merely bourgeois in character. Trotsky would be the first to say that the revolution would of its own momentum pass from the bourgeois to the socialist stage, and establish a proletarian dictatorship in Russia, even before the advent of revolution in the West. Not only were Parvis's international ideas and revolutionary perspectives becoming part and parcel of Trotsky's thinking, but, also, some of Trotsky's views on Russian history, especially his conception of the Russian state, can be traced back to Parvis. 7. Parvis developed the view that the Russian state, a cross between Asian despotism and European absolutism, had formed itself not as the organ of any class in Russian society, but as a military bureaucratic machine designed primarily to resist pressure from the more highly civilized West. It was for this purpose that Tsardom had introduced elements of European civilization into Russia, especially into the army. Thus came into existence the Russian state organism, an Asian absolutism buttressed by a European type of army. It was enough, he remarked, to cast a glance at the line of Russian frontier fortresses to see that the Tsars had intended to separate Russia from the West by a sort of Chinese wall. Some of these theories, as they were developed and refined by Trotsky, became the objects of heated historical and political disputes 20 years later. Parvis's influence on Trotsky is felt also in the style and manner of exposition, especially in the characteristic sweep of historical prognostication. This is not to say that Trotsky played the literary ape to Parvis. He absorbed the influence naturally and organically because of his intellectual and literary affinity with Parvis, an affinity which was not lessened by contrasts in character and temperament. During his first stay in Munich, towards the end of September 1904, Trotsky announced his break with the Mensheviks in an open letter to comrades, which he sent for publication to ISSAC. The letter was never published. We have only a Menshevik summary of it, which says that in a stilted and supercilious tone Trotsky brought a number of charges against some comrades and raised various demands. The gravamen of those charges was that the Menshevik group tended to place its sectional interests above those of the party. In addition, he wrote, the Mensheviks were reacting wrongly to Lenin's attitude in one important point, While Lenin was bent on giving the intelligentsia a privileged and dominant position in the party, the Mensheviks were inciting the workers against the socialist intelligentsia. In a private letter to Martov and Zasulich, Trotsky explained that his criticisms were directed mainly against Theodor Dan, the politician of moderation, and that his intention was to promote the creation of a stable party center and an understanding with the Bolshevik Central Committee. He also complained that writers whom ISSAC could not assimilate a hint at his having been squeezed out by Plekhanov had no chance of reaching the socialist public. Finally, he announced in a formal manner his secession from the Menshevik Group. 9. The Mensheviks responded with the anger of embarrassment. A very stormy correspondence passed between Trotsky and Martov, which, so Martov wrote, if I had given him free rein would have ended in a complete breaking off of my relations with him. Martov and other Mensheviks were anxious to prevent the breach, for if they became public the criticisms leveled against them by their most outspoken anti-Bolshevik controversialists were likely to harm the group. A closed conference was arranged at Geneva, at which Trotsky's open letter was discussed in his presence. It was formally agreed that the further existence of the Menshevik émigré organization might become the source of new conflicts in the party, and that the organization should be disbanded, pending further instructions from Menshevik groups in Russia. 10. This decision was clearly meant to appease Trotsky and to keep him quiet. It had no further repercussions. The Menshevik party within the party, just like the Bolshevik, was to function as before, although Trotsky may have consoled himself with the illusion that the Mensheviks had accepted his advice. At any rate, the formal decision to disband the Menshevik organization freed him from the group discipline by which he had been bound. Martov soon reported to Axelrod that Trotsky had at last calmed down, softened, and that he had resumed writing for ISSAC. Trotsky's first contribution since the clash with Plekhanov did indeed soon appear in the paper. 11 As usual, personal resentments, pretensions, and political motives were so mixed up that it is well nigh impossible to disentangle them. We cannot say whether Trotsky calmed down because the Mensheviks seemed to yield to him on a matter of principle, or because they gave him some satisfaction for Plekhanov's rebuff, or for both these reasons. He was not now one of ISSAC's policymakers and editorial writers. He contributed a political notebook, which appeared on one of the back pages. But ISSAC was still the Mensheviks' militant paper, and so to outsiders Trotsky remained a Menshevik. His differences with the Mensheviks were not really settled and news from Russia presently widened them. The Russo-Japanese War had taken a turn disastrous for Russia, and cracks were showing in the edifice of Tsardom. In July, the Minister Plave, the inspirer of the Tsar's Far Eastern policy, was assassinated by Sazonov, a social revolutionary. 12 Plave had banned and dispersed the zemstvos, which were the strongholds of the liberal and semi-liberal gentry. His successor, Svatopluk, tried to appease the opposition and allowed the zemstvos to hold a national convention in November 1904. The convention was followed by a long sequence of political banquets held in many towns. At these the liberal leaders of the gentry and of the middle classes voiced their demands, but side by side with them there also appeared, for the first time, workers and members of the socialist underground. Although all of them still spoke in unison against the government, the banquets afforded a glimpse of a deep division in the opposition. The workers suspected that the purpose of the liberal spokesman was not to overthrow the Tsar but to strike a bargain with him. The émigrés in Western Europe watched with hopeful suspense the banqueting campaign, which went on till the end of the year. Events pressed the socialists to clarify their attitude towards liberalism. The division between socialism and liberalism existed in the émigré circles as well. Since the middle of 1902, Peter Struve had been publishing his Osvobozdanie, first in Stuttgart and then in Paris. At the outset the paper advocated legal Marxism, a diluted version of the doctrine. It placed particular emphasis on that part of the Marxist argument which was directed against Narodnik terrorism and agrarian socialism, and it insisted that capitalist industrialization would bring social progress to Russia. In this phase the old ISSAC and Osvobozdanie were not yet openly opposed to each other. But soon it became clear that Struve's group used the Marxist argument to dispose of one brand of socialism, the agrarian, not to advocate proletarian socialism. Osvobozdanie evolved from legal Marxism towards liberalism, and the evolution became very marked just when the cleavage between the socialists was deepening. The Mensheviks inclined towards the liberals, the Bolsheviks were turning against them. Over this issue, in the autumn of 1904, Trotsky again fell out with the Mensheviks. 13. In November and December he wrote a brochure on the problems raised by the banqueting campaign, and he submitted it to the Menshevik publishers. The latter were reluctant to bring it out, delayed publication, and, according to Trotsky, intended to suppress it. This was hardly their set intention, for they did bring it out in the end. But the brochure contained so sweeping and devastating a diatribe against the liberals that it could not but arouse misgivings in men who had begun to see their chance in joint socialist liberal action against the Tsar. The crux of Trotsky's argument was that the liberals, more afraid of the revolution than of the Tsar, were incapable of such action. 14. In the first instance he flayed the pathetic and insincere patriotism which the liberals had displayed in the Russo-Japanese War. Struve, he wrote, sacrificed the last remnants of his spirit of opposition and of his political dignity not to patriotic feeling but to patriotic hypocrisy. 15. Because of its military defeats, Tsardom was in an impasse. All the more sharply and energetically, should the opposition have revealed the gulf that yawns between Tsardom and the nation. All the more firmly should it have tried to push Tsardom, the nation's real enemy, into the gulf. Instead, the liberal Zemstvo harnesses itself to the rickety war chariot, removes the corpses and sweeps away the trail of blood. At heart the liberals prayed for the Tsar's defeat which might induce him to meet the opposition halfway. But what does the liberal press do? That miserable, mumbling, slick, mendacious, wriggling, corrupted and corrupting liberal press? Not believing its own words and concealing a slavish yearning for the Tsar's destruction. Our monarch and our war. The liberal opposition was seeking to deserve the gratitude and the trust of absolutism, to become indispensable to it, and finally to bribe it with the people's money tactics as old as Russian liberalism, which has become neither more sensible nor more dignified with the years. 16. The new minister, Prince Svatopokhmersky, had initiated an era of spurious concessions by expressing his government's confidence in the people, as if the question was whether the ministry trusted the people and not whether the people trusted the ministry. But this was enough, Trotsky went on, for the Zemstvos to omit from their statements the demand for universal suffrage and constitutional government. They were afraid of the foreign word constitution, and behind the fear of the word was concealed the fear of the deed. He who wants to be understood by the masses and to have them on his side, should above all express his demands clearly and precisely, call things by their proper names, call constitution constitution, republic republic, universal suffrage. 17. By their timidity the liberals were unwittingly restoring in rulers and ruled alike confidence in the future of absolutism. They pretended to be the party of democracy, but they were betraying their own principle. We have no democratic traditions, these have to be created. Only the revolution can do that. The party of democracy cannot but be the party of the revolution. 18. Neither the liberal intelligentsia nor the middle classes but the socialist factory workers would deal the decisive blow to Tsardom. The whole brochure is permeated with a triumphant sense of the imminence of the revolution. Barristers are demonstrating in the streets, political exiles are protesting in newspapers against their banishment, a naval officer opens a public campaign against the naval department. The incredible becomes real. The impossible becomes probable. 19. So close a premonition of approaching events can hardly be found in the writings of any other émigré. The others were so immersed in their internecine struggles and so engrossed in maneuvering against one another, with the intention, no doubt, of securing for the party the best possible vantage point in a revolution, that they almost missed the advent of the revolution. Because he stood almost alone, Trotsky turned his undivided attention to developments in Russia. He was, as Lunacharsky put it, less of an émigré than were other socialists, who had, in varying degrees, lost contact with their country. 20. His sceptical friends shrugged their shoulders at his triumphant heralding of the upheaval not less than at the vehemence of his anti-liberalism. He saw the revolution developing from a general strike. This was a novel concept. The labor conflicts in Russia had so far been on a local scale, and even the industrial countries in the West, with their old trade unions, had not yet any real experience of a general strike. in my life. He says that he had moved this idea since 1903, although he finally adopted it only in 1904.21. He now sketched a plan of action which he summed up as follows. Tear the workers away from the machines and workshops, lead them through the factory gate out into the street, direct them to neighboring factories, proclaim a stoppage there, and carry new masses into the street. Thus, moving from factory to factory, from workshop to workshop, growing underway and sweeping away police obstacles, haranguing and attracting passers-by, absorbing groups that come from the opposite direction, filling the streets, taking possession of the first suitable buildings for public meetings, entrenching yourselves in those buildings, using them for uninterrupted revolutionary meetings with a permanently shifting and changing audience. You shall bring order into the movement of the masses, raise their confidence, explain to them the purpose and the sense of events, and thus you shall eventually transform the city into a revolutionary camp. This, by and large, is the plan of action. Point 22. This was indeed the picture of the revolution which was to materialize both in October 1905 and in February 1917. The plan of action was not modeled on any precedent. In the French Revolution the industrial proletarian element had been absent. The picture sprang from a fervent revolutionary imagination, in which romanticism was curiously blended with realism. Some parts of this brochure read like passages from Trotsky's own histories of 1905 and 1917, only that the events are described here in the future tense, and even the watchwords are those that would resound in 1905 and 1917, end the war, and convoke a constituent assembly. 23. Finally, he surveyed the social forces that were coming into action. The town will be the main arena of revolutionary events. 24. But the urban proletariat alone will not decide the issue. The peasantry represented a major reservoir of potential revolutionary energy. Point 25. It is necessary to carry the agitation into the countryside, without a day's delay and without missing a single opportunity. Point 26. Far from calling the urban proletariat, as his later critics say, to brave Tsardom single-handedly and court defeat, he strongly underlined the dangers of isolation that threatened the working class. Point 27. He analyzed the role of the army, composed of peasants, and urged socialists to watch soberly what was going on in the barracks. When ordered to fire at crowds, soldiers preferred to shoot into the air. The morale of the army was under a strain. Our ships are slow. Our guns do not fire far enough. Our soldiers are illiterate. Our N.C.O.S have neither map nor compass. Our soldiers go barefoot, naked, and hungry. Our Red Gross steals. Our supply services steal. Rumors about this reach the army and are avidly absorbed. Every such rumor corrodes like a sharp acid the rust of official indoctrination. Years of our peaceful propaganda could not achieve what one day of war does. On a decisive day the officers should not be able to rely on the soldiers. The same soldier who yesterday fired his shots in the air, will tomorrow hand over his weapon to the worker. He will do so as soon as he has gained the confidence that the people is not out merely to riot, that the people knows what it wants and can fight for what it wants. We must develop the most intense agitation among the troops so that at the moment of the strike every soldier sent to suppress the rebels should know that in front of him is the people demanding the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. Point 28. The Menshevik publisher was still withholding Trotsky's brochure from the press when news arrived of the first act of revolution in Russia. On September 23, January 1905, the workers of Petersburg marched in an enormous but peaceful procession to the Tsar's Winter Palace. They were led by Father Gapon, a prison chaplain and a protege of Zubitov, the chief of the gendarmerie, who had set up his own labor organization to combat clandestine socialism. The demonstrators, carrying the Tsar's portraits, holy icons, and church banners, hoped to submit to the Tsar a petition, in which they humbly and plaintively begged him to redress their grievances. The Tsar refused to receive the petitioners and ordered the troops guarding the Winter Palace to fire into the crowd. Thus he ignited the revolutionary explosion. The news found Trotsky in Geneva, whither he had just arrived from a lecturing tour. His forecasts, which he had in vain been trying to publish, began to come true. Full of hopeful excitement, he returned to Parvus in Munich, the galley proofs of the brochure in his pocket. Parvis read the proofs and was so impressed that he decided to put the weight of his authority behind Trotsky's views. He wrote a preface to the brochure and urged the Mensheviks to publish it. In his preface he stated a conclusion which Trotsky still hesitated to draw. The revolutionary provisional government of Russia, Parvis wrote, will be the government of a workers' democracy. As the Social Democratic Party is at the head of the revolutionary movement, this government will be social democratic. A coherent government with a social democratic majority. When the brochure at last appeared, it aroused much controversy, and it spurred on both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks to formulate their own anticipations. Disputations centered on Parvis's conclusion. Both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks rejected it. The former advanced the view that as the revolution was bourgeois in character, directed against absolutism and residual feudalism, not aiming at socialism, the bourgeoisie, not the proletariat, was the legitimate heir to power. The socialists, according to them, could not participate in any bourgeois government, even in one that emerged from a revolution. Their task was to guard, in opposition, the interests of the working class. Lenin agreed that the revolution was bourgeois insofar as it could not aim at socialism, but he did not believe in the revolutionary mission of the bourgeoisie. The socialists, he held, were bound in duty to enter a revolutionary government. Yet he, too, contested Parvis's forecast about the social democratic character of that government. This cannot be. Lenin wrote, if we have in mind not fleeting episodes but a halfway lasting revolutionary dictatorship, capable of leaving some mark on history. This cannot be, because only such a revolutionary dictatorship can have any stability, as is based on a great majority of the people. The Russian proletariat constitutes now a minority of Russia's population. The revolutionary government would have to be formed by a coalition, in which petty bourgeois and semi-proletarian elements would participate or even predominate. It would be extremely harmful, Lenin added, to entertain any illusions whatsoever about this 29. This was the first time that any group or individual laid, on behalf of Russian socialism, open claim to power, or to the major share in it. It was a curious freak that this claim should have been first made by Parvis, an outsider to the Russian Revolution, and that it should have been repudiated almost in horror by Lenin. In Lenin's person the revolution seemed to shrink back appalled before the vague immensity of its own aims. Yet even Parvis spoke about a workers' government, not a proletarian dictatorship. Nor did Trotsky yet question the common assumption that the revolution would be merely bourgeois, and that with the destruction of feudal and absolutist institutions its role would be exhausted. At the same time it seemed to him as to Parvis irrefutable that if the urban proletariat was the chief driving force of the revolution, then its representatives must, if the revolution succeeded, wield a major influence in the provisional government. No social class would be willing to bear the brunt of a revolution and then give up the fruits of its victory. The critics were incapable of effectively refuting this argument. But both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks asked two pertinent questions: how could this prospect be reconciled with the bourgeois character of the revolution? And how could one envisage a government by a proletarian minority, without abandoning the principle of representative democratic government, which none of the disputants was willing to abandon? To these questions neither Trotsky nor Parvis had any answer yet. In January 1905, at Parvis's home, Trotsky began to write another series of essays, which appeared later under the title After the Petersburg Insurrection. The series consisted of rather disparate segments, of new, sarcastic polemics against the liberals, of intensely enthusiastic passages greeting the revolution, and of highly sober reflections on the techniques of revolution. In his strictures on the liberals he dwelt on the point that only 2 days before the demonstration in Petersburg, Struve had stated that no revolutionary people exists in Russia. These words, Trotsky commented, should be engraved on Mr. Struve's forehead, if, even without this, his head did not already look like a gravestone, under which are buried so many plans, slogans, and ideas socialist, liberal, patriotic, revolutionary, monarchist, democratic, and others. 30 Trotsky's conclusion was, our struggle for the revolution, our preparation for it, will go hand in hand with our ruthless struggle against liberalism for influence on the masses, for the leading role of the proletariat. The tenor of the passages in which he greeted the revolution may be gauged from these words. Yes, she has come. We have awaited her. We have never doubted her. For many years she was only a deduction from our doctrine, at which the non-entities of every political shade mocked. With her first sweep, she has already uplifted society. Before January 9th our demand for a republic seemed fantastic, doctrinaire, and disgusting to all liberal pundits. One day of revolution was enough. One magnificent contact between the Tsar and the people was enough for the idea of constitutional monarchy to become fantastic, doctrinaire, and disgusting. The priest Gapon rose with his idea of the monarch against the real monarch. But, as behind him there stood not monarchist liberals but revolutionary proletarians, this limited insurrection immediately manifested its rebellious content in barricade fighting and in the outcry, "Down with the Tsar!" The real monarch has destroyed the idea of the monarch. The revolution has come and she has put an end to our political childhood. 31. At this stage problems of revolutionary technique acquired colossal importance. The proletarians of Petersburg have shown great heroism. But the unarmed heroism of the crowd could not face the armed idiocy of the barracks. Henceforth scattered efforts would lead to nothing. The movement must culminate in an all-Russian insurrection. The revolution must arm itself. Some people held that insurgents had no chance against a government armed with modern weapons. An English writer, for instance, believed that if Louis XVI had had a few batteries of machine guns the French Revolution would not have occurred. What pretentious nonsense it is, Trotsky observed, to measure the historical chances of revolution by the caliber of weapons and guns. As if weapons and guns had command of men, as if men did not wield the weapons and guns. 32 He granted that workers by themselves, even if armed, could not conquer an uprising. They must bring the army over to their side. But to be able to achieve this, they must first arm themselves and impress by their own determination the Tsar's vacillating soldiers. He developed this idea in passages which were in part instructions on how the workers should arm themselves and in part descriptive images illustrating the process by which the Tsar's troops would go over to the insurgent people. These anticipatory scenes again read like pages from his own histories of the revolution, written after the event. He concluded with an appeal to his own comrades framed in Dantonesque style. All that you needed, he said, in order to rise to the opportunity, was a few very simple qualities: freedom from organizational routine and from the miserable traditions of a clandestine movement, a broad view, courageous initiative, the ability to evaluate situations, and once again, courageous initiative. Between the lines of these writings one can still feel the fever that consumed the author. He was burning with impatience to return to Russia and to plunge 33 into the vortex. Not for him the stale air of the émigré colonies, where he was at cross purposes with almost everybody. Not for him an exile from which the revolution could be only dimly watched as a storm on the high seas is watched from a remote shore. The return to Russia was bound up with grave risks. A fugitive from Siberia, if caught by the police, was automatically treated as an outlaw and deported for hard labor, even if his original sentence had not provided for this. All the same, he made up his mind to return. Sedova went ahead of him to prepare secret lodgings. In February 1905 he himself was on his way back. He stopped in Vienna and called on Victor Adler, the Austrian leader, in whose home he shaved off his mustache and beard to make it difficult for the Russian police to recognize him. It was at Adler's home that he had first called for help while he was on his way from Siberia to England. Only 2.5 years had passed since, but how crowded and full of portent those years were. Chapter V. Trotsky in 1905. In February Trotsky arrived in Kiev, and there, having assumed the identity of a retired ensign, Arbuzov, he hid for several weeks. Kiev was then the hub of the clandestine organization, but the police were less alert there than in Petersburg and Moscow. There Trotsky met Leonid Krusin, with whom he was to be closely associated for the rest of the year. An eminent technician and prosperous industrial manager, Krusin was also a member of the Central Committee second only to Lenin in the Bolshevik hierarchy, and the actual manager on the spot of the clandestine organization. He was, however, a conciliator, anxious to overcome the breach in the party and therefore at loggerheads with Lenin. This made it easier for Trotsky to cooperate with him. And to Krusin, Trotsky, the only prominent socialist policy maker and writer then in Russia, soon became indispensable. In the spring, Krusin took him to Petersburg, The other socialist leaders stayed in Western Europe until late in the year. In normal times, when events moved slowly, the clandestine organization could well afford to consult the émigrés and to wait for their instructions. But now the range of its activities was expanding feverishly. More and more often the party had to act under the compulsion of events and on the spur of the moment. Consequently, routine contacts with the émigrés became too cumbersome and slow. Having returned to Russia so early, Trotsky found himself at once at the very center of clandestine affairs. This was to make him loom much larger in the revolution of 1905 than did any of the older leaders. But he was to loom larger for yet another, more fundamental, reason. The two trends in the party had not yet crystallized sufficiently to become two separate and hostile forces. Yet the controversy had advanced enough to absorb the minds and energies of the leaders. The turmoil in Russia came too late for the party to be able to act with the immediate initiative and massive vigor of a single body. But it also came too early before the two parties, Bolshevik and Menshevik, had disengaged from each other and gained a new freedom of movement. More than anybody else, Trotsky represented that mood of indecision and that horror of division which was still common to both sections of the party. In a sense, he embodied the immaturity of the movement, while the fanatics of the schism were more representative of its future. He expressed the party's strongest sentiment against the even stronger logic of its development. But he also embodied the highest degree of maturity the movement had so far attained in its broader aspirations. In formulating the objectives of the revolution, Trotsky went farther than either Markov or Lenin, and he was therefore better equipped for an active role in the upheaval. An unfailing political instinct led him at the right moments to the sensitive spots and the foci of the revolution, and guided his steps. During the first months after his return, he could do little more than write and inspire Khrushchev, and through him the organization. The turmoil of January and February was over, and in the spring the labor movement was in the doldrums. The strikes had fizzled out, police repression and executions had intimidated the workers. The political initiative passed to the liberal middle class. A long series of congresses and conventions, held by industrialists, merchants, bankers, doctors, lawyers, and others, raised the cry for constitutional government and reform. Only later in the year, after the defeat of Tsushima, the revolt of the crew on the Potemkin, and the end of the war with Japan, was the initiative to slip back from the middle class to the workers. In the meantime Trotsky could not appear in the open. Even in the clandestine circles of Petersburg he moved warily as Peter Petrovich. The ground was shaky. The Okhrana had its agents provocateurs in the organization. But from his hiding places he watched the political scene and produced an unending stream of essays, sociological studies, letters to ISSAC, leaflets, pamphlets, polemical broadsides, and writings on the strategy and tactics of revolution. He became confirmed in the views he had expounded together with Parvis, and he went farther. Immediately after his return, he wrote in ISSAC that apart from the Social Democratic Party there is nobody on the battlefield of the revolution capable of organizing a nationwide insurrection. Other groups in the urban population will play their part in the revolution only insofar as they follow the proletariat. Neither the peasantry, nor the middle class, nor the intelligentsia can play an independent revolutionary role in any way equivalent to the role of the proletariat. Consequently, the composition of the provisional government will in the main depend on the proletariat. If the insurrection ends in a decisive victory, those who have led the working class in the rising will gain power. 1. Abroad, Parvis, too, advocated armed insurrection, and Lenin, of course, did likewise. The Mensheviks bided their time, saying that an armed rising, like a revolution at large, could not be organized that would come of its own accord with the growth of popular revolt. Behind this expectant Menshevik attitude was a hardening conviction that the leadership in the Russian Revolution belonged not to socialism but to liberalism. In the issue of ISSAC, in which Trotsky wrote that apart from social democracy there is nobody on the battlefield of the revolution capable of leadership, Markov insisted that it was the historical mission of the middle classes to bring about a radical democratization of Russian society. We have the right to expect, these were Markov's words, that sober political calculation will prompt our bourgeois democracy to act in the same way in which, in the past century, Bourgeois democracy acted in Western Europe, under the inspiration of revolutionary romanticism too. Trotsky countered Martov's view with a critique of the liberal attitude as it was expressed by such bodies as the Association of Industrialists of Moscow, the Iron and Steel Industries of Petersburg, the provincial banks, the employers of the Urals, the sugar mill owners of the Ukraine, the national congresses of surgeons, actors, criminologists, and c. He did not deny that the middle classes were constrained by autocratic rule, and that their interest in economic progress and free trade induced them to demand political freedom. He even said that the liberal regime becomes a class necessity for capital, and that the urban merchant has shown that in opposition he is not inferior to the enlightened landlord. Point 3. But he added that in their demands the middle classes merely echoed the workers, and they were inhibited by the fear of revolution. For the proletariat democracy is in all circumstances a political necessity, for the capitalist bourgeoisie it is in some circumstances a political inevitability, for their gestures of opposition were creating for the middle classes a political prestige which was not without peril to the revolution. The intelligentsia had until recently looked down upon the industrialist and the merchant, now they were hailing them as the heroes of a popular cause, and to the liberal spokesman their own speeches sound so convincing that they await the enemy's immediate surrender. But Jericho still stands, and, moreover, it is scheming evil. 5. Jericho was indeed scheming on the initiative of Buligin, the Tsar's minister, for the convocation of a pseudo-parliament, the so-called Buligin Duma. On August 6 the Tsar announced a plan in a manifesto. The Duma was to be his consultative council, not a legislature. In the election each estate was to cast its vote separately, the vote was to be based on property, and the Tsar reserved the right to prorogue or disband the Duma. The working classes were virtually disfranchised. Yet the manifesto threw the opposition into some confusion. Milyukov, the great historian, who was now assuming the leadership of liberalism, greeted the manifesto and described it as the crossing by the nation of the Rubicon of constitutional government. Point 6. The liberal leader's readiness to content himself with a sop from the Tsar prompted Trotsky, who stood for boycotting the Duma, to write an open letter to Professor P. N. Milyukov. Point 7. Of all his philippics against liberalism, this was the most biting and subtle, and it was widely circulated in semi-secrecy. An historical Rubicon, Trotsky wrote, is truly crossed only at the moment when the material means of government pass from the hands of absolutism into those of the people. Such things, Professor, are never achieved with the signing of a parchment, they take place on the street and are achieved through struggle. He recalled how in the French Revolution the great turns came not with declarations of constitutional principle but with real shifts of power. He further recalled events in Germany in 1848, how middle-class liberalism had contented itself with the Prussian king's promise of freedom, how it had helped the autocrat to subdue the revolution, and how, in the end, on the ebb of the revolution, the autocrat had defeated and humiliated liberalism. But history teaches the professors of history nothing. The mistakes and crimes of liberalism are international. You are repeating what your predecessors did in the same situation half a century ago. You are afraid of breaking with the Duma, because to you this constitutional mirage seems real in the dry and barren desert through which Russian liberalism has been wading not for its first decade. You, Professor, you will not tell the people this. But we shall. And if you try to debate with us not at liberal banquets but in front of the masses, we shall show that in our crude, harsh, revolutionary idiom we can be irrefutably convincing and eloquent. If the revolution does not ebb away, the bureaucracy will cling to you as to its bulwark, and if you really try to become its bulwark, the victorious revolution will throw you overboard. You propose not to be disturbed by the voices from the right and the voices from the left. The revolution has not yet said its last word. With powerful and broad thrusts it lowers the edge of its knife over the head of absolutism. Let the wiseacres of liberalism beware of putting their hands under the glittering steel blade. Let them beware. The style was the whole man in this open letter, at once scholarly, rhetorical, and implacable. In his attitude towards liberalism he was akin to Lenin. But Lenin had little or no inclination to engage in a direct ideological dialogue with liberalism, while Trotsky felt a need for a constant confrontation between revolutionary socialism and liberalism. He conducted this dialogue now, and he would do so to the end of his life, not because he had broken less decisively than Lenin with bourgeois liberalism, but in part because he was more aware of its attraction. Lenin instructed and led his followers, and in a sense preached to the converted, while Trotsky addressed the liberal spokesman directly and dissected and countered their arguments before large and undecided audiences. The dialogue with the adversary also best suited his polemical temperament and his dialectical style. Not for nothing was the open letter his favorite form of expression. He addressed us directly, the most diverse audiences, speaking to each social group in its own idiom, with an extraordinary ease and elan. In his diatribes against liberalism he turned towards the intelligentsia and the advanced workers. In his open letter to Milyakov he spoke to an academic public. Soon after his return to Russia he wrote peasant proclamations, which Krasin published, putting under them the signature of the Central Committee. In these proclamations Trotsky had before his eyes a primitive, illiterate mass of farm laborers, such as he could remember from his father's farm, a crowd in which a few individuals might be able to read his words aloud to the rest. He framed his appeal in the simplest terms and in the rhythm of a Slavonic folk rhapsody, with characteristic refrains and evocations. The words and the rhythm were as if designed for recital by a semi-agitator, semi-bard in a village. Yet, he spoke to the moujiks with the same logic and sweep with which he addressed his academic adversary. In the whole revolutionary literature written for or by peasants, there are very few, if any, documents which could compare, in folk style and directness of appeal, with a proclamation in which Trotsky related to the peasants the January massacre in Petersburg. He described how the workers had marched peacefully and calmly to the Tsar's palace with the Tsar's pictures, icons, and church banners. What did the Tsar do? How did he answer the toilers of St. Petersburg? Hearken, hearken peasants. This is the way the Tsar talked with his people. All the troops of Petersburg were raised to their feet. Thus the Russian Tsar girded himself for the talk with his subjects. 200,000 workers moved to the palace. They were dressed in their Sunday best, the grey and old ones and the young, the women went along with their husbands. Fathers and mothers led their little children by their hands. Thus the people went to their Tsar. Hearken, hearken peasants. Let every word engrave itself on your hearts. All the streets and squares, where the peaceful workers were to march, were occupied by troops. Let us through to the Tsar, the workers begged. The old ones fell on their knees. The women begged and the children begged. Let us through to the Tsar. And then it happened. The guns went off with a thunder. The snow reddened with workers' blood. Tell all and sundry in what way the Tsar has dealt with the toilers of St. Petersburg. Remember, Russian peasants, how every Russian Tsar has repeated with pride, in my country, I am the first courtier and the first landlord. Russian Tsars have made the peasants into an estate of serfs, they have made of them, like of dogs, presents to their faithful servants. Peasants, at your meetings tell the soldiers, the people's sons who live on the people's money, that they dare not shoot at the people. Thus, in plain words, without weakening for a moment his grasp on the moujik's imagination, he explained the ends his party was pursuing and the means it would employ, and he translated the alien term revolution into the peasants' idiom. Peasants, let this fire burst all over Russia at one and the same time, and no force will put it out. Such a nationwide fire is called revolution. 8. In a different manner again he addressed urban workers, for instance, when they failed to respond to the party's call and demonstrate on May Day. You have taken fright before the Tsar's soldiers. But you are not afraid of delivering your brothers to the Tsar's army so that they may perish on the great, unwept for Manchurian cemetery. You did not come out yesterday, but you will come out tomorrow or the day after. 9. A small masterpiece of revolutionary journalism was a very short article, Good Morning, Petersburg. Dvornik. 10. He wrote it later in the year, after the Tsar had, in the so-called October Manifesto, promised a constitution and civil liberties. The Dvornik had usually served the political police as informer and stooge, but now he became infected with revolution. The Petersburg Dvornik awakens from the police nightmare, Trotsky wrote. 2,500 Dvorniks met to discuss their needs. The Dvorniks do not wish to serve any longer as tools of police violence. They put forward their demands and refused to sign a thanksgiving address to the Tsar, because in the Tsar's manifesto freedom had been given but not yet proven. Many sins and crimes, Trotsky wrote, weigh on the conscience of the Petersburg dvorniks. More than once have they, on police orders, manhandled honest workers and students. The police have bullied them, and the people have come to hate them. But the hour of universal awakening has come. The Petersburg dvornik is opening his eyes. Good morning to you, Petersburg dvornik. Thus he spoke to every class of society, from the highest to the humblest, in its own language, but always in his own voice. The Russian Revolution never had, and never would have, another mouthpiece with such a variety of accent and tone. During his stay in Kiev he shifted from one secret lodging to another, precariously concealing his identity under the mask of Ensign Arbuzov. The ensign looked respectable, even elegant, but he was strikingly busy, received odd visitors, was closeted with them for hours, or pored over piles of newspapers, books, and manuscripts. Some of his hosts took fright and he had to move out. Others sheltered him with courage and good humor. In My Life, he describes how, posing as a patient, he found asylum in an ophthalmic hospital. The doctor in charge of the ward and some of his assistants were in the secret. An unsuspecting nurse conscientiously and tenderly struggled with the odd patient, urging him to take eye drops and foot baths and to stop reading and writing. After he had moved to Petersburg, Krusin found him accommodation in the home of Colonel Litkans, the chief medical officer of the Imperial Military Academy, where Krusin, too, had his secret meeting place with members of the underground. The colonel's sons were engaged in clandestine work, and he himself was a sympathizer. In his home Trotsky and Sedova lived as the Landowning family Vikentiev, escaping for a time the Okaranas' attention. Sedova, however, was arrested at a May Day demonstration, and the agent provocateur planted in the clandestine organization was on Trotsky's track. Trotsky hurriedly left for Finland, which was then part of the Tsarist Empire but enjoyed much greater freedom than Russia. Amid the lakes and pine woods of the Finnish countryside, in a hotel called Rauha, he meditated, studied, wrote, and kept in touch with Krusin, until in the middle of October the news of a general strike in Petersburg broke into the quiet deserted hotel like a raging storm through an open window. On October 14th, or at the latest on the 15th, he was back in the Russian capital. The strike had begun with a printer's demand for shorter hours and higher wages. It then spread rapidly to other industries and from Petersburg to the provinces, assuming a markedly political character and taking by surprise the leaders of the socialist underground. The workers clamored for constitutional freedom as well as for better wages and shorter hours. As the strike developed there sprang into being an institution bred in the bone of the Russian Revolution, the First Council, or Soviet, of Workers' Deputies. The Soviet was not a Bolshevik invention. On the contrary, the Bolsheviks, led in Petersburg by Bogdanov and Nunez Radin, viewed it with suspicion as a rival to the party. Only in the first week of November, when the Soviet was already at the peak of its strength and influence, did Lenin try from Stockholm to induce his followers to approach the Soviet in a more cooperative spirit. 11 The nucleus of the Soviet was set up by the strikers from 50 printing shops, who elected delegates and instructed them to form a council. These were soon joined by delegates of other trades. Paradoxically, the idea itself had, indirectly and unwittingly, been suggested by the Tsar who, after the events of January, had appointed a commission under Senator Shidlovsky to investigate the causes of the trouble. The commission had ordered the workers to elect their representatives from the factories in order to voice grievances. The strikers in October followed this precedent. When the Soviet first met, on October 13th, only delegates of one district attended. A stimulus was needed to induce other districts to join in. That stimulus was provided by the Mensheviks, who would one day bitterly oppose the institution to which they now acted as godfathers. The Soviet instantaneously gained an extraordinary authority. This was the first elective body which represented the hitherto disfranchised working classes. Under a government which held in supreme contempt the very principle of popular representation, The first institution embodying that principle at once tended morally to overshadow the existing administration. The Soviet at once became a revolutionary factor of the first magnitude. For the first time Trotsky appeared at the Soviet, assembled at the Technological Institute, on October 15, the day of his return from Finland, or the day after. Deputies from several districts were present, about 200,000 people, nearly 50% of all workers in the capital, had taken part in the election. Later, after further elections, the number of deputies grew and varied from 400 to 560. The Soviet had just decided to publish its own paper, ISSAC, and it negotiated with the municipal council for accommodation and facilities for work. In the halls and corridors of the Technological Institute there was an air of feverish agitation. Strikers were coming and going, deliberating, and waiting for instructions, a foretaste of the Soviet of 1917. The socialist parties and groups, however, were not yet agreed in their attitude towards the Soviet. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries had decided to send their representatives immediately. The Bolsheviks were reluctant to follow suit and demanded that the Soviet should accept the party's guidance beforehand, only then were they prepared to join. Trotsky, invited by Kherson to a meeting of the Bolshevik Central Committee, urged its members to join the Soviet without any preliminary condition. No party or group, he pleaded, could aspire to exclusive leadership. The Soviet should be a broad representative body embracing all shades of working-class opinion, for only then would it be able to provide a united leadership in the general strike and in the revolutionary situation that might develop from it. This wrangle was still on when on October 17 the Tsar, frightened by the general strike, issued a manifesto promising a constitution, civil liberties, and universal suffrage. The manifesto was composed by Count Witt, a semi-liberal prime minister. The Bulgarian Duma had been buried before it was born, and the Tsar appeared to be renouncing the absolutism that was as old as the dynasty itself. Petersburg was first stunned and then intoxicated with joy. Festive crowds filled the streets and read the manifesto in amazement. In the government, however, the opponents of the reform continued to wield effective power. General Trepov, Minister of the Interior, gave the police the order, "Spare no bullets," and this order was posted on the walls side by side with the Tsar's manifesto, as if it had been intended to provide a malicious comment on the new era. Just before the Tsar issued his proclamation, the police had made numerous arrests. On the morning of the 17th Trotsky moved with a huge and excited crowd towards the Technological Institute, where the Soviet had sat the previous 2 days. Gendarmes on horseback rode into the crowd. Trepov's proclamation seemed to warn everybody that it was too early for exultation. All the same, the crowd, consisting of workers and middle-class people, gave itself up to common rejoicing. The workers, however, were the heroes of the day. It was their strike that had wrested from the Tsar the promise of a constitution and freedom. The houses were at first decorated with the white-red-blue flag of the dynasty, but young workers tore off the white and the blue strips of cloth, littered the pavements with them, and hoisted the narrow and ragged red flags. The procession reached the Technological Institute, but there it was halted by a barrier of police and gendarmerie. The crowd moved on towards the university, where meetings were held. The swelling, good-humored procession carried with it the young man who had so long waited for this moment, who had forecast it, and who was now full of misgivings and of an impatient desire to warn the multitude against too early rejoicing. The procession poured into the courtyard of the university. From a balcony speakers were already haranguing the crowds. Tense with his misgivings and with the emotion absorbed from the procession, Trotsky pushed his way through the vast and dense multitude up to the balcony. There was his place. The organizers of the meeting knew him as the man who, under the name Yanevsky, had appeared at the Soviet to represent the Mensheviks. Some knew him as the Trotsky of ISSAC. 12 He eyed the mass of humanity, the like of which he had never seen before, and in a voice which seemed remote and strange to himself he exclaimed, "Citizens! Now that we have put our foot on the neck of the ruling clique, they promise us freedom." He stopped, as if wondering whether the cold shower he was about to pour on the crowd's enthusiasm would not freeze them, and he searched for the words which would show the people that he was rejoicing with them but which would also warn them against their own credulity. "It is this tireless hangman on the throne," he went on, "whom we have compelled to promise us freedom. What a great triumph this is! But, do not hasten to celebrate victory, it is not yet complete. Does the promissory note weigh as much as pure gold? Is a promise of freedom the same as freedom? Look round, citizens, has anything changed since yesterday? Are the gates of our prisons open? Have our brothers returned to their homes from the Siberian wilderness? Amnesty! Amnesty, the crowd responded. But this was not yet what he was driving at. He went on to suggest the next watchword. If the government were honestly resolved to make peace with the people, they would first of all have granted an amnesty. But, citizens, is this all? Today hundreds of political fighters may be released, tomorrow thousands will be jailed. Is not the order spare no bullets posted side by side with the Freedom Manifesto? Is not the hangman Trepov the undisputed master of Petersburg? Down with Trepov, came the cry from the crowd. Down with Trepov. Trotsky resumed, but is Trepov alone? He dominates us by means of the army. His power and mainstay is in the guards, stained by the blood of January 9th. Then he orders to spare no bullets for your bodies and your heads. We cannot, we will not, and we shall not live under the gun barrels. The crowd replied with a demand for the removal of troops from Petersburg. Then the speaker, as if exasperated by the unreality of this people's victory and excited by the unfailing response of the crowd and his own unsuspected mastery over it, concluded. Citizens, our strength is in ourselves. With sword in hand we must defend freedom. The Tsar's manifesto, however, see. It is only a scrap of paper. With a theatrical gesture he flourished the manifesto in front of the crowd and angrily crumpled it in his fist. Today it has been given us and tomorrow it will be taken away and torn into pieces as I am now tearing it into pieces, this paper liberty, before your very eyes. 13. Thus the capital of Russia first heard the orator of the revolution. In this speech Trotsky pointed to all the fatal weaknesses which were to frustrate the revolution. The Tsar's self-confidence, but not his massive machine of power, had been shaken. There was a ferment in the armed forces, especially in the navy. But the Cossacks, the guards, and the endless ranks of the muzhik infantry were gripped by the age-old habit of blind obedience. Behind the army lay rural Russia, its whole immensity steeped in apathy and despair. The revolution was still a purely urban affair. And even in the towns its triumph was mixed with fear. The middle classes and their liberal spokesmen, wistfully believing in the Tsar's promise of freedom and uneasy at the thought that they owed that promise to the workers' general strike, were anxious to stop the revolution. They were haunted by the specter of plebeian anarchy, and by the fear that, if the revolution went on, the Tsar would listen to those of his advisers who counseled suppression not concession. If you do not call off the struggle, so the liberals argued with the socialists, our newly won freedom will prove illusory. But it is illusory, the socialists retorted. To the working class the October Manifesto gave a sense not so much of victory as of strength and an impatience to use that strength for further assaults. Each class intended different aims for the movement. The middle classes hoped to gain most from a constitutional monarchy. The workers were Republicans. The former desired nothing but political freedom. The latter raised social demands as well, directed against the middle classes more than against Tsardom. The fervor of the working class, hot and impulsive, outstripped even that of the socialist leaders. The leaders counted the ranks, laid plans, and marked timetables. They expected the struggle to reach its climax by January 9, 1906, the anniversary of the march to the Winter Palace. 14 But all phases and dates were unexpectedly advanced by the impetuous temper of the masses, easily inflamed by provocation and stampeded into action. Yet the helplessness of the masses was as great as their self-confidence, and the outcome could only be disastrous. The working class was unarmed, and it could not get arms, in sufficient quantity, until the army itself was in rebellion. Even in conditions ideal for a revolution, it takes time before the prevalent rebellious mood seeps through to the barracks. The mood in the Russian army depended on the state of mind of the peasantry. Only in 1906 did rural Russia become seriously restive. By that time the revolution in the towns had been reduced to cinders, and it had been put down by the uniformed sons of the peasants, who, if the urban movement had been less hasty, might have joined it. The revolution squandered its reserves piecemeal. The working class lacked experience in insurrection. The socialist parties were too weak to curb the workers' impatience. And the basic fact behind all this was that the old order was not yet quite at the end of its strength. It was still capable of dividing the forces that might have converged on it. The Soviet of Petersburg, the hub of this foredoomed revolution, was from the first placed in the very middle of all the cross-currents, and it was constantly torn between courage and caution, between the volcanic heat of its surroundings and its political judgment. The Soviet elected its executive on October 17. On that executive sat, among others, 3 representatives of the Bolsheviks, 3 of the Mensheviks, and 3 of the social revolutionaries. The chief Bolshevik spokesmen were Nunins, Radin and Sverchkov. Trotsky was the chief Menshevik representative, even though abroad he had resigned from the group. He had in the meantime come to sway the Menshevik organization in the capital and to turn it against the emigre leaders. 15 He was assisted by Zlidnev, a worker who had come to Petersburg from Nikolaev and who had earlier in the year represented his fellows on Senator Shidlovsky's commission. On Trotsky's initiative, the Bolshevik and Menshevik committees in Petersburg formed a federal council, which was to prepare the reunion of the two groups, and in the meantime to coordinate their activities in the Soviet. 16 The social revolutionaries were led by Avksentiev, who in 1917, as Minister of the Interior under Kerensky, was to order Trotsky's imprisonment. In 1905, however, all 3 parties cooperated harmoniously. None attempted to impose its will upon the other, and all agreed to elect as president of the Soviet Krustalef Nosar, a lawyer, who stood outside the parties and had gained the workers' confidence as their attorney in labor conflicts. 17 To the outside world, Krustalef Nosar represented the Soviet and momentarily he won great fame. The policies of the Soviet were, however, framed by the parties, mainly by the Social Democrats, and Krustalev's role in the revolution was episodic. Politically, Trotsky, as the records and memoirs of participants testify, was the Soviets' moving spirit. On major occasions he spoke for both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and for the whole Soviet. He wrote most of the Soviets' manifestos and resolutions, and edited its Izvestia. Behind the scenes a silent rivalry developed between the formal president of the Soviet and its presiding spirit. 18. On October 19, 2 days after the Tsar had issued his manifesto, Trotsky urged the Soviet to call off the general strike. Its continuance offered no prospect of further success and might lead to more bloodshed. The Soviet unanimously accepted this view, and on October 21 the strike came to an end. The Soviet then announced that a solemn funeral of workers who had been killed during the strike would take place on October 23. On the 22nd it was learned that General Trepov was preparing the gendarmerie to suppress the demonstration, and that the Okhrana was scheming a pogrom of Jews. The same night Trotsky stood before the Soviet, pleading for the cancellation of the funeral. The Soviet declares, the proletariat of Petersburg will give the Tsarist government the last battle not on a day chosen by Trepov, but when this suits the armed and organized proletariat. 19 The Soviet swallowed its pride and cancelled the funeral of its martyrs. There was anguish in this humiliation. Would the proletariat be able to give battle on a day chosen by itself only if it had armed and organized itself? And how was it to be armed? On the same day the Soviet resolved to organize fighting squads, whose immediate task was to prevent the pogrom. Later, at the trial of the Soviet, conclusive evidence was to be produced that the pogrom had indeed been planned and that only the Soviets' action had averted it. But the fighting squads, even the one that guarded the Soviet, were at best armed with revolvers, and most had only sticks and pieces of iron. This call to arms was, nevertheless, to be one of the main counts in the indictment of the Soviet. 20. The Soviet maintained a vigorous political initiative, however. The October Manifesto had promised freedom of the press, but the pseudo-liberal Prime Minister would order the censorship to function as before. In reply, the compositors and the printers, encouraged by the Soviet, declared that they would neither set nor print newspapers and books submitted to the censors, and, by forcing the hands of the government, the publishers, and the writers, they gave Russia her first taste of a free press. Then a clamor rose for the 8-hour day, and under the auspices of the Soviet the workers themselves began to introduce it in the workshops. Towards the end of October the government proclaimed a state of siege in Poland, and the sentiment of revolutionary Petersburg was outraged. On November 1 the Soviet arranged a solemn reception for the delegates of oppressed Poland. The assembly was disconcerted to find that the men who came to speak for Poland were Count Zamoyski, Count Krasnodar-Renasky, Prince Lubomirsky, a few Roman Catholic priests and merchants, and only one peasant and one worker. Trotsky, nevertheless, warmly welcomed the delegation, and solemnly proclaimed Poland's right to determine her own fate. The Soviet called for a new general strike in sympathy with Poland. The government at the same time announced that sailors of Kronstadt who had taken part in the October strike would be court-martialed, and clamor for the release of the sailors merged with a cry for Poland's freedom. 21. A mood so generous and heroic was not without its aggressive humor. The Prime Minister would issued an appeal to the strikers. Brother workers, listen to the advice of a man who is well disposed towards you and wishes you well. The appeal was brought to the Soviet in the middle of a stormy session and Trotsky proposed this immediate reply. 22. The proletarians are no relatives of Count Witt. Count Witt calls us to have pity on our wives and children. The Soviet calls upon the workers to count how the number of widows and orphans has grown in the working class since the day when Witt took office. Count Witt speaks about the Tsar's gracious consideration for working people. The Soviet recalls the bloody Sunday of January 9. Count Witt begs us to give him time and promises to do everything possible. The Soviet knows that Witt has already found time to deliver Poland to military hangmen, and the Soviet has no doubt that he will do everything possible to strangle the revolutionary proletariat. Count Witt wishes us well. The Soviet declares that it has no need for the good wishes of the Tsar's time servers. It demands popular representation on the basis of universal, equal, direct, and secret suffrage. 23. The liberals in their drawing rooms, the students and professors in their lecture halls, and the workers in their tea shops roared with laughter, and Witt himself was said to have suffered a fit when he read the Soviet's riposte. 24. On November 5 Trotsky, speaking at the Soviet for the whole executive, proposed to call an end to the second general strike. The government had just announced that the sailors of Kronstadt would be tried by ordinary military courts, not courts-martial. The Soviet could withdraw not with victory indeed, but with honor. Yet withdraw it had to, especially as strikers in the provinces were growing weary. Events work for us and we have no need to force their pace, Trotsky said. We must drag out the period of preparation for decisive action as much as we can, perhaps for a month or two, until we can come out as an army as cohesive and organized as possible. A general strike could not be waged indefinitely. Its sequel ought to be insurrection, but for this the Soviet was not ready. One day, when the railwaymen and the post and telegraph workers had joined in, they would with the steel of rails and with telegraph wire bind together all revolutionary bulwarks of the country into a single whole. This would enable us to arouse when necessary the whole of Russia within 24 hours. Even while he tried to dam up the raging element of revolt, he stood before the Soviet like defiance itself, passionate and somber. He related a conversation he had with an eminent liberal who had urged moderation. I recalled to him an incident from the French Revolution, when the convention voted that the French people will not parley with the enemy on their own territory. One of the members of the convention interrupted, "Have you signed a pact with victory?" They answered him, "No, we have signed a pact with death." Comrades, when the liberal bourgeoisie, as if boasting of its treachery, tells us, "You are alone. Do you think you can go on fighting without us? Have you signed a pact with victory?" we throw our answer in their face, "No, we have signed a pact with death." 25. A few days later he had again to impress upon the Soviet its own weakness and urge it to stop enforcing the 8-hour day. The employers had answered with a lockout of more than 100,000 workers. The Soviet was divided, a minority demanding a general strike, but Trotsky, supported by the metal workers, prevailed. These displays of weakness were becoming all too frequent, but the popular impulse to action made them inevitable. What was surprising was that the Soviets' weakness was not revealed with more disastrous results, especially as the Soviets' chief inspirer was a young man who had never led, or participated in, a mass movement of any size. When all the handicaps under which this revolution labored are considered, the tactics of the Soviet, designed to harass the enemy without engaging him in general battle, appear almost faultless, and its results, the undiminished authority maintained by the Soviet and the concessions it contrived to wrest, must be judged impressive. It was not until 20 years later, during the struggle between Stalin and Trotsky, that Trotsky's moderation in 1905 was held out against him. During the intervening years no such reproach was heard, and the Bolsheviks treated the Soviets' record as a proud chapter in the annals of the revolution. 26 Nor was any alternative line of conduct ever proposed by the Bolsheviks to the Soviet, or even as much as hinted at. In the political literature devoted to the subject, the failure of the revolution of 1905 was invariably attributed to the broad, objective alignments in the country, never to the errors of any leader, least of all of Trotsky. 27. The Soviet had with such breathtaking rapidity become the main focus of the revolution that the groups and factions did not even have time to ponder its significance or to adjust themselves to the new institution. By the middle of November all their leaders had at last returned from Western Europe, and they watched in suspense and bewilderment this forum, which looked very much like the Russian convention. But they had too much of the air of émigrés about them to gain a foothold in it. The Soviet had, in any case, constituted itself 3 or 4 weeks before their arrival. It was now Trotsky who, on behalf of the proletariat of Petersburg, paid a tribute in the Soviet to the martyrdom and heroism of the émigré elders. 28 When at the beginning of the year he had taken leave of the émigrés they still treated him with a mixture of admiration and condescension shown to the child prodigy. Now they viewed him with new respect, watched his dominating attitude on the platform and read in the rough and grave faces of the working men's assembly the authority and devotion he commanded. Lunacharsky recalls that when Lenin, after his return on 8 or November 10, was told that the strong man in the Soviet is Trotsky, his face darkened somewhat, but he said, "Well, Trotsky has earned that with his fine and tireless work." His face darkened, for the wounding epithets which Trotsky had flung at him must have flashed through Lenin's mind. The epithets rankled. Only a short time before, Lenin had chided Parvis of all men for his partnership with Trotsky, that hollow bell, that phrasemonger and balalakin. 29 Yet he now acknowledged fairly Trotsky's merit and achievement. For one further reason Trotsky seemed vindicated against his former adversaries. Both Lenin and Martov now admitted that their passionate controversies had been storms in so many émigré teacups. The disputes over the prerogatives of the Central Committee and the conditions of membership had referred to the clandestine type of organization. The party had since emerged from the underground and it conducted its activities in broad daylight. For the first time its members could vote and elect their leading bodies without fear of the Okhrana. Lenin no less than Martov was anxious that the committees be elected from below and not appointed from above. 30 The Mensheviks, on the other hand, were shaken in their belief in the revolutionary mission of the middle class, a belief which it was difficult to square with the facts. The Menshevik following in Petersburg had so strongly come under the sway of Trotsky's radicalism that the émigré leaders had to tolerate this. All differences seemed thus to have vanished, and before the year was out the reunion of the two factions, complete with the merger of their central committees, was taking place. The fanatics of the schism, so it seemed, had been proven wrong, and the preacher of unity right. 31. The force of Trotsky's personality and ideas was felt in those days far beyond the Soviet and the Socialist parties. In 1906, when the revolution was already on the wane, Milyakov thus defended himself against attacks from the right, those who now charge our party that it did not then protest against the revolutionary illusions of Trotskyism, simply do not understand or remember the mood which then prevailed among the democratic public at the meetings. Those, Milyakov said, who would have tried in 1905 to protest against the illusions of Trotskyism would have merely brought discredit upon themselves. 32 This is all the more significant as the democratic public Milyakov had in mind, professional people and enlightened businessmen, was not directly within the orbit of Trotsky's activity. Only very rarely did he emerge from the plebeian Soviet to face a bourgeois public, and even then he did so as the Soviet's envoy. In his chronicle of 1905 Trotsky relates how, during the November strike, he appeared at the home of Baroness Yuxkal von Hildebrand to attend an important political gathering. The butler waited for my visiting card, but, woe is me, What visiting card shall a man with a cover name produce? In the reception room there appeared first a student, then a radical lecturer, then the editor of a solid periodical, and at last the Baroness herself. They apparently expected a more awe-inspiring personality to come from the workers. Incidentally, in this turbulent year Trotsky looked so very bourgeois and was so immaculately dressed that some of his socialist friends were shocked. 33 At any rate, the people gathered at the Baroness's home missed the thrill of rubbing shoulders with an uncouth revolutionary demagogue. I mentioned my name and I was most politely shown in. Drawing back the drapery, I saw a gathering of 60 or 70 persons. On one side of the passage 30 senior military men, among them resplendent guards officers, on the other side sat the ladies. In the forefront there was a group of black tailcoats, the leading lights of liberalism. Peter Struve, the ex-Marxist, was just urging the guards officers to defend the Tsar's October manifesto against attacks from right and left, and as he listened to Struve, Trotsky recalled the words written by Struve himself only 7 years before: "The farther we go to the east in Europe, the more slavish, cowardly, and mean is the political conduct of the bourgeoisie." Then it was Trotsky's turn to address the officers. He told them that the working class, and with it freedom itself, was unarmed. They, the officers, had the keys to the nation's arsenals. It was their duty at the decisive moment to hand these keys to whom they belonged by right, to the people. 34 That senior guards officers should even have listened to such talk was a measure of the political unsettlement. All the same, his appeal must have sounded to them like a desperate joke. The pyramid of Tsardom could be destroyed, if at all, from its base, not from its top. From the meetings he hurried to his editorial desks, for he edited and co-edited 3 papers. The Soviets. Izvestia appeared at irregular intervals and was produced with naive bravado. Each copy was set in the printing shop of another extreme right-wing newspaper, which a Soviet squad raided and requisitioned for the occasion. Apart from this, Trotsky contrived, with the help of Parvis, who had come to Petersburg, to obtain control of a radical liberal daily, Russkaya Gazeta, which he transformed into a popular organ of militant socialism. Somewhat later he founded, with Parvis and Martov, a great, solid daily, Nakolo, which was nominally the mouthpiece of Menshevism. In fact, Nakolo was mainly Trotsky's paper, for he dictated his terms to the Mensheviks. The paper would advocate his and Parvis's permanent revolution, and it would have no truck with the constitutional Democrats. "We shall have to agree," so Martov wrote to Axelrod, to the propaganda of a fairly risky idea, without any counter-criticism on our part. 35 On the contributors' list were the great names of European socialism: Victor Adler, August Bebel, Karl Koskai, Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Mehring, Clara Zetkin, and it was Trotsky's sweet revenge to open the columns of Nakolo to Plekhanov, who had only the year before found it morally repugnant to be Trotsky's neighbor in Iskra. Trotsky's papers were much more successful than the Bolshevik Novaya Zhizn, edited by Lenin, Gorky, Lunacharsky, and Bogdanov. This is not surprising to anybody who looks through the files and compares them. Trotsky's dailies had far greater verve and pungency. 36 For all their journalistic rivalry, the papers supported one another politically and jointly backed the Soviet. This flowering of plebeian freedom, with the Soviet and the socialist parties and press working in the open, was soon to be nipped. The government succeeded in putting down sporadic revolts in the army. The working class began partly to succumb to attrition, and partly to be carried away by eagerness to take up arms. Count Witt reimposed press censorship. The Soviet resisted. Defend the free word. Trotsky appealed. To the workers the free word is bread and air. The government fears it as one fears a sharp-edged knife. 37 The next blow fell on the Soviet itself. On November 22, Khrushchev Nosar, and a few other leaders were arrested. The government waited to see what the Soviet would do. Once again the Soviet was faced with a familiar dilemma. The social revolutionaries pressed for reprisals against the Tsar's ministers. Others preferred to retort by a general strike. The Social Democrats were on principle opposed to terroristic reprisals, and they were wary of calling another general strike. Once again it fell to the exuberant Trotsky to plead for cool-headedness and for a further postponement of the final trial of strength. He submitted a motion proposing that the Soviet of Workers' Deputies temporarily elect a new chairman and continue to prepare for an armed rising. The Soviet accepted Trotsky's recommendation and elected a three-headed presidium, consisting of Yunifsky, Sverchkov, and Zlidnev. The preparations for the rising which Trotsky had mentioned had so far been less than rudimentary. 2 delegates had been sent to establish contact with provincial Soviets. The sinews of insurrection were lacking. The government was determined not to leave the Soviet time for further preparation. Soon a police detachment was posted outside the doors of the Free Economic Society, where the Soviet held its sessions. It was clear that the days of the Soviet were numbered, and henceforward its activity had mainly a demonstrative character. It was designed to impress on the people the principles and methods of revolution. When Trotsky proposed to the Soviet to stop the enforcement of the 8-hour day, he said, "We have not won the 8-hour day for the working class, but we have succeeded in winning the working class for the 8-hour day." And, indeed, a short time before the demand for the 8-hour day had seemed unreal to the Russian, and even to the Western European, worker. Yet this claim was to head the list of the Russian workers' demands from now until 1917. Similarly, it was Trotsky's fate in 1905 not to win a proletarian insurrection but to win the proletariat for insurrection. On every occasion he explained why a general strike, which some expected miraculously to overthrow Tsardom, could achieve no fundamental change in society unless the strike led to insurrection, and he went on to explain what was needed to ensure the success of insurrection. He would expound this lesson even from the dock, and the events of the next few months and years would help to drive it home. Those who think of a revolution as a cleverly engineered conspiracy and fail to see behind it the long and slow accumulation of grievances, experiences, and tactical ideas in the minds of the people, may think little of such revolutionary pedagogics. They may regard the Soviets' insurrectionary resolutions as empty threats, which in the short run they were. But the test of the Soviets and of Trotsky's method lay in the future. The revolution of February 1917 was to put into effect the idea bequeathed from 1905. Its first act was to be a combination of general strike and armed insurrection, carried to success by the same Petersburg workers whom Trotsky had addressed in 1905, and by their sons. The Soviets' last gesture was the proclamation of a financial boycott of the Tsar. The Soviet called upon the people to stop payment of taxes, to accept only gold coins, no banknotes, and to withdraw deposits from the banks. 38 The Financial Manifesto, written by Parvis, denounced the corruptness of the administration, the bankruptcy of its finances, its fake balances, and above all, its unrepresentative character. The fear of popular control, which would expose to the whole world the financial insolvency of the government, prompts the government to shelve the convocation of a popular representation. The government has never had the confidence of the people and has received no power from it. At present the government rules over its own country as over a conquered land. The manifesto declared that the Russian people would not pay the Tsar's debts, a warning of which the Soviet government was one day to remind the Tsar's Western European creditors. The moral and political arguments of the manifesto sounded convincing, yet as an act of practical policy the boycott merely served to precipitate the clash which the Soviet had been anxious to postpone. Both sides saw in it, not without reason, a substitute for insurrection. The Soviet resorted to it precisely because it was incapable of armed action. There is only one way out, one way to overthrow the government: to deny it its revenue, the manifesto declared, in obvious contradiction of the views so frequently expounded that the only way to overthrow Tsardom was by an armed rising. The government, on the other hand, might have been hit almost as hard by a strike of taxpayers as by insurrection. It had to act instantaneously. 39. In the afternoon of December 3, Trotsky presided over a meeting of the executive which was to prepare the agenda for a plenary session of the Soviet, about to open. He reported on the government's latest strokes. The provincial governors had been given power to declare a state of siege. In some places they had already done so. Strikers had been threatened with heavy penalties. The newspapers which had published the financial manifesto had been seized. The Minister of the Interior was preparing to reinforce the ban on the socialist parties and to imprison their leaders. This time both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks proposed a general strike. In the middle of the debate, word was brought that a police raid on the Soviet was imminent. The executive resolved to go on with its business but to send away a few members who, if the Soviet were to be imprisoned, would continue to act on its behalf. Those so chosen went but came back. The building was already surrounded by guards, Cossacks, gendarmerie, and police. The executive then unanimously decided to stay put but to offer no armed resistance against the heavy odds. It continued to deliberate. The trampling of boots and the rattling of sabers came nearer. From the hall on the ground floor, where delegates had assembled for the plenary session, there rose voices of angry protest. From a balcony, Trotsky shouted down to the delegates, "Comrades, offer no resistance. We declare beforehand that only an agent provocateur or a policeman will fire a shot here." He instructed the delegates to break the locks of their revolvers before surrendering them to the police. Then he resumed his chair at the executive's conference table. A trade union spokesman was just declaring his union's readiness to join in a general strike, when a detachment of soldiers and police occupied the corridors. A police officer entered the room where the executive was sitting and began to read a warrant of arrest. It was now only a question whether the Soviet would carry its own weakness and humiliation with dignity. Resistance was ruled out. But should they surrender meekly, gloomy-faced, without a sign of defiance? Trotsky's pride and his sense of stage effect would not permit him to preside over so flat and disheartening a scene. But as he could not afford any serious act of defiance, he could relieve the gloom of the situation only with humor. And so he turned the last scene of this spectacle into a witty burlesque of a bold performance. As the police officer, facing the executive, began to read the warrant of arrest, Trotsky sharply interrupted him, "Please do not interfere with the speaker. If you wish to take the floor, you must give your name and I shall ask the meeting whether it wishes to listen to you." The perplexed officer, not knowing whether he was being mocked at or whether he should expect armed resistance, waited for the trade union delegate to end his speech. Then Trotsky gravely asked the executive whether he should allow the officer to make a statement for the sake of information. The officer read the warrant, and Trotsky proposed that the executive should acknowledge it and take up the next item on its agenda. Another speaker rose. "Excuse me," the police officer, disconcerted by this unheard of behavior, stammered and turned towards Trotsky, as if for help. "Please do not interfere," Trotsky sharply rebuked him. "You have had the floor, you have made your statement, we have acknowledged it. Does the meeting wish to have further dealings with the policeman? No? Then, please, leave the hall." The officer shuffled his feet, muttered a few words and left. Trotsky called upon the members of the executive to destroy all documents and not to reveal their names to the police. From the hall below rose the clangor of broken revolver locks. The delegates were carrying out Trotsky's order. The police officer re-entered, this time leading a platoon of soldiers. A member of the executive rose to address the soldiers. "The Tsar," he said, "was at this very moment breaking the promise of the October Manifesto, and they, the soldiers, were allowing themselves to be used as his tools against the people." The officer, afraid of the effect of the words, hurriedly led the soldiers out into the corridor and shut the door behind them. Even through closed doors, the speaker raised his voice, "The brotherly call of the workers will reach the soldiers." At length a strong detachment of police entered, and Trotsky declared the meeting of the executive closed. Thus after 50 days ended the epoch of the First Soviet in history. 40. Chapter 6. Permanent Revolution. Liquidation of the Soviet was a political event of the first magnitude, and the Soviet's chief spokesman was an important prisoner of state. Political uncertainty still filled the air. In the prisons, first in Kresty and then in the Peter Paul fortress, the members of the Soviet were accorded every privilege. Nominally they were kept in isolation, but their cells not being locked, they were free to meet one another, to take walks in the courtyard, to receive books, and under the slightest disguise to engage in intensive political activity. 1. It was not clear at first whether in its coup against the Soviet the government had not overreached itself. Petersburg protested through strikes, and Moscow through a general strike, which led to 10 days fighting at the barricades. Even after the suppression of the rising in Moscow, the revolution seemed only half defeated. Throughout December and January, revolts were flaring up in Siberia, in the Baltic provinces, in the Caucasus, and punitive expeditions were busy quelling them. In March, the elections to the First Duma, boycotted by the Socialists, brought a reverse to the government and striking success to the Constitutional Democrats. It was still doubtful whether the trial of the Soviet would take place at all. The authorities, at any rate, were in no hurry to fix its date. Later it was planned to open the trial on June 12, 1906. In the summer, however, the Tsar recovered confidence, dismissed the semi-liberal wit, stopped the talks on the formation of a constitutional democratic ministry which were in progress, dispersed the Duma, and appointed Stolypin as prime minister. The trial became the object of a tug-of-war in the administration, and it was adjourned from month to month till the end of September. The adherents of unmitigated autocracy planned to use the case in order to demonstrate to the Tsar that Witt's weak policy had been undermining the throne. The quasi-liberals in the administration were anxious to use the trial for the opposite purpose, and to show that the intrigues of the reactionaries had wrecked the policy of the October Manifesto. In the meantime, the prisoners carefully prepared their defense. At first there were differences over the line of conduct they were to adopt in the dock. On behalf of the Menshevik Central Committee, Markov wrote to the prisoners urging them to plead their case with moderation, to base their defense on the October Manifesto, and to demonstrate to the court that the Soviet had acted within limits allowed by that manifesto. The Soviet should, in particular, refute the charge that it had aimed at armed insurrection. Trotsky indignantly rejected the advice. From his cell he sent through his attorney a reply expressing the greatest surprise: not one of the defendants takes this attitude. The program of the October Manifesto has never been the program of the Soviet. The Soviet had met the Tsar's promises with a straight affirmation of its own republican attitude. It was a grave political error on the part of the Central Committee to advise the defendants that they should dissociate themselves from insurrection. All they could and would deny before the court was that they had engaged in technical preparations for a rising, but they must shoulder responsibility for political preparation. The letter, written in a hurry while the attorney was waiting to smuggle it out, was an angry explosion, a retort to an affront. The men of the Soviet, Trotsky insisted, should state their principles, explain their motives, proclaim their objectives. They must use the dock as a political platform rather than defend themselves. Point 2. In this the Bolshevik Central Committee supported Trotsky, and this was probably why, to quote his old friend Ziv, now again imprisoned with Trotsky, his words were full of warm sympathy for the Bolsheviks, to whom he was spiritually akin, and of a hardly suppressed antipathy to the Mensheviks, with whom he was associated. Point 3. However, Trotsky succeeded in persuading all the defendants to adopt the same defiant attitude, and all endorsed his letter to the Menshevik Central Committee. The only discord was caused by Khrushchev, the Soviet's first president, who had behaved ambiguously in the preliminary investigation. The prisoners threatened to brand him publicly, in the dock, as a traitor. Yet despite his former rivalry with Khrushchev, Trotsky was anxious to avoid a scandal, which would have lessened the political effect of the trial. He prevailed upon Khrushchev to behave in the dock like all the others and promised him that in return he would be spared the denunciation. Then the chief defendants agreed on their parts in the trial. Khrushchev was to give an account of the Soviets' work under his presidency, Sverchkov was to speak about the Soviets' last days, Nunez was to describe the attitude of the Social Democratic Party, and Avksentiev that of the Social Revolutionaries. Trotsky was to tackle the most dangerous topic, armed insurrection. Having completed these arrangements, he gave himself to reading and writing. Even the preliminary investigation, conducted by General Ivanov of the gendarmerie, could not divert him. He refused to make any depositions and reserved all that he wanted to say for the public trial. Trotsky's prison cell, writes Sverchkov, soon became a sort of library. He received all the new books that deserved attention, he read everything, and all through the day, from morning till late night, he was busy with his literary work. I feel extremely well, he used to say, I sit and work and am quite sure that nobody can arrest me in Tsarist Russia. This is a rather unusual feeling. Forziv describes how eagerly Trotsky passed on his books and papers to other prisoners and with what inexhaustible verve he stimulated them intellectually. A picture of Trotsky taken in his cell some time before the trial shows a man of handsome and cultivated appearance, strikingly highbrow. The face, looking somewhat more regular than it really was, topped by an abundant thatch of black hair and tapering into a little pointed beard, has an air of pensive concentration and self-command. For all its calm, it seems to reflect an inner animation, an intense play of feeling and mood. The thatch of hair, the broad forehead, the raised and strongly marked eyebrows, the dark pince-nez, the well-cut mustache and the thrusting chin give to the face a variety of angles emphasizing its inner animation. The prisoner, lean and of average build, is dressed in black. The black suit, the stiff white collar, the white cuffs slightly protruding from the sleeves and the well-polished shoes give the impression of almost studious elegance. This might have been the picture of a prosperous Western European. Fin de siècle. Intellectual, just about to attend a somewhat formal reception, rather than that of a revolutionary awaiting trial in the Peter Paul fortress. Only the austerity of the bare wall and the peephole in the door offer a hint of the real background. He spent much of his time reading the European classics. As I lay on my bunk I absorbed them with the same physical delight with which the gourmet sips choice wine or inhales the fragrant smoke of a fine cigar. It was then that I first truly acquainted myself with the great masters of the French novel in their originals. 5. This love of the French novel, classical and modern, was to remain with him for life. He had by now mastered French and German and he spoke both languages extremely well, although he used German more easily for economics and politics and preferred French as a literary language. He was now far from those days spent in the prisons of Kherson and Odessa, when he had groped laboriously towards Marxist theories. He was no longer learning Marxism, he was teaching it, and his mind was free to roam at large over the expanses of European literature. In the quietness of his cell he pondered the lessons of the last stormy months, and he set down his conclusions in essays and pamphlets, one of which was to become exceptionally important. Nearly all of his writings of this period are reproduced in his works, except for a study on land rent, which was lost and never saw the light. In his autobiography he describes this as a tragic loss to himself. How far his regret is justified we cannot say. His grasp of economics was sure, but, unlike Lenin or Bukharin, he did not distinguish himself as an abstract economic theorist, and it may be doubted whether he had an original contribution to make to so highly specialized a subject as the Marxian conception of land rent. Whatever the truth, some of his political writings of this year were of greater weight and originality than any work of his on land rent was likely to be. We may leave aside his Mr. Struve in Politics, a brochure, published under the pen name Trotsky, which gained great popularity. This was another broadside against liberalism, mordantly effective but adding little to a familiar stock of arguments. More important was the History of the Soviet, a work written by several hands and edited by Trotsky. He conceived the idea of it as soon as the doors of the prison had closed behind him, and he contributed a chapter summing up the Soviets' role. Urban Russia was too narrow a base for the struggle. The Soviet tried to wage the struggle on a national scale, but it remained above all a Petersburg institution. There is no doubt that in the next upsurge of revolution, such councils of workers will be formed all over the country. An all-Russian Soviet of workers, organized by a national congress, will assume the leadership. History does not repeat itself. The new Soviet will not have to go through the experiences of these 50 days once again. Yet from these 50 days it will be able to deduce its entire program of action: revolutionary cooperation with the army, the peasantry, and the plebeian parts of the middle classes, abolition of absolutism, destruction of the military machine of absolutism, part disbandment and part overhaul of the army, abolition of the police and of the bureaucratic apparatus, the 8-hour day, the arming of the people, above all, of the workers, the transformation of the Soviets into organs of revolutionary, urban self-government, the formation of peasant Soviets to be in charge of the agrarian revolution on the spot, elections to the Constituent Assembly. It is easier to formulate such a plan than to carry it out. But if victory is destined for the revolution, the proletariat cannot but assume this role. It will achieve a revolutionary performance, the like of which the world has never seen. The history of these 50 days will be a pale page in the great book of the proletariat's struggle and victory. 6. This was indeed the program for 1917. However, These writings were merely sketches and essays preparatory to his chief work of this period. Idea I perspectivy. DEUTSCHER Sili Revolucji. As the fundamental statement of Trotskyism, this was to be for decades the object of a fierce controversy. 7 He wrote it as a long concluding chapter to his book, Nasza Rewolucja, which was a collection of essays and chronicles on 1905, and in it he gave a full, almost mathematically succinct formulation of the theory of permanent revolution. He reviewed recent critical events in the perspective of age-old trends in Russian history, and then, turning to the international scene, he defined the place of the Russian Revolution in modern European history, and he forecast, in broad outline, the impact of the Russian Revolution upon the world and the world's impact upon it. Within this framework he explicitly opposed his conception to the views then current among Marxists. This was the most radical restatement, if not revision, of the prognosis of socialist revolution undertaken since Marx's Communist Manifesto. That is, since 1847. For this reason alone, it deserves to be summarized in some detail. Marxists, we know, generally viewed the Russian upheaval as a bourgeois revolution, whose purpose it was to overthrow Tsardom and to clear away its semi-feudal heritage. Only after the completion of this phase, it was held, could a modern industrial capitalist society develop fully in Russia, and only in such a society, after the wealth and the productive resources of the country had grown and expanded, would revolutionary socialism rise to power and begin to satisfy the egalitarian aspirations of the masses. Marxists took it for granted that in the old capitalist countries of the West the ground for socialist revolution was ready. There, in the West, they expected socialism to win, while the East was still engaged in its bourgeois revolutions. These were axioms commonly held by Western European socialists and Russian Mensheviks and Bolsheviks. The controversy between the latter centered on the question which social class, the bourgeoisie, or the workers, would play the leading part in the Russian bourgeois revolution. Trotsky questioned most of these assumptions. He agreed with the Bolsheviks that the Russian bourgeoisie was incapable of revolutionary leadership, and that the industrial working class was cast for that role. He now went farther and argued that the working class would by its own political supremacy in the revolution be compelled to carry the Russian Revolution from the bourgeois to the socialist phase, even before the socialist upheaval had begun in the West. This would be one aspect of the permanence of the revolution. It would be impossible to confine the upheaval to bourgeois limits. What had destined Russia to become the pioneer of socialism? Why could the Russian middle classes not bring their revolution to a consummation, as the French had done in the 18th century? The answer lay in the peculiarities of Russian history. The Russian state, half Asian, half European, was based on a slowly evolving, undifferentiated, primitive society. The military pressure of superior European powers, not the impulses coming from Russian society, molded that state. From its earliest days, when it struggled against Tartar domination and then against Polish, Lithuanian and Swedish invasions, the state exacted from the Russian people the most intense exertions. It absorbed a disproportionately high share of the social wealth produced. It thereby impeded the already slow formation of privileged classes and the even slower growth of productive resources. Yet the state needed a hierarchical organization, and to achieve it had to stimulate social differentiation. Thus Tsardom curbed and at the same time fostered the development of Russian society. This fact had prompted Milyakov to say that whereas in the West the estates had created the state, in Russia the state had brought into being the estates. Trotsky dismissed this as a one-sided view, for state power could not at will manufacture social groups and classes. Nevertheless, so prodigious had been the ruler's initiative and so sluggish and torpid had been Russian society that in Russia even capitalism appeared as the child of the state. 8 The state, and not private enterprise, had laid the foundations of modern industry. Even Russian thought and opinion appeared as the state's offspring. In modern times, fiscal and military protectionism and European financial assistance secured to Tsardom a degree of modernization which further increased its power over society. The liberals held that this prodigious preponderance of the state made revolution impossible. On the contrary, it made it inevitable. One outcome of this trend was that Russia entered the 20th century with an extremely feeble urban middle class. The Russian town itself was the product of the last few decades. Under Peter the Great, the city dwellers were only 3% of the total population. After the Napoleonic Wars they formed 4.5%, and even towards the end of the 19th century only 13%. The old Russian town, unlike its European counterpart, had been not a center of industry and commerce but a military administrative unit or a fortress. The Russian town, like the Asian, did not produce, it merely consumed. It neither accumulated wealth nor evolved a division of labor. Thus were aggravated all the cruel handicaps which Russia's severe climate and enormous spaces had imposed upon the growth of her civilization. In the middle of the 19th century, capitalism found in Russia not the urban handicraft from which, in the West, modern industry had sprung, but rural cottage craft. This fact had one striking political consequence, already noted by Parvis. Russia possessed no social class comparable to that concentrated mass of urban craftsmen who had formed the backbone of the French middle class and had made the great French Revolution. Russia's 4 million craftsmen were scattered over the countryside. Even the advance of modern industry did not significantly strengthen the middle class, because Russian industry was, in the main, fostered by foreign investment. In their own countries, the Western bourgeoisie had rallied to the banner of liberalism. In Russia, they were interested mainly in the security of their investments, which seemed best guaranteed by strong, that is, absolutist, government. Thus, the economic preponderance of the state, the numerical weakness of the middle classes, the predominance of foreign capital in industry, the absence of a middle-class tradition all combined to make Russian bourgeois liberalism stillborn. Yet modern industry, which did not significantly enhance the middle class, brought the proletariat to the fore. The more belatedly Russian industry expanded, the more readily did it adopt the most advanced forms of organization that had elsewhere been developed slowly and laboriously. The few modern factories that Russia did possess were larger and more concentrated than any Western European or even American establishments. Consequently, the political strength of the Russian proletariat, its capacity to organize itself and to act en masse, was all the more concentrated. This alignment of the social classes entailed a radical change in the familiar patterns of revolution. European revolutionary history knew 3 landmarks: 1789, 1848, and 1905. In 1789 the French bourgeoisie, strong and confident, led the struggle against absolutism. True, it was often driven forward against its will by Jacobin plebeians, the sans-culottes. But these were a shapeless, incoherent mass, lacking a consistent program of their own. Only sporadically could they oppose themselves to the wealthy bourgeoisie, which, after the brief interval of Robespierre's dictatorship, regained ascendancy. No modern industrial working class was there to challenge its leadership. 9. By 1848 the center of bourgeois revolution had shifted to Germany and Austria. But the German middle class had neither the strength nor the self-confidence of the French. The courage which it needed to oppose absolutism was blighted by fear of the rising proletariat. The plebeian mass of 1848 was no longer an angry, confused lower middle class with a pauper-like fringe, but a class of factory workers, groping towards political independence and opposed to the employers even more directly than to the monarchy. However, the working class, already strong enough to inspire fear in the bourgeoisie, was still too feeble and timid to guide the nation. The revolution foundered because it lacked leadership. The bourgeoisie was already, and the proletariat was still too weak to assume it. Finally, in Russia in 1905 the wheel had turned full circle. The revolution was no longer leaderless. The bourgeoisie was both too feeble and too frightened of the proletariat to direct the war against autocracy. This mission had fallen to the industrial workers, who were much stronger than their German counterparts of 1848, and had avidly assimilated the last word in European socialism. 10. It followed from this, Trotsky went on, that the revolution, if it succeeded, would end in the seizure of power by the proletariat. Every political party deserving the name aims at seizing governmental power in order to put the state at the service of the class whose interests it expresses. 11. The Mensheviks argued that in backward Russia, unripe for socialism, the workers must help the bourgeoisie to seize power. Against this Trotsky boldly declared, in a country economically backward, the proletariat can take power earlier than in countries where capitalism is advanced. The Russian Revolution produces conditions, in which power may pass into the hands of the proletariat before the politicians of bourgeois liberalism have had the chance to show their statesmanlike genius to the full. 12. He brushed aside arguments based on familiar Marxist texts about the sequence of bourgeois and socialist revolutions. Marxism is above all a method of analysis of social relations, not of texts. His critics were soon to accuse him of wanting Russia to jump over the bourgeois phase of development, and of advocating a policy which would oppose the industrial workers, a small minority, to the rest of the nation. Trotsky tried to forestall these criticisms. He did not gainsay, he stated, the bourgeois character of the Russian Revolution, in this sense at least, that its immediate task was to free Russia from the dead weight of her feudal past, to accomplish that is, what the bourgeoisie had accomplished in England and France. But he insisted, and in this he differed from other socialists, that the revolution would not stop at this. Having uprooted the feudal institutions, it would proceed to break the backbone of capitalism and to establish a proletarian dictatorship. 13. He did not rule out a governmental coalition of socialists and representatives of the peasantry, but to the latter he assigned the role of junior partners. The representatives of the workers will give consent to the policy of the government and will form a homogeneous majority in it. 14. Was this, then, to be a dictatorship of a minority? More by implication than explicitly, he envisaged that the revolution itself would indeed be carried out by the workers alone. It was in the towns that the old order must be overthrown, and there the industrial proletariat would be master. Many layers of the toiling mass, especially in the country, will be drawn into the revolution and for the first time obtain political organization only after the urban proletariat has taken the helm of government. 15. But even though the overthrow of the old order and the seizure of power would be the work of a minority, the revolution could not survive and consolidate itself unless it received the genuine support of the majority, i.e. of the peasants. The proletariat in power will appear before the peasantry as its liberator. 16. It would, among other things, sanction the seizure of the large estates by the peasants. The French peasant had followed Napoleon, because the latter guaranteed his small holding against the émigré landlord. For the same reason the Russian peasant would back a proletarian government. That government, therefore, would and would not represent the rule of a minority. The proletarian minority would form its core and in all important matters hold the initiative. But it would rule in the interest, and enjoy the willing support, of an overwhelming majority. His conception of the peasantry's place in the revolution, in a sense the crux of Trotskyism, was to be the center of many controversies. The stock accusation leveled against Trotsky is that he underrated the revolutionary potentiality of the Russian peasantry, and denied the possibility of an alliance between it and the proletariat. For this charge no support can be found in his own words. We have seen how emphatically he stated that the proletariat in power will appear before the peasantry as its liberator. In insisting that the socialists would not merely expropriate the landlords but sanction the seizure of their land by the peasants, he went farther than most Russian socialists had so far gone. The Mensheviks held that the municipalities should take over the gentry's land. Most Bolsheviks, especially Lenin, advocated, in general terms, nationalization, but not partition of the land. 17. If the alliance with the peasantry is to be understood as the Bolsheviks understood it in and after 1917, then Trotsky certainly stood for it in 1906. Yet it is true that he did not consider the peasants, any more than other small proprietors or the petty bourgeoisie at large, as an independent revolutionary force. He saw them as an amorphous, scattered mass, with narrow local interests, incapable of coordinated national action. It was the peasantry's fate that its rebellions, even in the rare cases when they were successful, led to the rise of new oppressive dynasties or were exploited by other classes. In modern society, the peasants were politically even more helpless than before. The history of capitalism is the history of the subordination of the country to the town. 18. In the town there were only two poles of independent power, actual or potential, the big bourgeoisie, with its concentrated wealth, and the proletariat, with its concentrated capacity to produce wealth. The peasants, despite their far greater numerical strength, had to follow either the one or the other. On the scales of a parliamentary election, the vote of one peasant weighs as much as does the vote of one worker. In revolutionary situations this equality is illusory. 1,000 railwaymen on strike are politically more effective than 1,000,000 scattered villagers. The role of modern social classes is determined not by numbers, but by social function and specific weight. The proletariat must win the support of the peasantry. Without this it cannot hold power. But the only way for it to attract the mass of small rural proprietors is to show vigor and determination in the contest for power. The weak are attracted by the strong. This view, so explicitly stated, marked a radical departure from the then accepted Marxist notions, even though it had been strongly implied in Marx's own writings. It was a common Marxist notion that the working class could not and ought not to try to seize power before it had become a majority of the nation. It was also a deep-seated illusion of popular socialism that in modern countries the industrial working class would gradually expand into a majority, as it had done in England. 19 With this illusion Trotsky broke radically. The revolution, he wrote, would conquer long before the majority of the nation had become transformed into proletarians. 20. His appraisal of the peasantry was no less sharply opposed to current opinion. The Mensheviks tended to view the small rural proprietor as a prop of reaction. Their hope was in a coalition between the working class and the liberal bourgeoisie. Lenin, on the contrary, reckoned with the Mujik's revolutionary energy, but, unlike Trotsky, he would not prejudge its potentialities. He kept his mind open and waited to see whether the peasantry would not form its own revolutionary party, with whom the socialists would have to deal as with an equal partner. At the beginning of 1905, to the amusement of Plekhanov, Trotsky, and Martov, Lenin approached with intense curiosity and exaggerated hope the enigmatic figure of Gapon. He wondered whether that priest, the son of a Cossack, who had led the workers of the capital to the Winter Palace and thereby helped to open the sluices for the revolution, was not the harbinger of an independent and radical peasant movement. 21 Lenin's formula of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry seemed broader and more cautious than Trotsky's proletarian dictatorship, and better suited for an association of socialists and agrarian revolutionaries. In 1917 events in Russia were to confirm Trotsky's prognostication. In the 20s, however, the problem was to be posed anew in connection with communist policy in China, and nearly half a century after Trotsky had formulated his view, it would be posed over and over again by the revolutions in Asia, in which the relation between the urban and the rural elements would be more intricate and blurred than it was in Russia. So far we have dealt with the domestic aspect of the revolution. Its international and domestic aspects were, in Trotsky's view, closely interwoven. Although the peasants would by themselves be unable to squeeze out the workers, 22 a conflict between the two classes was looming ahead, a conflict in which the proletariat might forfeit the position of acknowledged leader of the nation. As long as the revolution was engaged in breaking the rule and the power of the landlord, it would have the entire peasantry on its side. But after that, two major features of the proletarian policy, its collectivism and its internationalism, would meet with opposition. 23 Thus, in spite of its initial strength, the new regime would discover its weakness as soon as it had carried the revolution, in the country as well as in town, from the bourgeois to the socialist phase. It would then be compelled to seek salvation in international revolution. Russia's industrial poverty and backwardness would anyhow prove formidable obstacles to the building of a socialist economy, and only with the help of the socialist West could these obstacles be broken and removed. Finally, the hostility of a conservative Europe would force the Russian Revolution to carry the struggle beyond Russia's frontiers. Without the direct state support of the European proletariat, the working class of Russia will not be able to remain in power and transform its temporary rule into a stable and prolonged socialist dictatorship. 24. This will from the very outset impart an international character to the development of the events and open the broadest perspectives. The working class of Russia, by leading in the political emancipation, will rise to a height unknown in history, gather into its hands colossal forces and means, and become the initiator of the liquidation of capitalism on a global scale. 25. If the Russian proletariat, having temporarily gained power, does not carry the revolution of its own initiative onto the ground of Europe, then the feudal and bourgeois reaction will force it to do so. 26. It will be precisely the fear of the proletarian rising which will force the bourgeois parties, voting prodigious sums for military expenditure, solemnly to demonstrate for peace, to dream of international chambers of conciliation and even of the organization of the United States of Europe, all miserable declamation, which can neither do away with the antagonism of the powers, nor with armed conflicts. European war inevitably means European revolution. 27. He went on to denounce the propagandist conservatism of the socialist parties, which could impede the struggle of the proletariat for power, and he expressed the hope that the Russian Revolution would shake up international socialism, just as the events of 1905 had already stimulated the Austrian and Prussian proletariat to claim universal suffrage by means of general strikes. The revolution in the East infects the Western proletariat with revolutionary idealism and imparts to it the desire to speak Russian with its enemies. 28. He concluded his argument as follows. The Russian proletariat will meet with organized hostility on the part of world reaction and with readiness on the part of the world proletariat to lend the revolution organized assistance. Left to itself, the working class of Russia will inevitably be crushed by the counter-revolution at the moment when the peasantry turns its back upon the proletariat. Nothing will be left to the workers but to link the fate of their own political rule, and consequently the fate of the whole Russian Revolution, with that of the socialist revolution in Europe. The Russian proletariat will throw into the scales of the class struggle of the entire capitalist world that colossal state political power, which the temporary circumstances of the Russian bourgeois revolution will give it. With state power in its hands, with a counter-revolution behind its back, with the European reaction in front of it, it will address to its brothers all over the world the old appeal, which this time will be the call to the last onslaught, proletarians of all lands, unite. 29. The tenor of Trotsky's argument suggests that he envisaged the European Revolution as a single, continuous process. There was thus in his prognostication a fatal admixture of illusion, at least as regards the tempo of the whole process. Here Trotsky was paying his tribute to a belief then commonly accepted by European socialists, and authoritatively voiced by Karl Trotsky, the intellectual guide of the International, that the European economy and society were already ripe for socialism. Yet, even in 1906, Trotsky, for all the categorical tenor of his forecast, was cautious enough to write that it was impossible to prophesy in what manner the revolution would expand from Russia, whether it would strike out through Poland into Germany and Austria, or whether it would turn eastwards to Asia. 30. Not for a moment did Trotsky imagine, however, that the Russian Revolution could survive in isolation for decades. It may therefore be said, as Stalin was to say 20 years later, that he underrated the internal resources and vitality of revolutionary Russia. The miscalculation, obvious in retrospect, is less surprising when one considers that the view expressed by Trotsky in 1906 was to become the common property of all Bolshevik leaders, including Stalin, in the years between 1917 and 1924. Hindsight, naturally, dwells on this particular error so much that the error overshadows the forecast as a whole. True enough, Trotsky did not foresee that Soviet Russia would survive in isolation for decades. But who, apart from him, foresaw, in 1906, the existence of Soviet Russia? Moreover, Trotsky himself, indirectly and unknowingly, provided in advance the clue to his own error. It is found in his appraisal of the Russian peasantry. Its political helplessness and lack of independence best account for the survival of a collectivist regime in a country in which the individualistic peasantry formed the overwhelming majority, and also for the forcible and relatively successful imposition of collectivism upon it. In apparent contradiction of his own view, Trotsky then stated that the proletarian regime would break down as soon as the mujiks turned against it. This error, if an error it was intimately bound up with his conception of the revolution, as he stated it in 1905-6. It did not occur to him that a proletarian party would in the long run rule and govern an enormous country against the majority of the people. He did not foresee that the revolution would lead to the prolonged rule of a minority. The possibility of such a rule was implicit in his theory, but its actuality would still have appeared to him, as to nearly all his contemporaries, incompatible with socialism. In fact, he did not imagine, in spite of all he had written about Lenin's Jacobinism, that the revolution would seek to escape from its isolation and weakness into totalitarianism. If the trend of his thought is considered as a whole, then it may be said that hardly ever has any political prophecy appeared to be alternately so brilliantly confirmed and so utterly confounded and then in a way confirmed again by the onrush of new historical cataclysms. This is especially true of that part of Trotsky's prognostication in which he spoke about the impulse Russia would give to world revolution. Over the decades events were to throw ever new light on this. In 1917 and after, amid the crumbling of thrones and the thunder of upheaval, his words seemed to be coming true with uncanny accuracy. Then came the reflux of communism in Europe. Bolshevik Russia withdrew within her shell, and Trotsky stood discredited and derided as the prophet of the utterly absurd, of the patently impossible and vain. But then again, in the aftermath of the Second World War, his voice seems posthumously to reverberate in a clash of two worlds. More than ever Russia appears to the West as having risen to a height unknown in history, gathered into her hands colossal forces and means, and become the initiator of the liquidation of capitalism on a global scale. We cannot run too much ahead of our story and consider here whether or to what an extent this is Russia's real role. Nor can we do more here than hint at the contrast between Trotsky's vision and its apparent materialization. He expected the new regime in Russia to become the initiator and inspirer, but not the master, of international revolution, and he saw the liquidation of capitalism beyond Russia as the genuine achievement of the Western working classes rather than as the byproduct of a victorious advance of Russian armies. But no matter how the course of events has swayed and diverged from the route he had mapped out in 1904-6, by the middle of the present century he seemed once again to have grasped the main chance of things correctly. Whether one reads his message with horror or hope, whether one views him as the inspired herald of a new age surpassing all history in achievement and grandeur, or as the oracle of ruin and woe, one cannot but be impressed by the sweep and boldness of his vision. He reconnoitered the future as one who surveys from a towering mountaintop a new and immense horizon and points to vast, uncharted landmarks in the distance. True enough, from his coign of vantage, he could not take in the whole landscape below. Patches of dense fog enveloped parts of it, and the play of distance and perspective looked different from what is seen in a valley. He misjudged the exact direction of a major road, he saw two or more separate landmarks merged into one, and he grievously overlooked one of the rocky ravines into which one day he himself would slip to his doom. But his compensation was the unique magnitude of his horizon. Compared with this vision, which Trotsky drew in his cell in the fortress, the political predictions made by his most illustrious and wisest contemporaries, including Lenin and Plekhanov, were timid or muddle-headed. In balance and prospects, Trotsky reached a peak in his development. The months in prison, in the course of which he pondered and digested recent experience, were for him the transition from early to mature manhood, a transition as sudden and rapid as had been his jumps from childhood to adolescence and from adolescence to adult life. In this brochure of 80 pages was the sum and substance of the man. For the rest of his days, as leader of the revolution, as founder and head of an army, as protagonist of a new international and then as hunted exile, he would defend and elaborate the ideas he had put in a nutshell in 1906. Similarly, Karl Marx spent his whole life developing and drawing conclusions from the ideas he had advanced in the Communist Manifesto, his early and brief statement of doctrine. Trotsky's work might have been for the Russian party what the Communist Manifesto had, ever since 1848, been for European socialism, a grand prospectus of revolution and a stirring call to action. Yet the influence of Trotsky's work was almost negligible, despite the controversy it aroused. The reasons for this were in part adventitious, in part inherent in the author's attitude. No sooner had the book appeared, in 1906, than it was seized and confiscated by the police. The few copies that reached readers aroused little interest, even though the author was just then, about the time of the Soviets' trial, very much in the public eye. Most of the book was made up of reprints of old essays, and readers looking for new viewpoints easily missed the one new and important chapter in it. 31 It seems established that Lenin, for instance, never read this work before 1919. Although once or twice he referred to it disparagingly on the basis of second-hand quotations. 32 By the time the book went to the printers, the revolution was fizzling out. From a practical standpoint, socialists were more inclined to weigh the chances of triumphant reaction than to contemplate the vistas of victorious revolution. Thus, balance and prospects appeared either too soon or too late to make a stronger impression than it did. Finally, neither of the two main currents in the party wished to identify itself with a novel and provocative forecast. The Mensheviks had recovered from the radicalism of 1905, they were impatient to shake off Trotsky's influence, and they considered this new epitome of Trotskyism as an exercise in daydreaming. The Bolsheviks were not in a mood to give serious attention to any prospects of revolution drawn by the spokesman of Menshevism. A lone wolf within his own party, Trotsky was condemned to relative futility just when he might have been most effective. Nor was the accident of his age without effect. He had gained enormous popularity among the rank and file and among non-party workers, but in the eyes of active propagandists and organizers, to whom his doctrine was meant to appeal, he was still too young to be accepted as a prophet. 33. Despite this lack of response, he was already strongly aware that he was taking his place among the makers of history, and it was with this awareness that, on September 19, 1906, he went into the dock. The trial was full of fight and heat. It did not take place before a military tribunal, as had been expected, and so the shadow of death did not hang over the dock. But the defendants were prepared for long terms of hard labor. The court was surrounded by masses of Cossacks and soldiers. Within the precincts, where a state of siege had been declared, it swarmed with gendarmes with drawn sabers in their hands. Only 100 persons, among them Trotsky's parents, were admitted to the proceedings. 200 attorneys conducted the defense. In the course of several weeks, 250 witnesses from every walk of life gave evidence on every detail of the Soviets' activity. From the first day the court was flooded by resolutions, signed by scores of thousands of workers, protesting against the trial. We, the workers of the Obukhov plant, ran a typical protest, declare that the Soviet does not consist of a handful of conspirators but of true representatives of the proletariat of Petersburg, and that if our esteemed comrade P. Zlidnev is guilty, then we are all guilty, and we confirm this by our own signatures. 34. The sentiment of the anti-Tsarist public expressed itself in 1,000 incidents. On the benches of the defendants there constantly appeared newspapers, letters, boxes with sweetmeats, and flowers. No end of flowers. In their buttonholes, in their hands, on their knees, and all over the dock flowers. The presiding judge has not the courage to remove this fragrant disorder. In the end, even the officers of the gendarmerie and the clerks, altogether demoralized by the atmosphere in the hall, carry the flowers from the public to the dock. 35. At one moment the defendants rose to pay homage to the memory of one of them who had been executed before the trial. The attorneys and the public, too, rose to their feet, and so did the embarrassed officers of the gendarmerie and the police. The aftermath of the revolution was still in the air. We have decided to take part in the present extraordinary trial only because we think it necessary to explain publicly the truth about the activity and the significance of the Soviet. Thus Zlidnev, on behalf of all accused, stated at the opening of the proceedings. The defendants so conducted themselves that they aroused respect, and at times a grudging sympathy, even among their enemies. The police brought against some of the members of the Soviet Trotsky was not among them the charge that they had embezzled funds collected from workers. The charge brought forth such a hail of protests from factories and was so effectively exploded in the court that the prosecution itself dismissed it as slanderous. So striking was the evidence that the Soviet had had overwhelming popular support for the general strikes and demonstrations it had called, that the prosecution could not base its case on these activities and concentrated instead on the count of insurrection. 36. On October 4 Trotsky rose to speak on this subject. He modeled his speech on the pleas which Marx and Lassalle had made when in 1848 they had been confronted with identical charges, but on this occasion he perhaps surpassed his masters. He began with a statement that the issues of republic and insurrection had never figured on the Soviet agenda, so that in strict law the charge was groundless, but that this was so only because the Soviet had taken its own attitude in these matters for granted and had had no need to discuss them. He at once took the bull the problem of political force by the horns. Did the Soviet consider itself justified in using force and repressive measures in certain instances? To this question, posed in this general form, my answer is, yes. In the conditions created by a political general strike, the essence of which was that it paralyzed the mechanism of government, the old governmental force that had long outlived its day and against which the political strike was directed, proved itself completely incapable of undertaking anything. Even with the barbarous means which alone were at its disposal, it was not in a position to maintain and regulate public order. In the meantime the strike had thrown hundreds of thousands of workers from the factories into the street and had awakened them to public political life. Who could take over the direction of those masses? Who could carry discipline into their ranks? Which organ of the old governmental power? The police? The gendarmerie? I find only one answer: nobody, except the Council of Workers' Deputies 37. The Soviet could not but begin to assume quasi-governmental functions. It refrained from coercion, however, and preferred to act by persuasion. The prosecution had produced in its evidence only a few comic rather than tragic, cases of violence. The defense might plead that the Soviet had acted within the limits permitted by the Tsar's own manifesto, but it preferred frankly to proclaim its democratic, republican conviction. Let the court decide whether the freedom promised in the manifesto was for monarchists only or for republicans and socialists as well. Let the manifesto now proclaim to us through the court's verdict: you have denied my reality, but I do exist for you as well as for the whole country. Otherwise the defendants would be convicted for their beliefs, not for their deeds. Trotsky then went on to prove that, in certain circumstances, insurrection which the court considered illegal must develop from the general strike, which the court held to be illegal. Insurrection had in a sense begun with a general strike. The strike had paralysed the existing government and required another government to step into its place. Something like dual power had come into existence. The prosecution professed to defend the existing order against the Soviet. Yet this order, in so far as it was expressed in the Tsar's manifesto, had itself been the product of a general strike. It was in response to the October strike that the Tsar had proclaimed it. The legal as well as the real basis under the old order had been shattered. Two governments had in fact existed, each struggling to assert itself, each endeavoring to win the army for itself. Their collision was inevitable. Did the workers of Petersburg become aware of this? Yes. Did the proletariat, did the Soviet, believe the open clash of these two powers to be unavoidable? Yes. And not only they, the middle classes, too, realized this and in many cases demonstrated their sympathy for the Soviet. It was the old government, not the Soviet, that represented anarchy and bloodshed. It was a requirement of order that the old government be overthrown, and only insurrection could overthrow it. What was the nature of the insurrection? Trotsky asked. The Russian Code, which was 100 years old, had known only the notion of a conspiracy against the government, staged in secret by a handful of rebels. This had, indeed, been the only form of rising possible in bygone times. The new insurrection was a popular rising, never envisaged by the Code. The law was lagging behind the times, and it did not give the prosecution even technical ground for the charge against the Soviet. And yet our activity was revolutionary. And yet we did prepare ourselves for an armed rising. A rising of the masses is not made, gentlemen the judges. It makes itself of its own accord. It is the result of social relations and conditions and not of a scheme drawn up on paper. A popular insurrection cannot be staged. It can only be foreseen. For reasons that were as little dependent on us as on Tsardom, an open conflict had become inevitable. It came nearer with every day. To prepare for it meant for us to do everything possible to reduce to a minimum the number of victims of this unavoidable conflict. The Soviet tried to organize the masses and to explain to them the meaning of events. It was not preparing an insurrection, it was preparing itself for an insurrection. True, the masses had no arms. But no matter how important weapons may be, it is not in them, gentlemen the judges, that great power resides. No. Not the ability of the masses to kill others, but their great readiness themselves to die. This secures in the last instance the victory of the popular rising. For only when the masses show readiness to die on the barricades can they win over the army, on which the old regime relies. The barricade does not play in revolution the part which the fortress plays in regular warfare. It is mainly the physical and moral meeting ground between people and army. It serves the insurrection, because, by hampering the movement of troops, it brings these into close contact with the people. Here on the barricade, for the first time in his life, the soldier hears honest, courageous words, a fraternal appeal, the voice of the people's conscience, and, as a consequence of this contact between soldiers and citizens, in the atmosphere of revolutionary enthusiasm, the bonds of the old military discipline snap. Having thus defined the place of insurrection in the revolution, he returned to the attack on the government. The rulers, he said, were trying to prolong their domination by means of assassination and pogroms. The hooligans of the Black Hundreds had been taking their cue from the police and gendarmerie, and the Tsar himself had been their protector. 38 Trotsky quoted revelations made in the First Duma by the liberal Prince Yurosov, who had related the following boast of one of the leaders of the gendarmerie: "We can make a pogrom whenever it suits us, a pogrom often people, if we wish, or of 10,000. The prosecution does not believe in all this. It cannot believe, for otherwise it would have to turn the accusation against those whom it now defends, and to acknowledge that the Russian citizen who arms himself with a revolver against the police acts in self-defense. We had no doubt that behind the facade of the Black Hundreds was the powerful fist of the ruling clique. Gentlemen the judges. This sinister fist we see even now in front of us. The prosecution is asking you to recognize that the Soviet armed the workers for the direct struggle against the existing form of government. If I were asked categorically was this so, I would answer, yes. I am prepared to admit this charge, but on one condition only. I do not know whether the prosecution and the court will agree to this condition. I am asking you, what exactly does the prosecution mean by form of government? Do we live under any form of government at all? The government has long since broken with the nation. What we possess is not a national governmental force but an automaton for mass murder. I can find no other name for the machine of government that cuts into pieces the living flesh of our people. And if you tell me that the pogroms, the arson, the violence, if you tell me that all that has happened in Tver, Rostov, Kursk, Siedlce, if you tell me that Kishinev, Odessa, Bialystok represent the form of government of the Russian Empire, then yes, then I recognize, together with the prosecution, that in October and November we were arming ourselves against the form of government of the Russian Empire. 39. Thus he faced his judges, addressing them in a sonorous, metallic voice, and casting fleeting glances at the public. There, amid the public, sat his parents, his father staring at him, proud and completely reconciled, his mother quietly weeping. His pleas stirred so much emotion that counsel for the defense asked for an adjournment for cooling off, and the court granted the request. During the interval attorneys and the public crowded around the dock to compliment Trotsky, and he tried gently to prepare his mother for a harsh sentence, for she had become naively reassured by the respectful commotion around her son. When the proceedings were resumed, the chief prosecutor gleefully declared that the defendant had given him all the evidence required, but he also paid homage to Trotsky's honesty and courage. The cross-examination of witnesses became an entire exposure of the violence and corruption into which government and police had sunk. At one point Trotsky, questioning Ivanov, the general of the gendarmerie who had conducted the investigation, compelled him to say, amid hilarious laughter in court, that a briefcase containing documents had been stolen from him at the headquarters of the political police. It was careless, the general explained, to leave there any personal belongings unattended, even for a moment they were invariably stolen. Then, on October 13, something like a bombshell exploded in the courtroom. One of the defense counsel received a letter from Lopukhin, a recently dismissed director of the police department, who asked to be called as witness. As semi-liberal official, Lopukhin had conducted a special inquiry into the obscure activities of his own department, and he forwarded to the court a copy of the report he had submitted to Stolypin, the new Minister of the Interior. He wished to testify that the year before Petersburg had escaped a bloody pogrom only thanks to measures taken by the Soviet. He wished to bear witness that the leaflets inciting to the pogrom had been printed at the headquarters of the political police, in the offices of one of its chiefs who had just testified before the court that he had never seen them. He further revealed that the political police itself had organized the gangs of the Black Hundreds, that General Trepov was actually in command of those gangs, and that the commandant of the imperial court personally submitted to the Tsar regular reports on these activities. The defense asked that Witt, the former Prime Minister, Dernovo, the former Minister of the Interior as well as Lopukhin be summoned to the witness stand. The request was refused on the pretext that the cross-examination had been concluded. To allow the erstwhile chief of the police department to give evidence for the defendants and to implicate the imperial court would have brought the Tsar's wrath upon the magistrates. But their refusal to call the witnesses effectively exposed the political character of the trial and much beside. The defendants and attorneys decided to boycott further proceedings. On November 2 the verdict was delivered before an empty courtroom. The members of the Soviet were declared not guilty on the chief count, that of insurrection. but Trotsky and 14 others were sentenced to deportation to Siberia for life and loss of all civil rights. The convicts, dressed in gray prison clothes, started on their journey at dawn on January 5, 1907. They had been kept in the dark about the date of their departure and about their destination, and they were awakened for the journey just after they had gone to sleep, having spent most of the night at a passionate game of chess. Yet, before departing they had managed to smuggle out a farewell message to the workers of Petersburg, thanking them for their solidarity with the Soviet and reaffirming hope in the eventual triumph of the revolution. The party of deportees, some with their wives and small children, was hustled to the railway station through dark and empty streets, under a strong military escort. The government was still afraid of an attempt to rescue them, and so elaborate were the precautions that the military escort had been brought from Moscow. Soldiers of the Petersburg garrison were not thought reliable. At the stations en route, the car with the convicts was surrounded by a dense cordon of gendarmes, and not till very late in the journey were the convicts told the place of their deportation. Apart from this, however, they were treated with respect and consideration. The soldiers openly showed their sympathy. All of them had read the reports of the trial and were relieved to learn that they would escort the workers' delegates to a place of deportation, not of execution. On the way they secretly posted the prisoners' mail, and to this circumstance we owe a vivid description of the journey which Trotsky gave in his letters to Sadova. 40. The route led from Petersburg through Vologda, Vyatka, and Perm, across the Urals, to Tiumen, where the party left the train and the escort was changed. From there they traveled by sleigh northwards towards Tobolsk. The convoy of 40 horse-driven sledges was on the move only between sunrise and sunset, so that it covered not more than 20 versts at a stretch. The precautions were tightened and the journey was interrupted long before dusk, to prevent any attempt at escape. The country traversed was dotted with deportees' settlements, where the convoy was often greeted with revolutionary songs and red flags. Among the native Siberian peasants rumor and legend ran ahead of the travelers. The unusually strong escort suggested that the deportees were men of great importance, dukes, or governors in disgrace, or the deputies of the first dispersed Duma, and the peasants looked on them with reverence and awe. After more than 3 weeks, the convicts reached Tobolsk, where they were put up for a few days in the local prison. Here they were told that the goal of their journey was the penal colony at Obdursk, lying in the mountains over the estuary of the river Ob, just on the polar circle, nearly 1,000 miles from any railway and 500 from a telegraph station. The route from Tobolsk to Obdursk led northwards, along the river Ob, through Samaravo and Berezov, across barren, empty, snow and ice-bound tundra and taiga, where for hundreds of miles there was no human settlement, except a few scattered ISSAC huts or tents. Horses could still be used on part of the road, but farther on the horse was replaced by the reindeer. Here the finality of his severance from civilization came upon a deportee with a shock. From the Tobolsk prison, on January 29, Trotsky wrote to his wife about the sudden and sharp longing that had overcome him for the light of an electric street lamp, for the clangor of a tramway and characteristically for the loveliest thing the world can offer, the smell of the printing ink of a fresh newspaper. So far he had not yet thought of trying to escape, even though before departing from Petersburg he had prudently concealed a false passport and money in the sole of his boot. For one thing, political convicts now refrained from escaping en route, so as not to get the escort into trouble. For another, he reflected whether, having been so much in the public eye, it was not too risky for him to make the attempt. The escaping deportee, if caught, was automatically punished with 3 years' hard labor. Enough that when he was writing to Sadova about the place of his deportation, he still expected her to join him there with her baby son, born while he was in prison awaiting trial. He attempted to cheer up Sadova and wrote that Obdursk had a healthy climate, was inhabited by 1,000 people, and that he would have chances of earning a living there. He also urged her to bring or send to Obdursk books and papers, no end of books and papers. In this mood, bracing himself for a long wait beyond the polar circle, not without melancholy, he started out from Tobolsk towards Samaravo and Berezov, the next halting places. Galloping at full speed, the convoy traversed a vast area, where typhus was raging and ISSACs in their huts were dying like flies. On February 12 the convicts were lodged at the prison of Berezov, but allowed to leave their cells in the daytime and to move about. This was the month of snow blizzards in the tundra, and the police did not think that anybody would try to get away. At Berezov a set of favorable circumstances induced Trotsky to change his mind about escape. He met a deportee doctor, who taught him how to simulate sciatica so as to dodge the last lap of the journey and be left behind, under mild surveillance, in the local hospital. The malingering required much willpower, but, if effective, it could not be detected. If he continued the journey and then tried to get away from Obersk, he would have added to his road 500 versts across the northern desert, and so he made up his mind to apply the lesson the doctor had taught him and to stay behind at Berezov. He found a sympathetic peasant ready to help. He had to choose one of three routes. The Tobolsk road, by which he had come, was in some ways the most convenient, but on it he might easily be caught. The northernmost way across the Urals to Archangel and Finland was difficult as well as dangerous, and so he chose to cross the roadless tundra southwestward, across the river Sosva, to a gold mining settlement in the Urals, which was the terminus of a small single-track railway connected with the Perm-Vyatka line. His peasant friend found him a guide, a native Zirayan drunkard, who knew his way in the tundra, and spoke Russian and the native dialects. They struck a bargain. The guide bought the reindeer and furs needed for the journey, and he was to keep them on completion of the trip. As the day approached, Trotsky pretended to have recovered from the fit of sciatica. On the evening before the escape, he went to an amateur theatrical performance of a Chekhov play. During the interval, he met the chief of the local police and told him that he was feeling well enough to make the last lap of the journey north. The police officer was well pleased. At midnight, Trotsky, having uneasily put himself into the hands of the drunken guide, was heading southwards. It took him a week traveling mostly night and day to traverse the tundra, over distances which nobody had measured except the Archangel Michael. The guide had an instinctive, animal-like sense of direction and feeling for the tundra. Like nearly all Ostyaks and Zirians, he was constantly drunk and falling asleep, to the horror of the passenger who saw the sleigh running into deep snowdrifts and feared pursuit. Himself without food, drink, or sleep, Trotsky kept on thumping and kicking the driver, tearing off his headgear, exposing him to the frost and thus keeping him awake. As they passed by Ostyak huts, which were happily very few and very far between, the driver would stop and disappear, and the passenger would find him either indulging with the Ostyaks and their wives and children in wild bouts of drinking, or lying unconscious on the floor. On the way, the leading reindeer strained its leg, and the others were worn out. The animals had to be left behind and fresh ones bought. This happened again and again, and Trotsky had to join the Ostyaks in a hunt for reindeer. Despite the discomfort and exasperation, he was happy to be on the move, and he watched with wide eyes the awe-inspiring beauty of the white desert and the ugliness and misery of life in Ostyak huts. Most of the time he fought off sleep, and when they halted in the open waste to make a fire and to melt the snow for tea, he sat by the fire to jot down his observations, which he was later to put into a book. Even the tension of this flight and the terror of the tundra could not subdue the inquirer and the man of letters in him. He took notes on the landscape, on the shape of the woods, on the variety of the trails left on the snow by the wolf, the fox, the ermine, the elk, and other beasts, on his conversations with his driver, on the customs and manners of the natives, on the abject slavery of their women, on hunting for deer, on the behavior of the hunters and the hunted, and on 1,000 other points. As they approached the Urals, human settlements became frequent, and the inquisitiveness of people encountered embarrassing. He posed alternately as a merchant and as a homebound member of a polar expedition. He had to use his wits to find plausible answers when goods were insistently offered to him for sale and when he ran into someone who had known one or two members of the polar expedition to which he claimed to belong. But nothing untoward happened, and at length he reached Bogoslovsk, the terminus of the single-track railway. A day later a train carried him westward from Perm through Vyatka and Vologda to Petersburg. For the first few minutes, he later recollected, the large and almost empty compartment was too crowded and stuffy for me, and I went out onto the front platform, where the wind was blowing and it was dark. A loud cry burst out from me, a cry of joy and freedom. 41 So flushed was he with joy that he did all that prudence should have counseled him not to do. He was heading for Petersburg, where every police agent knew him, and he cabled to his wife about his arrival, asking her to meet him en route. Sedova could hardly believe her eyes. When the cable arrived, the newspapers of Petersburg were still carrying reports about the journey of the convicted Soviet leaders to the Polar Circle. Chapter 7. The Doldrums, 1907-1914. Year 1907 was the year of the Tsar's revenge. With the coup of June 3, autocracy was fully re-established, and Stolypin's reign of terror began. The Second Duma was dispersed. A new law disfranchised the bulk of the people, and only after that was a new Duma elected. The Social Democratic deputies to the Second Duma were deported to Siberia. The revolutionary parties were crushed, their clubs and newspapers suppressed, and thousands of their members massacred. Courts-martial and the gallows dominated the political scene. Even moderate liberals, who only recently had hoped to come to terms with the Tsar, were victimized and humiliated. Milyukov complained bitterly, "We were invited to assume office as long as we were thought to have the Red forces behind us. We were respected so long as we were regarded as revolutionaries. But since we have turned out to be a strictly constitutional party, we have been found useless." The influence of socialism, so recently still overwhelming, shrank and dwindled. In 1905 everybody seemed in sympathy with socialism. Now nearly everybody abjured it. Those who stood by it were a mere handful, even they could not withstand the all-pervading disillusionment and confusion. The socialists were being driven back into the underground from which they had so hopefully emerged. But how much easier it had been for them before 1905 to band together in small clandestine circles than now, with defeat in their hearts, to redescend into the underground. They seemed back where they had started, but without the original faith and courage. Some were reluctant to resume the clandestine struggle and hoped to work in the open, within such limits as the regime of June 3 would permit. Others, disdainful of any adjustment to triumphant counter-revolution, made desperate attempts to continue a war à outrance from the underground, and most of these boycotted the few social and political institutions which existed precariously in the open. The first attitude, that of the so-called liquidators, was prevalent among the Mensheviks, although some Menshevik leaders, especially Plekhanov and Martov, were convinced of the need for clandestine organization. The boycotters were strong among the Bolsheviks, but they were opposed by Lenin, who endeavored to combine clandestine and open forms of activity. In the recovery of Tsardom, Trotsky saw a mere interval between two revolutions. He insisted, as much as did Lenin, on the necessity for the movement to rebuild its clandestine organization, and he also urged the underground workers to infiltrate every open institution, from the Duma to the trade unions, in order to preach their views inside. He was therefore opposed to both liquidators and boycotters and went on expounding the idea of permanent revolution with an optimism and ardor uncommon in those years of depression. 1. Nevertheless, the years between 1907 and 1914 form in his life a chapter singularly devoid of political achievement. During the years of reaction, he wrote later, "The greater part of my work consisted in interpreting the revolution of 1905, and paving the way for the next revolution by means of theoretical research too." He did indeed interpret the revolution of 1905, or rather he repeated his earlier interpretation. But of the new theoretical research there is little evidence in his writings, which consisted of brilliant journalism and literary criticism, but did not include a single significant work on political theory. Yet even in this somewhat apologetic retrospect, Trotsky does not claim any practical revolutionary achievement to his credit. In these years, however, Lenin, assisted by his followers, was forging his party, and men like Zinoviev, Kamenyak, Bukharin and, later, Stalin were growing to a stature which enabled them to play leading parts within the party in 1917. To the stature which Trotsky had attained in 1904, the present period added little or nothing. Stalin, in the days before he began opposing Trotsky with nothing but preposterous calumny, made a remark which offers the clue to this chapter. "Trotsky's strength," Stalin said, "reveals itself when the revolution gains momentum and advances, his weakness comes to the fore when the revolution is defeated and must retreat. Point 3. There is some truth in this. Trotsky's mental and moral constitution was such that he received the strongest impulses from, and best mobilized his resources amid, the strains and stresses of actual upheaval. On a gigantic stage, which dwarfed others, he rose to the giant's stature. Amid the roar and din of battle, his voice attained full power, and when he faced multitudes in revolt, absorbing from them their despair and hope and imparting to them his own enthusiasm and faith, his personality dominated men and, within limits, events. When the revolution was on the wane, however, he was out of his element and his strength sagged. He was equal to Herculean, not to lesser, labors. On his return from the far north, Trotsky stopped for a few days in Petersburg, and then, before the police were on his track, crossed into Finland. A new stream of revolutionary émigrés was moving westward, and Finland was their first halting place. The chief of the police at Helsinki, a Finnish patriot, was only too glad to offer shelter to the Tsar's enemies. Lenin and Martov had already arrived there. They warmly welcomed Trotsky and congratulated him on his behavior in the dock. His sojourn in Finland lasted a few weeks, during which he prepared for publication a description of his escape from the tundra. At the end of April, he was in London to attend a congress of the party. This was in many respects a strange assembly. Attended by about 350 delegates, nearly 10 times as many as in 1903, it was the last Congress of the United Party. The delegates, although they met on the eve of Stolypin's coup d'état, had no clear awareness that the revolution had suffered defeat. On the contrary, the party still seemed to them to be at the zenith of its strength. Its membership was still nominally very large, and not only did Bolsheviks and Mensheviks work together, but even the Polish and the Latvian parties had joined the Russian mother party. Hitherto they had kept aloof so as not to become identified with either of its two factions. The party was, however, so poor that it had to borrow money from a liberal English businessman to enable the Congress to proceed in a Brotherhood church in London. The great issues of the revolution, the economic trends, the alignment of the classes, and the historical perspectives were thrown open to a prolonged and thorough debate, which lasted 3 weeks. The speeches of the leaders lasted for hours. It might have been a gathering of academicians. For the first time Trotsky had the opportunity to expound the theory of permanent revolution before a gathering of this sort. He strongly criticized the Mensheviks for their inclination to coalesce with the constitutional Democrats, and he advocated a bloc of workers and peasants. 5 Rosa Luxemburg, representing the Polish Social Democratic Party, endorsed the theory of permanent revolution. Lenin twice emphatically acknowledged that in advocating an alliance of workers and peasants Trotsky was on common ground with the Bolsheviks. Once again Lenin hoped to win Trotsky over, and once again he failed. For the moment Trotsky was keeping aloof from both factions, and to both he preached unity. "Here comes," he said, "Martov, and threatens to raise between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks a Marxist wall bristling with guns. We are not afraid," replies the Bolshevik, and threatens to fortify himself behind a deep moat. "Comrade Martov, you are going to build your wall with paper only, with your polemical literature you have nothing else to build it with." 6 And this Trotsky was, of course, wrong. The wall separating the two factions was of much more solid stuff than he imagined, and Martov and Lenin had a prescience of the ultimate irreconcilability of their political methods. "If you think," Trotsky further pleaded, "that a schism is unavoidable, wait at least until events, and not merely resolutions, separate you. Do not run ahead of events." There was in his attitude towards both wings of the party a certain intellectual superciliousness, for he looked at both through the prism of his theory of permanent revolution. Both Lenin and Martov agreed that the Russian Revolution would be merely bourgeois democratic, both were therefore in his eyes wrong, and the views of neither would withstand the test of events. 7 In strict theory, this was true enough, but the strictly theoretical viewpoint was not necessarily the most realistic. Whatever the formulas, the party of the revolution was constituting itself under Lenin's inspiration and the potential party of reform under Martov's. With his gaze fixed on wide horizons, Trotsky failed to see this division taking place before his very eyes. His own theories should have prompted him to come closer to the Bolsheviks, But the ties of personal friendship and the dead weight of his old controversy with Lenin held him closer to the Mensheviks. At the Congress in London, a new issue brought back the old exacerbation. In committee, delegates discussed the guerrilla activities and expropriations in which the Bolshevik fighting squads had been engaged, especially in the Caucasus. The Mensheviks angrily denounced these activities as a relapse into the old Narodnik terrorism, if not outright banditry, and they persuaded the Congress, at which Lenin otherwise commanded a majority, to ban them. Throughout this discussion, Lenin's attitude was ambiguous. Apparently he still intended to use the fighting squads for a few raids on Russian treasury transports, in order to obtain the money the party needed for its work under the terror of counter-revolution. Throughout the Congress, an unknown Caucasian delegate, closely connected with the Bolshevik fighting squads, Jugashvili Ivanovich, he had not yet assumed the cover name Stalin, sat in silence, waiting for the result of the controversy and for Lenin's instructions. The records of the Congress say nothing about the course of this controversy, only fragmentary reminiscences, written many years after, are available. But there is no doubt that Trotsky was, with Martov, among those who sharply arraigned the Bolsheviks, and sometime after the Congress he went so far as to carry the denunciation into the columns of the Western European socialist press. He must have vented his indignation in the lobbies of the Congress or in committee. Thus Lenin's earlier acknowledgement of the rapprochement in their basic views and his renewed attempt to win over Trotsky led to nothing, and towards the end of the Congress were succeeded by bitter invective. Trotsky still cast his vote now for a Bolshevik and now for a Menshevik motion, but on several occasions he burst out against Lenin with ill feeling for which the records offer no explanation. 8. The quarrel over the fighting squads was superseded by a wider controversy concerning the character of the movement. The so-called liquidators tried to justify their opposition to clandestine work as part of an endeavor to reform Russian socialism in a European spirit. European socialist parties, they argued, worked in the open, and so should the Russian organization. The argument appealed to a sentiment which had been strong in all sections of the party because, since the days of the struggle against the Narodniks, all Marxists had seen their mission as the Europeanization of Russian socialism. But now each faction gave a different meaning to the term. The liquidators saw the essence of European socialism in its democratic mass organizations, the open work of its growing parliamentary representations, the peaceful bargaining of the trade unions, briefly, in its reformist practice. To the Bolsheviks, Europeanization meant what at the beginning it had meant to the party as a whole, the transplantation to Russia of Marxist proletarian socialism, the combined product of German philosophy, French socialism, and English political economy. But they could not see how they could go beyond that and imitate the open and lawful methods of Western socialism. The Russian police state, especially under Stolypin, refused to allow even a liberal party to exist openly, let alone a socialist. If socialism did no more than what the law allowed, the law dictated by triumphant autocracy, it would in effect efface itself. Trotsky glorified the underground struggle, its heroism, and its martyrdom, with all the romantic zest peculiar to him. But he also responded keenly to the watchword of Europeanization. What he meant by it he never made quite clear. For him it summed up an emotional and cultural attitude rather than a clear-cut political concept. It expressed in a positive form his dislike of the dryness and hardness of the clandestine organization, as Lenin conceived it. He knew that under Tsardom a broadly based, open labor movement was a castle in the air. But, yearning for the best of both worlds, he wanted to see the broad democratic and tolerant spirit of Western socialism infused into the Russian underground. He wanted the clandestine organization to give that scope to the self-activity of the rank and file, which the Western labor parties seem to provide. Yet any clandestine movement is of necessity narrow and rigid in comparison with any party which works in the open. It cannot in truth be broadly based, it cannot really afford to relax the discipline which its leadership imposes on the members, it cannot leave to the rank and file that freedom of initiative and self-activity which may exist in a normal party. Lenin had reason on his side when he insisted that to Europeanize the Russian party, even in the sense in which Trotsky and not the liquidators wanted it, would have meant wrecking the party. From nobody did the cry for Europeanization come more naturally than from Trotsky. More than any other émigré he was a European. Most émigrés lived in their closed circles, immersed in Russian affairs, unaffected by life in the countries of their residence. Not so Trotsky. With the adaptability and mental receptiveness of the wandering Jew, although these are by no means exclusively Jewish qualities, he felt at home in most European countries, was passionately absorbed in their affairs, spoke and wrote in their languages, and participated in their labor movements. In the summer of 1907, after the Congress, he went from London to Berlin, where Sadova with her baby son was waiting for him. There he was warmly welcomed by the intellectual elite of German socialism. His fame had gone ahead of him, his conduct in the Soviet and in the dock had aroused admiration, and his essays had been translated and published in German periodicals. Parvus, who had also escaped from Siberia, introduced him to Karl Trotsky, then at the height of his influence as the spiritual guide of European socialism, the Pope of Marxism. Trotsky often recollected the exaltation of this visit and the otherworldly impression which the white-haired and bright-eyed Trotsky made on him. It could not have entered his mind that one day Trotsky would be the most severe critic of the October Revolution and the butt for his own devastating attacks. For a few years more, Trotsky, like all socialists, sat at Trotsky's feet, even though the master's dry, angular mind, and a certain banality and lack of subtlety soon disappointed him. Trotsky's home became his port of call in Berlin, and he took part in the intimate gatherings of the Pope's inner circle. There he met Bebel, the old pioneer who had stood up to Bismarck, and had led German socialism through years of persecution into its seemingly golden age. There he also met Ledbuhr, Haas, and other leaders. He turned these friendships and contacts to political advantage. In Neue Zeit, Trotsky's monthly, and in Vorwärts, the influential socialist daily, he often presented the case of Russian socialism and explained, from his angle, its internal dissensions. 9 The fact that he stood outside the quarreling Russian factions commended him to the Germans, who could not make head or tail of the intricate Russian controversy and were loath to become involved in it. 10 Trotsky's manner of writing was undogmatic, attractive, European, and he appealed to German readers as no other Russian socialist did. His German friends, on the other hand, occasionally contributed to his Russian émigré paper, helping to boost it. The German Social Democratic Party was still mother, teacher, and living example to all Russian socialists. Curiously enough, Trotsky's closest ties were not with the radical wing of German socialism, led by Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, and Franz Mehring, the future founders of the Communist Party, but with the men of the Center Group, who maintained the appearances of Marxist orthodoxy, but were in fact leading the party to its surrender to the imperialist ambitions of the Hohenzollern Empire. This was all the stranger since the German radicals were by no means the counterparts of the Bolsheviks. In most essentials their attitude coincided with Trotsky's. They, too, cherished the party's unity, they, too, represented an intellectual and revolutionary brand of Marxism, opposed to the empirical reformism which emanated from the German trade unions. Of all the personalities of European socialism, nobody was in origin, temperament, and political and literary gifts more akin to Trotsky than Rosa Luxemburg. Not for nothing was Stalin to denounce her posthumously, in 1932, as a Trotskyist. They found themselves in agreement at the recent Congress in London and again at the Congress of the International at Stuttgart, where Luxemburg spoke for the anti-militarist left. Like Trotsky, she rejected the general Menshevik conception of the revolution, but viewed with suspicion the work of the Bolsheviks. Like Trotsky, she wanted to see the Russian movement Europeanized, while she herself tried to breathe into the German party something of the Russian revolutionary idealism. They sometimes met at Trotsky's home, but they remained aloof from each other, perhaps because of their extraordinary affinity. Agreeing so closely, they may have had little to say to each other. Nor did Karl Liebknecht's passionate and sincere yet unsophisticated idealism attract Trotsky, to his regret in later years. Franz Mehring, whose political temperament was to flare up during the First World War, was now immersed in historical and philosophical work which was a little remote from the issues agitating Trotsky. For the next 7 years, till the outbreak of the First World War, Trotsky settled in Vienna. His house in Vienna, writes a Russo-American socialist who visited him there in 1912, was a poor man's house, poorer than that of an ordinary working man. His 3 rooms in a working-class suburb contained less furniture than was necessary for comfort. His clothes were too cheap to make him appear decent in the eyes of a middle-class Viennese. When I visited his house, I found Mrs. Trotsky engaged in housework, while the two light-haired lovely boys were lending not inconsiderable assistance. The only things that cheered the house were loads of books in every corner. 11. The visitor received perhaps an exaggerated impression of poverty. The Trotskyists were better off than most émigrés, even though they lived very modestly and at times, as we shall see, did suffer penury. Throughout these years Trotsky, writing under his old pen name Antidoto, was the Vienna correspondent of Kievskaya MYSL, a widely read radical liberal daily, and he contributed frequently to at least half a dozen Russian, German, and Belgian papers. 12. His wealthy parents, who were helping to bring up the two daughters of his first marriage and who several times came abroad to meet him, almost certainly on occasion opened their purses to him. The two boys mentioned by the American visitor were Lev Orlyova, his older son of the second marriage, born in 1906, while Trotsky was in prison, and Sergei, born in Vienna in 1908. By all accounts the family led a quiet and happy existence. The revolutionary lion was a devoted husband and warm-hearted father. Anxious to help his wife and to enable her to pursue her artistic interests and to follow the political life of the Russian colony, he lent a hand in domestic chores and in the upbringing of the children. Later, when the boys went to school, he regularly helped them in their homework, and he found time for this even in the fever of the war years, after the family had moved to Paris. 13. Sadova, for her part, resumed in Vienna her husband's artistic education, which she had begun in Paris without initial success in 1902. The couple spent many a day together amid the rich art collections in the Bergschloss and in Viennese galleries. His interest in the arts was growing appreciably. On his frequent visits to Paris, London, or Munich he would steal away from political conventicles to the Louvre, the Tate Gallery, and other collections, and his writings of this period, especially his reviews of the annual Viennese exhibitions, written for Kievan thought, show a slightly more than dilettante appreciation of trends in European art. While politics and journalism claimed only part of his time, he also enlarged his already wide familiarity with the French and the Russian novel and with German poetry, and this, too, is reflected in his literary essays of the time. He settled in Vienna reluctantly, after the German police had refused him domicile in Berlin. He was anxious to stay within the orbit of German socialism, and for this Vienna was second best. From Vienna he also watched the clash of German and Slav aspirations in the Balkans. Towards the close of Francis Joseph's rule Vienna, although already somewhat provincial, was still one of Europe's spiritual centers. In politics it prided itself on Austro-Marxism, which had broken the unchallenged domination of clericalism in the most Catholic of empires. In literature it had made, with Arthur Schnitzler, Peter Altenburg, Karl Kraus, and others, its contribution to the hypersensitive, sex and death-conscious trend of the fin de siècle. In the arts, its secession revolted mildly against academic conservatism and bourgeois crudity. There was no lack of solid education and taste in the Viennese intelligentsia and its radical wing, although these virtues were not matched by strength of character or sense of purpose. Perhaps only in psychology did Vienna at that time produce anything epoch-making. Freud's great mind was beginning to dominate the field. For the rest, court, parliament, editorial offices, socialist meetings, literary and artistic groups and cliques, were all reflected in the life and gossip of the cozy Viennese cafes, always astir with intelligent, witty, yet strangely futile conversation. In My Life, Trotsky describes this environment with disdainful irony. His writings at that time, however, strongly suggest that he enjoyed the mild effervescence of the Viennese atmosphere. He plunged into a local life, joined the Austrian Social Democrats, visited their clubs and meetings, contributed to local socialist papers, was stirred by local literary and artistic events, and occasionally gave way to the attraction of the cafes. Years later, as the leader of a victorious revolution and the implacable enemy of reformism, he drew devastating portraits of the Austro-Marxist leaders. During his stay in Vienna, he was less hard on them and felt gratified by their friendship. He warmly admired Victor Adler, the founding father of the party, in whose home he was as welcome as he was at Koskai's in Berlin, and repeatedly for Russian readers he wrote of Victor Adler with gusto and love. 14 He was attached to Victor's son, Fritz, the rebellious Benjamin of the party and editor of Kampf, who would one day kill the Austrian Prime Minister Baron Sturg, in protest against World War. 15 Ties of friendship also bound him to Rudolf Hilferding, the mastermind of Austro-Marxism. Just as Trotsky was settling down in the Viennese suburb of Hutteldorf, Hilferding was writing, or completing, his monumental Finance Kapital. Virtually the only ambitious attempt made since Marx's death to bring the theory of Das Kapital up to date. It was Hilferding who introduced Trotsky to Karl Renner, the future Chancellor and President of the Austrian Republic, to Otto Bauer, foremost Austro-Marxist theorist and expert on national minorities, and future Foreign Minister, and to nearly all the other Austro-Marxist leaders. They were well-educated people, writes Trotsky, who knew about various subjects more than I did. I listened with intense and, one might say, reverent interest to their conversation when I first saw them at the Central Café 16. But Trotsky also grew aware of the difference between his own Marxism and theirs. They were academic, over-sophisticated sceptics, without metal, and he sensed the politely concealed condescension with which they met his own revolutionary ardor. Behind the thinkers and leaders he saw a phalanx of young Austrian politicians, who have joined the party in the firm conviction that an approximate familiarity with Roman law gives a man the inalienable right to direct the fate of the working class. 17 But he believed that in critical times the bold spirit of socialism would overcome the skepticism of the leaders and the opportunism of the party officials, and that the revolution, when it came, would carry the Austro-Marxists with it, as it would carry the Mensheviks. He obviously mistook his friends for revolutionaries, just as they liked to think of him as of one who was at heart a mild reformist. 18. Fortified by these friendships, Trotsky frequently appeared as the mouthpiece of Russian socialism before the congresses of the German and Austrian parties. He also became a familiar figure at the gatherings of the International, where he met the pioneers, George and Gueste, Keir Hardie, and MacDonald, Van der Velde and Turati. He was spellbound by the personality of George, and this despite the latter's reformism, by the genius-like naivete of George's enthusiasm and his volcanic moral passion and gift of concentrated anger, and by George's oratorical genius, more classical, less soaring than his own, yet so much akin to it. At these gatherings, where all the talent of European socialism was assembled, he compared various styles of oratory, noting, for instance, the cool, exquisite finish of style and polish of gesture in Van der Velde, whom he was later to mock as a mediocrity, or analyzing the strong oratorical effect of Victor Adler, who could never control his voice, wasting it uneconomically, so that towards the end of his speeches he usually coughed and was hoarse. But it was to George that, whether in full Congress, in committee, or at public meetings, he listened each time as if it were the first, as he moved rocks, thundered and exploded but never deafened himself. Like a heavy steel hammer, he could crush a rock or work with infinite precision on the thinnest gold plate. 19 And once, portraying the great Frenchman, he characteristically remarked, "Sometimes the man of the Russian black soil steppe may find in George merely artificial technical training and pseudo-classical recitation. But in such an appraisal is revealed only the poverty of our own Russian culture." The more he steeped himself in this atmosphere of pre-1914 Europe, the more did the sense of the poverty and crudity of Russian culture oppress him, and the more emphatically did he insist that it was part of the mission of socialism, and of socialism alone, to transform the Scythian into a good European. He best expressed this idea, with all its strength and weakness, in a superb essay on the Russian intelligentsia which he wrote for Kievan Thought in 1912. The editor hesitated long before he published it. Even in a radical paper the essay seemed likely to hurt Russian amour propre too strongly. The occasion was a celebrated book by Ivan Razumnik, which extolled the exceptional virtues and the historical role of the Russian intelligentsia. In his criticism of this book, Trotsky elaborated some of the views on Russian history he had formulated earlier and tried to explain the peculiar role of the Russian intelligentsia against a wide historical background. "We are poor," he wrote, "with the accumulated poverty of over 1,000 years. History has shaken us out of her sleeve into a severe environment and scattered us thinly over a vast plain. Only a Leviathan-like state could defend that plain against Asiatic invasion and withstand the pressure of wealthy and powerful Europe. To feed itself, the Leviathan starved the nation, crippled the growth of its social classes and institutions, and atrophied its civilization. The Russian people was not less heavily oppressed by nobility and church than were the peoples of the West. But that complex and rounded-off way of life which, on the basis of feudal rule, grew up in Europe, that Gothic lacework of feudalism, has not grown on our soil. We lack the life matter for it, we could not afford it. 1,000 years we have lived in a humble log cabin and filled its crevices with moss. Did it become us to dream of vaulting arcs and Gothic spires? How miserable, he went on, was our gentry. Where were its castles, where were its tournaments, its crusades, its shield-bearers, its minstrels, and pages, its chivalrous love? The Russian gentry was coarse, barbarous, vulgar. Nor did Russia go through the purifying experience of the Reformation, and so she had no inkling of the Western burgher's human personality, which strove to establish more intimate relations between itself and its God. In the medieval European town, that stone cradle of the Third Estate, there had grown up a striking diversity of cultural types, and a whole new epoch had been prepared there. In the crafts, guilds, municipalities, universities, academic assemblies, elections, processions, fates, and disputes, there crystallized the precious habits of self-government. There grew the human personality, a bourgeois personality, of course, but still a personality, not a snout which every policeman could kick and punch. All that the Third Estate, as it grew, needed to do was to transfer the new human relations and the habits of self-government from the corporations to the nation and the state as a whole. In contrast, the Russian towns, those military feudal excrescences on the body of the Russian countryside, had created no starting points for bourgeois progress. Under Peter the Great it was the police that sponsored crafts, but no genuine urban culture could grow out of police sponsorship. The misery of Russian bourgeois democracy supplemented the crudeness of the feudal tradition. The state, however, needed men who were educated and therefore Europeanized, but it was afraid of them. The Tsars gave the intelligentsia compulsory education, but then they kept the whip over them. No sooner had the young elements of the old estates entered the sunlit zone of European ideology than they broke away irresistibly, almost without inner hesitation, from feudalism and inherited orthodoxy. The Russian intelligentsia were compelled to defend their most elementary rights by the most extreme and wasteful means. It became their historical calling to use watches for knocking nails into walls. A Russian had to become a Darwinist in order to justify his decision to marry according to his choice. He had to invoke revolutionary ideas to excuse his craving for education, and he had to have recourse to socialism when all he wanted was a constitution. For all their radicalism, the Russian intelligentsia merely imitated the West, adopting from it ready-made systems, doctrines, and programs. In a passage which did less than justice to Russian thought and literature of the 19th century, Trotsky dismissed these as backwater growths. The history of our social thought has so far failed to cut its way even with a thin edge into the development of universal human thought. This is a poor consolation for national amour propre. Historical truth is not a lady-in-waiting on national pride. Let us rather invest our amour propre in the future and not in the past. Throughout their severe struggle, the Russian intelligentsia stood alone in the nation, receiving no support from the main social classes. This shaped their character. They lived in a terrible moral tension, in concentrated asceticism. They bought moral self-confidence and stability at the price of intellectual conceit and of fanaticism in ideas, ruthless self-limitation and self-demarcation, distrust and suspicion and vigilant watching over their own purity. At the price, that is, of an orthodoxy in rebellion opposed to official orthodoxy. Thus they came to develop that zeal for the letter, which can sometimes be observed in our intellectuals of the most extreme wing. It was the misfortune of the intelligentsia that they had always had to act as proxy for undeveloped and passive social forces. Here Trotsky said in a long historical perspective the phenomenon of substitutism about which he had first written in his polemics against Lenin in 1904.20. He now saw the intelligentsia's substitutism running like a thread through Russian history. First, the leaders of the Decembrist rising of 1825 represented the ideas of an as yet unborn middle class. Then the Narodniks tried to speak for a mute and dumb peasantry. Lastly, the Marxist intellectuals set themselves up as the spokesman of a weak, only just awakening industrial working class. To all of them the idea of the class was more important than the class itself. He rounded off this gloomy survey in a more hopeful tone, saying that the revolution of 1905-6 had set in motion the mass of the workers and that henceforward nobody could act as their proxy. This was the end of substitutism. Point 21. We shall see later whether or to what extent this optimistic conclusion was justified. Substitutism was to reassert itself with unparalleled strength after the revolution, and the idea of the class was then to become for a long time more important than the class itself. Some of the other long trends of Russian history, which Trotsky grasped here with such mastery, were also to come overwhelmingly to the surface after the revolution. What is at this stage of our narrative more relevant is the self-revealing acuteness with which Trotsky contrasted the sunlit zone of European ideology, the vaulting arcs and the Gothic spires and lacework of Western civilization with the barbarous log cabin of Russian history. This contrast was greatly overdrawn, not in historical perspective, where it was broadly true, but in its concluding and contemporary part. The lacework facade of European civilization before 1914 concealed processes of self-destruction and inner decay which were presently to manifest themselves in a succession of world wars, in the paroxysms of fascism and Nazism and in the impotence and deterioration of the Western European labor movement. On the other hand, Trotsky did not do justice to the creative energies with which 19th century and contemporary Russia was boiling over, the energies with which his own personality and activity were merged. He sometimes seemed to view Russia's past and present almost as a vacuum. This was the weakness underlying his call for Europeanization and also the flaw in his attitude towards Bolshevism. It was Lenin's strength that he took Russian reality as it was, while he set out to change it. Lenin's party had its roots deep in Russian soil, and it absorbed all that that soil could yield in revolutionary strength and harshness, in world-shaking courage and in primitive crudity. Bolshevism had its thinkers, its Lenin, and Bukharin and others, who drew from European socialism whatever could be transplanted to Russia, but it also had its tough committee men, its Stalins, who worked in the depths of a semi-European and semi-Asiatic proletariat, and to whom Europeanization meant little. Trotsky did not and could not really abandon the humble Russian log cabin. In October 1908 he began to edit the so-called Viennese Pravda, an insignificant paper, published since 1905 by Spilka, a small Ukrainian Menshevik group. Pravda was completely run down, and its publishers hoped that Trotsky would put new life into it. The first few issues he edited still bore the imprint of the Ukrainian group, but at the end of 1908, the group disbanded itself and left Trotsky as Pravda's sole master. For lack of money, he published it very irregularly. Only 5 issues appeared in the first year of his editorship. Point 22. But it was less difficult to bring out the paper than to transport it clandestinely to Russia. The editor often appealed to readers for help, complaining that several poods of the paper got stuck on the Russian frontier and could not be forwarded because of the lack of 50 rubles, that manuscripts for a new issue had piled up on his desk and he could not send them to the printers, or that Pravda was compelled to stop correspondence with readers in Russia because it could not afford the postage. Point 23. Trotsky's journalistic fees, earned from other papers, went to finance the little sheet. He sold his books, and his wife trudged to a pawn shop so that the few poods of Pravda should at last get across the frontier. Or the Central Committee of the mighty German Social Democratic Party would lend 1,000 rubles, and so some of the debts would be paid. Mrs. Trotsky would recover a few of her pawn belongings, and for a couple of months, Pravda would come out every fortnight. Then again the intervals between one issue and another began to lengthen, the fortnightly became a monthly, then almost a quarterly, until its shaky finances were again temporarily restored by a modest grant from the Latvian socialists or from some other well-wishers. Throughout 1909 Trotsky tried in vain to obtain assistance from the Russian Central Committee, in which the Bolsheviks were a majority. Lenin agreed to help, but only on condition that Trotsky admitted a delegate of the Central Committee as co-editor. Since Trotsky would not accept this condition, Lenin forbade his followers to produce Pravda. at the Bolshevik printing shop at Geneva otherwise than on strictly commercial terms. 24 Despite these difficulties and the irregularity of its appearance, the paper evoked response in Russia and soon its wide circulation was noted in the confidential reports of the Okhrana's agents. 25 Pravda had a curious team of contributors. A young student, Skobelev, at this time Trotsky's favorite pupil, acted as the paper's secretary. Later Skobelev gained eminence as a Menshevik parliamentarian in the Fourth Duma, and in 1917 he became Minister of Labor in Kerensky's government. Trotsky's assistant was another Menshevik, Semkovsky, whose name at this time frequently appeared in inter-party controversy. Ryazanov, the future founder of the Marx, Engels Institute, an untamable rebel bowing to no authority and standing outside the two factions, was a regular contributor and Trotsky's close friend. In charge of the paper's contact with the Russian underground was DEUTSCHER, a former Menshevik, already renowned for his cool courage in Tsarist prisons. In 1917 DEUTSCHER was among the chief organizers of the October insurrection, and he then, as special commissar, dispersed the Constituent Assembly. The team included the Menshevik Viktor Kopp, one day to make his mark as a subtle and adventurous diplomat. In 1922 he prepared behind the scenes the Russo-German Treaty of Rapallo, and in the 1930s he secretly explored for Stalin the chances of agreement with Hitler. The most original character in this pleiad was Adolf Yoff. A young, able but neurotic intellectual of Karaite 26 origin, Yoff was sharing his time between academic work, contributions to Pravda, and psychoanalysis. Through Yoff, Trotsky met Alfred Adler, became interested in psychoanalysis, and reached the conclusion that Marx and Freud had more in common than Marxists were prepared to admit. 27 In Vienna Yoff struggled desperately with recurrent nervous breakdowns, and the contributions which he produced with painful effort needed much editorial rewriting. Trotsky did his best to befriend him and to boost his self-confidence. In 1917 Yoff was one of the chief factors in the October insurrection and later in the peace negotiations of Brest-Litovsk. 28 Yoff was to repay Trotsky's friendship with boundless devotion, and in 1927 he committed suicide in protest against Trotsky's expulsion from the Bolshevik Party. On the whole, Pravda was not one of Trotsky's great journalistic ventures. He intended to address himself to plain workers rather than to politically minded party men, and to serve not to lead his readers. 29 Pravda's plain language and the fact that it preached the unity of the party secured to it a certain popularity but no lasting political influence. Those who state the case for a faction or group usually involve themselves in more or less complicated argument and address the upper and medium layers of their movement rather than the rank and file. Those who say, on the other hand, that, regardless of any differences, the party ought to close its ranks have, as Trotsky had, a simple case, easy to explain and sure of appeal. But more often than not this appeal is superficial. Their opponents who win the cadres of a party for their more involved argument are likely eventually to obtain the hearing of the rank and file as well. The cadres carry their argument, in simplified form, deeper down. Trotsky's calls for the solidarity of all socialists were for the moment applauded by many. Even the Bolsheviks in Petersburg reprinted his Pravda. But the same people who now applauded the call were eventually to disregard it, to follow the one or the other faction, and to leave the preacher of unity isolated. Apart from this, there was in Trotsky's popular posture, in his emphasis on plain talk and his promise to serve not to lead, more than a touch of demagogy, for the politician, especially the revolutionary, best serves those who listen to him by leading them. More than anybody else Trotsky voiced a sentiment, still widespread in the party, which may best be described as a horror of final schism. In January 1910 the leaders of factions met in Paris and for the last time tried to patch up their differences. In both factions there were men determined to bring matters to a head and to part company. But in both the moderates prevailed for the moment. The conciliators who carried the day among the Bolsheviks were Rykov, Sokhonikov, Lozovsky, and Kamina. 30 On the other side, Trotsky exerted himself for unity and kept in check Martov, who later admitted that he gave way only because the Mensheviks were too weak to risk an immediate break. 31 An agreement was reached, but, even on the face of it, it was too good to be true. Both factions consented to disband their separate organizations and to merge, and both agreed to eliminate the extremists from their midst, the Mensheviks to expel their liquidators and the Bolsheviks their boycotters. Both further agreed to suspend their separate publications and to put their financial resources into a common pool, to be placed under the trusteeship of 3 German socialists, Karl Kosky, Franz Mehring, and Clara Zetkin. Trotsky received all the tributes that on such solemn occasions are paid to the successful matchmaker. The Central Committee formally acknowledged the services his Pravda had rendered to the whole party, regardless of faction, and it decided to place its authority behind the paper, to pay Trotsky a regular subsidy and to support him in every other way. Trotsky's Bolshevik brother-in-law, Kamina, was delegated to serve on Pravda as the Central Committee's liaison officer. The appointment was calculated to smooth cooperation, for Kamina had sincerely striven to overcome the division inside the party. It is easy to imagine the jubilation with which Trotsky announced all this in Pravda. 32. A few weeks later, however, he had to record that the attempt at reconciliation had broken down, because so he himself stated the Mensheviks had refused to disband their faction. This could not have greatly surprised him. He had known all along their utter reluctance to come to terms with the Bolsheviks, who had in the meantime suspended their separate publication. This was the occasion on which Trotsky, the champion of unity, should have spared the offenders against unity no censure. Yet in Pravda, he suspended judgment and only mildly hinted at his disapproval of the Mensheviks' conduct. 33. In vain did Kamina urge him to take a firmer attitude. Trotsky resented this as an infringement of his editorial independence and an attempt to use Pravda for Bolshevik purposes. There followed the inevitable bickerings, and in no time all the émigré colonies were seething with intrigue. The Paris Conference had resolved to disown the 2 extreme wings of the party, the liquidators and the boycotters. The Mensheviks had undertaken to have no truck with the former, the Bolsheviks with the latter. Lenin could easily keep his part of the undertaking. He had, anyhow, expelled the chief boycotters, Bogdanov and Lunacharsky, from his faction. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, found it almost impossible to live up to their obligation. The liquidators' attitude was too common in their ranks for them to dissociate themselves from it in earnest. If they were to expel those who had turned their backs on the underground struggle, they would merely have destroyed their own influence and helped Bolshevism to ascendancy. This they refused to do. The issue then presented itself in this form. Those who were opposed to clandestine work, argued the Bolsheviks, had no place in a party staking its future on that work. The Mensheviks, that is, the anti-liquidators among them, replied that there should be room in the party for dissenters. The general principle that dissent was permissible was not questioned by Lenin. He merely argued that this particular dissent could not be tolerated, because the opponents of clandestine work could not be effective clandestine workers. Since, from one angle, this difference could be seen as a conflict between the upholders of discipline and the defenders of the right to dissent, Trotsky took his stand against the disciplinarians. Having done so, he involved himself in glaring inconsistencies. He, the fighter for unity, connived in the name of freedom of dissent at the new breach in the party brought about by the Mensheviks. He, who glorified the underground with zeal worthy of a Bolshevik, joined hands with those who longed to rid themselves of the underground as a dangerous embarrassment. Finally, the sworn enemy of bourgeois liberalism allied himself with those who stood for an alliance with liberalism against those who were fanatically opposed to such an alliance. So self-contradictory an attitude brought him nothing but frustration. Once again to the Bolsheviks he appeared not just an opponent, but a treacherous enemy, while the Mensheviks, though delighted to oppose to Lenin a man of Trotsky's radicalism and record, regarded him as an unreliable ally. His long and close association with Markov made him turn a blind eye more than once on Menshevik moves which were repugnant to him. His long and bitter quarrel with Lenin made him seize captiously on every vulnerable detail of Bolshevik policy. His disapproval of Leninism he expressed publicly with the usual wounding sarcasm. His annoyance with the Mensheviks he vented mostly in private argument or in querulous letters, with which he bombarded Markov and Axelrod. Consequently, he appeared in public not quite the same man as he was in private. The longer this state of affairs lasted, the more did he become Markov's political prisoner. Markov's correspondence throws an instructive light on this. I have answered him with a more ironical than angry letter, although I admit that I have not spared his amour propre. I have written him that he can escape nowhere from the liquidators and ourselves, because it is not his magnanimity that compels him to defend the right of the liquidators to remain in the party, but the correct calculation that Lenin wants to devour all independent people, including Trotsky, as well as the liquidators. 34. The logic of things compels Trotsky to follow the Menshevik road, despite all his reasoned pleas for some synthesis between Menshevism and Bolshevism. He has not only found himself in the camp of the liquidators, but he is compelled to take up there the most pugnacious attitude towards Lenin. His pupils, however, are fretful. 35. In the summer of 1910 Trotsky's breach with the Central Committee was complete. Kamenev had left. Pravda. After Trotsky had asked that the Central Committee should replace him by another liaison officer, and the Central Committee withdrew its subsidy. 36. By now the initiative in splitting the United Movement had passed from Markov to Lenin, and Trotsky denounced the conspiracy of the émigré clique against the Russian Social Democratic Party, adding that Lenin's circle, which wants to place itself above the party, will find itself outside it. 37. He carried the campaign into the German socialist press, where he wrote that none of the émigré leaders represented the real movement in Russia, which craved for unity and resented their intrigues. This was then, in fact, a common view among the underground workers. None other than Stalin wrote in a similar vein in the Caucasus. 38. Trotsky's articles, nevertheless, caused an uproar among the delegates of the party, who assembled in Copenhagen in October 1910 for a Congress of the International. At a meeting of the Russian delegation, Plekhanov, seconded by Lenin, demanded disciplinary action, while Lunacharsky and Ryazanov acted as Trotsky's counsel for the defense. The offender was let off. Even his accusers must have found it awkward to penalize him for an opinion expressed in fraternal German papers. The feud was not without its comic incidents, of which one at least may be related here. Both factions tried to recover the funds which they had deposited with the German trustees, but for some reason neither was able to establish a valid title. In the summer of 1911 Axelrod and Trotsky went to Jena, where a Congress of the German Social Democrats was being held, in order to approach, on behalf of the Mensheviks, the trustees of the fund. 39. Trotsky certainly hoped to repair Pravda's finances should he succeed in helping the Mensheviks to repair theirs. Trotsky apparently favored the plan, but the attitude of the other trustees was uncertain, and one of them, Zetkin, was friendly to the Bolsheviks. In great secrecy, Axelrod and Trotsky met Trotsky. Only on Tuesday, Axelrod reported to Markov, K had an opportunity to suggest to me and T that we meet him somewhere for a preliminary private talk. Haas chose as meeting place a restaurant, where one might hope that we would not be detected by other delegates, especially by those close to Zetkin and Luxemburg. The next day, after K had talked with Z about a joint meeting with us, he and Haas asked me and T not to mention our conversation to Z. 40. Ironically, most of the money deposited had been obtained by the Bolsheviks through the raids and expropriations which Trotsky and the Mensheviks had so indignantly denounced. But the delicate manipulation designed to expropriate the Bolsheviks with the assistance of the senior German trustee yielded nothing, and the envoys left Germany without the Golden Fleece. Early in 1912, the schism was brought to its conclusion. At a conference in Prague, Lenin proclaimed the Bolshevik faction to be the party. 41. The Mensheviks and a few Bolshevik splinter groups coalesced against him under the so-called Organization Committee. In Pravda, Trotsky denounced Lenin's venture with much sound and fury. 42. His anger rose to the highest pitch in April, when the Bolsheviks began to publish in Petersburg a daily called Pravda. This was an outrageous plagiarism, clearly calculated to exploit for the Bolsheviks the goodwill of Trotsky's paper. He thundered against the theft and usurpation committed by the circle whose interests are in conflict with the vital needs of the party, the circle which lives and thrives only through chaos and confusion. He called upon the editor of the Bolshevik paper to change its name within a given time, and he threatened meaningfully, "We wait quietly for an answer before we undertake further steps." 43. He apparently sent a similar ultimatum directly to the Bolshevik editorial offices. He had no inkling that the man who set up the rival paper in Petersburg and issued its first copy was the little-known Bolshevik Joseph Jugashvili, the man who would in the future similarly expropriate him of glories greater than the editorship of Pravda. Of the titles of the leader of the revolution and the founder of the Red Army. Yet it would be wrong to blame the plagiarism onto Stalin alone. Lenin wholeheartedly approved it, and in a letter to Petersburg he wrote, "I advise you to answer Trotsky in the column Answers to Readers as follows: to Trotsky in Vienna, we shall leave your quibbling and pettifogging letters without reply." 44. One can easily guess how Lenin justified the plagiarism to himself. The Central Committee had subsidized Pravda. The title and the goodwill of the paper belonged to the party, not to Trotsky, and since the Bolsheviks were the party, they were entitled to appropriate the paper's name. This was a lame excuse, even though such quarrels over titles occurred in all émigré groups. Trotsky threatened to take further steps, but it seems that he took none, and he ceased to publish his Pravda. While the Bolshevik paper under its stolen name embarked on a long and famous career. In 1922, when Pravda celebrated its 10th anniversary, Trotsky took part in the celebration and contributed an article in which he did not even hint at the paper's origin. The fact that socialists could now openly publish dailies in Petersburg showed a significant change in Russia. The years of reaction were over, the terror had spent itself, the labor movement was experiencing a new revival, and, willy-nilly, Tsardom had to put up with it. A new generation of revolutionaries was coming of age and flocking into the few openly existing workers' clubs and trade unions and into the clandestine organizations. The new situation provided the protagonists with new arguments. The liquidators pointed to the government's growing tolerance as proof that it was possible to Europeanize the party and to lead it out of the recesses of the underground. In the years of the terror their argument had sounded unreal, now it was based on facts. Yet the political revival also brought new vigor into the clandestine organization, and the young revolutionaries who were now entering it were not content with that cautious expression of opposition which the police tolerated in the legal clubs and trade unions. The government itself was the more inclined to put up with legal forms of opposition the more it was afraid of the illegal ones. This gave the Bolsheviks a powerful argument. We must, they said, intensify our clandestine efforts even if only to gain more elbow room for open work. 45. In these circumstances, Trotsky set out to pursue once again the will-o'-the-wisp of unity. He induced the Organization Committee to convene in Vienna a conference of all Social Democrats for August 1912. He hoped that the rise of the revolutionary temper in Russia would now, as in 1905, help to bring about a reconciliation. This was not to happen. In 1905 the strong tide of revolutionary events could still stop or delay incipient schism. In 1912 the cleavage had become so wide that a new political revival could only widen it further. Moreover, Lenin was now reaping the fruits of his labors. His men led the social democratic underground, while Menshevism was a farrago of weak and disconnected groups. The Leninists refused to attend the conference in Vienna, and so Mensheviks, ultra-left Bolsheviks, boycotters, the Jewish Bund, and Trotsky's group came together and formed a confederation, known in the annals of Russian socialism as the August Bloc. Trotsky was that bloc's chief mouthpiece, indefatigable at castigating Lenin's disruptive work. There is no reason to doubt the sincerity of the apologia in which he claimed that he had never intended to turn the conference against the Bolsheviks, and that only Lenin's refusal to attend it or to countenance any attempt to re-establish unity had driven him into his anti-Bolshevik position. This apologia is amply borne out by the private correspondence of the Menshevik leaders, but it also shows how thoroughly Trotsky had misjudged the outcome of a decade of controversy. His Menshevik friends did not share his illusions. They found it tactically convenient to place, once again with his help, the odium of the schism on Lenin, but they were no less determined than Lenin to carry the schism through to the end. The main difference was that while Lenin openly avowed his intention and almost shouted it from the housetops, Martov, Axelrod, and Dan kept their design to themselves and sought to put it into effect through a subtle tactical game. It is enough to compare Lenin's utterances with the confidential correspondence of the Menshevik leaders, to see how strongly from their opposed angles they agreed on this one point that the split was both inevitable and desirable, and how they ridiculed, almost in the same terms, Trotsky's efforts to avert or to reverse it. 46. The August Bloc left Trotsky galled and upset, despite, or perhaps because of, the pugnacity he had displayed on its behalf. When, therefore, in September 1912 the editor of Kievan thought. Asked him to go as the paper's correspondent to the Balkans. He eagerly seized this opportunity of getting away from émigré politics and changing from an actor playing an ungenial part into an observer watching a storm center of world politics. Early in October he left Vienna, and in a cab on the way to the station he learned of the outbreak of the First Balkan War, in which the Southern Slavs joined hands against the Turkish Empire. From Vienna he had watched the Balkans and established connections with Balkan socialists. 2 years before, in July 1910, he went to Sofia to expose and denounce a Pan-Slav Congress taking place there under Miliukov's auspices. He addressed there a convention of the Bulgarian Tesniaki, which assembled simultaneously with a Pan-Slav demonstration. Kolarov, the future Stalinist president of Bulgaria, introduced Trotsky to the Congress and to crowds in streets and squares as the legendary hero of the Petersburg Soviet, and Trotsky was enthusiastically acclaimed. He warned the Southern Slavs that Tsarist diplomacy was trying to use them as pawns, and that the Russian liberals were fostering pan-Slavism because they were anxious to find common ground with Tsardom in foreign policy, while surrendering to it at home. 47 After that Trotsky often went on short trips to Belgrade and Sofia and kept in close touch with events there. As early as January 1909 he wrote in Kievan thought that the Balkans were the Pandora's box of Europe. 48 The Pandora's box had now begun to release its horrors, and the sight of them shook Trotsky. He had speculated abstractly on the problems of war, but now as he saw the castle in Belgrade floodlit by Austrian searchlights from across the frontier, as he watched the long queues of called-up reservists and learned that many of his friends, politicians, editors, university lecturers, were already in the front line, the first to kill and to die, a sense of tragedy overcame him, a feeling of helplessness before fate, and a pain for the human locusts carried to their destruction. 49 The abstract, humanitarian, moralist view of history is barren. I know this very well. But this chaotic mass of material acquisitions, of habits, customs, and prejudices, which we call civilization, has hypnotized us all, giving us the false impression that we have already achieved the main thing. Now comes the war and shows us that we have not even crawled out on our bellies from the barbarous period of our history. 50. This sense of tragedy colored all his Balkan correspondence, which was in the grand style of journalism, characteristic of the liberal radical press of pre-revolutionary Russia. Each article was a considerable essay, remarkable for the solidity of its background information, for the wealth of impression and local color, for the excellence of its portraiture and analysis, and, last but not least, for imaginative and vivid language. Collected in his works, these essays are still an invaluable chronicle of the Balkans before 1914. The essayist was also a full-blooded journalist, keen to see things for himself, to interview people in all walks of life, and to supply his readers with hot topical matter. He loved the excitement and the drudgery of news gathering, and he mingled so freely with his colleagues from the European press. He worked in close partnership with the correspondents of the Frankfurter Zeitung and the Daily Telegraph, that for a time the ambitious politician and the tribune of the revolution seemed to disappear behind the newspaper man. 51 No sooner had he arrived in Belgrade than he interviewed nearly every member of the Serbian government and, with much wit and artistry, wrote character sketches of them, showing how the personalities reflected recent history and the mentality of a small peasant nation. He delved into problems of supply, military training, and tactics, and revealed the atrocities and the primitive cruelty of the war. He visited and described with the same eagerness churches in Sofia where Thanksgiving services were held for victories invented by propagandists, hospitals where he talked to wounded soldiers, dirty and overcrowded prisoners' cages where he learned about the experiences of Turkish infantrymen, comfortable hotels which served as prisoners' cages for Turkish officers, fashionable cafes in the spuriously European centers of the Balkan capitals, and wretched, almost Asiatic, suburbs nests of destitution, horror, and degradation. He had first approached the war of the Southern Slavs against the Turkish Empire with a certain sympathy, for he found the memory of Turkish oppression even more alive in the Balkans than was the memory of serfdom in Russia. 52 The Slav revolt in some respects reminded him of the Italian Urdenta of 1859. But he feared that the grievances of the Slavs would be abused by the great powers, especially by the Tsar, and that they would be used as pretexts for European war. Paraphrasing one of Bismarck's sayings, he wrote, "If the leading Balkan parties see no way of settling the fate of the Balkans other than by a new European intervention, then their political plans are truly not worth the bones of a single infantryman of the Kursk province." This may sound cruel, but only thus can an honest, democratic politician pose this tragic problem. 53 The Balkan peasant leaders, who had in their youth imbibed the Russian revolutionary influence, were now paradoxically setting their hopes on the Tsar. This alone was enough to cool and to damp Trotsky's sympathy for their cause. The local contrasts of luxury and hunger, the corruption of the rulers, the needless atrocities inflicted on Turkish soldiers and civilians, the orgies of chauvinism, the bluff of the propagandists and the follies of the censorship evoked in Trotsky anger and disgust. He defended the weak and the defeated, the Turks. The Bulgarian censorship pounced upon him, confiscated his articles and barred him from visiting the front. Curiously enough, the chief censor was a radical poet, Petko Todorov, who only 2 years before had, together with Trotsky, addressed in Sofia the meetings against pan-Slavism. In an open letter to the censor, Trotsky retorted with a scathing exposure of the sophisms and excuses with which military censorship is usually justified, and with an eloquent plea for freedom of information. The letter, full of fire and thunder a little out of proportion to the object of the attack, made a considerable stir. 54 A more worthy object of attack presented itself soon. When Milyakov, as apostle of pan-Slavism, arrived in Sofia, he flattered the Bulgarians and kept conveniently silent about their atrocities. Trotsky wrote another open letter to Milyakov, which, when it appeared in a Petersburg daily 55, opened a controversy which for many months filled the columns of the Russian press. Milyakov questioned the truthfulness of Trotsky's reports on atrocities, and Russian correspondents of pan-Slav leanings joined in the affray. Trotsky, however, produced documentary evidence, collected by himself and the correspondents of the Daily Telegraph and Frankfurter Zeitung. These acrimonious exchanges were still in full swing when the whole situation suddenly changed. The First Balkan War ended with Slav victory. The victors, Serbs and Bulgarians, fell out over the spoils. Official and liberal Russian sympathies went to the Serbs, and the Bulgarians changed overnight from glorified heroes into atrocious villains, even in Milyakov's own paper. Trotsky conducted part of this campaign from Vienna, where he also summed up the bearing of the First Balkan War upon European politics. Through the Balkan prism he saw the alignment of the great powers as it was to appear in 1914, and he saw it with great clarity, dimmed only by the wishful belief that the French, Austrian, and German socialists, the latter with their 86 dailies and millions of readers, would defend to the end the cause of culture and peace against the onslaught of chauvinist barbarism. 56. Back in Vienna, he was soon again engrossed by the party cabal, protesting in private letters against the undisguised relish of his Menshevik friends at their separation from the Bolsheviks and against the ascendancy of the liquidators in the August bloc. He quietly resigned from one Menshevik paper and growled against another, to which he continued to contribute. He was too much attached to the Mensheviks to part company and too restive to stay with them. Trotsky, Martov sneered in a private letter, while he was in the Balkans missed the evolution of the entire bloc. The Mensheviks had in the meantime finished with talk of unity and with that empty, verbal conciliationism which had been in vogue in the dubious heyday of the bloc. I think, Martov added, and he repeated this advice right and left, that we ought to show him our teeth. 57. It was therefore without regret that Trotsky again left Vienna to watch the Second Balkan War. This time Serbia and Greece defeated Bulgaria, and Trotsky, the supposed enemy of the Bulgarians, turned into their defender. He described the plunder and violence of which the new victors were guilty, he visited the territories they annexed, and depicted the political unsettlement, the human misery, and the ethnographical nonsense entailed by hostilities conducted in the manner of the 30 Years' War and by the shifting of frontiers and populations. He wrote a study of Romania, a classic of descriptive reporting, reprinted many times after 1917. Whereas Bulgaria and Serbia, he summed up, emerged from Turkish domination as primitive peasant democracies, without any survivals of serfdom and feudalism. Romania, in spite of decades of spurious constitutionalism, even now keeps its peasantry in the grip of strictly feudal relations. 58 Romania was the jackal in this war, and without having fired a shot, shared in the victor's spoils and annexed southern Dobroja. Trotsky toured the province while its rural areas were afflicted by an epidemic of cholera and by a plundering soldatesca, to the total indifference of the new Romanian rulers. He described how whole villages were dying out from lack of food and medicine, and how doctors, belonging to landed families, examined from afar through binoculars the cholera-stricken peasants, not deigning to approach them. His descriptions of these scenes were oddly shot through with intimate flashes of a peculiarly Russian nostalgia. He traveled in a cab over land very similar to his native steppe. The landscape of the Dobroja swept by breezes from the Black Sea, the burial mounds scattered over the steppe, the heat, and the sleepy pace of the journey brought back memories of his childhood at Gromokla and Yanovka and the picture of his recently deceased mother. The road is so Russian, dusty like our Kherson road. The hands flee from under the horses' hoofs in a somewhat Russian way, and around the necks of little Russian horses are tight Russian harness ropes. Even the back of Kozlenko is Russian. Oh, how Russian his back is! You may travel round the world and you will not find such a back. It is growing dusky. There is a smell of grass and road dust. Kozlenko's back darkens, and it is calm all around. Holding on to each other, we doze off. Phrrr. Kozlenko stops his horses, patiently waits and thoughtfully whistles at them. Quiet. The blood itches in the feet, and it seems that we are traveling for our holidays from the station Novy Bug to the village Yanovka. 59. His homesickness became even more nagging when he visited Russian settlements scattered over the Dobroja. The settlements were inhabited by Skopci. It was with members of this strange sect, the holy eunuchs, that he had traveled on barges down the Lena River during his first deportation to Siberia in 1901. The colonies and orchards of the Skopci and Dobroja shone with cleanliness and neatness, but, Trotsky noted, somehow it is boring here, lonesome and dull. Something is lacking. Life is lacking, children are lacking, mothers are lacking. Faces are bloated, and, despite honest looks, unpleasant. And he copied with approval a remark made by a doctor friend, who was his guide through the Dobroja. Watching the life of the Skopci you become convinced that sex is a social principle, the source of altruism and of every sort of human nobility. 60. The doctor friend and guide was Christian Rakowski, whom Trotsky had met many times before in Western Europe and in the Balkans. Their friendship now acquired an intimacy which was to outlast war, revolution, triumph, and defeat, exile, and even purges. This was perhaps the only lasting and intimate friendship in Trotsky's life. 6 or 7 years older than Trotsky, Rakowski was to play in the Russian Revolution a role reminiscent of that played by Anacharsis Cloots in the French. Like Cloots, he was an aristocrat, a thinker, and a citizen of the world, and, also like Cloots, he adopted the country of the Revolution as his own and sided with the radical wing in the Revolution. Even now, in 1913, he had behind him an astonishing career. The scion of a great Bulgarian landed family of northern Dobroja, he had become a Romanian citizen when his native land was annexed by Romania in 1878. At the age of 15 he was, as a socialist, expelled and barred from all schools in Bulgaria. His family sent him abroad to study medicine. He graduated at the University of Montpellier, and his doctoral thesis on the causes of crime and degeneration earned him high repute in the medical profession. Then he studied law at another French university. In 1893, when he was 20, he represented the Bulgarian socialists at the Congress of the International in Zurich, where he came under Plekhanov's influence and was befriended by Jules Guesde, the eminent French Marxist, and by Rosa Luxemburg. In the next year he engaged in socialist activity in Berlin, which was still living in the aftermath of Bismarck's draconian anti-socialist laws, and he was expelled from Germany. Thereafter he appeared at every important labor gathering on the continent. In 1905 he returned to Romania. As a defender of the peasants he drew upon himself the landlord's hatred, and was persecuted and finally expelled on the ground that he was a Bulgarian citizen, although he had in the meantime served as medical officer in the Romanian army. For 5 years the Socialist Party and the trade unions waged a campaign for his return. The government refused to admit him, denouncing him alternately as an agent of the Russian General Staff and as a dangerous anti-Tsarist conspirator. In exile Rakowski published several books. 1. Russia in the East, exposing Tsarist expansion in Asia, and another, the Romania of the boyars. In his spare time, the pamphleteer, propagandist, and doctor devoted himself to historical research, the fruit of which was Metternich and his age. Writing with equal ease in Bulgarian, French, Russian, German, and Romanian, he contributed to political, medical, and historical periodicals in all these languages. Repeatedly he returned to Bucharest, but each time the expulsion order was reinforced despite stormy parliamentary protests and street demonstrations. Once the French government, prompted by Georges, intervened to release him from a Balkan jail, for he was also the Balkan correspondent of Georges's Humanite. Just before the First Balkan War he was allowed to return to Bucharest, and he became the acknowledged leader of the Romanian Socialist Party, editor of its daily, expounder of the idea of a Balkan Federation, and the most effective mouthpiece of anti-militarism in the Balkans. At the same time he managed his family estate in the Dobroja, where he freed his peasants from feudal servitude and served them as doctor. Constantly on the move between parliament, party headquarters, and editorial offices in Bucharest and his native estate in the country, constantly struggling against some injustice, great or small, he would also follow the plough, often in the tailcoat in which he had just arrived from the capital. It was while thus inspecting his fields, the tails of his coat flapping in the wind, in the intervals between talks with his peasants and visits to patients, that he initiated Trotsky into the intricacies of Romania's economics and politics. During this trip Trotsky also entered into friendship with Dobrojan Gherea, the old founder of Romanian socialism, from whom Rakovsky had just taken over the leadership of the party. Gherea was an enchanting and picturesque character. A Russian Jew, his original name was Katz, one of the early Narodniks. He had escaped from Russia and settled in Romania, where he discovered for the Romanians their own history and became their most important historian and literary critic and the inspirer of Romania's so-called literary renaissance. A whole generation of Romanian intellectuals learned to think politically from his book, Neo-Serfdom. And his pupils later led the conservative and liberal parties as well as the socialist. Dobrojan Gherea kept a restaurant at the railway station of Plesti, and this was a place of pilgrimage for Romanian men of letters and politicians. At the counter of that restaurant Trotsky spent many an hour, picking the brains of the eccentric old sage. 61. It was towards the end of January or the beginning of February 1913, during Trotsky's short stay in Vienna between the two Balkan wars, that Stalin's figure flitted past like a shadow on a screen. Curiously enough, Trotsky described the incident in detail only in the last year of his life. 62 One day he visited the Menshevik Skobelev, his former assistant on Pravda, who had just been elected a deputy to the Duma. They were sitting by a samovar and talking when suddenly, without knocking at the door, there entered from another room a man of middle height, haggard, with a swarthy grayish face, showing marks of smallpox. The stranger, as if surprised by Trotsky's presence, stopped a moment at the door and gave a guttural growl, which might have been taken for a greeting. Then, with an empty glass in his hand, he went to the samovar, filled the glass with tea, and went out without saying a word. Skobelev explained that this was a Caucasian, Jugashvili, who had just become a member of the Bolshevik Central Committee and seemed to be acquiring some importance in it. Trotsky, so he himself asserted, retained a vivid memory of this first glimpse of his future adversary and of the perturbing impression Stalin then made on him. He noticed the Caucasian's dim but not commonplace appearance, a morose concentration in his face, and an expression of set hostility in his yellow eyes. It was his silence and the weird look of the man that engraved the casual scene on Trotsky's memory, enabling him to describe it with a retrospective shudder 27 years later. On internal evidence, Trotsky's description seems truthful, and not necessarily colored by after-knowledge. The haggard, grim, inwardly concentrated and somewhat uncouth Bolshevik appears true to character. This was the Stalin of those days, after years of clandestine work, of hiding among Tartar oil workers at Baku, and after repeated imprisonments, deportations, and escapes. Nor does Trotsky's impression of the set hostility in Stalin's look seem unfounded. That hostility reflected the attitude of the Bolshevik committee man towards the inspirer of the August Bloc. Stalin had seen Trotsky before, at the party congress in the Brotherhood Church in London, although Trotsky had not noticed him then. He had certainly remembered Trotsky's agitation against the Bolshevik raids and expropriations, with which Stalin had been closely concerned, and even in 1907, in his report on the Congress, Stalin had already written of Trotsky's beautiful uselessness. Trotsky did not know who edited the first issue of the Bolshevik paper which appropriated the name of his Pravda. Stalin knew. Only a fortnight or so before this silent meeting he had described Trotsky in the Social Democrat as a noisy champion with fake muscles, and under these words he had placed, for the first time, the signature Stalin.63. The rough growl with which he had met Trotsky came as if from the depth of the Russian log cabin. Chapter 8. War and the International. Outbreak of the First World War brought to an abrupt end the golden age of European liberal capitalism, parliamentarianism, and reformist socialism which had flourished together in nearly half a century of peace, interrupted only by minor wars in the colonies and on the Balkan fringe. 2 generations of Europeans had grown up in the optimistic belief that man had progressed far enough to secure ascendancy over nature and to change and perfect his social environment through argument, conciliation, and the majority vote. They had also been inclined to view war as a relic of a barbarous past, to which mankind would surely not revert. The accumulation of wealth in Europe as a whole had been so impressive and so rapid that it appeared to guarantee growing prosperity to all classes of society and to rule out violent social conflict. Nowhere were these illusions more deeply seated than in the labor movement, especially in the Second International. The International had inherited its ideology, its watchwords, and its symbols from the revolutionary periods of the past century, from the upheavals of 1848, from the Paris Commune of 1871, and from the underground struggle of German socialism against Bismarck. The watchwords and symbols spoke of the workers' international solidarity and of their irreconcilable class struggle, culminating in the overthrow of bourgeois government. The practical work of the socialist parties had long since ceased to have much in common with these traditions. Irreconcilable class struggle had given way to peaceful bargaining and parliamentary reformism. The more successful these methods, the closer grew the connection between the formerly outlawed socialist parties and trade unions on the one hand and governments and associations of employers on the other, and the more effectively did national interests and viewpoints prevail over the inherited watchwords of internationalism. Up to 1914 the socialist parties still managed, on the whole, to explain and justify their reformist work in customary revolutionary terms. Their leaders continued to profess Marxism, internationalism, and anti-militarism until the first day of war, when the International crumbled. Of the great European nations, Russia was the only one that had participated but little in the peaceful progress of the preceding era. Her economic advance, indubitable though it had been, was insignificant in comparison with the accumulation of wealth in Western Europe. It had, at any rate, been insufficient to implant in the nation habits of peaceful bargaining and compromise and to foster belief in a gradual progress from which all classes would benefit. Parliamentarianism, and all the institutions for social conciliation and arbitration which usually cluster around it, had taken no roots in Russian soil. Class struggle, in its most violent and undisguised form, had been raging from one end of the empire to the other, and Tsardom had not left the workers and peasants even the illusion that it was allowing them any influence on the nation's destinies. In the Socialist International, the Russian party had been almost the only one to treat the revolutionary traditions and watchwords with passionate seriousness and not as a matter of mere decorum. In 1914 the Russian émigrés, with few exceptions, watched with horror the cataclysm engulfing the International, and they could hardly believe their eyes when they saw the leaders of European socialism throwing to the winds all their solemn anti-militarist resolutions and internationalist oaths and calling their working classes to fight for their emperors and to hate and kill the enemy. At first, most Russian émigrés Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and social revolutionaries alike denounced this conduct as a betrayal of socialism. Later many of them had second thoughts, but many went even farther. The slaughter of the next few years, in which millions of people laid down their lives to wrest a few yards of land from the enemy, taught them to despise and hate the humanitarian facades and shams of the European body politic. They concluded that if civilized governments in pursuit of their national power politics found it possible to exterminate millions of people and to maim scores of millions, then it was surely the socialists' duty to shrink from no sacrifice in the struggle for a new social order that would free mankind from such folly. The old order was giving them a lesson in ruthlessness. The Gothic lacework of European civilization had been torn to pieces and was being trampled into the mud and blood of the trenches. The outbreak of war found Trotsky in Vienna. He had just returned from Brussels where, together with Markov and Plekhanov, he had made a last appeal to the Bureau of the International asking it to intervene in the internal feud of the Russian party. In the morning of August 3 he went to the editorial offices of the Viennese Arbeiterzeitung. The news of the assassination of Georges by a French chauvinist had just reached Vienna. The diplomatic chancelleries were exchanging the last notes, designed to shift the blame for the war onto the enemy. General mobilization was on foot. On his way to the socialist editorial offices, Trotsky watched vast crowds carried away by warlike hysteria and demonstrating in the fashionable center of the city. At the Arbeiterzeitung, he found confusion. Some editors were ready to support war. His friend Friedrich Adler spoke with disgust about the rising flood of chauvinism. On Adler's desk lay a pile of xenophobe pamphlets and next to it another pile of Jubilee badges prepared for a Congress of the Socialist International convened to meet in Vienna on 15 August. The International was to celebrate the 25th anniversary of its foundation. The Congress was now cancelled, and the treasurer of the Austrian party was lamenting the 20,000 crowns he had wasted on preparations. The old Victor Adler despised the chauvinist mood invading his own entourage, but he was too skeptical to resist. He took Trotsky to the chief of the political police to inquire how, in view of the expected state of war between Austro-Hungary and Russia, he proposed to treat the Russian émigrés. The chief of the police answered that he was preparing to intern them. A few hours later, Trotsky and his family boarded a train for Zurich. Neutral Switzerland became the refuge of Russian revolutionaries who had lived in Germany and Austria. To Zurich went Karl Radek, expelled from Germany for anti-militarist propaganda, Bukharin, who had been detained for a short time in Vienna, while Lenin, still jailed by the Austrians in Galicia, was to arrive a little later. The country's neutrality allowed the Swiss Socialist Party to view with tolerance and even friendliness the internationalist propaganda of the Russians. In a workers' educational association, Trotsky found an eager audience for his denunciations of the war and of the socialists who supported it. With Trotsky's arrival in Zurich, recollects a well-known Swiss writer, life returned to the labor movement, or at least to one sector of it. He brought with him the belief that from this war would arise revolution. With Trotsky these were not merely words but his innermost conviction, one so strongly did he sway his new audience that almost at once he was elected delegate to a national convention of the Socialist Party of Switzerland. It gave the leaders of the party some trouble to explain to the rank and file that it was impolitic to give voting rights at the Congress to a foreigner and a citizen of a belligerent country. During this stay in Zurich, which lasted only a little more than 2 months, Trotsky wrote, "The War and the International." The first extensive statement of anti-war policy by a Russian socialist. Its polemical edge was turned primarily against the German Social Democrats, who were arguing that in fighting Tsardom, the gendarme of Europe, Hohenzollern Germany was pursuing a progressive historical mission. In our struggle against Tsardom, Trotsky retorted, in which we know no truce, we have not sought and are not seeking assistance from the militarism of the Habsburgs or the Hohenzollerns. We have owed a lot to the German Social Democratic Party. We have all gone through its school and learned from its successes and mistakes. It was for us not one of the parties of the International but the party. All the keener was the indignation with which he now repudiated the attitude of the German Social Democrats. It was the socialists' duty, he insisted, to stand for peace, but not for a peace that would mean a return to the status quo, or a new balance between the imperialist powers. The socialists' objective must be a democratic peace, without annexation and indemnities, and one allowing for the self-determination of the subject nations. Only a rising of the belligerent peoples against their rulers could achieve such a peace. This part of his argument, anticipated by more than 3 years President Wilson's 14 points, and Trotsky's pamphlet, when it appeared in the United States, had a direct influence on Wilson. Yet, self-determination of the nations, as Trotsky advocated it, had little in common with its Wilsonian interpretation. Its purpose was not to set up new nation-states. Trotsky, we know, had long since considered a nation-state an anachronism. The small and oppressed nations should be enabled to obtain independence in order that they might, of their free will, join in the building of an international socialist body politic. In the present historical conditions, he wrote, the proletariat is not interested in defending an anachronistic national fatherland, which has become the main impediment to economic advance, but in the creation of a new, more powerful, and stable fatherland, the Republican United States of Europe, as the foundation for the United States of the world. To the imperialist blind alley of capitalism the proletariat can oppose only the socialist organization of world economy as the practical program of the day. This bold conclusion seemed unreal to many. Trotsky relates that Radek criticized it there and then on the ground that the productive forces of the world, or even of Europe, had not developed sufficiently to allow of their organization on an international socialist basis. Lenin, on his arrival in Switzerland, criticized the phrase the United States of Europe, because it suggested to him that Trotsky envisaged the Russian Revolution only as part of a simultaneous Europe-wide insurrection. To this controversy we shall return. In November 1914 the pamphlet was brought out in a German translation and with the help of Swiss socialists dispatched to Germany. German anti-militarists who distributed it were prosecuted, and Trotsky himself was indicted. In absentia. For lèse majesté. And sentenced to several months of prison by a German court. He learned this from reports in French newspapers. The German Social Democrats insinuated that he had written his pamphlet in the interest of Russia and her allies. But, as he had not hesitated to criticize the Allied socialists who supported the war, they in their turn charged him with whitewashing the German social patriots. 3. Late in November Trotsky left Switzerland for France. Kievan Thought appointed him correspondent in Paris, and he eagerly seized the opportunity of watching the war from this excellent vantage point. He was also anxious to join Martov, who was then editing in a spirit of undiluted opposition to war a Russian paper in Paris. Golos. He had last seen Martov in Brussels, in the middle of July, where they went together to obtain from the executive of the International a verdict against Lenin's schismatic activities, and jointly with Plekhanov they had then composed a manifesto to Russian socialists. How remote and irrelevant all this seemed only a few months later. The leaders of the International, whom, as the highest authorities in socialism, they had solicited to intervene against Lenin, were now branded as social chauvinists and traitors by Martov and Trotsky as well as by Lenin. Plekhanov had in the meantime patriotically extolled the war on the ground that the Hohenzollerns and the Habsburgs, not the Romanovs, were the arch-enemies of progress and socialism. It seemed that the old divisions had been effaced and superseded by new ones. Lenin, who had never abandoned a secret yearning for political reunion with Martov, the friend of his youth, stated, the Parisian Golos is at present the best socialist newspaper in Europe. The more often and the more strongly I dissented from Martov, the more categorically must I say that he is now doing exactly what a social democrat ought to do. For the founder of Menshevism warmly reciprocated. He welcomed the appearance of Lenin's Social Democrat, and agreed that the old controversies had lost all significance. 5 Events were to show that this was not so and that a reunion was, after all, impossible. But at the moment Trotsky rejoiced at its prospect. In Paris he divided his time between work for Martov's paper and Kievan Thought, and contacts with anti-militarist groups in the French Socialist Party and trade unions. Almost from the day of his arrival he had to defend himself against charges of pro-Germanism, which emanated mostly from Alexinsky, a former Bolshevik deputy to the Duma, now a violent anti-Bolshevik and supporter of war. A curious circumstance gave color to the insinuations. A man bearing the name Nicholas Trotsky stood at the head of an Austrian-sponsored Union for the Liberation of the Ukraine, the prototype of the Ukrainian agencies that Germany was later to launch. It was easy to attribute the pro-Austrian and pro-German statements of the one Trotsky to the other, even after the author of War and the International, convicted in his absence by a German court, had publicly explained the confusion. 6. Golos continued to appear for only 6 or 7 weeks after Trotsky's arrival in Paris. Harassed by the censorship it ceased publication in the middle of January 1915. In these few weeks Trotsky gave even more definite expression to his views. The future, he wrote, held out only one set of alternatives: permanent war or proletarian revolution. The war was a blind rebellion of Europe's outgrown productive forces against the tight and constraining framework of the capitalist nation-states. Capitalist imperialism could break down the national barriers only by force. It was therefore incapable of breaking them down for good, and as long as it ruled the world it would plunge mankind into war after war, slaughter on slaughter, and drive civilization to its doom. Socialist reformism had no future, for it had become an integral element of the old order and an accomplice in its crimes. Those who were hoping to rebuild the old international, imagining that its leaders could by a mutual amnesty wipe out their betrayal of internationalism, were impeding the rebirth of the labor movement. 7. In one of the last issues of Golos, he carried the argument even farther, saying that the struggle against the chauvinist falsifiers of Marxism was only the negative side of the task ahead. The positive, constructive side was to gather the forces of the Third International. This trend of thought ran parallel to Lenin's and was almost certainly inspired by it, for Lenin had formulated the same idea a little earlier. 8. Martov had at first eagerly concurred in these views. But even before Golos had ceased publication, he was beset by doubts and second thoughts. The émigré Mensheviks who had, like himself, been opposed to the war, were reluctant to draw such sweeping conclusions. They held that the socialist parties, in supporting the war, had committed a grave error, but that they could still expunge it, and that the working classes, quite as much as their leaders, had been carried away by the social patriotic mood. A new, purified international had no chance of rallying the working classes. It would be a sect incapable of superseding the old organization. Some Mensheviks were opposed to war from pacifist rather than revolutionary conviction. Most were opposed to the Tsar, who on behalf of their nation conducted the war, rather than to war itself. And, inside Russia, some Mensheviks had committed themselves to a more patriotic attitude. All this could not but influence Martov. He was torn between his own conviction and the pull that the party he had founded exercised on him. He slid backwards and forwards, tried to patch up differences, and escape from his dilemmas into the soothing atmosphere of the Parisian cafés. Before the year 1914 was out, the pre-war divisions began to reimpose themselves on the recent solidarity of the internationalists. Lenin insisted that his party as a whole had remained true to internationalism, while those of the Mensheviks who did so, Martov and Axelrod, were in discord with their own followers. Martov soon confided to Axelrod that Trotsky, too, was charging him, Martov, with Machiavellian tactics and with grinding the Menshevik axe. In reply Martov resorted to a well-tested stratagem. He tried to frighten Trotsky, telling him that if he were to break with the Mensheviks he would place himself at the mercy of the Bolsheviks and deliver himself into the hands of Grisha Zinoviev, now Lenin's chief assistant in Switzerland. But the bogey was not as effective as it used to be, and Martov related that he had to approach Trotsky with smooth diplomacy and to treat him like a little china statuette. 9. Trotsky, although as yet unwilling to deliver himself into the hands of Grisha Zinoviev, was nevertheless anxious to disentangle himself at last from the old alignment, dating back to the August bloc. On February 14, 1915 he published a statement in Nash Slovo, the paper that had replaced Golos, in which for the first time he recounted publicly the inner story of his disagreements with the Mensheviks, revealing that even 2 years before he had refused to contribute to their papers and to speak for them at the bureau of the Socialist International, and that he was now refusing to represent them at a planned conference of Allied Socialists in London. This repudiation of the August bloc was Trotsky's first and decisive step on the road that was to lead him into the Bolshevik Party. 10. Other ties of old political connections and friendship were snapping as well. The most painful to Trotsky personally was his break with Parvus, who had just declared his solidarity with the official German socialist leaders in support of the war and was, in addition, engaged in vast commercial operations in the Balkans to his own and the German government's profit. The metamorphosis of this Marxist writer, who had so brilliantly analyzed the obsolescence of the nation-state and expounded internationalism, into a Hohenzollern socialist and a vulgar war profiteer, was indeed one of the most startling changes that men were undergoing in those days. To Trotsky this was a severe blow. His and Parvus's names had been coupled in the joint authorship of the Permanent Revolution, and since 1904 Parvus had participated in most of Trotsky's journalistic and political ventures. On Parvus Trotsky must have fixed his fondest expectations, hoping that alongside Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, he would defy the chauvinism triumphant in the German party. More in grief than in anger, Trotsky wrote an obituary on a living friend, in which, even across the gulf now yawning between them, he paid sad homage to Parvus's wasted greatness. To turn away for a moment from the figure which now appears under so well-merited a pseudonym in the Balkans, the author of these lines considers it a matter of personal honor to render what is due to the man to whom he has been indebted for his ideas and intellectual development more than to any other person of the older generation of European social democrats. Even now, I see less reason than ever to renounce that diagnosis and prognosis, the lion's share of which was contributed by Parvus. Trotsky generously recalled how much he and others had learned from Parvus and how proud they had been of him. He acknowledged that Parvus had taught him, among other things, to express plain thoughts in plain words. But Parvus is no longer. A political Falstaff is now roaming the Balkans, and he slanders his own deceased double 11 when presently Parvus set up at Copenhagen a sociological institute, suspected of being a German propagandist agency. Trotsky publicly warned socialists against entering into any contact with it. Point 12 When Parvus sent an apologia, in the form of a letter to the editor, Trotsky first intended to publish it, but then changed his mind. Point 13 Once for all he put an end to relations with his former friend, and when, after the revolution, Parvus tried to approach him and to offer his services to the Soviet government, Trotsky left these approaches without an answer. Even so, the shadow of this association was to haunt him more than once, in July 1917, the month of the Great Slander, and again during his struggle against Stalin in the years of the Great Slander. Point 14. Nash Slovo began to appear on January 29, 1915. This was a modest sheet of 2, rarely 4, pages abundantly strewn with white spaces marking the censor's deletions, and yet packed with news and comment. The paper was constantly in danger of being killed by the censor and by its own poverty. Editors and contributors received no salaries or fees. Wages of the compositors and printers were usually many months in arrears, but the half-starved workers, political émigrés like the editors, went on producing the daily without a murmur. Every now and then collections were made in shabby émigré centers such as the Russian Library in the Avenue des Gobelins, the Club of the Russian Émigrés in Montmartre, or the Library of Jewish Workers in the Rue Ferdinand Duval. The donations were in centimes and sous, rather than francs, and the money went to pay for the meager supply of paper. Yet, Nash Slovo had a remarkable circle of contributors, nearly every one of whom was to inscribe his name prominently in the annals of the revolution, and as a journalistic venture it was much superior to the Viennese Pravda, and much more influential. If a Parisian journalist or politician had been told that this obscure Russian daily was politically weightier than all the French boulevard press, he would have taken this as a joke. Yet in less than 3 years the ideas expounded in Nash Slovo would resound from Petrograd and Brest-Litovsk throughout the world. The chief organizer of the paper was Anton Ovovzinko, a Menshevik of long standing and a former officer in the Tsarist army, who had rebelled in 1905 at the head of his detachment, had been sentenced to death, but escaped and joined in the clandestine struggle. In October 1917 he was to lead the Red Guards in the attack on the Winter Palace, arrest Kerensky's ministers, and thus bring the Bolshevik insurrection to success. Small, lean, short-sighted, of mercurial temper and imagination, the future commissar now used his inventiveness to secure, against all odds, the existence of the paper. He showed a tenacity and an optimism which astonished even Trotsky, who was by no means devoid of these qualities. Point 15 This was one of the new ties of friendship which were replacing the old ones in Trotsky's life. Between 1923 and 1925 Anton Ovovzinko was to be one of the leaders of the Trotskyist opposition. It was apparently Anton Ovovzinko who invited Trotsky and Martov to be joint editors of Nash Slovo. Trotsky at first refused, suspecting that the paper was meant to serve a narrowly Menshevik purpose. Point 16 But eventually he assumed the co-editorship and, in constant controversy with Martov, so strongly impressed his own outlook on Nash Slovo that the paper came to be considered his personal domain. Lunacharsky, the God-seeking Bolshevik, who had broken away from Lenin and who was to become the revolution's great commissar of education, worked for the Daily and sometimes acted as peacemaker between Trotsky and Martov. Ryazanov, who had also come from Vienna to Paris, was one of the pillars of Nash Slovo. Lozovsky, the future chief of the Red Trade Unions International, now leader of a small trade union of Jewish hat makers in Paris, surveyed French political and syndicalist developments. Manuilsky, the Bolshevik boycotter, future chief of the Stalinist Comintern and foreign minister of the Ukraine, contributed under the pen name Bezrabonye. The jobless. His only job at the moment was that of the gerent of Nash Slovo, the figurehead editor, legally responsible to the authorities. He regaled the editorial staff with witty anecdotes, which he composed and narrated with the élan of a first-rate comedian. Angelika Balabanov, the half-Russian, half-Italian socialist, exposed in Nash Slovo her old friend and protégé Mussolini, whom she had once lifted from the gutter to prominence in the Italian party and who was now urging neutral Italy to join in the war. Balabanov also translated into many languages, but especially into Italian, Trotsky's more important articles, helping thereby to keep the bulk of the Italian Socialist Party in opposition to war. The editorial team further included men like Sokhonikov, later one of the chief organizers of the October insurrection, signatory to the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, Commissar of Finance, and diplomat, Pokrovsky the historian, and a few eminent Polish socialists. Of the outside contributors, Chicherin, correspondent in London, should be mentioned first. Descendant of one of the first families of the Russian aristocracy, former secretary of a Tsarist embassy, he had thrown away his diplomatic career to cultivate in obscurity the great passions of his life, revolution, music, and history. For years he was a familiar figure in Paris at the Montparnasse branch of the French Socialist Party. He used to appear there before midnight, wrapped in a vast Spanish cloak, the pockets of which were bulging with an incredible number of books, pamphlets, and periodicals, and there for many an hour of the night he would develop his ideas in leisurely fashion to those who would listen, supporting his arguments with quotations from his pocket reference library. These bat-like habits and this taste for keen but unhurried argument he was to retain as Foreign Secretary of the Soviet Republic. In Paris, Chicherin was still a Menshevik, but he was too aloof and wayward to involve himself in émigré politics, and so nobody even guessed the talents hidden in him. The war had caught him in London. In a memoir, which does not seem to have been published, Trotsky says that Chicherin's correspondence from London was written in a vaguely social patriotic spirit, but was so uncommonly subtle and original that he, Trotsky, was glad to have it in the paper. 17 Later in the war, Chicherin was interned in Britain as an anti-war propagandist. From Sweden and Denmark, Alexandra Kollontai and Moisei Uritsky, both former Mensheviks, disgusted with social patriotism and rapidly evolving towards Bolshevism, contributed more or less regularly. Kollontai was to be Commissar of Social Welfare in Lenin's first government, while Uritsky he had worked for the Viennese Pravda. Too was to become one of the foremost Bolshevik leaders in 1917. The list of contributors included Theodore Rothstein, the Anglo-Russian historian of Chartism and future Soviet ambassador in Persia, Radek, Rakovsky, and Maysky, the future Soviet ambassador in London. Rarely has any paper had so brilliant a galaxy of contributors. The members of the editorial team were at one in their opposition to war and social patriotism, but, apart from this, they represented various shades of opinion. The editorial conferences, which took place every morning in the printing shop, developed into lively disputes which in their turn were reflected in the columns of the paper. As is usual in cases in which outward agreement conceals differences in frame of mind and approach, the controversies were involved and seemingly irrelevant, and often they degenerated into bitter wrangling. We might well ignore these wranglings were it not for the fact that they manifested the realignment of groups and individuals who were soon to come forward as leaders of great parties and mass movements. Next to Lenin's Social Democrat, Trotsky's paper was at this juncture the most important laboratory of the revolution. The issue passionately debated in it concerned the demarcation line that was to be drawn between the internationalists and the social patriots. Where, how firmly, with what degree of finality should it be drawn? In their attempts to answer this question, groups and individuals either drew closer to, or drifted away from, one another, until eventually some of those who at first seemed of one mind found themselves on different sides of that line. Broadly speaking, three groups tried to influence Nash Slovo. Martov exerted himself to reconcile his loyalties to socialist internationalism and to Menshevism, and gradually he transferred his old distrust of Bolshevism to the single-minded angular internationalism which Lenin preached. At the other extreme were the prodigal sons of Bolshevism, Manuilsky and Lozovsky, and to a lesser extent Lunakarsky, whom the impulse of war was driving back towards Lenin. Trotsky held an intermediate position. He tried to curb the pro-Bolshevik group and also to persuade Martov that he should dissociate himself from Menshevik social patriots. The editorial conferences, Lunakarsky relates, dragged on in long debates, in the course of which Martov evaded with amazing elasticity of mind and almost sophistic slyness a clear answer. Trotsky often attacked him very angrily. 18 In the first issue of the paper Martov had, in fact, denounced some of his followers. 19 But after a few weeks he argued that it was wrong to charge the social patriots with treason to socialism. 20 The pro-Bolshevik group then indignantly turned against Martov, but Trotsky, for all his anger and debate, still shrank from a break with him. Nevertheless, recent events and the continued debacle of European socialism impelled him to review in his thoughts past controversies, and, as he himself put it, to see Lenin in a new light. This revision, in all its gradualism and minute twists and turns, can be followed through his writings in Nash Slovo. In July 1915 he admitted, for instance, that the pre-war divisions in the Russian party had a close bearing on the current controversy, and that the Bolsheviks formed the core of the internationalist sector in Russian socialism. But he was still afraid that they were out to dominate the non-Bolshevik internationalists. 21 Martov protested against this and similar statements, refused to bear responsibility for the direction Trotsky was giving to the paper, and threatened to resign. At the same time, Lenin subjected Trotsky to relentless criticism, saying that Trotsky's internationalism was purely verbal, for it did not prevent him from cooperating with Menshevik social patriots. In the middle of this dispute there occurred the one great event of those days in which Trotsky played a central part. On September 5, 1915 there assembled at Zimmerwald, a little village in the Swiss mountains outside Bern, an international conference of socialists, the first to take place since the outbreak of war. The initiative came from Italian socialists who had had no intention of convening the gathering in defiance of the pre-war international. Earlier in the year an Italian socialist deputy, Ordino Morgari, went to Paris to request the president of the International, the Belgian socialist van der Velde, to convene a session of the executive. As long as German soldiers are billeted in the homes of Belgian workers, van der Velde replied, there can be no talk of convening the executive. Is the International then a hostage in the hands of the Entente? Asked Morgari. Yes, a hostage, replied van der Velde. Morgari then asked for a conference at least of the socialist parties of neutral countries. When van der Velde rejected this suggestion too, the Italian deputy approached Martov, Trotsky, and Swiss socialists with a proposal to convene a conference independently of the old International. Thus came into being the movement which was to become the forerunner of the Third International. 22. 38 delegates from 11 countries, belligerent and neutral, assembled at Zimmerwald to reassert their international solidarity. 23 The German delegation was headed by several influential deputies of the Reichstag and brought greetings from the imprisoned Karl Liebknecht. The French delegation was less impressive, for the anti-militarist groups in the French party were weak and only a few syndicalist leaders arrived. Lenin represented the Bolsheviks, Axelrod the Mensheviks. Rakovsky and Kolarov came from the Balkans, and there were Polish, Swiss, Dutch, Italian, and other delegates. In normal times a gathering of this sort would not have been considered very representative, but in the days when it was a crime for citizens of belligerent countries to be in contact with one another, the mere fact that well-known labor leaders shook hands across the barbed wire and bleeding trenches was an unheard-of challenge to all warring governments. The participants in the conference were, however, less united in purpose than their resolutions implied. The majority were pacifists, eager to reassert their faith, but not inclined to go farther. A minority, grouped around Lenin, who for the first time now came forward as the protagonist of an international and not merely of a Russian trend in socialism, urged the conference to adopt a defeatist attitude towards all warring governments, to call upon the peoples to turn the imperialist war into civil war, and to proclaim the need of a new international. This the majority refused to do. On most points Trotsky was in agreement with the minority, although he would not endorse Lenin's revolutionary defeatism. He held, moreover, that these differences should be transcended so as to enable the conference unanimously to condemn the war. In this everybody concurred, and Trotsky was asked to draw up a statement of principles, which was soon to become famous as the Zimmerwald Manifesto. In it he stirringly described the plight of embattled Europe, placing the responsibility on the capitalist order, the governments, and the self-betrayed socialist parties, and he called upon the working people to recover from their intoxication with chauvinism and to put an end to the slaughter. Rousing though it was, the manifesto was vague in its conclusions. It did not call for civil war that would put an end to the imperialist war, and it did not envisage the new international. The conference adopted the manifesto unanimously, but Lenin's group placed its reservations on record. Finally, an international committee was elected which, although it was not yet nominally opposed to the Second International, was nevertheless to become the nucleus of the Third. Only good luck enabled Trotsky safely to return to France. On the frontier his luggage was opened for examination, and in it he carried all the Zimmerwald documents. An inspector picked them up, but seeing on top of them a sheet of paper with a conspicuous, patriotic inscription, "Vive le Tsar," he did not bother to examine them further. At Zimmerwald during the sessions, while he had been covering sheets of paper with doodles, Trotsky had copied those words from an article by Gustave Hervé, the French semi-anarchist turned patriot. In Paris the censorship suppressed reports of the conference. All the same, the conference has taken place, and this is a momentous fact, Mr. Censor, Trotsky wrote in Nash Slovo. The French press has written more than once that Karl Liebknecht has saved Germany's honor. The Zimmerwald Conference has saved the honor of Europe. An obtuse professor, Trotsky went on, had written in Journal des Débats that the conference had no significance and that it gave comfort to Germany. An equally obtuse professor across the Rhine had written that it was of no significance and that it gave comfort to the Entente. If the conference was so impotent and insignificant, why have your superiors banned every mention of it? And why, despite all the banning, have you yourselves had to begin to discuss it? You shall still discuss it, gentlemen. No force will delete it from the political life of Europe. 24 The article was more than usually mutilated by the censor, the white gaps taking more space than the printed matter. Almost since the beginning of his stay in Paris, Trotsky, at first jointly with Martov and then alone, kept in touch with small French anti-militarist groups, mainly syndicalist, headed by Alfred Rosmer, Pierre Minot, Bourdarin, and Marain, who were later to found the French Communist Party. Trotsky attended regularly the weekly meetings of these groups, which were closely watched by the police. He gave them the benefit of his political experience, and explained to them the background of the war and the developments in foreign labor movements. He inspired their policy and brought them into the Zimmerwald movement. He thus acted as godfather to the French Communist Party, with which he was to maintain close ties in later years. In addition to these activities he kept up his correspondence for Kievan Thought, which earned him his livelihood. Kievan Thought supported the war, and so in his articles he had to tack about cautiously to avoid a breach with the paper. The Kievan editor was only too glad to publish the Paris correspondent's denunciations of German imperialism, but his criticisms of the Entente were unwelcome. Trotsky could tell his readers in Russia only half the truth as he saw it, that half which somehow fitted in with official Russian policy. He tried on occasion to tell it in such a manner that the shrewd reader should guess the suppressed half of the story. To the author of the Zimmerwald Manifesto this was a most embarrassing position, and so he confined himself more and more to reportage and strictly military surveys. The man who from Zimmerwald had defied the mighty of the world and whose manifesto resounded throughout Europe did not spurn the chores of journalism. He traveled to the south of France and to the Channel ports to gather impressions and to gauge the moods behind the fighting lines. As he had done during the Balkan Wars, he visited the hospitals to talk to the wounded, and mingled with French and British soldiers in the cafés and marketplaces of small French towns. With never-flagging curiosity he listened to the harrowing tales of wartime refugees, Belgian, French, and Serbian, and filled his notebooks with their stories. Back in Paris, he would read some 20 European newspapers a day at the Café Rodin, where Martov could be found at almost any time of the day. From the Rodin he rushed to a library to study serious military periodicals and literature, French, English, Italian, German, Austrian, and Swiss. In these journeys and studies he found relaxation and refreshment, and they also prepared him for a great job ahead. As the experience of a captain of the Hampshire Grenadiers had not been useless to Gibbon as historian of the Roman Empire, so the experience of a conscientious military correspondent would one day be of use to the founder of the Red Army. His military correspondence, reprinted in his works, has been altogether forgotten since his political eclipse, yet, together with his writings of the years of the Civil War, it should have earned him a place in the history of military thought. Like nearly all Marxists who seriously delved into military matters, he was greatly influenced by Clausewitz's classical strategic conceptions. Amateur though he was, he had this advantage over contemporary military experts, Clausewitzian and anti-Clausewitzian, that he saw behind the clash of arms a contest of economic powers and political regimes, and that he had a shrewder eye for the morale of the embattled nations. Almost from the first weeks of hostilities he forecast, against prevailing expert opinion, the prolonged and bloody stalemate of trench warfare, and ridiculed the hopes which Clausewitz's German epigones were placing on the offensive power of their army. 25 He did not share, however, the characteristically French illusions of a purely defensive strategy and a war of attrition. He pointed out that their conception of defense would impel the French repeatedly to undertake the most costly and futile offensives, and that a war of attrition would be more, not less, bloody than ordinary warfare. He explained the military stalemate as the result of an equilibrium between the economic resources of the hostile coalitions. This approach, which we can only baldly summarize here, enabled him over the first 3 years of the war to forecast with rare accuracy the course of successive military operations. With the prospect of a relentless strategic deadlock he connected the vistas of revolution, for he expected that the stalemate of trench warfare would drag on almost indefinitely, sap the foundations of the old society, and drive the peoples to despair and revolt. Sometimes, it is true, he expected a development of strategy and technology which would break the stalemate, but not before very late in the war, and he came close to adumbrating the invention of the tank. 26 Yet, on the whole, the nightmare, for so long only too real, of the self-perpetuating mutual slaughter of equally balanced forces overshadowed his military thinking, and it would still do so even in the last year of the war, when, as we shall see later, it would cause him to make important errors of judgment. Even while he was surveying with detachment the course of hostilities and eagerly absorbing military theories, his mind was gripped by the tragedy of Europe, bleeding and distraught. This preoccupation with the human factor in war lifts his military writings far above the professional level. For example, his essay Barbed Wire and Scissors is a technical study of trench warfare and, at the same time, an intuitive and imaginative reconstruction of its psychological impact on the huge armies involved in it. It is almost incredible that the author of this essay had never even seen a trench, so intimately did he penetrate its strange atmosphere, foreshadowing much of what writers like Remarque, Zweig, ISSAC, Sheriff, Barbasset, Glaser, and others were to write after the war in autobiographical novels and plays. If the fate of Trotsky's writings, we repeat, and the extent to which they are read or ignored had not been so inseparably bound up with his political fortunes and with the sympathies and antipathies that his mere name evokes, he would have had his niche in literature on the strength of these writings alone. This is especially true of his descriptive pieces. In these he usually narrates the adventures of a single soldier, revealing through them some significant aspect of the war. In the 7th Infantry Regiment in the Belgian epic, for instance, which he wrote at Calais in February 1915, he describes the experiences of de Beer, a student of law at the University of Louvain, in whom he focuses the whole drama of invaded and occupied Belgium. He follows the young lawyer from the outbreak of the war through the confusion of mobilization, through battles, retreats, encirclements, and escapes, through a sequence of strange yet quite normal scenes, in which we see and feel the elemental upsurge of patriotism in the invaded people, their sufferings, their unwitting, often accidental heroism, a heroism in which the tragic and the comic are intertwined, and, above all, the boundless absurdity of war. The student of Bear goes through appalling torments in the trenches, then he is detailed to a court-martial to act as defending counsel for fellow soldiers. He returns to the trenches and unknowingly distinguishes himself in battle and is decorated with much pomp and solemnity. After that, almost alone of his encircled company, he survives without a scratch, and loses only his spectacles in the fray. Sent to a hospital in France, he is found to be too short-sighted to be a soldier, and is released. Thrown out by the military machine in a foreign country, he finds no employment, and, when the author meets him, he is starving and in rags. Because of its great realistic simplicity, the story reads like a modernized fragment of War and Peace. The author makes no propaganda, his hero is no proletarian. The patriotic feelings of the invaded Belgians, in seeming contradiction with the writer's political views, are described with such warm sympathy that the story might fit excellently into a patriotic anthology of Belgian martyrdom. All the more effectively does he expose the absurdity of war. From a notebook of a Serb is written in a similar vein. There the epic of another small nation, first flattered, then exploited, and then trampled on by the great powers, is brought into focus in the adventures of Todor Todorovic, a Serbian peasant from the Austrian-ruled Banat who has deserted from the Austrian army. Todor Todorovic plods alongside the retreating Serbian army, through burning villages and ice-bound mountains. Frequently he is in danger of being shot either as a deserter and Serbian traitor by the Austrians or as an Austrian spy by the Serbs. Each time he has a tragicomic escape and trudges on to stare at scenes of dantesque horror, until he becomes almost a symbol of man, forlorn amid the primordial savagery which has burst through the thin crust of civilization. 27. In other essays such as The Psychological Puzzles of War, Trotsky tried to feel himself into the condition in which the European mind would emerge from the Holocaust. He guessed that the man of the trenches would not easily adjust himself to normal society. The present disaster will, in the course of years, decades, and centuries, emit a sanguinary radiation, in the light of which future generations will view their own fate, just as Europe has hitherto sensed the radiation of the Great French Revolution and of the Napoleonic Wars. Yet how small were those events, in comparison with what we are performing or experiencing now, and especially with what we are heading for. The human mind tends to banality, only slowly and reluctantly does it clamber up to the height of these colossal events. It strives unwittingly to belittle for itself their import so that it can more easily assimilate them. It is not our mind that masters the great events. On the contrary, the events, arising from a combination, interplay, and concatenation of great objective historical forces, compel our sluggish, lazy mind, waddlingly and limpingly to adjust itself. About this fact, so hurtful to our megalomania, our second nature, there cries out, in the merged thunder of all the guns and weapons, the present fate of the civilized nations. 28. Towards the turn of the year 1915 the cleavage in the Zimmerwald movement became accentuated. The minority, led by Lenin, was more and more emphatically dissociating itself from the pacifist socialists and from those centrists who tried to hold a middle position. The controversy grew in bitterness as the belligerent governments, supported by the social patriots, proceeded to repress the Zimmerwald movement, to imprison its leaders and adherents or to send them to the trenches. Among the Russian émigrés feelings were incensed by the conduct of the Menshevik deputies in the Duma. The Bolshevik deputies had already been tried and deported to Siberia. The leader of the Menshevik deputies, the Georgian Chkij, had spoken in the Duma about Zimmerwald, defending it in so ambiguous and half-hearted a manner that the defense amounted to repudiation. Lenin at once denounced Chkij and insisted that every Russian member of the Zimmerwald movement should do the same. The bitterness was aggravated when, in Russia, Varazay Sulich and Patrusov, like Plekhanov, came out in support of the war. To Trotsky this was a new blow and disillusionment. He had first embroiled himself with Lenin from devotion to the veterans of the party, and although he had in the meantime outgrown the veterans and had had his differences with them, his devotion to them had remained undiminished. Now he saw all of them, with the partial exception of the émigré Axelrod, deserting the cause. With Chkij, too, he had been politically associated before the war. It was to Chkij that in 1913 he had written in a letter about that master squablier Lenin, that professional exploiter of the backwardness of the Russian labor movement. Point 29. Now Trotsky still tried to find mitigating circumstances for Chkaich's behavior, but with Verazay Sulich he broke with a heavy heart as he had broken with Parvus. Point 30. More than once he had to ask himself what had caused the old guard to abandon their principles, and whether Lenin had not been right all along in spurning them and going his way. In his autobiography, Trotsky describes his evolution towards Bolshevism as a process in which of his own accord he was drawing closer and closer to Lenin, and he does no justice to the influence which some of his contributors had on him. The truth which emerges from the pages of Nash Slovo is that he was prodded and pushed that way by the pro-Bolsheviks on his staff, who, although they were men of much smaller stature, were quicker in grasping the trend of the realignment and urged him to abandon his old loyalties and to draw conclusions from the new situation. 31. One ought not to and one need not share the sectarian narrow-mindedness of, but it cannot be denied that, in Russia, in the thick of political action, so-called Leninism is freeing itself from its sectarian features, and that the workers' groups connected with Social Democrat are now in Russia the only active and consistently internationalist force. For those internationalists who belong to no faction there is no way out but to merge with the Leninists, which in most cases means joining the Leninist organization. There exists, of course, the danger that through such a merger we shall forfeit some valuable features, but the spirit of the class struggle, which lives not in literary laboratories but in the dust and tension of mass political strife, will brace itself and boldly develop. 32. Another writer, himself a former Menshevik, tried to explain why the founding fathers of Russian socialism had turned into social patriotic opportunists. They had begun their political and literary careers with a critique of the voluntarist utopias of the Narodniks, and this left a lasting impression on their outlook. In their polemics against the Narodniks, they had concentrated so exclusively on objective conditions, on what was and what was not historically possible in Russia, that they became the slaves of their own determinism. The Mensheviks had indubitable merits in analyzing the social conditions of Russia and in attempting to Europeanize the movement. But they completely neglected to cultivate the revolutionary will, which changes the social conditions within which it works. The principle of will and action was as much essential to the Marxist doctrine as was its determinism, and this principle, so the writer concluded, was embodied in Lenin's group. That was why the Mensheviks had floated with the tide of events to their social patriotic debacle, while the Bolsheviks had the strength to resist the tide. 33. Manuilsky and Lozovsky, especially the former, argued along the same lines. Still refusing to accept Leninism as the ready-made and rounded-off form of the new internationalist ideology, still criticizing its national narrow-mindedness and angular crudity, Manuilsky, nevertheless, insisted that Bolshevism, because of its emphasis on will and action, had legitimately become the core of the Russian revolutionary movement. History, he wrote, has placed the Russian working class in a position more favorable for revolutionary initiative than that in which the Western proletariat has found itself. It has imposed higher duties and obligations on us than on European labor. All the more urgent was it to find a common language with Lenin's group. Discreetly, Manuilsky criticized Trotsky, without mentioning him by name, for his attempts to excuse the ambiguous conduct of Chkaich and of the other Menshevik deputies. 34. Quite perceptibly these influences worked on Trotsky. If a distaste for the sectarian and distinctly Russian side of Bolshevism lingered on in a man like Manuilsky, it was all the stronger in Trotsky. But he, too, preached close cooperation with a very active and influential group of Leninists, although he was still afraid of remaining tête-à-tête with it. 35 When he made the rapprochement with the Bolsheviks a principle of editorial policy, Martov, after many ultimatums and counter-ultimatums, at last resentfully resigned from Nash Slovo. Point 36 Thus snapped another old friendship, and thus Trotsky made another step towards Lenin and the Third International. However, neither Trotsky nor even Lenin had yet made up his mind to secede at once, come what might, from the Second International. In the spring of 1916 the leaders of that international, alarmed by the response which the Zimmerwald movement had evoked, at last convened at the Hague a session of their International Bureau. In Nash Slovo, Lozovsky urged the Russian socialists to boycott the conference or to attend it only in order to declare demonstratively that they would not rejoin the pre-war organization. In a reply which is of considerable interest to the historian of the Third International, Trotsky pleaded for a more cautious attitude. It is possible that we, the left, may be in a position not to attend the Hague Conference, if we have the masses behind us. We might then go there only in order to make a demonstration, as Lozovsky, prejudging the issue, one-sidedly counsels us to do. But it is also possible that the alignment inside the labor movement may compel us to take up for a time the position of a left wing in there. International 37. He recalled that the Zimmerwald movement had not arisen as an explicit attempt to set up a new international. Trotsky's attitude in this matter was a shade less definite than Lenin's. At the end of April 1916, Lenin carried with him the second conference of the Zimmerwald movement, which assembled at Kienthal, in Switzerland. Trotsky did not attend this time. The French authorities did not permit him to cross the frontier. But in defiance of the raging censorship, he stated in Nash Slovo his solidarity with the Kienthal resolutions. 38. Differences on broader issues still separated Trotsky from Lenin. There was, first, the disagreement over revolutionary defeatism. The revolution is not interested in any further accumulation of defeats, Trotsky wrote, while Lenin expounded the view that Russia's military defeat would favor revolution. On the face of it, two extremely opposed views seem to clash here, and so the Stalinist historians present the story. Actually, the difference was one of propagandist emphasis, not of policy. Both Lenin and Trotsky urged socialists to turn the war into a revolution and to spread their ideas and views among workers and in the armed forces, even if this should weaken their country militarily. Both agreed that the fear of national defeat should not deflect the socialist from doing his duty. For all the provocative emphasis which Lenin gave to his defeatism, he did not ask his followers to engage, or to encourage others to engage, in sabotage, desertion, or other strictly defeatist activities. He merely argued that although revolutionary agitation would weaken Russia's military strength, Russian socialists were bound in duty and honor to take this risk in the hope that German revolutionaries would do the same, so that in the end all the imperialist governments would be vanquished by the joint efforts of the internationalists. The defeat of any one country would thus prove only an incident in the revolution's advance from country to country. Trotsky, and with him many of Lenin's own followers, refused to tie the fortunes of revolution so exclusively to defeat. 39. It was enough, Trotsky argued, to preach and prepare revolution, no matter what the military situation. Each attitude had, from the viewpoint of those who held it, its advantages and disadvantages. Trotsky's non-defeatism did not in advance expose the internationalist to the charge that he was giving aid and comfort to the enemy. Lenin's attitude, for all its obvious tactical inconvenience, was better calculated to make the revolutionary immune from warlike patriotism and to erect an insurmountable barrier between him and his adversaries. In 1917 these two shades of opposition to war merged without controversy or friction in the policy of the Bolshevik Party. Another controversy concerned the United States of Europe. Although this has come to be regarded as a hallmark of Trotskyism, Lenin had included it in his own theses on socialist war policy as early as September 1914.40. The United States of Europe epitomized the unshakable hope of both Lenin and Trotsky that at the end of the war the whole of Europe would be engulfed by proletarian revolution. Lenin, nevertheless, raised objections to the manner in which Trotsky advanced the idea, because at one moment Trotsky seemed to imply that revolution could break out in Russia only simultaneously with a European upheaval. Such a view, Lenin pointed out, might be an excuse for quietism and might lead the socialists of any country to wait passively until the others begin. Or it might contain the pacifist illusion that the United States of Europe could be erected on a capitalist, instead of a socialist, foundation. The revolution, Lenin wrote, might well develop and succeed in Russia before it did so in the rest of Europe, because the unevenness of economic and political development is an ineluctable law of capitalism. For this criticism Trotsky had given some grounds when, carried away by the grandiose vista of a unified socialist continent, he had argued that the war breaking up the nation-state was also destroying the national basis for revolution. 41 If the whole trend of Trotsky's reasoning is kept in mind, the interpretation which Lenin gave to these words appears incorrect, since Trotsky had argued all along that the Russian Revolution would be the first to conquer and that it would then stimulate revolutions elsewhere. To Lenin's criticism Trotsky replied, That no country should in its struggle idly wait for the others to begin is a basic idea which it is useful to repeat. Without waiting for the others we have to begin the struggle on our national ground, fully confident that our initiative would give a fillip to other countries. 42 He went on to develop an argument which contained the seeds of a controversy not with Lenin but with Lenin's successor. It was true, Trotsky wrote, that capitalism had developed unevenly, and so the revolution was likely to win in a single country first. Yet the unevenness of the development is itself uneven. Some European countries had advanced, economically and culturally, more than others, but Europe, as a whole, had progressed further than Africa or Asia and was riper for socialist revolution. There was, therefore, no need to contemplate the prospects of a revolution permanently or for long isolated in a single country. There was no need to fall into that national revolutionary messianic mood which prompts one to see one's own nation-state as destined to lead mankind to socialism. If a victorious social revolution were really conceivable within the boundaries of a single nation, then this messianic attitude would have its relative historic justification. To fight for the preservation of the national base for social revolution by methods which threaten to cut the international ties of the proletariat means to sap the foundations of the revolution. The revolution must begin on a national basis, but, in view of the economic and military political interdependence of the European states, it cannot be concluded on that basis. 43. With this attitude Lenin had no quarrel. What strikes us now about Trotsky's words is his prescience, negatively expressed, of the national revolutionary messianic mood, which views its own nation-state as destined to lead mankind to socialism. Of this mood Stalin, in his later years, was to become the exponent. 44. The second year of Trotsky's stay in Paris was drawing to a close when, on September 15, 1916, the French police banned Nash Slovo. The next day Trotsky himself was ordered to leave the country. Socialist deputies protested to the Prime Minister, Aristide Briand, and obtained a delay in the enforcement of the order. Legally there was no ground for the expulsion. Nash Slovo had not been able to say more than the censorship had allowed it to say, and although Trotsky had often wrangled with and poked fun at the censor, he had scrupulously complied with his directions. Nor did the French government take a grave view of Trotsky's contacts with the still feeble French anti-war groups. But the Tsarist embassy intrigued against the revolutionary émigrés, and the French complied, willy-nilly, with the wishes of their allies. An accident assisted the embassy's intrigue. A mutiny, partly provoked by a secret agent of the Russian police, had broken out among Russian soldiers disembarked at Marseilles, and it was claimed that the mutineers had acted under the influence of Nash Slovo. Trotsky feared that the French intended to extradite him to Russia. For 6 weeks he tried in vain to obtain permission to enter Switzerland or Italy or to travel through England to Scandinavia until, on October 30, he was detained by 2 police agents and deported to the Spanish frontier. Before the expulsion he addressed an open letter to Jules Guesde, the pioneer of French Marxism who had become Minister of War. Is it possible for an honest socialist not to fight against you? In an epoch when bourgeois society whose mortal enemy you, Jules Guesde, once were has disclosed its true nature through and through, you have transformed the Socialist Party into a docile chorus accompanying the coryphée of capitalist banditry. The socialism of Babeuf, Saint-Simon, Fourier, Blanqui, the Commune, Jors, and Jules Guesde, yes, of Jules Guesde, too has finally found its Albert Thomas to deliver it with the Tsar on the surest way of seizing Constantinople. Step down, Jules Guesde, from your military automobile. Get out of the cage, where the capitalist state has shut you up, and look around a little. Perhaps fate will for once, and for the last time, have pity on your sorry old age, and you will hear the muted sound of approaching events. We await them, we summon them, we prepare them. 45. He entered Spain, hoping to proceed from there to Italy and Switzerland. His Italian friends were still trying to obtain the entry permits. But while the French had compelled him to cross the Spanish border, they had warned the Spanish police that a dangerous anarchist had sneaked into their country. He stayed for a day at San Sebastian, and with rueful irony contemplated in his hotel a picture L'Amour del Peccator hung over his bed. From there he went to Madrid, and, in expectation of news from Italy, loitered for 10 days, mingling with gay and noisy crowds, watching picturesque ceremonies and taking notes. He knew no Spanish and had no acquaintance in Madrid, except a French socialist who worked there as manager of the Spanish branch of a French insurance company. The day of 7 November next year, on this very day he would lead the Bolshevik insurrection, he spent at the Prado and jotted in his notebook reflections on the eternal element in Spanish classical paintings, contrasting it with the less majestic but more intimate and subtle appeal of French impressionistic art. 2 days later, while he was attending a sporting event, he was spotted by a police agent and arrested. Fearing that the Spanish police might put him on board a ship bound for Russia, he dispatched cables and letters of protest right and left. In a letter to the Spanish Minister of Home Affairs he explained, with the usual flourish and irony, that he knew no Spanish, had met not a single Spanish citizen, had published not a single line in Spain, and had only visited museums and churches. The only reason for his arrest, given to him by the chief of the police of Madrid, was that his views were a little too advanced for Spain. The socialist and Republican press began to clamor for his release. After 3 days he was ordered to proceed under escort to Cadiz. There he was allowed to remain at large, under mild, almost farcical police surveillance, to await the arrival of the first boat in which he could leave the country. 46. At Cadiz Trotsky spent 6 weeks, bombarding the Spanish government with protests and killing time in the company of a police agent at an ancient library, where, in a quietness such that one could hear the bookworm eating his way through the folios, he pored over old French and English books, took notes, and copied excerpts on Spanish revolutions and counter-revolutions, on their effect on bullfights, on the failures of Spanish liberalism and on the intrigues of the great powers in the peninsula. 47. At last a boat bound for Cuba came in. He refused to board it, and, after new protests and a few anxious moments, was allowed to stay until the arrival of a ship bound for the United States. His Italian friends now wrote him that they hoped soon to obtain the Italian and Swiss visas. "When I am already at Cadiz," he remarked, "the whole of Europe becomes hospitable to me." On December 20 he was allowed to leave, again under police escort, for Barcelona, whither his wife and 2 sons had arrived from Paris. From Barcelona he sailed with his family on a ramshackle Spanish ship, crowded with well-to-do deserters and destitute undesirables from all European countries. The neutral flag of the ship at least offered some protection from German submarines. On the last day of the year, the ship passed Gibraltar. "This is the last time," Trotsky wrote to Alfred Rosmer, "that I cast a glance on that old Cana Isle." Europe. On a cold, rainy Sunday morning, January 13, 1917, he disembarked in New York Harbor. The colony of Russian socialists enthusiastically welcomed the author of the Zimmerwald Manifesto, and there was no end to greetings and ovations. 48. Trotsky looked haggard, he had grown older, and there was fatigue in his face, says the Russo-American communist M. Olgin, who had visited him in Vienna 5 years before. His conversation hinged around the collapse of international socialism. This was also the theme of the lectures which, shortly after his arrival, he delivered to Russian, Finnish, Latvian, German, and Jewish socialists in New York, Philadelphia, and other cities. With his family he settled in a lodging rented in the Bronx, 164th Street. The cheap apartment offered the family unaccustomed luxuries. For the first time in his life, the future leader of the revolution had a telephone in his home. Various American writers have given highly colored descriptions of Trotsky's life in New York. One remembered him as a starving tailor, another as a dishwasher in a restaurant, and still another as a film actor. Trotsky denied these stories, and the memoirs of people like Ziv and Olgin, who were at the time close to him, offer no foundation for them. He earned his living from journalism and lecturing. 49. The Russian émigrés published in New York a daily Novy Mir, edited by Bukharin, Kollontai, and Volodarsky. Of this paper Trotsky at once became the mainstay. This was his first close association with any Bolshevik circle. Bukharin had lived in Vienna while Trotsky was editing his Pravda there, but the bitterness of factional strife had separated them. Now they drew together in a friendship which was to dissolve, though not entirely, only 8 years later, after Bukharin had become Stalin's partner. Kollontai had from a Menshevik become one of Lenin's most fanatical adherents. Trotsky, a Russo-American who described himself as an American worker by origin and way of life, was also strongly attracted by Bolshevism. He was to bring something of the American law and organization into the Bolshevik Revolution. With this group, though not yet with the Bolshevik Party, Trotsky identified himself. During his sojourn in the States, which lasted little more than 2 months, he had only a slender chance to acquaint himself with American life, and he had, as he himself put it, only a peep into the foundry in which the fate of men is to be forged. He was fascinated by New York and impressed by the statistical evidence of American wealth, which had grown rapidly since the war. But his mind and heart were with that old Cana Isle. Europe, it is a fact, he said at a meeting, that the economic life of Europe is being shattered to its very foundations, while American wealth is growing. As I look enviously at New York, I who have not ceased to feel like a European, I wonder anxiously, will Europe be able to stand all this? Will it not decay and become little better than a graveyard? And will not the world's economic and cultural centers of gravity shift to America? 50. Now and through the rest of his life he dreamt about the great and original contribution which the United States would make to Marxism and socialism, a contribution surpassing in scale and momentum the one it had made and was making to the development of capitalism. For the time being, however, the American socialist sects appeared to him narrow, timid, ludicrously parochial, and led by a quaint socialist variety of Babbitt, who supplements his commercial activities with dull Sunday meditations on the future of humanity. A Babbitt of Babbitts, so he described, for instance, Hill Quit, that ideal socialist spokesman for successful dentists. The only exception was Eugene Debs, the pioneer and martyr, who, although a poor Marxist, had in him the quenchless inner flame of his socialist idealism. Whenever we met, he embraced and kissed me. 51. Before the middle of March 1917 came the first confused news about disturbances in the Russian capital. Because of a break in communications, the telegraph agencies still reported mere bread riots. But already on March 13 Trotsky was writing in Novy Mir. We are the witnesses of the beginning of the Second Russian Revolution. Let us hope that many of us will be its participants. A fever of excitement took hold of the Russian colony, and meeting followed upon meeting. At all those meetings, wrote Dr. Ziv, now a Menshevik and a social patriot, Trotsky's speech was the main event and the natural climax. Meetings were sometimes delayed for hours because Trotsky was taking part in many gatherings convened simultaneously, but the public patiently waited for him, thirsting for the words that would throw a light on the momentous event that had occurred in Russia 52 from the beginning. So Ziv relates resentfully, Trotsky assailed the provisional government of Prince Lvov, which had just constituted itself. Was it not a shame, he exclaimed at the meetings, that the first foreign minister of the revolution should be Milyukov, who had called the red flag a red rag, and its first minister of war should be Gudkakov, who had kowtowed to Stolypin. Kerensky, the only man of the left in this government, was merely its hostage. What has happened to Trotsky? What does he want? Ziv's friends asked in amazement. How Trotsky received the revolution and what he expected from it can be seen from his writings in Novy Mir. Within the fortnight that passed between the first news of the bread riots in Petrograd and his departure from New York, he stated fully and clearly the main ideas he was to expound in the course of the year. When the composition of Prince Lvov's government became known and when that government called for a return to order, he wrote, the powerful avalanche of the revolution is in full swing, and no human force will stem it. The liberals were afraid that the popular movement which had given them power would swamp them. So they were calling for an end to the revolution as if its iron broom had already cleared to the end all the reactionary litter that had over the centuries piled up around the Tsar's throne. The nation will now rise, layer after layer, all those who have been oppressed, disinherited, deceived. At the head of the popular masses of Russia, the revolutionary proletariat will carry out its historical work. It will expel monarchist reaction from wherever it tries to shelter, and it will stretch out its hand to the proletariat of Germany and of the whole of Europe. It is necessary to liquidate not only Tsardom but the war as well. 53. He accused the first government of the revolution of inheriting from Tsardom its imperialism and its designs on the Balkans and the Dardanelles, and he greeted hopefully the emergence of the Soviet of Petrograd as the potential government bound to assert itself against the old administration, now headed by the cadets. When it became evident that the Soviet, guided by the Mensheviks and presided over by Trotsky, had given its support to Prince Lvov's government and endorsed its foreign policy, Trotsky vehemently attacked Trotsky, whom he had so recently defended from the Bolsheviks, and Kerensky, that young lawyer of Saratov, who has no great weight on the scales of revolution. The Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries were evoking the patriotism of the peasantry to justify their support of the war. But, Trotsky wrote, it was not the alleged patriotism of the peasantry but its hunger for land that was of real importance. Tsardom, the landlords, and the bourgeoisie had done their best to divert the peasantry from agrarian revolution to imperialist war. It was the task of socialism to lead the peasants back from war to agrarian revolution. The landlord's land and not Constantinople, thus the soldier, proletarian will say to the soldier, peasant. 54 in an essay written for Zukunft, an American Jewish socialist monthly, Trotsky made this point even more explicit. The peasant masses will rise in the villages and, not waiting for a decision of the Constituent Assembly, they will begin to expel the big landlords from their estates. All efforts to put an end to class warfare will lead to nothing. The Philistine thinks that it is the revolutionaries who make a revolution and who can call it off at any point as they wished. 55. Thus, separated by an ocean and a continent from the scene of events, through the haze of confused and contradictory reports, he firmly grasped the direction in which things were moving, formulated the problems of the revolution, and unhesitatingly pointed to those whom he now considered to be its enemies, even if only yesterday they had been his friends. The question which he still had to answer was, which was the real party of the revolution? His party? Having drawn with so much foresight and precision the image of the revolution, he threw over that image, however, a veil of dream and fantasy. He fondly cherished his hope for the insurrection of the European proletariat, and he saw the Petrograd Rising as a mere prelude to it. This hope underlay all his ideas. It was to give him wings in his ascendancy, and its frustration was subsequently to break and crush him. Through the pages of Novy Mir, we can watch Trotsky in the first of his many wrestlings with illusion. Just before he left New York he tried to answer critics who fervently held that Russia, even while she was governed by Prince Lvov, must be defended against invasion by the Kaiser's troops. Trotsky, even now, persisted in opposition to war. The Russian Revolution represents an infinitely greater danger to the Hohenzollern than do the appetites and designs of imperialist Russia. The sooner the revolution throws off the chauvinist mask, which the Gukakovs and Milyakovs have forced upon her, and the sooner she reveals her true proletarian face, the more powerful will be the response she meets in Germany and the less will be the Hohenzollern's desire and capacity to strangle the Russian Revolution, the more will he have of his own domestic trouble. But what will happen if the German proletariat fails to rise? What are you going to do then? You suppose, then, that the Russian Revolution can take place without affecting Germany? But this is altogether improbable. Still, what if this were nevertheless to be the case? Really, we need not rack our brains over so implausible a supposition. The war has transformed the whole of Europe into a powder magazine of social revolution. The Russian proletariat is now throwing a flaming torch into that powder magazine. To suppose that this will cause no explosion is to think against the laws of historical logic and psychology. Yet if the improbable were to happen, if the conservative, social patriotic organization were to prevent the German working class from rising against its ruling classes in the nearest future, then, of course, the Russian working class would defend the revolution arms in hand, and wage war against the Hohenzollern, and call upon the fraternal German proletariat to rise against the common enemy. The task would be to defend not the fatherland but the revolution and to carry it to other countries. 56. Thus, every time he tried to answer the question, what happens if there is no revolution in Germany, he actually dodged it. He seemed to be getting away from his dream only to plunge back into it, and to throw away his hope only in order to embrace it again. He saw no prospect, no hope, no life beyond European revolution. On March 27 Trotsky, his family, and a small group of other émigrés, having the day before been given a boisterous farewell by a multilingual gathering of socialists, sailed from New York on board the Norwegian ship Christiania Fjord. For the first time in his life he traveled respectably, having obtained without difficulty all the necessary documents, the Russian entry permit and the British transit visa, and he expected plain sailing. All the greater was the surprise, when, on April 3, the Christiania Fjord dropped anchor at Halifax, Nova Scotia, and the British Naval Police forcibly removed him and his family from the ship, carried him away to a camp for German prisoners of war at Amherst, and placed his wife and children under close surveillance. The other Russian émigrés who had accompanied him were also prevented from continuing the voyage. They had all refused to tell the British interrogating officer what were their political views and what they intended to do in Russia. This, they claimed, was no business of the British Naval Police. From the camp, Trotsky cabled protests to the Russian government and to the British Prime Minister, but his messages, confiscated on the spot, never reached their destination. All the same, the internment became a political scandal. The Menshevik executive of the Petrograd Soviet demanded Trotsky's release. The revolutionary democracy of Russia, it stated, impatiently awaits the return of its fighters for freedom and calls to its banners those who, by their lifelong efforts, have prepared the overthrow of Tsardom. Yet, the English authorities allow some émigrés to pass and hold up others. The English government thereby intervenes intolerably in Russia's domestic affairs and insults the Russian Revolution by robbing her of her most faithful sons. Meetings of protest were held all over Russia, and Milyukov, the foreign minister, asked the British ambassador that Trotsky be released. 2 days later, however, he cancelled the request, knowing full well that he had nothing to expect from Trotsky but enmity. 57 Meanwhile, as the internment dragged on for nearly a month, Trotsky raged, protested, and hurled insults at the camp administration. There were at Amherst 800 German prisoners, sailors of sunken submarines. Trotsky addressed them, explaining to them the ideas of Zimmerwald, and telling them of the fight against the Kaiser and the war, which Karl Liebknecht had been waging in Germany. The camp resounded with his speeches, and life in it changed into a perpetual meeting. 58 On the insistence of the German officers, the commandant of the camp forbade Trotsky to address the prisoners. Thus, Trotsky mocked, the English colonel immediately sided with Hohenzollern patriotism. More than 500 sailors signed a protest against the ban. Finally, after much bungling and intrigue, Milyukov was compelled to renew the demand for Trotsky's release. On April 29 Trotsky left Amherst, followed to the gates of the camp by cheering German sailors and by the sounds of the Internationale, played by their orchestra. After a sea voyage of nearly 3 weeks, on May 17 he traveled by train across Finland to Petrograd. By the same train, and in the same compartment, went van der Velde, the president of the Second International, and a man, another eminent Belgian socialist, both intent on infusing a warlike and patriotic spirit into their Russian comrades. Trotsky and van der Velde have given 2 different accounts of this meeting, the former claiming that he refused to talk with the social patriots, the latter describing their long, polite, but rather unfriendly conversation. 59 Whatever the truth, the gulf between the Second and the Third Internationals ran for a few hours across that railway compartment. At the Russian frontier a delegation of internationalists from Petrograd waited to welcome Trotsky. The Bolshevik Central Committee also greeted him, but not without reserve. The Bolshevik delegate who came to the frontier was not one of the party's well-known leaders. In Petrograd a crowd, demonstrating with red banners, carried Trotsky on its shoulders from the train, and to that crowd he made at once his call for a new revolution. Chapter 9. Trotsky in the October Revolution. Trotsky arrived in Petrograd on May 4. The revolution was then 10 weeks old, and during those weeks events had thronged so thick and fast that the capital presented a dreamlike picture even to the man who had cherished the memory of its streets and crowds ever since 1905.1. The revolution had begun where it had stopped in 1905, but it had already left its recent starting point far behind. The Tsar and his ministers were still prisoners of state, but to most of their former subjects they were like ghosts of a remote past. The age-old splendors, terrors, and fetishes of the monarchy seemed to have vanished with last winter's snow. Lenin, who had returned exactly a month before Trotsky, described the Russia he found as the freest country in the world. To her freedom, to be sure, was only that of expression, but of this the people availed themselves to the full, as if hoping to discover through passionate debate a new mode of existence, since the old had led to the brink of the abyss. That tense search for new principles, new forms, and a new content of social life, a search in which the mass of the humbled and the downtrodden participated with impressive dignity, characterized the moral climate of Petrograd in this spring of 1917. No authority and no truth was taken for granted. Only a vague belief prevailed that good was what promoted the revolution and helped to right the wrongs of the oppressed. The social character of the upheaval was reflected even in the city's appearance. The streets and squares in the fashionable center were constantly crowded with dwellers from suburban slums. Multitudes of workers and soldiers attended the meetings, which took place day and night there and in the factories and barracks on the outskirts. The red flag, until recently the forbidden standard of rebellion, dominated the neoclassical architecture of the buildings on the Neva. The predominance of the worker and the soldier in the revolution could be guessed from every casual scene and incident in the street. The newcomer had only to glance at the capital to see how incongruous it was that Prince Lvov should still be the revolution's first minister. Trotsky had hardly deposited his family and its few belongings in a lodging house when he made for the Smolny Institute, the seat of the Petrograd Soviet. 3 Its executive, the successor to the body of which he had been the presiding spirit in 1905, was just in session. The man who now presided was Chkij, his former associate whom he had just attacked in Novy Mir. Chkij rose to welcome Trotsky, but the welcome was lukewarm. For a moment of embarrassment followed. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, who were in a majority, did not know whether the newcomer was their friend or their foe. From a friend of long standing he seemed to have turned into a foe. The Bolshevik members of the executive pointed out that the leader of the Soviet of 1905 ought to be invited to take a seat on the executive of the present Soviet. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries consulted each other in perplexed whispers. They agreed to admit Trotsky as an associate member, without the right to vote. He wished for nothing more. What mattered to him was not the right to vote, but the opportunity to make himself heard from the chief platform of the revolution. Nevertheless, the cool reception could not but hurt him. Angelika Balabanov, the secretary of the Zimmerwald movement, wrote that he even suspected that the party leaders had not pressed energetically enough for his release from British internment, because they had not been eager to see him on the scene. Both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks regarded him with rancor and distrust, partly out of fear of competition. 5. Whatever the truth, the fact was that between February and May the political alignments had become defined, the parties and groups had formed their ranks and clarified their attitudes, and the leaders had assumed their roles and taken up their positions. In 1905 Trotsky had been the first of the émigrés to return. Now he was the last. And no appropriate vacancy seemed to be open for a man of his gifts and ambition. The moment was such that all parties, except the Bolsheviks, had reason to fear any new and incalculable influence. For the first time, the regime that sprang from the February insurrection had lost its unstable balance, and it was trying to regain that balance through delicate combinations and maneuvers. Prince Lvov's first government had ceased to exist. In that government only the gentry and the upper middle class had been represented, the former by the conservatives who followed Gukakov, the latter by Milyakov's cadets. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, who dominated the Soviet, had pledged their support to the government but had not joined it. Yet the government could not have existed a single day without the backing of the Soviet, the de facto power created by the revolution. The point had now been reached where the moderate socialist parties in the Soviet could no longer support the government without joining it. The parties which had formed Prince Lvov's first government strove to limit the revolution to the overthrow of Tsar Nicholas II and to save, if possible, the monarchy, to continue the war, and to restore the social and military discipline without which it could not be continued. 6 The workers and soldiers who followed the Soviets hoped, on the contrary, for a deepening of the revolution and for an early democratic peace without annexations and indemnities. The moderate socialists tried to reconcile the conflicting policies and demands. Inevitably they involved themselves in blatant contradictions. They tried to assist the government in prosecuting the war and at the same time to soothe the popular longing for peace. They told their followers that the government had discarded the Tsar's rapacious war aims Russian domination over the Balkans, the conquest of Galicia and Constantinople, and that it was seeking to achieve a just and democratic peace. 7 Prince Lvov tried to put into operation the old administrative machinery inherited from Tsardom, while the workers and soldiers regarded the Soviets as the real administration. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries hoped that the new system of government would incorporate both the old administration and the Soviets. The government exerted itself to re-establish discipline in the war-weary and revolutionized army, in which the soldiers refused to obey their officers and listened only to their own elected committees. The moderate socialists pledged themselves to help the government in restoring discipline, yet they called upon the soldiers to defend their newly won rights embodied in the Soviets' famous Order No. 1 against Tsarist generals and officers. The government wished to create security for landed property, while the peasantry clamored for a sharing out of the gentry's estates. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries tried to postpone the solution of this vital problem until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, which in its turn was indefinitely postponed. 8. It was inevitable that this tall structure, built of equivocation and delusion, should one day crumble over the heads of those who erected it. The first tremor shook it in April. Gudkakov, unable to restore military discipline, resigned from the Ministry of War. Soon afterwards Milyakov had to resign from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had declared in a note to Russia's Western allies that the new government would faithfully pursue the war aims of its Tsarist predecessor. This provoked such an outburst of popular indignation that Prince Lvov's first government could no longer carry on. The ruthless logic of revolution began to show itself. Within 2 months the revolution had discredited and used up its first government and the parties that had formed it. Only a short time before, in the last days of the Tsarist regime, Dalberg, the president of the French Republic, on a state visit to Petrograd, had urged the cadet leaders to compose patiently their differences with the Tsar. At the very word patience Milyakov and Maklakov jumped up. Enough of patience. We have exhausted all our patience. Anyhow, if we do not act soon, the masses will not listen to us any longer. 9 These words were to become one of the revolution's favorite refrains, and now they recoiled upon Milyakov. The moderate socialist majority of the Soviet had no intention of unseating him. But when he openly pledged government and country to the pursuit of the Tsarist war aims, the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries jumped up. Enough of patience. We have exhausted all our patience. And, anyhow, if we do not act soon, the masses will not listen to us any longer. The masses would not have listened to them any longer if they had left the whole business of government to the leaders of those classes that had used the February Revolution but not made it. The first coalition between the cadets and the moderate socialists thus came into being. When Trotsky appeared at the session of the Soviet executive, the new partners were just sharing out the governmental seats. There were to be 10 capitalist and 6 socialist ministers. The cadets were the senior partners, and so the program of the new government was in essentials indistinguishable from that of its predecessor. The 6 socialist ministers could only dilute it to make it more palatable to the Soviet. Kerensky, who had a connection with the Social Revolutionary Party, succeeded Gudkakov as Minister of War. Tsereteli, the most eminent Menshevik leader of this period, a former deputy and hard labor convict, became Minister of Posts and Telegraphs. Chernov, chief of the Social Revolutionaries and a participant in the Zimmerwald Conference, was appointed Minister of Agriculture. Skobelev, Trotsky's former pupil and editorial assistant, was Minister of Labor. On May 5, the day after Trotsky's arrival, the socialist ministers stood before the Soviet, asking it to support the coalition. When Trotsky appeared he was greeted with loud applause, and Skobelev addressed him as "dear and beloved teacher." From the floor Trotsky was asked to state his view on the day's event. He was visibly nervous over the debut, under the stare of an unknown mass and the hostile glances of social traitors. 10 Cautiously he felt his way. He began by extolling the grandeur of the revolution, and he so described the impression it had made upon the world that by implication he at once reduced that day's event to modest proportions. If only, he said, they could see and gauge, as he had done abroad, the impact of the revolution upon the world, they would know that Russia had opened a new epoch, an epoch of blood and iron, a struggle no longer of nation against nation, but of the suffering and oppressed classes against their rulers. 11 These words jarred on the ears of the socialist ministers, who had committed themselves to continuing the war and calming the raging elements of revolution. I cannot conceal, Trotsky went on, that I disagree with much that is going on here. I consider this participation in the ministry to be dangerous. The coalition government will not save us from the existing dualism of power, it will merely transfer that dualism into the ministry itself. This was indistinguishable from what the Bolsheviks were saying. They, too, dwelt on the division of power between the Soviets and the government. As if wary of hurting his old friends, Trotsky then struck a more conciliatory note: the revolution will not perish from a coalition ministry. But we must remember three commands: distrust the bourgeoisie, control our own leaders, and rely on our own revolutionary strength. He spoke in the first person plural. We must, our strength, as if to identify himself, in his manner, with his former comrades. But in the matter of his speech he was irreconcilable. I think that our next move will be to transfer the whole power into the hands of the Soviets. Only a single power can save Russia. This again sounded like Lenin's slogan. He concluded a long and brilliant argument with the exclamation, "Long live the Russian Revolution," the prologue to world revolution, and the audience was captivated if not by his ideas then by the sincerity and eloquence with which he expounded them. 12. One after another the ministers rose to reply. Chernov promised that the socialists would make their influence felt in the government, but for this they needed the Soviets' wholehearted support. Tseretelli dwelt on the dangers to which the Soviets would be exposed if they refused to share power with the bourgeoisie. Skobelev admonished his dear teacher, in the middle of a revolution cool reason was needed as much as a warm heart. The Soviet voted confidence in the new ministry. Only the extreme left minority voted against it. The political group which greeted Trotsky as its proper chief was the Interburo organization, the Mezrayinka, as it was briefly called. He had inspired this group from abroad since its formation in 1913 and contributed to its publications. The group did not aspire to form a party. It was a temporary association of neither Bolsheviks nor Mensheviks, who persisted in opposition to war, Prince Lvov, and the Social Patriots. Its influence was confined to a few working-class districts in Petrograd only, and even there it was swamped by the rapid growth of Bolshevism. To this small group adhered, however, men who had in the past been eminent either as Mensheviks or as Bolsheviks and who were presently to rise again. Most of them, Lunacharsky, Ryazanov, Manuilsky, Pokrovsky, Yov, Uritsky, Volodarsky, had written for Trotsky's papers. A few others, like Karakan and Uranev, later became leading Soviet diplomats. Together they formed a brilliant political elite. But their organization was too weak and narrow to serve as a base for independent action. When Trotsky arrived, the group was discussing its future and contemplating a merger with the Bolsheviks and other left groups. At public meetings its agitators were insistently asked in what they differed from the Bolsheviks and why they did not join hands with them. To this question they had, in truth, no satisfactory answer. Their separation from the Bolsheviks had resulted from the long and involved feud in the old party. It reflected past not present differences. 13. On May 7 the Bolsheviks and the Interburo organization arranged a special welcome for Trotsky, and on May 10 they met to consider the proposed merger. Lenin arrived, accompanied by Zinoviev and Kamenev, and here Trotsky saw him for the first time since their not very friendly meeting at Zimmerwald. Of this conference we have only a fragmentary but informative record in Lenin's private notes. Trotsky repeated what he had said at the reception in his honor. He had abandoned his old attitude and no longer stood for unity between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Only those who had completely broken with social patriotism should now unite under the flag of a new international. Then he apparently asked whether Lenin still held that the Russian Revolution was merely bourgeois in character and that its outcome would be a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, not proletarian dictatorship. 14. It seems that he was not clearly aware of the radical reorientation which Lenin had just carried through in the Bolshevik Party. Lenin had spent the month before Trotsky's arrival in an intense controversy with the right wing of his party, headed by Kamenev, and he had persuaded the party to abandon the old Bolshevik view on the prospects of the revolution. It may be assumed that this was explained to Trotsky there and then. If nobody else, then his brother-in-law Kamenev must have told him that Lenin's Bolshevik opponents, indeed Kamenev himself, had reproached Lenin with having taken over lock, stock, and barrel the theory of permanent revolution, and with having abandoned Bolshevism for Trotskyism. In truth, the roads of Lenin and Trotsky, so long divergent, had now met. Each of them had reached certain conclusions to which the other had come much earlier and which he had long and bitterly contested. But neither had consciously adopted the other's point of view. From different starting points and through different processes their minds had moved towards their present meeting. We have seen how the events of the war had gradually driven Trotsky to take the view that the breach in the labor movement could not be healed, that it was wrong and even pernicious to try to heal it, and that it was the duty of the revolutionary internationalists to form new parties. Long before the war, Lenin had arrived at this conclusion, but only for the Russian party. The war had induced him to generalize it and to apply it to the international labor movement. In Lenin's reasonings and instinctive reactions his Russian experience was the primary factor, although it alone did not determine his attitude. Trotsky had, on the contrary, proceeded from the international generalization to the application of the principle to Russia. Whatever the processes by which they arrived at the common conclusion, the practical implications were the same. A similar difference in approach and identity in conclusion can be seen in their evaluation of prospects. In 1905, Trotsky had foreseen the combination of anti-feudal and anti-capitalist revolutions in Russia and had described the Russian upheaval as a prelude to international socialist revolution. Lenin had then refused to see in Russia the pioneer of collectivist socialism. He deduced the character and the prospects of the revolution from Russia's historic stage of development and from her social structure, in which the individualistic peasantry was the largest element. During the war, however, he came to reckon with socialist revolution in the advanced European countries and to place the Russian Revolution in this international perspective. What now seemed decisive to him was not that Russia was not ripe for socialism, but that she was part of Europe which he thought to be ripe for it. Consequently, he no longer saw any reason why the Russian Revolution should confine itself to its so-called bourgeois objectives. The experience of the February regime further demonstrated to him that it would be impossible to break the power of the landlords without breaking and eventually dispossessing the capitalist class as well, and this meant proletarian dictatorship. Point 15. Although the old differences between Lenin and Trotsky had evaporated, the position of the two men was very different. Lenin was the recognized leader of a great party, which, even though a minority in the Soviets, had already become the rallying ground for all proletarian opposition to the February regime. Trotsky and his friends were a pleiad of brilliant generals without an army. As an individual, Trotsky could make his voice heard from the platforms of the revolution, but only a massive and well-disciplined party could now transform words into lasting deeds. Each side needed the other, though in different degrees. Nothing suited Lenin better than to be able to introduce the pleiad of gifted propagandists, agitators, tacticians, and orators, headed by Trotsky, into the general staff of his party. But he was proud of the party he had built and aware of the advantages it held. He was determined that Trotsky and Trotsky's friends should join his party. Inside it, he was willing to accord them every democratic right, to share with them his influence, and, as the record shows, to allow himself to be outvoted on important occasions. But he was not prepared to scrap his party and to merge it with minor groups into a new body. To do so he would have had either to indulge in make-believe or to pay a needless tribute to the vanity of others. At the meeting of May 10 he asked Trotsky and Trotsky's friends to join the Bolshevik Party immediately. He offered them positions on the leading bodies and on the editorial staff of Pravda. Point 16 He put no conditions to them. He did not ask Trotsky to renounce anything of his past, he did not even mention past controversies. He himself had put these out of his mind and expected Trotsky to do likewise, so anxious was he to join hands with anybody who could promote the common cause. At this time he even hoped for a reunion with Martov, who had detached himself from the Mensheviks, remained faithful to the program of Zimmerwald, and opposed the coalition government. Point 17. Trotsky would have had to be much more free from pride than he was to accept Lenin's proposals immediately. He also had to consider objections raised by some of his associates who spoke about the lack of democracy in Lenin's party and the sectarian practices of the Bolshevik committees and conventicles. Trotsky, who had so long criticized Lenin's party in the same terms, now saw little substance in these misgivings. In his reply to Lenin he dwelt on the recent change in the Bolshevik party, which, he said, had acquired an internationalist outlook and become debolshevized. Politically, he was therefore in complete agreement with Lenin, and he also accepted most of Lenin's technical proposals for immediate cooperation. But, precisely because the Bolshevik Party had changed so strikingly and to such advantage, he and his friends should not be asked to call themselves Bolsheviks. I cannot describe myself as a Bolshevik. It is undesirable to stick to the old labels. 18 They ought to join hands in a new party, with a new name, at a joint congress of their organizations. Trotsky must have been aware that at such a congress, the Bolsheviks would in any case enjoy an absolute preponderance, and so the whole difference reduced itself to the label. This was too slight a matter to justify him and his associates in clinging to their political isolation. But for the moment the issue was shelved. When about this time Lenin was asked what, despite their complete agreement, still kept him and Trotsky apart, he replied, "Now don't you know? Ambition, ambition, ambition." 19 For Trotsky to declare himself a Bolshevik was a tacit surrender, not to the Lenin of the present, but to the Lenin of the past, and at this he balked. Yet the surrender was in part inevitable, for it was the Lenin of the past, the émigré, who had been the master architect of what turned out to be the Party of Revolution. On the other hand, the present program of the party embodied what used to be Trotsky's rather than Lenin's point of view. For this Trotsky received no recognition and no acknowledgement. Much as this may have hurt Trotsky, Lenin was almost certainly unaware of it, and it was practically impossible for him to make the acknowledgement in any form, even if he had been willing to make it. A revolutionary party, in the middle of a revolution, has no time for fine scruples over the copyright of political ideas. Later in the year, Lenin unstintingly paid tribute to Trotsky, saying that since he had broken with the Mensheviks there was no better Bolshevik. 20 Trotsky on his part had far too much political sense not to see that it would be laughable to insist at this time on his superior foresight. For him, too, the practical politics of the revolution were infinitely more important than old theoretical prognostications. His hesitancy was merely the last flicker of his opposition to Lenin. For the moment he remained a political freelance. Looking round for contacts he stopped at the editorial offices of Maxim Gorky's Novaya Zhizn. He and Gorky had known and admired each other for a long time past. The differences in their ages, temperaments, and modes of thinking were such as to preclude intimate friendship, but they had occasionally cooperated, especially when Gorky moved away from Lenin. At present Gorky stood halfway between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, and in his great daily he remonstrated with both and preached revolutionary morals to both. He hoped for Trotsky's accession, believing that like himself Trotsky would try to conciliate the adversaries in the socialist camp. Trotsky's first utterances in Petrograd had caused him forebodings, and his contributors whispered that Trotsky was even worse than Lenin. Nevertheless, Gorky arranged a meeting between his editorial staff and Trotsky. At once it became clear that they were at cross purposes. Apart from this, Gorky's influence was strictly literary. His paper, for all its journalistic merits, had no serious ties with the bodies of opinion and the organizations that mattered in the revolution. In Marxist politics, the great novelist was childishly naive. Yet with the lack of modesty characteristic of a famous self-made man, he assumed the posture of political oracle. Nothing would have been more incongruous than that Trotsky should associate himself with Gorky, let alone accept him as a political guide. Trotsky was in search of a firm framework of organization, of a solid anchorage in the realities of the revolution, and this Gorky could not offer him. Their exchange of views was rather sour, and Trotsky concluded it by saying that nothing was left to him but to join hands with Lenin. 21.